Hallo und herzlich willkommen zur Coverage der Europameisterschaft 2016. And I promise you that was the only German we're going to speak on the stream for the entire weekend. Don't worry, it's going to be English this weekend. All right, we're here in Berlin, the capital of Germany, one of the largest cities in Europe, the second largest in fact, and we're in front of the major site of Berlin, the Brandenburg Gate. Which is the one thing that you should really associate with Berlin, and also with a couple of other things, among them the German reunification, when East and West finally came back together. That's one of the things it stands for. The entire city has a rich history, and we're going to walk you through it when we check out some of the sites in Berlin that show you what life was like back in the days with the separation between East and West Berlin. On top of the Brandenburg Gate, we have 4 horses carrying a chariot. Originally, that was supposed to be a symbol of peace. Then Napoleon came, spoiled the party, took over all of Prussia and used it to start his procession when he was celebrating his victory. With that, we're going to take a short break and go to the next site in the city of Berlin.
Time to do.
We're now at the second stop of our little city tour through Berlin, and it's the second most visited attraction in Berlin. The main reason for that is it's 5 minutes away from Brandenburg Gate, so you can just walk from there over here. And we're not talking about the Irish 5 minutes, we're talking about German 5 minutes, and we're clocking those, it's actually just 5 minutes. These are the houses of parliament where the German politicians are coming together to put law into place and do what politicians do. At the top of the building you can see a gigantic glass spire that is reflecting the light, letting it in from all directions and reflecting it to basically the entire building. The building was not used after the war until the 90s, and only after the reunification we decided to use it again as the place where the politicians are meeting. That's why in 1988 Michael Jackson was actually holding a concert here in front of the Reichstag, part of his Bad World tour, with 50,000 people meeting here and putting up quite the party, of course. You can also walk from here to the Kanzleramt, which is right over there, which is where Angela Merkel is residing. So it's a very nice area, especially for tourists. You can do plenty of things, and that's why I highly recommend it. You should totally check it out. With that, on to the next site.
Time to do.
In the background you can now see the Funkturm, the radio tower next to Alexanderplatz. One of the main sites in Berlin. You can see it from all over Berlin. You can easily navigate around the city, but just by looking at the Funkturm and you will know, okay, this is where the Eastern Center is. I like to call it the Eastern Center because it's basically the heart of the former East Berlin. We have a couple of centers in Berlin thanks to the rich history of the city. The Western Center would be the Zoo. Right between Alexanderplatz and the Zoo we got the Hauptbahnhof, the main train station, which we're also probably going to see later on today. In the 1960s they restructured the whole thing, turned it into a pedestrian walk zone, and nowadays it's become one of the commercial centers in Berlin with gigantic shopping malls, several of them, surrounding the Alexanderplatz, all next to the radio tower, the Funkturm, which is 368 meters high, the second largest structure in Europe. All right, that's it from this little side. We're going to move on to the next one.
Time to do.
We're now at the East Side Gallery, also where the Berlin Wall was, or used to be, still standing. In fact, one of the few places in Berlin where the Berlin Wall is still standing, but it's been turned into an open-air gallery. That's where the name stems from. 1.3 kilometers long, and more than 100 paintings have been painted on the Berlin Wall after the fall of East Germany, the reunification of Germany, to show that there's a brighter future ahead, that people are coming together. That's why artists from both the East and the West were involved in this great project and created some of the most stunning artworks you've ever seen, especially in an open-air gallery. It's the longest lasting open-air gallery in the world, and also the longest, like I said, 1.3 kilometers. We see art from some of the most renowned artists. The most famous one is probably the kiss between Erich Honecker and Leonid Brezhnev from the former Soviet Union. So there's lots to see. It is free. You should totally check it out when you're in Berlin. You can just come to one of the subway stations that is close by, walk for 5 minutes, you're going to be here, and can check out one of the coolest sites in Berlin that shows the cultural side of the city.
Time to duel.
We're now at the checkpoint Charlie, or checkpoint C, one of the few points where we could actually cross from the east to the west when the wall was still there in former divided Berlin, of course. In case you're wondering why was there a wall in the first place, originally when Germany was separated you could easily cross from east to west because there were even subway lines making it easy for you to just get from East Berlin to West Berlin. This is one of the few places where you could actually legally cross the wall if you had the right documentation. Of course, few people had, at least few people from the east, because it was strictly forbidden to go from the east to the west. Other way around, not such a problem. In the background there's also a museum at the checkpoint Charlie and a Kremlin flag, something you don't see every day or anywhere really. That's it for now, let's go on to the next site.
Time to duel.
We're now taking a break, but even when we're taking a break, we're working hard for you because we're now in true Berlin style at Curry 36. This is true Berlin cuisine. It's one of the nicest snacks that you can get in Germany. It's a currywurst. It's basically a bratwurst with curry sauce. It was invented in Berlin. It's one of the most popular snacks in Germany, if not the most popular snack. And you should definitely try it out when you're in Berlin. And with that, we're on to our city tour again.
Time to duel.
We've now made it to the final stop of our little city tour through Berlin, and we're in front of the venue where the European Championship 2016 is taking place at the Estrell in Berlin-Neukölln. It's the second largest hotel in Germany, more than 1,100 rooms, so you can always find a place to sleep in there. It's also got a convention center right next door with 25,000 square meters. So there's lots of room for different events, not just the European Championship, of course. 1,800 every year. That's almost record breaking, but I'm not 100% sure. I hope you got a glimpse of what Berlin is like. It's a very diverse city with a very rich history. Got great culture in the city. They say about New York that if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. I'm not sure you can say the same thing about Berlin because it's so affordable, but that's what I like about it. No matter what's your background, no matter what you're into, you can find something in Berlin. That's really the coolest thing about this city. So you should totally check it out. If you're not here, make sure you're coming and take a visit the next time we're in Berlin. With that, without any further ado, let's get our game on and have some exciting duels at the European Championship 2016. Good morning and welcome. You've just seen the city tour of Berlin, so you know exactly where we are. We are in the German capital, where this weekend the greatest European event is taking place when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yep.
My name is Oliver German. I'm joined here by Luke.
Hey Ollie, nice to be back.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. It was a little bit of a wait. Some guy earlier came up to us and said, I think it's going to take a little bit longer until we're going to start when you compare it to the schedule.
Yep.
I said, if that's your only party trick, you're going to be a very bad fortune teller. Because apparently that happens very often. Today the problem was that one of the scorekeeper laptops was corrupted, the file with all the player information. So our dedicated staff had to enter 150 players again after the event was basically supposed to start. But they did that in relatively short amount of time. Of course, it's not how it appears when you're waiting for the tournament to start.
Exactly.
But now things are basically underway.
Yeah.
And what can we expect this weekend?
Deck-wise, are you talking about deck-wise?
Oh, I'm talking about everything.
Everything. Well, okay, so, you know, obviously everyone's fighting for these things. They're not only really cool trophies, but they say that you get the prestigious kind of
those are like that's an invite for Worlds, basically.
Yeah, exactly. You get to go to the World Championships.
If you show that at an airport, they take you straight to Orlando in Florida. They say, okay, here you go. Obviously a Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion. Here you can fly over to the World Championship.
Yeah, and that's obviously over in the US.
Right.
in just a few months' time.
And one could argue that it's going to be harder than ever to win these trophies this weekend because it's the largest European championship of all time.
Yep.
More than 1,300 players.
Yep, I think we were short just a few tables a little
yeah.
while ago.
It's going to be a very exciting weekend. You just touched about decks. What are we going to see this weekend? What are the big decks?
We have actually two quite strange ones in front of us right now, ready for the first match. Felgrand and Magispect to Performer Pal, a little more normal, but it's going to be Monarchs. There's going to be a lot of Monarchs.
Yeah, yeah. The interesting thing about Monarchs is yesterday we spoke to some of the national champions, and they never wanted to give away what they were playing in case they were playing something like that. When they say, "Oh, I'm playing Performer Pal," something like that.
Yep.
When they played Monarchs, they were always like, "Yeah, I'm playing Monarchs," because they really don't mind somebody else to know, because A, there are different variants of Monarchs, and B, they said, "I'm not afraid of anybody else, I'm just afraid of my deck not providing me with the right cards."
Exactly,
So
yeah.
only you losing to yourself is what they said.
Yeah, so it's got quite a lot of troubles with consistency, but
Right.
but it's a very powerful deck.
If it goes off, yeah.
It goes.
It does. All right. So we didn't pick these two guys just because they were playing creative decks. We picked them because we have last year's winner of the European Championship in our feature match for round 1, Ido Marcus from Israel.
Yep.
If this is the first time you're tuning in and you're like, wait a second, didn't you say European Championship and Israel? That doesn't really work. But no, the European Championship basically covers all the territories that the European Konami office is responsible for, and among them is Israel.
Yeah, that's actually my my branch.
Right.
In Konami.
So you can tell us a little bit about Israel later on.
Yep.
The main event has started. I know you guys kept waiting for a little bit, so let's take you right to the table where these two guys are getting ready. I think we didn't even say the name of the opponent. We got Giorgio Bandera from Italy on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side we got Ido Marcus from Israel. All right, how excited are you about this match?
I'm pretty hyped because we didn't think we were going to see a Felgrand deck, but we do.
Yes.
In the first round.
Yes. And somebody handed me a structure deck and they said, "Hey, if you want to play this yourself, here you go." And I'm like,
yeah, we've actually got the structure deck right here. I'm holding one right now and ready so that we can look through all the cards whenever they get played.
And since we got such a lot of, I would say, commentator power this weekend, and everybody's got their little own story that they can tell, Rob shared with me that the last time we saw basically a structure deck-like deck in a bigger tournament was 2 years ago, at the first time ever when we were streaming at the European Championship 2014, where I think it was Marcel Burri from Switzerland who took his Light Zone deck all the way to the finals.
Yeah, that's when Raiden had just come out.
Right, yeah.
The Light Swan.
Yeah.
Just came out. So
all right.
Ido opens here with the perfect cards. He just has Joker. So starting off with Joker on monkey board, immediately completes your pendulum scales. That's what you want. That's all you need.
This is a really good advantage early on.
Yep.
Putting himself in a good position. And of course, you guys should be familiar with that. You see that on the right-hand side of the screen. We got all the information for you. We got perfect information, so to speak. Apart from the cards in the graveyard and in the banished zone, we know everything, even the set cards.
Yeah, so Ido's opening hand here is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and it just keeps developing.
Insane.
It keeps getting better. Let's take a quick look at what Giorgio is holding on to. Nothing to interact on his opponent's turn.
No. Ido has opened amazing here. He's going to be able to Sky Iris the Joker away, get more scales, summon the Pendulum Sorcerer to destroy those scales, put those in the extra deck, go search for scales for next turn, and be able to finish off with Secret Village of the Spellcasters.
That's one of these so-called floodgates, in a way.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
So that says that if your opponent, so when you've played Secret Village and you've got a spellcaster on the field, your opponent cannot play spell cards unless they have a spellcaster. Now,
which for many decks is not the case.
No, exactly. And if we look at Giorgio's hand here,
Curry Bandit.
Yeah, Curry Bandit. I don't think that's a spellcaster. No, he's a fiend.
Fiend, of course. You got a dragon.
Got two dragons, and then just spell cards. So he's actually only going to be able to play the Curry Bandit and use its effect. Even in that case, he's still going to struggle. So I can imagine Ido here is probably going to take away that Sky Iris and play his Secret Village, and he's just going to pass on that.
And how bad is it that he doesn't have anything set in his back row? Does he need anything set?
No, he doesn't need anything.
He's got everything he needs.
Yeah, he's got everything. He does, this was the best hand he possibly could have. He has Odai's Pendulum Dragon in the end phase to go and search for Bunbuku. the Magispector. He's playing the Magispector version of the Pendulum deck. He's only playing Magispectors and Performer Pals. No Dracos, no no Magicians.
We see Amorphage Goliath coming in fresh for Giorgio.
Yep, so that's a dragon as well.
Yeah, and of course you cannot activate it as a pendulum
Spell.
No, yeah,
because
spell is the keyword here.
Yeah, it's a spell.
Yeah.
So yeah, as I said before, Giorgio's only option here is to...
How strong would Secret Village of the Spellcasters be if you could still activate pendulum spells? Or doesn't really make a difference?
Oh no, it makes a big difference.
Okay.
It wouldn't be anywhere near as strong. Nobody would use it for this purpose.
Okay, that's a pretty big statement, yeah.
Yeah,
When you say nobody would use it, okay.
Well, yeah, but it's true. It would be... The whole point of Secret Village was that it would stop any kind of pendulum scales.
It just shuts down decks on its own for the most part.
Yeah.
I mean, together with a spellcaster, but yeah.
Yeah, it became so much stronger when pendulums came out.
All right.
Because it was stopping that whole mechanic.
Yeah. So we get one set card for Giorgio. That's a Soul Charge, and that is it. So
Ido just wins now.
Also we know that Ido is one of these guys who has no fear. You can hashtag that if you want. He just attacks into whatever is in his way. He's going to risk it. That's basically how he won last year. He said, okay, I can either go big or go home. And Israel is a little far until I'm going to make it home, so let's just go big instead. And that worked pretty well.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why he went all the way to Japan.
Yeah. So I think Ido's got the game here.
Wow, that was such an explosive opening, and now he
the
only quotation marks has to follow it up.
Yeah, I think he's, unless he decides to play safe, like that could be, you know, let's think through Ido's mind here. If that's a solemn strike and his pendulum summon gets striked, then that would be really bad.
Okay.
So you know, Ido could play safe here. In all honesty, he has no real reason. Yeah, so he's going to play very safe.
Didn't you just say he doesn't have a real reason to play safe? Or
No, he does have. If his big pendulum summon gets striked or something, then
okay,
there's no reason to kind of
risk
overextend here.
Okay, overextend is a nice word. Yeah, it's definitely better than some of the words I heard yesterday when I was speaking to players in between interviews that we were doing.
Yeah.
Sometimes the language gets really rough.
Yeah.
And I have this habit of correcting people when they are trying to. They are saying something like, "My deck is XXX," and then I'm like, "Oh, you mean it's not very competitive or it's not very consistent?" Speaking of consistency, Ido Marcus goes off like I don't know what is it, like a motorbike on the highway, I guess, shifting gears and going into 100 miles per hour overdrive. And if
I was going to say he's going into overdrive, Ollie. I think is the word you're looking for.
Just two short duels.
Yeah.
He wins the first game, and that, of course, reminds us of last year's final.
Yeah, Ido Marcus, whenever he reaches the feature match area, I don't think he likes us very much. He just thinks, I don't want to take too much time
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't.
he thinks I don't like it here. I'm going to quickly get this out of the way.
I don't think we have any other player that has like such a record when it comes to. If he's in the feature match area, he makes short work of his opponent and he just leaves, and he's like, that is it.
Guys.
Yeah, if you want me here for longer, you have to pay me or something. I don't know what his deal is, to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants some booster packs or something. We can bait him into that.
I once played Ido in a tournament. He's
good for you that there wasn't a feature match going on.
Well, yeah, it was great. I did lose to him, but it's really the way he plays is actually really strange. He plays. Kind of the way that he puts his card, like different people play their cards in different ways.
Right, yeah.
And Ido has got this kind of weird thing that he does when he places cards on the field. You'll notice it when he plays, but he plays quite strange, and he always makes really weird comments about how he's playing. Yeah. He's a really off the wall guy.
But the thing is, you could actually also see that last year when he did a couple of interviews after the coverage was basically over, and people did deck features with him. And after the first guy did his deck feature for his YouTube channel, everybody was like, Can I please be next? Because everyone is like, okay, this is a character. This is one of those guys that people love to watch because he really is entertaining. Even when he's just running through his deck.
Yeah, he is very entertaining.
I think it's going to be entertaining this year as well, watching him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can, of course, start a petition and say we want to have every round a feature match of Ido Marcus. But I don't want to hear any complaints if the break in between rounds is getting too long then.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, here we see the I'm gonna call it the shady 8 pile. Of course, Giorgio is shuffling a little bit more, but there's one interesting technique. If you do an 8 pile first with your shuffling, and after that you're doing a 5 pile, the deck is in the exact same order than it was originally.
Yeah.
That is, if somebody does that to you, and you should really pay attention, because you should actually call over a judge, because that is obviously not allowed. You cannot have somebody not randomize their deck, or basically like randomize it for a second and go right back to that.
Yeah. It
Just
is very strange how that works.
Yeah, but of course you see those two guys, they don't shuffle in that way. They
No
they
5
combine
piles.
different shuffling techniques and everything. Yesterday I tried to bait somebody from the national champions, because he said that his deck is they love to talk about bricking. They always like,
Yeah.
yeah, my deck bricks. And then I asked him, how important is it to shuffle your deck well? Because I think that plays a big role, actually.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of guys that, like, they lose the first game, they're frustrated, they're just shuffling for 2 seconds. Second game, they're like, oh, my opening hand is bad. I'm like, well,
You didn't shuffle very
yeah,
well.
you did shuffle, of course it's bad.
Yeah.
And they didn't really come to the same conclusion. They were like, no, I just was unlucky. So there are other factors in this game that play a role that you really should be thinking of.
Yeah. So let's have a look at the side decks here.
Oh,
Kind
yeah.
of, what interesting things. So it's really interesting that Giorgio actually has full house. Full house could be a big one here. The only issue is
See, at first I thought this was a figure of speech, but no, you mean the actual card,
actual
full
card,
house.
Full house, yeah. But the strange thing about this is that Ido doesn't play very many trap cards. So, you know, the full house,
Yeah.
for those who don't know what it does, you target 2 face-ups and 3 face-downs, and then they're all destroyed. So the thing is, Giorgio is going to have to maybe sacrifice some of his own set cards to try and get rid of those secret villages of Ido. But I guess with Giorgio going first, we see in his hand he's probably going to draw a few more cards. Well, he's got Into the Void.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
might
yeah.
play that. So we'll see. He needs to draw a Mystical Space Typhoon to try and stop that
Right.
that happening, that lock happening again. Because in all honesty, he doesn't have very much to stop it in his deck in total. His only out actually is Full House and Mystical Space Typhoon.
Matt doesn't seem convinced. Matt is listening to you.
There's also a Magic Deflector. Ah, the Arcbrave Dragon, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arcbrave Dragon will banish all of the spell and traps if it gets summoned.
This is new. We got comments from the site on top
Yeah,
of.
that was good.
That's really good. Yeah. No, we appreciate it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
No, normally we
Arcbrave
only
Dragon,
get
of course,
Normally, if somebody wants to correct us, he does it in capital letters
in the Twitch
on the
chat.
Twitch. Exactly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So when Arcbrave Dragon is special summoned, you banish all of the face-up spell and traps your opponent controls. That's going to do the job.
That is indeed.
That's definitely going to do the job.
All right. So how good is this opening for him? I mean, of course, it's much better than his opening in the first game. But is it comparable to Ido Marcus's opening in the first game?
No, I don't think it's as restrictive for Ido. Ido's still going to be able to play his cards very happily. I think Giorgio is going to, his deck's doing what it's supposed to do. He's putting Lord Felgrand and Arcbrave Dragon in the graveyard.
Right.
But
As a soul
Yeah.
charge. Oof, one of
Oh,
the
wow.
turns
Yeah,
you really
so
don't
I'll
mind
coming
losing
back.
your battle phase on the very first turn.
yeah. So I think that's Dragon Spirit of White on the field.
Yeah, we're just going to have it in just a second, yeah.
It's too shiny. I couldn't see
Yeah,
it.
what do you think about the Necro Valley?
It was Dragon Spirit
It
of
is
White.
Dragon Spirit of White.
Yeah, so that's quite impressive, really, that Ido thought to put Necro Valley in. I guess it was maybe... I don't even know why Ido put Necro Valley
Did he
in there.
even see
I don't
anything
think
of
he
his
saw
opponent?
any cards.
Yeah, he saw... He did see the face down soul charge. He did. I think he saw nothing.
Yeah.
That's either that's an extremely impressive read.
Oh, no, hold on. No, he's not. I thought he was main decking. No, that's just one copy that he put in from the side deck. So he is...
Maybe I mean, it's a versatile card, but it's not good against every other deck.
Now, so Giorgio's... I think this is probably the best turn that Giorgio can have here. So this is number 95, Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon. That's a mouthful.
I was about to say that.
It's a bit of a mouthful. And its effect sends 3 dragons with different names from your deck to the graveyard. And then it does something else, which I can't remember.
Right, we're eventually going to go look it up. We just got news. We got 1,413 players now with all those late registrations and some players not being entered into the software at the very start because we had some technical difficulties. Now 1,413, and that's impressive indeed, because I think we just moved up a little bit in the list of the largest European events of all time.
Yeah, so Ido here has to banish 3 monsters from his deck. So I think he's chosen a few maybe hand trap cards that are not going to be much use anymore.
Right. Actually, I have to correct myself. We're still the only, and there are lots of quotation marks around that only, the 4th largest European event of all time.
Yeah.
3 YCSs on top, Milan 2014, Bochum 2013, and of course number 1 YCS London 2013. 1,466 players. But that's it. Enough stats for now.
Yeah, so I think this is a pretty good opening turn for Giorgio here.
At first, it didn't seem like it was going for such a long time.
No.
It seemed like he was in a one-way street, basically, and he arrived at the end of it, but he was like, nope.
I wasn't, in all honesty, expecting him to play Soul Charge this turn. Yeah, I thought.
But do you agree with his line of plays?
Yeah, I guess if this is how he chose to play, he wanted to set up his deck and set up this field right now. Then yeah, I guess that's the best way to do it.
Right. And you said earlier that Ido can still play his cards. Did anything really change about that?
No, Ido can go and play his cards and do whatever he wants still. There's nothing that Giorgio is going to be able to stop him with here.
Does he have something to fight back?
I don't remember seeing much other than spell cards. He has an Oasis of Dragon Souls. Does he have another Arc Brave Dragon in the graveyard? If he does, then he's going to be able to play Oasis on it. Ooh, that was close. That Mystical Space Typhoon, if that had hit the Oasis, then that could have been bad. Yeah, so he must not have another Arc Brave, because otherwise he would have played Oasis right away.
There's a Pendulum Summon. There was a time in the game when you suddenly put 3 monsters on the field at the same time. The opponent was calling you out and saying, wait a second, this is not according to rules.
Yeah, if he'd have left Arc Brave Dragon in the graveyard and then played Oasis on it, he could have banished all of the Pendulum Scales.
So that is why Ido got rid of them by himself, I presume.
Yeah. I have Matt waving at me telling me that's wrong, so I'm probably wrong. Anyway, we're going to see Ido here going through all of his Pendulum Scales and drawing with Lizard Draw, just kind of crafting a good field that he can use to combat this.
Yeah, and suddenly we see one of these situations where it's a lot easier to make sense of what's happening on the field with lots and lots of cards leaving the field.
Yeah.
It does look like Ido suddenly has the upper hand, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
So what was the key play here? What made all the difference?
So I think he had the Archfiend Eccentric that was just able to kind of deal with his monsters. Nothing much more to be said. Archfiend Eccentric is really, really powerful in this scenario where you just got to sort out your opponent's board.
Right.
If they've just got big things in the way, I mean, Ido's just going to be able to drop his extra deck on the field.
Suddenly this seems extremely promising for Ido again.
That's it.
Yeah, and that was an understatement, in fact. That was his second turn. I think that was his second turn.
Yes.
Yes, it was. Missed the 2 turns. I'm going to win the game. Ido Marcus continues to be on a roll.
Yeah.
We can say that. Some people are asking, well, what happened during the last year at the other events? Well, he didn't make it to Prague or Rimini. He couldn't attend these events for, I'm not sure why, to be honest.
I don't know.
I guess the flights from Israel are somewhat expensive.
Yeah, they are.
So, and now he's like, European Championship, that's my tournament, so I'm going to be back, and I'm going to show everybody how you can win 2 of them in a row.
Yeah.
Wow, that was quite the blowout.
That was pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got second place in his national championship this year. That's how he qualified.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a good thing to do.
We definitely have a very good player there. Like I've only seen him a couple of times, but you can tell already this guy really knows what he's doing. We just got the question, do we want to interview him? Yes, of course, because we want to spend a little bit more time with him. Yeah, you cannot get away from us that quickly. It's not that easy. All right. So any surprises here? Did you think that this game would be as one-sided as it turned out to be?
No, I don't think so. I think the Secret Village is a really good card.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why Ido is playing this deck. He was speaking to us yesterday when we were talking to... We have some pre-recorded content that we're going to show later that was us talking to the World's competitors.
Right.
And but, you know, while we were talking about
last year's World's competitors.
Last year's World's competitors.
It's not like we already decided who's going to this year's Worlds, just in case you're wondering.
No. So and he was saying that he thinks this is why this deck's good.
Okay, yeah.
So.
And but did you expect this game to play out the way it did, or this match rather?
I didn't really think too much about it. I was more excited that we were just getting to see Felgrand.
Yeah. Like, okay, we kind of did, but then we kind of didn't, because he was, like, one game he didn't really... Yeah.
That's a shame.
Yeah, we really have to talk to Ido. This is not how we imagine our feature matches when we plan them.
No.
We're like, no, it should be a back and forth, and then there's like a third game, and everything is on the line. Yeah, we didn't even really have time to talk about the side decks, which is an interesting topic, by the way, because yesterday spoke to a couple of players, like we said, and then Peter Gross came up and he said, I don't want to be featured anytime early on. I'm like, why is that? Because I've had this before where players don't want to get featured, of course. And he's like, you give away all the side deck cards in the feature match. So I hope you guys at least appreciate it when we can give you some more information why somebody's playing what cards. The players apparently don't.
No, they don't like it.
Right. Well, that was definitely an explosive opening for our event. We are going to take a very short pause, and we're going to be right back with an interview with Ido Marcus, the winner of the first round. So don't go anywhere, guys. Stay tuned.
Hello guys, welcome back to the European Championships. I'm here with Ido Marcus.
Hello.
I thought we'd take a little bit more of your time up, just because the game was so quick. We don't want to have to pay you in booster packs or anything for more of your time. So let's get down to business.
Sure.
So tell us about your list here.
Actually, the last game was really lucky with happening Joker and Monkey, and I'm sorry for it. I never do, but this time it just happened. About my list, I've decided to play a deck that fits my style. I mean, I love controlling the field. I love hand traps, so I couldn't play something like Monarchs.
Yeah.
And
this is what you came up with.
yeah.
So you seem to be using terraforming as a bit of a toolbox here. Now a lot of people have been doing that. You've got just one Necro Valley in the side deck. I'm guessing that's why you're playing the triple terraformings.
Exactly. No, actually, the Necro Valley in the side deck is because I play the three main terraforming.
That's what I mean. So you just obviously we saw probably your best opening hand possible in that turn one. No, you don't think so?
No, my best opening hand includes Abductor, Magister
Oh,
Kirin.
okay, even more,
actually,
yeah.
just finishing Sorcerer and Joker could easily be broken if I played against Burning Abyss. So the best hand must have Kirin, but I couldn't get it in both games, actually.
Okay, so kind of what you did already, but with Kirin as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause obviously I played during the kind of LLDS season last year.
Before Kirin was popular in Performapal because of Performapal as Unicorn.
Yeah, it was that, and it was like everyone was playing Kirin. Just Kirin and Apex Avian was so good in Pendulum because you just put those in the field and then your opponent couldn't really do anything.
Yeah, but Apex is kind of bricky, so I gave up on him.
Yeah, did you think about playing him though?
Yeah, I did. And for a few days, I actually looked for tons of them with my friends. But eventually, I thought, like, I'm going to brick. And I just built my deck to brick the least. Because in order to succeed in a long tournament, you can't play a deck that bricks a lot, like Monarchs.
Yeah, a lot of rounds.
And Apex is one of those cards. Every monster that isn't a hand trap, a trap, or a pendulum monster can't be in this deck, as far as I can see it.
Yep. Well, that's good logic. So, talk to us a little bit about your side deck. What did you actually side in during that match?
Actually, I sided tons of stuff because I didn't know what deck he was playing.
Yeah.
I thought he was playing pure Dragunities. So I'm like, okay, turning the gears in my head. What worked against the Dragunity Ducks and the other guy, Phalanx? So I put on everything that I every hand trap that I have against these guys.
Yeah.
Including the Necro Valley because Ducks is
stopped
prevented
by
exactly.
Necro Valley, yeah.
And I saw he had Call of the Hunted game 1, so Necro Valley was a good fit. And as usual, I almost always side my MSTs and Twin Twisters, which I play tons of, just in case he plays Fragrance, which he might have. I don't know.
Yeah, it's usually a good move, isn't it? If you're playing at such a big tournament like this, people know what good floodgate cards to side against.
Yeah,
against
and Fragrance
pendulums.
is I'm not saying the only one, but it's kind of the best against Pendulum because it completely shuts them down.
Yeah, it just stops them playing at all.
And the other best card is probably Solemn Warning or Solemn Strike or any of these. So Twin Twister takes care of everything.
Yeah, I mean, in that first game I saw there was probably a way that you could have won in the first game more quickly, but you were scared of that back row. Or did you just not have a way to put all the damage on the field?
I didn't have any way. My hand was all Sky Iris and terraforming. But I'll also take care not to get hit by Drowning Mirror Force, which I'm happy because because the Eccentric I searched with Odd Eyes hit a top deck Drowning Mirror Force in game 2. So I'm happy that I actually planned it over.
Yeah.
And because Drowning Mirror Force is a card that no one expects, but I always get hit by these, so I actually
try and expect it.
Yeah, I actually expect it. So I always have the Eccentric and stuff like that to prevent it. Or I switch the Kirin to defense position.
Yeah. So obviously we already talked. We had some content yesterday that we did with you talking about Worlds. So we'll not talk about that too much. But what about your trip here? You come all the way from Israel. That's quite far away.
It's actually not that far away. It's only 3 hours flight, which is it's not that much. Actually, we had a pleasant flight and we had a pleasant tour in Berlin. We saw so many good things.
That's nice.
And shops and Yu-Gi-Oh! And it was a great trip. And actually, we have been staying here for like 6 days already.
Okay. So you got to have a real good look around.
Yeah, we always get the chance where a European Championship is to make it a longer trip.
Like a bit of a holiday, bit of a
Exactly.
Yu-Gi-Oh holiday.
Exactly.
So what was your favorite bit so far that you saw around Berlin?
The best place I've seen is the Reichstag.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I've not been around Berlin, so you can tell them about it.
Okay, the Reichstag is like the German parliament, and it's really big and amazing. It has a enormous dome in which you can tour around, tour inside, and watch
Right.
all of Berlin because
Right, okay.
it's made of glass, and it's a
Yeah.
beautiful place.
So do you think you're going to be going home with one of these trophies?
Probably not, but
Probably not.
I hope so.
You told me that last year as well, didn't you? Probably not.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably not. I didn't think I was going to win, but it
Let's
just
say
happened.
if I open Joker and Monkey every hand like I did, maybe.
Yeah, I think if I opened Joker and Monkey, I wouldn't need to be as good as you to win.
Thank
So
you.
anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You too.
And hopefully we'll see you later. So we'll be right back with even more great live coverage from the European Championships 2016. See you guys soon.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Duel King and teach me. Exodia, the one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to reach you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Welcome back to the coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship 2016, where you just missed the first match. And I can't blame you because you only had to not look for 5 minutes and then it was over. That's apparently what Ido Marcus does.
Yep.
You just spoke to him. What did he say?
He just said sorry.
Okay, yeah, I was about to ask, did he apologize?
He apologized.
I think he said something about he wants to see Berlin at some point.
Oh no, he was looking around. He's been going around Berlin for almost 6 days now.
Okay, well, what I was thinking is he's finishing his matches so quickly that he can then check out Berlin in between rounds.
He probably could.
He probably could, yeah.
He could probably get to Cologne and back.
Yeah, something like that. That seems very likely, the way that he's playing. All right, other than that, anything that we learned, anything super interesting?
Just Ido apologizing. That's what that was.
Well, okay.
And him kind of crossing his fingers that he opens like that for the rest of the
for
tournament.
the rest of the tournament, yeah. I mean, if that is the case, I think we can already predict the winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, like...
And he was just saying about how he tried to build a deck that fit his play style, and about how, you know, he really liked the consistency of that deck, and even some of the cards that people think, oh, it's quite powerful in a Pendulum deck, like
Right.
Apex Avian, he chose not to play them.
Okay.
So,
All right. In case you didn't watch the match, we got some highlights for you. The funny thing is, if I had to put them together, I would just give you the entire match again, because it was only 2 turns in both of these games. So let's take a closer look at highlight number 1. We also asked our cryptographer to make sure to let us know what Matt was actually writing there. Which maybe that has something to do with when you're working for Konami and there's so much with Egyptian hieroglyphs and everything. Yeah, you just figure, okay, my handwriting should look the same.
yeah. So this replay, quite a long one, which is almost the whole match.
Yeah.
Was just Ido really, you know, he opens Monkey Joker. He's able to go search for the Pendulum Sorcerer. This is good already as it stands. But then
but
he
wait,
also...
there's more.
But wait, there's more,
Yeah.
exactly. He also has an extra terraforming. He also had Secret Village already in hand. So that extra terraforming got him the Sky Iris, which just allowed him to extend that play just a little further.
Just a little.
Just a little bit further.
And in case you're wondering, there's no mistake with the camera or something. The upper half of the screen, that is live. Oh, well, that is a recording, but that is actually what happened there. You can tell that Giorgio wasn't really making any moves because there was nothing he could do. He had 5 cards.
No hand traps.
Yeah. 5 cards in his opening hand, no way to respond in his opponent's first turn. So he just had to watch in awe while Ido Marcus was going to town, if
Yeah.
I can borrow one from your playbook here.
Yeah, he was. He definitely was, just not Cosmo Town. And he summons the Pendulum Sorcerer straight up and is able to destroy the two skills. I think he actually only chose one. Oh, that's it.
That is it. Yeah, well, that was the most important part about that opening play.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then he goes on to put the Secret Village down, and that
Yeah.
just stopped his opponent's
Yeah.
plays altogether.
And we talked about that Secret Village, such a good card, also because it stops Pendulum spell cards. So
Yeah.
that was a big deal.
Yeah.
And that is basically the conclusion of the first game already.
Yeah.
I think there's nothing we can add there, can we?
No,
No.
that was it. That
was it.
That was it. He had Secret Village. His opponent had lots of spell cards.
Yeah. Giorgio was like
That was
two times drawing. Second time he set 2 more cards after he set his Soul Charge in the first turn. And all of those cards were basically bluffs.
Yeah.
Couldn't really do anything.
Yeah.
And that was it. All right. Let's take a closer look at our second highlight, which was an attempt of Giorgio to fight back. And it wasn't a bad attempt.
No, so he managed to get a few cards in the graveyard, do a big Soul Charge here for his 2 monsters.
On his very first turn, yeah.
His very first turn.
That's what you said earlier, because I asked how good is his opening. I didn't ask you for a scale, but I'm going to do that for the rest of the day. On a scale from 1 to 10, I guess you would have said something like a 6 at first, and because you didn't predict that the Soul Charge is going to follow.
No, I thought that he might have saved that Soul Charge just to,
In hindsight, would it have been better to save it?
I don't think it would have made a difference.
Okay, yeah.
Ido opened very well both games, in all honesty. He had his Pendulum Scale set up. He had a backup Pendulum Scale. That's always a big thing for the Pendulum deck. Getting the initial Pendulum Scale is usually quite easy. It's that backup one that you need.
Right. So there's the Dark Matter Dragon.
Yeah.
But ultimately, like you said, didn't really make a difference.
No, but his deck's doing what it's supposed to do here. Get all of his dragons into the graveyard, and then he makes another play with the Dragoonity monster. I forget its name. To then equip Archbrave Dragon, and then Ido's just able to deal with that.
Yeah. It looked almost like a cute opening move in a way. Like it's show me your best move, he does, and then Ido is like, okay, here's my answer, because I apparently got an answer for everything you can throw at me.
Yeah.
So wow. Also, what does it feel like playing against somebody like that who is clearly on a roll, where you're just like you're trying whatever you can and it's not enough?
Yeah, sometimes it does feel like you're kind of running the hurdles, and you run, you hit one of the hurdles and you fall over, and you're like, okay, I'm going to get myself back up, I'm fine. Run, hit another hurdle and fall over. It's just like, this just keeps happening. And then eventually you get to the last hurdle and it's just a big brick wall.
Right. We're going to see a couple of those brick walls this weekend.
Yeah.
All right.
The Monarch decks are going to be building them.
So, yeah, that was basically... Yeah, they are. They are indeed. I heard that yesterday already. Okay, so that was basically the opening. Kind of promising, but in hindsight, still not enough of Giorgio in the second game.
Yeah.
And, like we said, there was nothing else he could do.
No, I think that was his best kind of opening that he could have
Is there another way to build the deck, that he has another backup plan or something like that?
I think his deck's probably going to be a little better against some of the other
big decks, yeah.
But
that's also one of the weird things. Like, you're building one of these rogue decks, expecting to play against the most popular decks like Monarchs.
Yeah.
And then your deck is doing really well against them, but once you're getting paired against another rogue deck, chances might not be.
Yeah. So, for example, Domain Monarchs, it would be quite good against, because you got Archbrave Dragon doing its thing, and it would be quite good against that, but not so much against.
All right.
Ido's deck here.
3-time is indeed the charm. Let's take a look at the third highlight for our little highlight reel of this first match.
Yeah.
I've almost watched the match in its entirety.
Yeah, I was thinking we just looked at every turn.
All right. So here we're going to see the Pendulum Summon from Ido.
Yeah, so he just kind of just cleans up here.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about Ido, he kind of puts his cards down in a really strange way. Kind of flips them over.
Yeah.
It's really cool, though. I like it.
You're a fan.
I'm a fan, yeah. I'm a fan of Ido Marcus.
That's okay. Like, if you're a judge, you shouldn't say the same thing, because then people are going to call you out on it. They're like, oh, you're giving him advantages and everything. But I think as a coverage report, it's perfectly fine to be a fan of a player.
Yeah, I like Ido Marcus. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's always willing to sit down and have a chat with you.
That is also true. So there was an MST, a blind MST, so to speak. Hit the wrong target. The Oasis of the Dragon Souls was the other face-down card. That would have been even bigger, but here is the Pendulum Summon.
Big Pendulum Summon here.
Yeah, and nothing to stop it. So basically, he was trying to target something like a Solemn Strike with the MST.
Yeah, so big Big hit here. Multiple effects going off when he pendulum summons here. So he's going to search for Lizard Draw and for what was the other one? Can't remember what it was.
Well,
now.
the important part was he got rid of
the Light Phoenix. Yeah.
Yeah. He got rid of his opponent's monster, right?
Yeah. So the eccentric is able to kind of help clear up the board.
Yeah.
That was the key part. And Babuku goes get Kirin.
And that's just basically that's a 1-2 punch, and immediately the table is flipped upside down, and suddenly Ido Marcus is sitting in a commanding position.
Yep.
Just after it looked like his opponent Giorgio had a very strong opening in the second game of our first match today.
Yep.
All right.
And then again, I think he just tribute summoned Kirin here, and then uses Kirin's effect to deal with that. And that was it.
Yeah.
That's all she wrote.
That was, yeah. It's not over until the fat lady sings, but that was one of these moments when she was crying out loud.
Yeah.
She's like, okay, today I'm going to be running the Israeli flag, and yeah, round 1 over already. Speaking of round 1 being over already, I think there's an announcement in the background. I can't hear it exactly, but I think the time has just been called for the rest of the field.
I think so.
We were just, I think, 1 minute behind or something.
Yeah.
But Ido made sure that we're going to finish many minutes prior to the rest of the field.
Yeah, he just said that in his interview as well, that his opponent top-decked the Mirror Force, and he happened to have a top-decked MST as well.
Oh, on top of... See, that would have hurt even more.
Yeah, if he'd have hit him with the Mirror Force, then he wouldn't have had the MST. That would have been, that might have been able to recover him a little.
Yeah, but still, yeah. Wow. All right, that was the first round, and you guys, you can look forward to many more rounds to come. We got more than 1,024 players, which is the magical threshold, because we're working with 2 potencies of 2. And that is why we're going to play 11 rounds in total, spread over 2 days. So today we're most likely going to play 8 rounds of Swiss. Going to cut after those 8 rounds, and then only the creme de la creme, the top of the field, is going to come back tomorrow morning, bright and early. And they're going to play 3 more rounds of Swiss before we then perform a second cut and narrow it down to just 64 players that are going to be left in the field.
Yep, going to be fighting for that World Championship
Exactly.
place.
Yeah, and then it's very interesting because if you had a diagram or something, the scales, what's it all about, are going to high all the way to the quarterfinals. And then everybody who's won his quarterfinals, so is in the top 4 of the tournament, the next round they're going to be like, I don't mind this too much. Like, I've seen this, players getting kicked out of the tournament 4th place. Normally you would think they want to go all the way. They're like, I want to be the champion. But they're like, well, okay, I didn't win. It's not too bad. I'm still going to go to Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. It's that really key last match you got to play in the top 8.
So that's very interesting. The semifinals tends to be the most relaxed round of the entire weekend. The final, on the other hand, it's a bit different again because once you made it to the finals, you want to definitely go all the way.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be the one.
What can we expect this weekend? I mean, we've asked this earlier. We got the largest ever European Championship, despite the fact that it's an invitation-only event. It's not like everybody can just show up and play. You have to earn your invite for this tournament. Still, more than 1,400 players. Quite a feat, if you ask me.
Yeah.
And, of course, from all nations.
Yeah, so that as well, that comes into it with the deck breakdown of what we're going to see this weekend. It's kind of different to the North American WCQ, how they kind of have a uniformed meta across the entire of their territory, whereas we have little cliques. You
don't have this big difference between the Californian metagame and the New York metagame. For the most part, in America, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, it's quite uniform.
Yeah.
Whereas, the French players like playing Burning Abyss. Valon Turtra likes playing Burning Abyss. The Germans like playing the Magispector deck.
It's funny that you know that. Yeah, I was like, I'm not sure. But yeah, I heard that yesterday. That a couple of them are going to play this deck. Yeah.
Playing Pendulums. They seem to like Pendulums.
Right.
I know quite a few of the UK players are kind of switching between BA and Burning Abyss. BA and Burning Abyss. They're the same thing, Ollie. Burning Abyss and Cosmo.
To correct you, yeah.
Yeah, I fixed myself. Don't worry about it. About those two. And I think generally everyone else just loves Monarchs.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Yeah, seriously. When we talked to the national champions, they were always like, "What was your toughest matchup?" Yeah, Monarchs. Yeah, it seems to be like that. But it's too early to tell what it's going to be like.
Yeah.
Of course, we are going to have a country breakdown as well as a metagame breakdown available at some point later today. Maybe even, I think as early as around 4, maybe even 3. I don't want to promise.
Maybe sooner.
Yeah, maybe sooner. Don't want to promise too much here.
Yeah.
Well,
I was speaking to players yesterday about the deck meta, and I've been coming up with this statement in my head that I always try and come up with kind of a blanket statement for the meta that people can agree with.
right.
And I was saying it to quite a few people, and they kind of went, "Oh yeah, that seems right." And I think it's kind of not. There's no single best deck. There's not a single. This is the best build of this deck.
Yeah.
Unlike last year where we had Necros.
Yeah.
I understand Shadow won in the end.
There was kind of an agreement. This is the best.
This is
Yeah.
the blue elephant in the room. That's what we kept calling it last year, and
I remember that fondly.
yeah, there isn't really one best deck. It's just kind of who makes the best meta call. If you're going to play Monarchs, then you got to play against the things that are going to stop your deck from winning.
Let me
It's all
put you
about
on the
side
spot
deck.
right there.
Okay,
let
go
me
on.
put you on the spot. If you were playing in this tournament, what would be your deck choice?
I have two.
No, that's not.
There's no two.
In case you haven't noticed, you have to bring one deck to the table.
Okay, is that how it works?
Yeah.
Maybe this is why I didn't have so much success.
Maybe. Yeah.
I think I would play Cosmo.
Cosmo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason I would play Cosmo is because the North American World Championship qualifier, whenever it happens to be that's first, the European one always it never wins with the deck that wins the North American one.
Okay.
So I think to
It's an
myself,
interesting logic, but yeah.
it very rarely happens.
Okay.
So the way that I see it is that I definitely don't want to be playing Domain Monarchs.
Okay.
And a lot of people will just take that list and go, "Oh, this is the best deck from
Right,
North America.
yeah.
Let's play this list in Europe."
Yeah, 100% agree with that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is something to be expected. Yes.
So I think to myself, okay, let's play Cosmo
Okay.
because
Yeah.
it's quite good against Domain Monarchs. I'd probably play Demise Cosmo if I was going to play it.
See, the funny thing is, if you asked me earlier, I probably would have said, yeah, I'm going to play Cosmo because as far as I'm aware, it's a pretty fast deck. So you got a little bit of a break in between rounds, which is very important in my opinion
Yeah.
for a tournament like this one where you're going to play so many rounds. After this match, I would just play the same thing that Ido Marcus plays.
Yeah.
And make sure
Well,
that I win in 2 turns every time.
Yeah. So my
But
other
I
my
don't
other
think that's
deck-
how it goes, right?
my second deck that I was bringing to the table was Pendulums.
Okay.
I don't quite know which version it would be. Obviously, I'd pick Ido Marcus's version, but
Okay.
you know, I think Pendulums got a good shot.
All
there's,
right.
there's Domain Monarchs not so heavy. You know, I don't think they're gonna.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's kind of that. Do you want to be 1 step ahead or 2 steps
Yeah. And then sometimes
against the North American?
you're a bit too far ahead. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
End up playing Domain Monarchs.
Yeah. All right. So that is going to be exciting, of course. Guys, you can also share your opinion, what the meta game is going to be like, what is going to be the most popular deck. You can also let us know if you have a friend in the tournament and you know he's playing a creative deck.
Yeah.
Then we can see if we can get him to the feature match area.
Yep.
Of course, the main spotlight this weekend is going to be on the national champions.
Yes.
Speaking of those guys, we did interview some of them very early, very soon. You were going to see some of those interviews. I'm pretty certain about that. We also had a little bit of a recap of what the last year in dueling was like.
Yeah.
And we talked about, of course, last year's World Championship qualifier, the
Yep.
European Championship, and then the 2 following YCS tournaments, the one in Rimini and the one in Prague, which were amazing events. We kind of left out the national championships.
Yeah, we did. There was a lot of national championships.
Yeah. But it's because we didn't have like the same international streaming team and everything. So on our list of like the big events,
Yeah.
which is kind of incorrect because of course some of the nationals were really, really large.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't talk about those tournaments too much. But yeah, also pretty exciting. You were working at the UK Nationals?
Yeah, and you were in the German nationals, so we can
Indeed,
talk about those.
Yeah.
So yeah, we decided to stream both of our German and UK ones.
For the first time ever?
Yeah, first time ever. I think it was the largest UK national championships ever.
I don't think the same can be said about the German one, but it was humongous.
It was
was
big.
pretty big,
It was
yeah.
big, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the stream rivaled even some YCS streams.
That is true, yes. That is one of the good things. We really do appreciate that about you guys, that you keep coming back even for the smaller events, which is definitely like in terms of players that signed up for the event.
Yeah.
Also prestigious, of course. I mean, a national championship title is nothing to flinch at.
No,
if somebody
not at
says,
all.
well, what did you accomplish in your dueling life? And he's like, well, I'm a national champion. I'm always like, okay, well, it's not too bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And obviously the national champions actually get a really great VIP package
Yes.
at the tournament today.
For this weekend. Yeah.
They've got their own area. I don't think we're going to be able to show that this weekend.
Oh.
It's super VIP and secret.
I'm gonna take a few pictures and something.
Take a few pictures and put it on the coverage site. Yeah. There's food in there. There's lockers so they can put their bags. Don't have to worry about that.
This is new, right?
Oh yeah, this is brand new for this year.
It's a good idea if you ask me.
Yeah, they can get food, drinks. They've got seats to sit down away from everybody else, so it's a little quieter than just out in the hall. Lockers so they can put their bags away.
Right.
And there's someone in there at all times, kind of watching over the bags. So they can, big peace of mind.
It really pays out to win your national championship, guys, more so than ever. There are a million other things that we could talk about. And I'm not exaggerating. Like, just when we scratched the surface with the national championships, I want to tell you guys about the local legend dueling series. But I think that's something that I should leave up to Matt, because it was his baby. He wants to talk a little bit about... I'm not sure if his voice is going to support that plan, but we're gonna see what we can do later on today.
Yeah, Matt's feeling pretty ill.
Yeah, so you're not going to see as much of Matt as you usually do, and as you would like to, I hope. But yeah, we get some other people that can fill in those shoes. You, of course, and
I'll try my best.
We also got Rob, who's gonna do a great job this weekend. All right, I think with that, guys, it's time for a little break. So we can get ready for the second round. I'm going to talk to our scorekeeper. As always, we try to keep you posted. We're going to interact to some degree with the Twitch chat. So if you have something, if you have some criticism, just let us know. We really do appreciate it. Just one more thing before we take a break. If you want to make 100% sure that you're always going to be getting a notification when the stream is on, you should subscribe to the stream. There's a button right below the Twitch stream, right below this little window where you can see us. And you should totally do that. Then you get an email whenever we go live. So every time in the future, we're going to have a stream. Even though you didn't even have it on your calendar, you were like, oh, August. There was this month where this one tournament took place. I can't remember what it was. Suddenly, email flying to your inbox telling you, by the way, YC is streaming right now. So go online.
Yeah.
That was the famous last words. For now, we're going to take a short break. And then we're going to be back with the coverage of the European Championship 2016 in Berlin. Okay, we're here with all four hosts, so this is not a player interview, as you can tell. We're doing something new. We're going to talk about our little background, so you know who's actually moderating the stream. My name, of course, is Oliver Gurman, and here we got...
Matthew Bell, good to see you guys again.
I'm Robert Hooley.
I'm Luke Withington.
Right. So, guys, a couple of people have been asking me every time I'm doing the Twitch moderation, how did you get into the game? What's your background, and why do you moderate the stream? Can you guys give us a little bit of a glimpse how you got into the game?
Back in 2002, I bought the Forbidden Memories PlayStation 1 game. Got the promos. My father then turned around and said, I kind of like enjoy doing this. Who is also called Rob Hooley. You may remember him. He used to be heavily involved in organised
He's still
play.
alive. Just to
He is
clarify.
still alive.
Yeah.
He is still alive. This isn't an epitaph. This is he's still okay.
It's just a walk down memory lane.
And then found my locals, which was in Mansfield. Ended up being one of the largest locals in the country at 270 players a week. This is back in the heyday of chaos format. I'm not saying it's a heyday because it was very hard to play in. And then from there, kind of just got into kind of doing voluntary work for all the kind of consumer events, and now I actually run all those consumer events and organise play for the UK, Ireland, Nordics, and Baltics.
It's crazy when you think about it, how long it's been like with you in your life.
Yeah.
And I think that's true for all of us.
Yeah.
Matt, what about you?
For me, I started, I think I was about 14. I know it was a long time ago. I so I went into the city centre and I actually found in a Forbidden Planet they had the Japanese boosters. And I remember the very first pack I bought was called Thousand Eyes Bible. It was before the English release was even out. And me and my best friend at the time, we would go on a website. I think there was a guy in Hawaii used to do translation sheets for all of the cards. So we'd sit with all our printouts telling us what our cards did. So someone would put a card down and be like, what does that do? Okay. Of course, my friend would always lie about his translations. He'd be like, no, it doesn't do this. But we had a lot of fun with it. And then the game got released in Europe and it became very, very, very big, very, very quickly. Quite a few years later than that, I got involved in the judging side of things. And I got so more and more heavily involved in judging, and I slowly moved away from actually playing. Because every time I turn up to an event, they'd be like, "Oh, Matt, come on, help us out. We're a man down." And after judging for a long time, I started to finish out my degree. And at that time, I was looking for work. And I've been volunteering directly with Konami for a little while. And I got invited for an interview over in Germany, which was successful, as you could probably guess. And I lived in Germany for a little while. I just celebrated my 5 years with the company this year.
Long time.
Yeah.
5 years.
That's pretty much my entire professional life and my regular life. It's been a lot of fun getting into this. And I remember the first time we did Amsterdam.
Yeah.
I was super nervous because we were told when we were coming in, we're just going to have the games. We're going to have like a 10-minute delay, and you just don't need to worry. We're just doing a test for the World Championships. And then it was me and Robert, camera on us.
They
no
didn't tell
delay.
us. They didn't tell us we were going to have a camera on us.
I was
That
not prepared.
No, not at all.
There were probably chains around your ankles back then.
We had our the director of our division, Peter Frottier, who'd come up every round going, "Oh, you can't talk about this," or "You need to talk about this," and we were all super panicked because it was like the first time. And it's gotten much more relaxed now, and we've gotten more into the flow of working on the live stream, and it's a lot of fun.
Matt's story was really, really cool, and I feel like mine's not going to be anywhere as cool. So sorry for that. Actually, the beginning of our stories is very similar. Just a couple of friends, we found a really nerdy store in town, and that's what we were in school. And we thought, oh, let's go and see what they do. And then we went along, and they sold the Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and we did exactly the same. We used to print out the translation sheets to be able to play.
So much commitment.
And yeah, I mean, back then, you know, I was a kid. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for over half my life now. I worked out, and it's just been with me the whole time. I didn't really play competitively for a very, very long time. I just played, you know, even back in Heroes and the Chaos formats. And I remember when Cyber Dragon first came out, it just completely changed everything about Yu-Gi-Oh. And then Effect Veiler came out, and everything was so different again. And just, you know, big changes I've seen happen in Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's really, really strange. I mean, so I kind of finished university and decided I need to get back into this because I didn't have chance during university. So I finished my degree, and then I got back into kind of judging events as well. Even before university, I liked to be that guy who would show up to regionals and know all the rulings of the meta. That was just how I was, really. And then after university is when I started the judging again and judged my first event in YCS Brussels. You know, it was the first time I'd gone overseas to judge. Just a couple of months before that was when I went to the European Championships in Frankfurt, and that's where I met Matt actually in Frankfurt. When I remember one of the first things I said to him was, "Why are we not doing a live stream?"
That was a popular question at the time.
Yeah, I was determined that we should have a Yu-Gi-Oh live stream, and look how far we've come. And then
All because of you.
All because of me. I like to think so. Probably not. And then a year later than that is when the live stream started for the European Championships, the year after Frankfurt, which was the first time we had the iPad thing that I was doing. And then a year after that, I was sat with all you guys.
Moved up the ladder.
Yeah, exactly. And then only a few months ago is when I started with Konami, working with Robert.
Oh yeah, we never actually formally said welcome to the Konami team.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Not on the stream, yeah.
Not on the stream.
No.
Never done it now, yeah. So it was, you know, it's been a really long, strange story. I've seen various people move in and out of the game, but there's always that core community that really kind of sticks in my heart of the people who, you know, I see time and time again, and I love coming to events because I love seeing all those different people.
Right. I'm not sure if I can. We all got different stories, of course. I think the one thing that stands out in my case is you guys seem to ending up accidentally in a job where you make money with Yu-Gi-Oh, basically, where it becomes your living. And the big difference, I would say, is that I moved to Berlin 10 years ago. I know that this exactly because the European Championship, the first ever European Championship, took place in 2006 in Bochum. And I moved 3 days before that tournament to Berlin. Like all the dates in my life that I remember have to do with trading card games. So I know when I met my wife just because there was a tournament like the day before and things like that. And so I moved to Berlin with the sole intention of scoring a job with the back then distributor of Yu-Gi-Oh! And that worked out, which is one of the reasons why I always keep preaching people. If you just like set your mind to something and you really want to accomplish that goal, you're eventually going to accomplish. Like the only thing that can like go wrong is you're not trying hard enough. if you're trying hard enough, it works. At least that's been true for me. Whenever I fail in my life, it was I didn't try enough. Well, anyway, so I think I started 2003. I was actually playing it first, found it very interesting. I loved the game. We played 2-on-2s. I'm still waiting for that to be like an official format, to be honest, because that was the most fun I've ever had in my life with the game. Which is not saying that the game got worse, but just 2-on-2, when you don't know half the rules, you don't know half the cards, that's the most entertaining thing you can do. Yeah, well, we did tribute summon, but we thought that you could tribute set a monster that didn't even have 5 stars and things like that. So it was a very popular move back in the days. If you wanted to get rid of a monster, you just set an anteater or something, tribute set it, and that worked quite well for us. I don't recommend the strategy for the tournament this weekend. I don't think it's still working these days. Yeah. So I worked a couple of years for the distributor, the back then distributor in Germany. I originally got into it because I translated all the rulings from English to German. Because I played and I lost a couple of matches because I didn't know the correct rules. I was in the finals of a tournament and lost because of that, because I used creature swap on a nimble Momonga, attacked into something, and I wanted to search my deck for them. And then the judge was like, "You can't search your deck. It's a graveyard effect. It triggers on the other side of the field." And I was like, "What? That's not how we played in our little group." And that's why I got so fed up with losing because I didn't know the rules that I just learned all the rules. Guess I'm a bit of an extremist in that way. And then I got into judging, and I ended up head judging a tournament also in Berlin, 2008, the World Championship. So as you can tell, Berlin and Yu-Gi-Oh! Both very special. Well, one is a place and the other is a thing in my life. No more introductions are needed. Let's take you straight to the table where these two guys are getting ready to get their game on for one last time at Rimini in the first YCS of the season.
It is the final time to duel.
Oh, we almost see some athletic training here from our volunteers in the back, but no, Ryan could contain himself this time.
Right, okay, so I've talked about these deck lists and clowns and blue monsters.
Yeah, if you've been following the stream, there's a very good chance that you know the insides of this deck better than, well, anybody else really. If you've never played this deck, you will still know how it works because you've seen it in action so many times.
Yep.
So also, if you just happen to tune in and you have missed a few games, you can always check out almost everything that we have produced over the weekend on YouTube. Apart from like the last 1 or 2 matches, everything has already been uploaded to YouTube on the official Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG channel for Europe. There's a link to that below the Twitch stream, so you can always rewatch that, instead of complaining about us showing the same matches on the Twitch stream in between matches. That would be really nice. Okay, we got the 2 hands of these guys. Andrea Zanotti on the right. You can take a quick look at his hand, and kicking things off is going to be Lorenzo Santoni on the left.
Yeah, so immediately you can see that he has opened up with Exa, Enforcer of the Necros. That's not good. It's not what you want to see in your opening hand. However, if he does manage to make a Valkyris play here, then he can soon tribute that off to draw a card for Valkyris. That's going to be very important here, very important.
Right, what I don't understand at the moment is that he's having Manju on the field and 5 more cards in hand. So...
Yeah, but that's okay, because Manju is +1.
Yeah,
oh, you mean after that?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't search for Manju yet.
Yeah, maybe the double unicorn is actually a single one.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes that happens really quickly. Is it correct now?
Yeah.
Yeah, now that works. All right, there we go.
So we dropped Maxi here.
Yeah, Andrea dropped Maxi, so Lorenzo is probably not going to go super nuts.
Yep. He's probably going to end his turn by just tributing off his monsters here.
Right. He doesn't want to, even though it would be cool to get rid of the Exa in his hand.
Yeah.
He wants to get rid of his field. Sounds very controversial. Why would I want to get rid of my own field? Well, the answer is Trishula.
So he actually tributes both Exa and the Great Sorcerer, which is going to allow him to go and search for a dragon and for a spellcaster Necros monster. That is insane.
Wow, so many searches going on. And do you think is it a good idea to play Droll and Lockbird in the main deck?
Well, yeah, it's a good idea if you know that you're playing only Necros, but I think people came in here not expecting just pure Necros.
Yeah.
So looking at both of these players, both of them have been running deck lockdown.
Oh, wow, that is it. I think the 6th card could be explained by Andrea going first and just passing play.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, because he did have like
That makes sense.
such an abysmal hand, so to speak, and so he just passed play, hoping that he would see another turn. Lorenzo
Wow.
just unleashes everything, and that is 1-0 in the finals of YCS Rimini.
The first YCS of the year, and I've been going on about this because this means we have a new prize card.
Oh yes,
These players are competing for the first ultra rare Minerva.
speaking of Minerva, a very different version of that card as a
Yes.
super-sized card.
Yeah, I was just walking through the hall and I noticed my friend Marcelo, who we've had on stream a couple of times over this weekend, was just walking along with a Minerva, and it was about 10 times the size of it.
Yeah.
So I walked over there and he was like, "Oh look, I've got a Minerva." I was like, "Oh, okay, I see."
Yeah, it's one of the few ways how to get that card.
Yeah.
And yeah, but unfortunately you cannot play it in a duel.
Yes.
Even-
Well, actually, it doesn't say that you can't.
Yeah, I saw that these new giant cards are only having the information that this is a limited edition in the lower left corner.
Yeah.
So it no longer has the restriction you cannot play this card in a duel.
Yeah.
So if Marcelo Barberi is playing against you in the next local tournament or something, and he's coming with a gigantic card next to him, here's some spoiler alert for you. He's gonna play Minerva.
I wonder if he can get one of the sleeve creation companies to produce a sleeve for it,
Yeah.
or even a top loader maybe. That would be rather expensive.
All right. So 1-0 in the finals of YCS Rimini after just one, like, I don't know, 2 turns basically.
Yeah. well,
And the first turn was just a pass.
It was a first turn
Yeah,
win there by
talk about an explosive win.
Lorenzo. So we're just seeing side decking shuffling up.
Yeah. And is there anything in the side decks? I've
These-
been
these-
asking this question all weekend.
These deck lockdowns are going to cause so many issues. If but basically deck lockdown, I roughly know what it does, but I'm gonna get the exact card text. I'm gonna do a prediction on this because Ollie's looking for it for me. It's a continuous spell card, and then during the second standby phase after activation, it's destroyed. Your own second standby phase after activation is destroyed, and it says neither player can add cards from their deck to their hand except by drawing them.
Yeah, it also says monsters cannot be special summoned from the main deck.
Ah, yes,
This is the other thing. And basically, it's a card against gladiator beasts.
yes,
But it's not too bad against certain other archetypes.
no.
All right, we're assuming that Lorenzo Santoni went first. This time that would make sense according to the count of cards. He starts with a Manju of the 10,000 hands. He's got
Yeah.
9,000 more than the others.
Yeah, that's a lot of hands.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he's just going to pass. And Andrea is going to throw out an OTK here. And what is he going to go for here? This time he's not going to assemble a gigantic field, because he cannot attack, of course.
Nope.
This is now the tribute action that you mentioned before.
Yeah, so he's probably gonna either make a rank 4 play, which is probably not the intention here. He's probably just going to tribute both of Valkyrus and Manju, or he is gonna, yeah, it's either that or make a rank 4 play. So the preparation of rights is probably gonna go get Clausulus, which is gonna get a, he's gonna obviously return the cycle from his graveyard, and he's gonna go and get a Necros Kaleidoscope with that Clausulus, so that he can summon his Unicorn and start producing some of these Exceed plays. So the likelihood of him going for like a Daigusto Emerald is quite high.
Mm-hmm. And Andrea Zanotti doesn't have a maxi this time around.
Nope, so he can absolutely go to town. Necros town.
Yeah. This is a blue town.
Mm-hmm.
at the coast of Italy.
It's blue.
And here we go. Second Valkyrus being added to the hand.
Yep.
Is this your desired opening?
Yeah, I think that this is 100% the opening that you want now. Apart from you'd really like that emerald to be a lava chain, but apart from that, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, he detaches Manju there. That's quite strange. That's in fact really, really strange. Usually you detach the Unicore so that you can use that Unicore again. That's really weird. Yeah, I'm not going to question him. He's in the finals of OYCS.
Yeah. He's gonna shuffle it back with the effect of Daigusto Emerald.
Yeah. Maybe he was wanting to keep that so that he can use the Necros of Unicore as fodder for Valkyrus. Like when it gets tributed using the Valkyrus's effect. And then he's got another Valkyrus in hand to use the other effect to defend. Maybe that's the desired course of action here.
Right. Let's see if we can see the new cards that Lorenzo Santoni drew into.
Yeah. So he's already got like a reasonably great hand. Oh, he just drew deck lockdown. Okay.
So basically, it's a little bit like Vanity's Emptiness in him assembling his field, then activating that card and
Yeah.
denying his opponent
Yeah.
doing
So
the same thing.
we always refer back to the Dark Arm Dragon format, in which you would summon all your stuff, your Stardust Dragon, etc., and then just flip up Royal Oppression and say to your opponent, no, you can't do what I just did, because now there's Royal Oppression on the field. This is exactly the same kind of thing here. You produce a field which your opponent can't get out of while under this certain lock, and in this case, deck lockdown is going to be putting that pressure on.
Okay, let's bring that card up for you guys.
Yeah, and it actually is just a deck with lots of locks on.
Yeah, very, very good job by the artist there. He understood what the card is supposed to look like.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, you can just look at the card and know what it's supposed to do. Yep. So that's quite funny, because not many people have been playing the deck lockdown. There's been a few, but not that much. So Andre here might just be thinking, oh, you stole my strategy.
Yeah. And he's also not going to be happy with this.
Yep. So let's have a look at his hand here.
Reinforcement doesn't do anything.
He could...
Clausulus doesn't do anything.
No, he can't... He can normal summon Damage Juggler and then special summon Hat Tricker and then go into a 101, take the Valkyrus, and then
If he plays it.
attack.
Because we've seen that a couple of times.
Yeah, I'll Castell either.
Yeah,
That's fine.
he's going with Castell instead, or he has to go with Castell instead.
Mhm.
Because like many other players, he didn't find the space in his...
Oh, or he's actually put deck lockdown back. That's quite ironic, really. So, yeah, he's got rid of that deck lockdown, which opens up a world of possibilities for Andrea now. Let's see here, what can he do?
So now he's going to go
Necrocycle?
searching. Not just a little.
Oh, this is interesting. I'm pretty sure he's able to play Cycle, Pitch Shrit, summon Decisive Armor, or
Clausulus.
Classless. Yeah, maybe he's saving the Decisive Armor, and then go get Trishula, or get Bryanak, get Trishula, and then Mirror, banish Shrit, summon Trishula, play Trishula's effect.
Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens for some magical reason. Wow.
That's the best play.
This is some back and forth right there. With Andrea Zanotti.
Wow, that's a good shot.
Fighting back after that first game that was over on the very first turn of Lorenzo Santoni. Now he can go swinging. But
I think the only actual redeeming factor here is the fact that Lorenzo will be able to banish that Great Sorcerer if he has a Valkyrus in his hand.
he does have a Valkyrus, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to banish that Great Sorcerer and get its effect.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a spoiler right there.
But still,
Still, yeah.
that was quite impressive. And he also has Necros of Decisive Armor. Now that's quite an important thing here because he can just throw down that Necros of Decisive Armor whenever he feels like it.
Right.
So if his opponent thinks, okay, well, I'm just going to Trish your Trish, then he can just throw down the Necros of Decisive Armor. His opponent's Trishul's effect doesn't resolve. And this is something that I really should know. When does the Decisive Armor's effect run out? Is it during his end? Is it during the end phase of that turn?
Well, we can look that up.
Yeah. So yeah, target one.
Until the end of this turn.
Until it was just okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was, but I was unsure because that'd have been an even more immaculate play.
Yeah.
Because
All right.
then Trishula wouldn't be able to be run over that turn or the turn after.
So Lorenzo tries to come back with a Senju.
Yeah. So
Goes
it's
searching.
very basic Necros play here to play Kaleidoscope, send Herald of the Arclight, also bolstered by a Senju.
Get
Surging.
a Unicorn.
Yep.
And that opens him to the rank 4 place.
Yep. So, but still, he may be in the realms of thinking, oh well, he must have like another mirror in hand or something, or it's some monster that he can't use. He's probably not thinking too much about Decisive Armor right now.
But if he had another mirror, wouldn't he have said it?
Yeah, so another mirror. Yeah, that was complete rubbish. If he had another monster that he can't use, then
Yeah.
that's more likely, way more likely, in fact.
All right. But still, so far, he's not going for Trishula. He's instead going, well, the Senju that we mentioned, the Unicorn, and now a Valkyrus. That is also quite the field. These two are not holding back at all. Not pulling any punches.
No.
In a wild exchange. There's a Necros mirror.
Yeah, I think so. It's quite strange here. It is the finals. They're under quite a lot of pressure here. Both players seem to be going very aggressive, just throwing these ritual spells down here. And yeah, so
Yeah, sometimes we see that the best way for them to combat the feeling of being super nervous is to just like play as fast as possible.
Yeah.
And not think too much about what
Yeah.
they're doing.
I think particularly for Lorenzo, he's a massive advantage here because he can choose to play to win because he's won the first game. He can just go all out and see what happens. Now, I think we're going to end up here with Andrea with nothing left on the field.
Yeah, so Gungnir is attacking Closelas. We're waiting for that attack to connect. Andrea does have the Necros of Decisive Armor.
Yeah, so he could protect the Klaus Solas here.
Yeah, if he wanted to. Because it would gain 1,000 death.
Yep.
But he's not doing that here.
Yeah, it's probably better to save it for Trishula.
Yeah, because you're doing some damage.
Yeah, so... What? Oh, yeah, okay, so Valkyries tried to attack over the Trishula, and
Yeah.
then he played Decisive Armor. Okie dokie. That was good. That was a
Yes.
good play.
Definitely. He still loses his Castel.
Yeah.
And Lorenzo is, of course, very, very much ahead
Yeah.
in terms of cards on
Way
the
ahead.
field. Yeah. And
Both players have no cards in hand, however.
yeah, Lorenzo is, I think he's done for his turn. He has 0 cards in hand.
He's probably going to make Rhapsody. Like, that's the...
Oh, okay, so he's not quite done yet.
No, I think he's probably going to make a Rhapsody.
Mm.
Either that or he's going to make an Emerald to try and... he's already made his Emerald, hasn't he? Does he play more than one? Some people play more than one. Lorenzo plays more than one, yeah. He's playing 2 Emeralds. So yeah, that would be perfect to try and draw a card to use with the Gungnir.
Right.
That would be really perfect. So yeah, there's the second Emerald.
That's also interesting. How many players are playing 2 copies of that card?
I don't know if we've got Andrea here who's playing 2 as well. Let's have a look. No, he's just playing 1.
Yeah.
I play 2 Emerald in my builds because it was something that was popularized a couple of YCSs ago now. It's the ability to target the Emeralds and just keep recycling them over and over again.
Yeah.
Because the only bottleneck in Necros is the ritual spells, and Unicorn can turn into a ritual spell. So yeah, here we go. We see him do the play, put the emerald back. So he's just recharging his extra deck as well as the main deck.
It's also not too bad. Endless loop between those two.
Yeah. So he's hoping for a Necros card here. Let's see what he drew. It's going to be really, really good if he draws a Necros card here. Ah, he drew a Manju. So Andrea here is going to be able to use this Trishula to just straight attack over the Gungnir.
Yeah, and there's nothing stopping him now.
No.
Nothing's gonna stop
He
him.
he drew an Exa. Oh, Andrea.
That's not the
Exa
card
is
you
not.
need.
Yeah, that is not the card you were looking for. Yeah, so he has to take the risk here to attack the Emerald and hope upon hope that his opponent does not have the heart of the cards.
Yeah. And with an Exa in Force of the Necros, this is exactly not what he wanted to
Yeah,
draw.
that's so like the worst possible draw. He could have drawn any other card and it'd have probably been better than Exa. The only redeeming factor here is that if he gets Trishula'd, he's going to be able to revive. Okay, so he decides to tribute Trishula for Exa. What?
Is he trying to not fall victim to an opponent's Trishula?
Yeah, I guess that's the only reason to do that. That's 100% the only reason to do that, because Trishula is obviously far more powerful than Exa.
Yeah.
I wish I could just pick up the graveyard of Andrea right now, because if he has mirrors in there, then this Exa going to the grave could pose a real problem for Lorenzo. If the Exa goes to the grave and then Exa is banished with one of the mirrors, he can special summon Shurit from the banish pile using Exa's effect, go and search the Necros Cycle, play Necros Cycle, tribute the Shurit, summon the Trishula. So that's going to be a real issue.
Yeah, you lost me at like the third step. All right, I understood explosive play.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but this is
That's got
really good for Lorenzo, who can
Yeah.
now put a lot of pressure on Andrea. Andrea Zanotti really being on a clock here.
Oh. Wow.
There's a deck lockdown
That's-
again. And
He's going to pick up his cards, I think.
I think we're not quite there yet. He's on 6,200. He just checks his graveyard. But I think he's going to draw for his turn before he decides to shuffle up in frustration.
There's no way that he kept in Mystical Space. Sorry, there's no way that he put in Mystical Space Typhoons.
So what one card out does Andrea Zanotti have here? A card like Raigeki is going to buy him a little bit more time.
Yeah, there's no card that's going to kill that deck lockdown apart from a Mystical Space Typhoon.
All right, so that's something to know.
But he probably didn't keep in the Mystical Space Typhoons. But he's, we're in the finals. He's probably just holding on. He wants to see what this last card is at least.
Yeah.
He's going to look at it and probably enter handshake phase pretty swiftly.
So, Lorenzo did draw into a Necros of Unicorn.
That's Damage Juggler. Wow. Okay, so deck lockdown is going to be destroyed. He's going to be able to protect himself using that Damage Juggler. Oh.
So he buys himself another turn.
Yeah.
But unlikely that he's going to spot a comeback still.
Well,
But
no. At this point, he can because
stranger things have happened.
He has Exa. Exa's going to be able to provide a perfect stream out into the world of so many Necros plays.
Okay. So, yeah, we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves, or I shouldn't. So, there's an attack of...
Oh, hold up.
Manchu connected.
Lorenzo has a face down Vanity's Emptiness.
Ah.
That's unpleasant.
Now, Gungni is about to attack.
Yeah.
For game.
There's
There
the
is
damage juggler.
juggler. And...
He's just clowning around at this point.
Yeah, but why?
So here's the Vanity's Emptiness. He's going to go searching for a Bryanak, and then going to use the Bryanak straight away. Bryanak's going to go for a Dance Princess. So we're going to see some Exceed play here.
As an
Yeah,
Abyss Dweller.
so
Oof.
that is all she wrote, unfortunately.
Abyss Dweller in front of a reinforcement
There
of
we
the
go.
army. Yeah, and he passes
So
play. Andrea draws immediately. The Abyss Dweller detaches, and that is it.
The winner of YCS Rimini.
Lorenzo Santoni, yes. Wow. Congratulations on that victory. Welcome back to the finals of YCS Prague 2016.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the European World Championship Qualifier 2016 in Berlin, Germany. I'm Rob Hooley and joining me this is Matthew Bell.
Who am I?
Yeah, well, I'm used to
I've
saying
not been gone that long.
You've been gone long enough.
Yeah. Hi guys, how you doing today? Matt Bell.
Yeah, it's Matt Bell.
We're here with another exciting feature match for round 2. I do apologise in advance. I am incredibly deathly ill. I attacked a Sagia Dark Clan and someone flipped up pre-errata crush card on me.
Yeah.
And I feel like death.
Yeah, he's been crush card virus. He actually has a crush card box, which is where he's going to be throwing tissues. But today we have Jared Stone, who is the winner of the UK National Championships with Zolkin Monarchs, and he's brought it back today. So he's looking for another win with Zolkin Monarchs.
Yeah, really interestingly, he's gone for Zaborg the Mega Monarch in this build, which he didn't have in his UK Nationals list build. So he's obviously done some refining to his current strategy. And when you think about what's actually been released and what's changed, it's only the new Felgrand deck that we just saw last round. There's not really been any major releases out there. So it'll be interesting to see if this Zaborg comes into play. It's against a Cosmo Demise deck, so it's probably less likely we're going to see the Zaborg making a massive impact. But Cosmo Demise, we've seen quite a bit of it. We haven't really seen it be massively successful yet.
Not quite yet, but we are in round 2.
Well,
So
yeah, no, I mean on the circuit when you look at like North America, you look at the national championships. I know the national championships in the Netherlands, I believe it was won by a Cosmo Demise deck. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out because Jared is one of the fastest Monarch players I've ever seen.
Yeah, there were a lot of comments of how savage the UK national finals was.
It's because like Jared's entire strategy was I haven't slept in 2 days. I just kept practicing. So when I was tired, even if I was tired, I'd know exactly what I was doing at any given time.
Yeah.
So he had his game plan already sorted out. He wasn't going to time. He was like, no, I'm just a better Monarch player than you. And that was his strategy, and it paid out for him.
Yeah, definitely. Now, as you say, Cosmo is still an extremely strong deck, though.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to discount Cosmo. Cosmo does silly things.
Yeah.
When you've got access to Dark Destroyer, which is massively disruptive. You recently got the Dark Lady added to that, which can give you some much key effect negation, and it's a pilot. Pilot being the smaller monsters that you can basically ladder up into larger.
Pilots go up, ships go down.
That's the way to remember it. We've got 3 Chaos Trap Holes in Alexander's deck. That could come into play against some of the Monarch stuff we're going to be seeing. Yeah, it should be good. Again, I think with this with Ricardo Demise Cosmo, I think there's a lot that can go wrong, but I'm prepared to be wrong.
You're prepared to be wrong.
If it works, I'm very happy.
I mean, it is Monarchs, and Monarchs just have a kind of a tendency to kind of not be very consistent, but it's also very consistent. It's the most inconsistent, consistent deck that there is.
That's just weird to think about, but
Yeah.
Should we head to the table and see how it's done?
I believe they're actually ready. Yep.
Here we go. They're going to roll for the first turn. Jared starting off with a strong 6. Slightly less impressive 3 from Alexander.
Shaking hands and just getting ready. Very nice extra deck sleeves there.
Oh, the
Over on Jared's side.
OCG Erebus ones.
Yeah. This is Jared on the bottom of our screen, I believe.
Yeah, Jared should be the blue side.
Yeah.
The blue team representing.
But of course, Alexander is from Germany, so he's kind of representing his home country at the moment.
Oh yeah, with the largest number of players actually coming from Germany.
Yep.
We're expecting Germany to perform very well in this WCQ. Oh, Jared's hand. He's opened double Brilliant Fusion, which isn't amazing, and Corrosive Light Monarch with the Prime Monarch. So his hand doesn't really go tons of places, but let's see what he makes out of this.
And there's that Dark Witch and a Lazuli.
Yeah. So yeah, he can tribute his Serenite for the Dark Witch if he needs to. Yeah, here's going to see Kuraz, and Kuraz is going to clear up the Prime Monarch and Brilliant Fusion, draw 2.
Yep. Kuraz is such a good Monarch.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when it came out years ago, and everybody was like, "This card is bad.
Yeah,
it
it's
makes
bad.
my opponent draw cards."
But then you kind of realise that, oh wait, no, I could destroy. Even if I just destroy it, I can draw a card. And when Monarchs kind of came out with the structure deck, you got so many more cards where you were like, I don't really mind if I destroy my guys because I could just bring things out really quickly. And that one card that he's just put down on the table, just completely and totally blowing up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Aether, one of the strongest Monarchs we've released, and there's the turn 2 Aether that Jared's going to be holding up.
And there's the Pantheism, which is ridiculously strong. Drawing cards, absolutely everything. If I bring that up, it's not on the table, so I can't quite.
No, it's probably been cycled out at this point. But interestingly, Jared has put Frostblast of the Monarchs down, which is going to give him some spell and trap disruption without him needing to commit any more cards. Because he's going into this match blind, so he's given himself the most open-ended place. He's holding up an Aether, Frostblast in the graveyard. He's got Prime Monarch in the graveyard. He's good to go.
Frostblast of the Monarchs is basically a Galaxy Cyclone for Monarchs.
He's pulling up Quick Draw Synchron.
Oh, here comes the Quick Draw Synchron. I think he's, well, he'd be going for a Zolkin play at this point, wouldn't it?
Ultimaya, yeah. That would be the big one. He could start Crystal Wing against Unknown deck. Very, very strong start. So I was kind of wrong about that opening hand. He just seems to have drew into that with the Kuraz play. As I mentioned before, Jared is a master Monarch player. And here we go. We're going to see Crystal Wing probably.
Really kind of popularised the Zolkin build in the UK. As soon as he won that, everybody was just mad for Zolkin. And if I bring that up,
and he's still holding that Aether up. So he's got Effect Negation. He's got the Prime Monarch in the graveyard. He's got the Ultimaya threat that Alexander just has to deal with. If that thing sticks around for more than a turn, the game gets out of control completely. It's a good question to see if Jared's actually running a second target for his Ultimaya.
No, it looks like we're going over to Alexander with an absolutely huge turn. That his field seems pretty unbeatable. But let's have a look at what Alexander's got in his hand there.
Savage Colosseum.
I'm not quite sure what that card does.
I see Kaiser Colosseum on his deck list.
I think that there may just be an error with the app.
Possibly. Oh, no, I imagine that's much to the amusement of our Twitch audience. Okay, so he has got the Emergency Teleport, Solemn Strike, Vanity's Emptiness. That Vanity's Emptiness being way too late here.
One of the things that Monarchs do very, very well is they make a big board to start off with and go, can you kind of deal with this? Because you're going to have to.
Yeah, well, Jared's set up for this turn and next turn. He'll be all right as well. So let's see how Alexander tries to play out of this. He's drew Cosmo Dark Destroyer. Okay, he can make some stuff here. He can go Emergency Teleport into any monster he wants and goes and use the Dark Destroyer. If Crystal Wing uses its negation effect to destroy the Dark Destroyer, he will still get the search effect from it, because Crystal Wing can only negate one of the two effects it'll be activating each turn. Oh no, Savage Colosseum, that really old card which forces monsters to attack, I believe, right?
If a monster attacks at the end of the damage step, it control against 300 life points. All monsters must attack if able, and during the end phase, destroy all face attack position monsters the turn player controls that did not declare an attack. That looks.
I think he's just put the wrong card in, and I think that.
Yeah, it does look like it. That actually looks like Cosmo Town that's on the field.
Yeah, that certainly is.
And he's setting 2, which looks like the Emptiness and the Strike.
Yep. I'd say Kaiser won't actually affect him because he doesn't control, Alexander doesn't control any monsters, so it will have no impact, but he can use the Emergency Teleport to give him a monster.
Yeah.
And Jared is going to activate Stormforth. Simply just to banish it so he can get his second Ether. Probably going to pull up an Erebus at this point.
Okay, down goes the Pantheism of the Prime Monarch, so he's got a special summon in the graveyard, and he's also got his search in the graveyard. Still sat with a Twin Twister in hand.
Oh, it's the Mega Zaborg. He pulls up Mega Zaborg.
Oh, yes, because that does mean that he can basically get rid of half his opponent's graveyard if need be.
Extra deck.
Extra deck,
it just
sorry.
munches for the extra deck, although
Yeah.
Cosmo
Doesn't really...
traditionally not crying
on it.
too much if it loses its extra deck, but Jared certainly feels confident enough to have this 2800 attack behemoth on the field.
And he has the Twin Twisters and Brilliant Fusion sat in hand.
Oh, wow. This duel is
It's
just
pretty
about
much,
over.
Pretty much over, yeah. On the field, there's the Vanity Temptress and Solemn Strike, which I'm not quite sure why he didn't. Well,
What's your fault there?
well, the Vanity Temptress was there with it. Surely you can respond to Aether's effect of special summoning a Monarch. Which
No, he's just said it this turn because it's still Alexander's turn.
Oh, is he doing it during his turn? Sorry.
Yeah.
I missed that the turn hadn't moved forward there. Okay, so Emergency Teleport coming down. Dark Destroyer still in hand. And here comes the Tin Can.
He's just going to take a quick double check of that Ultimaya.
If you can read that incredibly tiny text there, lots of text on Ultimaya.
It summons dragons.
That's what it does. Level 7 or 8 dragons from the extra deck. I mean, your targets, you have quite a few targets where you got your Lightsworn Michael, you got your Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon. I believe you also usually have a Stardust in there sometimes. It's up to you on that one.
Yeah, I think Jared is just never expecting to resolve the Ultimaya more than twice and still not win the game.
Yeah. Because you can bring out such powerful cards that just completely change the game.
Well, just cheating the Crystal Wing into play is just absurd. It's such a powerful Synchro monster. Once per turn, a negation. It's very hard to battle against with any high-level monster because it just activates an Honest on itself. One of my favorite is my favorite card from Shining Victories, actually. I think Jared's letting the Tin Can resolve. And when the Tin Can's going to get banished by the Emergency Teleport. And if he tries to... Oh, wait, hold on. If I missed a step?
I'm not sure. It looks like he's taken 100 damage, then 500?
No. Alexander is paying for the Tin Can. I think Jared was just getting ready to pick up his Zaborg. Yeah, so he's going to let Alexander get the Tin Can, and then he can negate the Tin Can if he tries to banish it for a monster effect. And he has Twin Twisters in his hand if his opponent does try to use Call of the Haunted. The Emergency Teleport should banish Tin Can.
Oh, no, he's moved on to the next turn. And the Twin Twists has taken out the Kaiser Colosseum. And by the look of it, I believe that was the Vanities that he's just targeted there.
I'm a bit confused. Did the monster Tin Can get... Oh, hold on a sec. He could have... Yeah, I see why he's taking the extra 100-point damage.
It's from the Cosmo
the Crystal Wing, yeah, negates the Tin Can. He adds a Tin Can back. Summons Tin Can. All right,
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just a little step behind.
Well, as you said at the start, you're ill. We'll forgive you, Matt.
I've seen better days. That's for sure. And here comes Michael. Michael's effect to banish the face down.
Mhm.
It's Solemn Strike, right?
Yeah.
He's going to activate the effect and Solemn Strike the Crystal Wing. So now we're going to see Dark Destroyer coming down. That's very, very strong. Interestingly, Jared could have just used the Frost Blast on that face down card. That's in his graveyard. Without having to risk losing out onto Solemn Strike.
Now, the only card left in Alexander's hand there is Cosmo, Dark Destroyer.
I don't believe you can target Ultimaya as long as Jared controls a dragon, so he's going to just take out the Ether.
Now, there's been no normal summon this turn, so there are still tribute summons available.
Yeah, he's just going to guarantee himself a Stormforth, and then he's going to Stormforth his opponent's Dark Destroyer.
Yeah. Now, Zaborg, please remind me, because I know that some of the Monarchs have mandatory effects. Is Zaborg a mandatory effect?
You can pull the text up right there. It's been so long since I've actually seen Mega Zaborg. From my understanding, it's if you tribute light monsters, you destroy one monster on the field, then if it's a light monster, you banish cards from your opponent's extra deck equal to the level of that card that you destroyed. Your eyesight's probably better than me. I'm wearing these glasses and I still can't read that from here.
Yeah, I believe it's actually mandatory. So he's going for the 2 tributes.
Oh, he's going to destroy itself?
No, I believe he's pointing at the Dark Destroyer.
Yeah, well, he can't target the Dark Destroyer.
Oh, no, he cannot. You're correct.
Oh, he's going to now strip 8 cards from the extra deck.
From?
Each player's extra deck. Oh, no, from his own extra deck. Here. It's actually really interesting because he is playing the full suite of... he is playing one Domain of the Monarchs, so he could conceivably find himself in a position where he can destroy his own extra deck and then say, hey, my Domain's live.
Some people are just asking in this Twitch chat, how was this tin can still on the field a couple of turns back?
All right, so the players actually did some shortcutting, which I think we missed. But basically, the tin can got banished for its cost to activate. The Crystal Wing negated it. Alexander paid 100 life points, added the tin can back to his hand, normal summon the tin can, used the tin can's effect in the end phase, which then was the 600 life point deficit. The 600 life point cost. He's using the Psyframes to... he's very, very clever. He's using the Psyframe Omega to put the materials for his Brilliant Fusion back into his extra deck, so he can now actually resolve the second Brilliant Fusion. That's super sneaky, Jared. What other tricks are you hiding from us? So this actually solves part of the problem of playing the multiple Brilliant Fusions without actually having the materials in your deck, because you never want to draw the materials. And the more you put in your deck, the more bad draws you can add to the Monarch deck, which already has a number of bad draws. So this is actually really clever. I didn't see this one coming.
So, now in its hand, we have Return of the Monarchs, Monarch Storm 4th, and I believe he had a Dark Witch in his hand as well.
Yeah, so he can, he's just activated the Storm 4th, so he won't be able to special summon from the extra deck for the rest of the turn, but now he's got Return of the Monarchs. Tribute 2 for Erebus. So he could have used the Storm 4th there, right?
I believe so. Storm 4th doesn't target.
Question. The restriction on Storm 4th, can you activate that if you've already used someone from the extra deck that turn, or is it for the rest of the turn?
I'm not too sure. I do believe that it's the same as Pot of Duality, essentially. But at this point, it looks like he was looking to spin rather than destroy anyway.
Yeah, he's probably to shut down possible Call of the Haunted plays. Or maybe that's what the cards he sent to the graveyard. Maybe actually he was just sending the Stormforth to the graveyard because of Erebus. And that's probably how it got there. Sorry, it looked like he dropped it from his hand.
Oh yeah, that's right. He dropped it from his hand to the graveyard to bring Erebus back.
Alexander going to be using his Cosmo Town to get his Tin Can.
His hand's just got a little bit better there.
He's going to use Cosmo Town to shuffle the cards back so he can hopefully draw some better cards. Because he is still facing down Erebus. And what else does Jared have in his hand right now?
Just a Dark Witch. Oh, well, he does have the Ether, so he does have the ability to be able to just tribute away.
Yeah, and then cause lots of problems for Alexander.
So yeah, just to confirm again, as the chat is going crazy, thinking that he shouldn't have been able to play that card, he did just drop it from his hand to be able to bring Erebus back to hand from the graveyard. That's where the Erebus came from. He didn't actually draw into it.
Yeah, it's sometimes a little bit difficult to track when we don't have the comms for the table. Obviously, when you're just playing against the guy in front of you, you just say, hey, where's that Erebus coming from? And then he'll answer, or she'll answer. But we don't have that, so we're trying to interpret a little bit. Let's see how Alexander tries to get out of this one.
So everything has been set. Erebus has been tributed for Ether. Dark Witch in hand there for Jared. Let's see what he's dropping. Return, and he has a very tiny deck now. Escalation. Yep. Kuraz coming out.
Clear out his his Return of the Monarch and his Brilliant Fusion to draw 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
Also getting Return of the Monarch restriction off of him again.
Okay, so that was a domain, and I wasn't sure what the other card was there.
I only saw the domain there, but we'll
see
that
in a
second.
second. Quick Draw Synchron seems to be the other card.
And we're going to see the 2 Prime Monarchs getting overlaid into Constellar Pleiades. This is really good, because if Call of the Haunted is used at this point, Jared can actually just return the Call of the Haunted to his opponent's hand to prevent Alexander from actually getting anything out of it.
Yeah.
He is still at risk of a Solemn Strike, and Alexander actually is holding 2 Call of the Haunted, so that 1 Pleiades is not going to be...
Yep, and exactly what you said there is just happened. Jared's hand has suddenly become very full. Maxi is dropped. So card draw is going to happen. And he's destroying the Pleiades. Now there is a Twin Twisters in the hand there. So the Call of the Haunted is pretty much going to be gotten rid of anyway.
Jared's got an out. Jared's got an out to that. Granted, in doing so, he'll trigger the Dark Destroyer, so I'm not sure if that's the most profitable way out of it, especially since he can ditch any of those cards in his hand to get back the Erebus if he needs to, and then Erebus straight away that Dark Destroyer.
But Alexander's got a huge kind of field. I'm pretty sure that there should be a Cosmo Town on our list there, but it is missing.
Alexander is also holding the emergency teleport.
Yeah, so he's not beaten at this point.
No, if
he does still have his outs.
Yeah, it's going to be quite hard for him because he's not going to be able to stick the Farm Girl. He is playing 2 of those Farm Girls in his deck because the Prime Monarch is going to be able to just Oh, he's going to be using Twin Twister. I don't know if this is still in the chain. No, it wouldn't be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten rid of his other card.
Alexander just checking all of Jared's options, just to see where it can go. And out comes the Utility. Well, let's see what he goes for.
Yeah, Tin Can.
Now, just to note, Alexander does have a third Call of the Haunted sat in his hand.
I remember when that was a limited card.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a long
ago.
time ago. That was a long time ago. But that's back when Grace for Charity was, you were allowed to use that.
It was unfair because you could get back Jinzo, and Jinzo didn't even leave the field if you got rid of it.
Yeah.
Now look at us, throwing around 3,000 attack giant spaceships that just don't get targeted and replace themselves and destroy cards.
I remember when Twin-Headed Fire Dragon was the best card in my deck.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
That was... I don't think that's ever been a thing.
No. Wasn't my locals. Okay, so that was his Nasty going to hand. Jared has an Ether in hand. Oh, that's on the table, sorry. He has an Erebus in hand and a Curaz, so he's able to use that tenacity.
Yeah, that Pantheism always offering a false choice to your opponent, because as long as you pad out the rest of your choices with any other remaining number of tenacity, you can always get what you need.
Yeah.
And Cosmo does not like getting Stormforth because it denies them the ability to use a replacement on their ships. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, the Monarchs actually do something when they're summoned.
Yeah.
We're going to see Erebus coming back up.
Does seem that way. Although he can get any,
oh,
remember,
no,
so he's gone for the Zaborg.
Mega Zaborg.
Attributed away for the Zaborg. Zaborg's effect. Now the Mega Monarchs, you can only contribute one monster as long as it's a tribute summoned monster that you're tributing.
This is what makes the Stormforth really... Ah, there you go. See, he's cleared his extra deck now. So he can actually use his domain to stop his opponent accessing his extra deck.
Very interesting use of Zaborg.
Yeah.
Means he's essentially playing the Zolkin build and the domain build in one go.
I feel like that's hyper greedy, but Jared is a very strong player.
He's doing it, though.
Like, he's going, I'm just going to take the best of both worlds, and he's rolling with it. I can just imagine things going horribly wrong for him, but then if we saw, he can actually put the cards he wants in his extra deck back using Psyframe Omega.
There comes the Junk Synchron. Tenacity discarded to get back a Monarch.
He's got game.
Got the Ether.
I believe. Because he can, if he uses his Omegas to put back Ultimaya and Crystal Wing, he brings out the Ultimaya, he triggers it, gets Crystal Wing, attacks straight over the Dark Destroyer, gains 3,000 attack points.
Yeah, that would work. I believe the judge just wanted to read Erebus there. Wanted to check whether it was once per turn, I think.
I don't know if Alexander knows what's happening right now, but he's seen this a little bit earlier. Is Psyframe Omega once per turn, the graveyard effect?
I will check for you. Psyframe Lord Omega.
Okay, he just put Kuraz back to his deck.
That does mean he has enough target with the Ether that now is in his hand, I believe. I'm pretty sure he had an Ether in his hand a second ago.
Okay, no, he just sets a card.
Maybe it doesn't actually say once per turn.
He is definitely playing 2 on his list. Unless I've missed something, he had the opportunity to take the game there, right? Unless he's already using something that prevents him summoning from his extra deck that turn.
Very possible. Monarchs do that.
Yeah, they have lots of cards with the restriction. You have to have an empty extra deck, or you can't special summon from the extra deck this turn. Okay, so we're gonna see Tin Can.
Sometimes if you hear Matt kind of fade away, it's because the crush card virus is still getting him.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want you guys to hear me like mouth breathing like one of those guys. So I keep lifting the microphone up, and then something happens. I get excited, and then I realize I haven't actually put my microphone back down. So if I do just sort of like disappear, I am still here. I'm not just floating away.
Oh, that's the card of demise that I just saw Alexander add to hand.
Pretty good card.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that. I have heard it's a good card. What's kind of funny is there's a slight delay on your stream to what we're seeing. Just as I said, oh, he's drawn a card of demise, I turned to the right and saw, now watch Alexander rip card of demise from the top. That was a good prediction.
Who's that guy? You just won 2 points.
Yeah.
I don't know what these points are for or where you can redeem them or anything, but you've got 2 points. Okay, Stormforth?
Okay, Stormforth is going for Ether.
Yeah, he's going to be able to tribute his opponent's monster and his monster.
Yeah, he would have to. There is that call. Well, the call wants to face it with the Cosmic Dark Destroyer on it right there. In hand, we still have a Curaz and an Aether. He's tributing Prime Monarch. And Aether is going to possibly special summon.
His deck is looking awfully thin. Looking at how big that banish pile is, I'm not sure if he can actually. Oh yeah, he's going for it.
I'm pretty sure he just
Wait,
needs,
no,
does he not just need to attack at this point?
I think he's doing this in Alexander's turn.
Ah.
Sorry, the turns take so long; they kind of blend together. Yeah, so Jared was doing that in Alexander's turn. Card of demise. Draw 3, pass go, collect my 3 cards. I think he drew Cosmotown, Dark Destroyer, which he can't do anything with, and
Here's
another
what he
card
drew
of
into.
demise.
Just entering it into the app there.
Oh, he's going to shuffle away the Dark Destroyer with his Cosmotown. Well, he's going to discard it anyway, so he's quite happy to do so. Try and draw himself another trap card.
Okay, it just looks like Alexander's hiding his hand from our app tech experts. I don't really know what to call them.
App Masters, we established this last year.
Oh, okay, they are the app masters.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I don't trust this guy. You know, standing behind me looking at my hand. It's Ryan's dodgy sideburns, that's what it is.
They're not dodgy, they're beautiful.
I actually asked him, he actually has like his proper regime for these sideburns, like shampoo and everything.
Yeah, conditions them. Why wouldn't you? They're luxurious.
I can't grow them. I like grow like 1 or 2 whiskers. So I get this bit at the front that looks good, and then I can't grow the rest. It's just I feel like I'm a failure as a man, to be honest, because of this.
So Ryan makes you feel a bit inadequate, just...
No, it's the fact that he can grow facial hair, not
Yeah.
that Ryan makes me feel that way, in particular.
No, just his sideburns. Okay, we've established that.
Sorry, it's just something that happens to you when you grow up, apparently. We're going to see Tin Can.
This game is it's been going on for a while.
Yeah, both players are leveraging out their cards as much as possible.
I think I'm doing some searches. I believe this is... Is this all still in the same turn that he's demised?
Yeah,
Which means that he can't special summon during the end phase either.
that is correct.
So they're all going to go to the graveyard, essentially.
Well, he's played his second Cosmo. Oh, yeah.
He does have a Call of the Haunted set.
Well, you resolve. The way you do it is you resolve your card of demise effect to discard your hand first, and then you use your tin can.
Yeah.
So you get to keep the tin can card. See how itchy Jared is right there. He's hovering that Prime Monarch. He's like, yeah, go on, just waiting for my moment, waiting for my moment.
And away it goes.
Graveyard running dangerously thin of Monarch cards from the looks of it.
Somebody just asked, is this still game one? Yes, this is still game one.
Still going strong.
Monarchs just do so much that the games just take so long. But the thing is that it's not a case of even slow playing. It's literally, there's just so many things you can do. You're still progressing the game.
Well, Jared is, as I said before, he's very on top of what he's doing at any given point of the game. That's Artifact Randall he just put back in his extra deck?
Yes, I did see that, yeah. Ooh. So we can see his field there, his hand, he's got his Adia and a Kuraz, and on the table, Alexander has got a formidable field. He's looking at Call the Haunted, Cosmojo, Call the Haunted, which you can see face up there, his Tin Can, and he's also set a second card of Demise. Now, Cosmotown, again, isn't on our app there, but you can see it there on the field.
Yeah, I think there's been a minor malfunction with that card.
Yeah. I believe so. I think for whatever reason, there may be an issue with Cosmo cards in our app. So we'll just see. Let's have a look. No, so Cosmo cards seem to be absolutely fine. I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's just Cosmo Town. Oh, okay, so Durandal's come down. Durandal's actually one of my favorite cards.
No, then tell us what it does.
Okay, Durandal essentially means whenever somebody plays an effect, you can change the effect to destroy a card. Or destroy, I believe, it's a spell or trap card. The idea was that artifacts, you wanted your opponent to destroy your cards during their turn. So he was a very, very powerful card to be able to do that back in the hat format or whichever artifact trap trick deck you happen to be playing at the time. So he knows that there's going to be something back there that he doesn't want his opponent to use. So down comes Kuraz to get rid of a couple of cards in the back row. Anything that's changed at that point is going to turn into destroy a card.
But for Durandal's effect, he has to control spells or trap cards, right?
I'm not too sure. I will check for you. Yes, it has to become destroy one spell or trap card your opponent controls.
No, he's going to shuffle the. He's going to shuffle the hands away.
It's Durandal's second effect, I believe.
It takes away the. Interestingly, it takes away the. It puts more random chance on the Cosmos players than whether or not they have a ship in their hand. Because he's chaining it to the activation of Tin Can, he goes banish Tin Can, and he goes, okay, I'll shuffle your hand away. If you don't draw a card, I get to look at your hand. And in this case, he did draw Dark Witch, which is a pretty good one to draw when facing down a field of monsters.
A field like that, yeah.
Take you out of the duel. Granted, with Alexander's life total being so low, his life points, sorry. That Wicked Witch will only be able to survive. Will only buy him 1 turn. Call the Haunted, Dark Destroyer. This is the 5th Dark Destroyer we've seen this duel.
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this is what we were saying in one of our deck profiles, that your deck just has to be prepared to deal with so many Dark Destroyers. Because it's just very sticky. Just it gives you cards back, and whenever you get it back, you start the cycle all over again.
Okay, so that Call the Hunt, second Call the Hunt came face up. There's still a Cosmojo set there.
Which is going to get forced now if Alexander needs to use it. I think for the main event, we just had time called on the round.
Okay, so Cosmojo is getting rid of the Durandal. Dark Destroyer. See what it gets there. A lot of people are saying in the Twitch chat that they've never really used the first effect of Durandal. I'm not necessarily saying that people play it for that. I'm just saying that it's one of my favorite effects.
The hand shuffle.
No, being able to rewrite players' cards effects.
Oh, yeah. There's very few cards in the game that did that. I believe the first one was a Dark World card a long time ago that forced your opponent, turned your opponent's spell into you discard a card.
Oh, that was I think it was called. Oh, I can't remember. It was the tiny one that you could special summon to your opponent's side of the field, and its effect became discard a card.
It was a trap. It was a trap card.
Ah.
But, we're not. I don't believe we're going to be seeing any Dark World this weekend, so there's no point hanging around on that. But you never know. Graphome always occasionally makes an appearance and graces us.
I don't think we're going to see any Dark Worlds this weekend.
You know, fair play to the guy or girl who shows up with it.
Yeah, Dark World was fun. But anyway, Slit Rider came down. Or maybe adding it to his hand, I'm not too sure. No, yeah, came down. Kaiser Colosseum coming to Alexander's hand there. And Chaos Trap Hole.
Chaos Trap Hole with its 2,000 life point cost is a dead card to Alexander at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Alexander's taking a lot of damage there. He's only on 1,100, and Jared's still standing strong at 7,000.
Interesting, if he kills the Eidos on the field, that will give him the ability to get back his Idea in the graveyard, which then counts as the tribute materials he'll need for the Zaborg he's got in his hand.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Kaiser Colosseum.
And time has been called.
Time's been called on the table. Interesting way to doing it there, but it's effective.
Well, neither player's playing Pendulum, so
yeah,
sure, why not?
so they'll be fine.
Let's just cover up the game zones, why not?
So, he is actually taking a very long time to take his turns there. He has kind of very little options in field and in hand. I'm not quite sure what he's got in his graveyard there, but he... the only thing he could really do at this point, what would you say he could do at this point? In general, I mean, he's only got a Chaos Trap Hole and a Dark Destroyer in his hand. On the field, Kaiser Coliseum, the Slip Rider, which isn't on our app, unfortunately. But I mean, what can he do?
Okay, so he can banish with a Dark Destroyer.
Mm-hmm.
He can Dark Destroyer, take out one card. He could. Yeah, he's going to make the attack. Banish with Dark Destroyer. Take out his opponent's card and then attack for 2, but I don't think that's the way to do it. I think he might be... See, he's in a really awkward position. Because if he could use the Slip Rider to destroy the Korez, he'd then be able to get the... No, sorry, I'm thinking of something completely wrong. Okay, so he makes his first attack. Does he banish for the Dark Destroyer and then put in 5,300?
I think that's the judge there just asking him to play a little bit faster.
Well, we're already at time, and this is game 1.
We did actually have a very cool kind of seminar last night with the judges, where we actually specifically spoke about slow play and the idea behind it, when to recognise it, and when to kind of how it actually affects the tournament. And it's so detrimental to a tournament if judges aren't picking up on it. So I'm quite glad that he asked him to make a move there. And yep, exactly what you said.
Nice. Yeah, he could destroy his Slip Rider, get Farm Girl, attack over, Farm Girl attacks, connects, get Dark Destroyer. That'd be another 3,000. He might be... I don't know what the contents of his deck is left, but he might be able to finish the game. Oh, it's just there's the Prime Monarch to worry about as well, which is going into the calculation.
Yeah.
He doesn't replace the Slip Rider. Interesting, because that way he keeps his Kaiser Coliseum up.
Very interesting to say he's in time as well to have let that happen. And it's how many turns is it at this point of competitive play?
So you complete the current turn, then play continues for... I always get confused with this, actually, because I'm
Is
not
that
playing
3 or
normal
5?
It's Swiss, I believe it's 5.
Okay.
Yep. The Kaiser Coliseum, I'm going to stop him from going much further than that.
It might actually be poignant here how many cards Jared still has in his deck.
A deck out could certainly be possible.
Yeah.
Alexander's going to be looking to see whether or not he can win the game.
I mean, he has nothing in hand at the moment.
Well, always remember
as
he's
far
got
as we
the
see.
Cosmo Town
Oh, he has just drawn, of course. The Chaos Trap Hole has been set as well.
Yeah, it's just a bluff. There's no way he's going to be using that.
Well, we can't.
Yeah.
It's just a case of we need to know what that card is that he's just drawn. If our
Jared could just go Upstart Goblin, and then he'd have it online. But Jared does not play Upstart Goblin, so that's not going to happen.
and just attacking over it simply.
This gets Jared
Which
back.
lets him get back his Stormforth.
Yep, there is a Call of the Haunted for Alexander. How many Call of the Haunted is that now?
I think we've seen all 3.
4 times. He bounced. He returned one with Pleiades.
Oh yes, he did. So we've seen four Call of Haunteds. A huge tail for Alexander there. He's got his Oasis Dragon Souls as well, of course. Okay, so Jared, his hand consists of Maxi, Monarch Stormforth, Curaz, and Zaborg.
Free guesses which of those cards he really doesn't want to be activating at this point.
Yep.
Actually, I have no idea how many cards he's got left in his deck.
Okay, he's just confirming there that he can't tribute both his opponent and his monster because there's still one monster on his opponent's side of the
he
field.
can't attempt to put a new monster into play, even if that would actually end up being legal.
And Jared's grave is huge. like absolutely massive. I'm pretty sure I can only really see one card left in his deck. Having to attack there.
He's going to trade off some life points to free up his zone so he can tribute his opponent's monster.
There we go, tributing it. And the Waste of the Dragon Souls is still there. But he may get brave and play the Curaz. Just having a quick short discussion.
Oh,
I believe there's actually a judge appeal going on at the moment.
sure. So we're just going to be a few moments while they resolve this. How are you guys finding the match anyway? Anything in the Twitch?
In the Twitch, everybody has kind of just been going along. I'm not quite sure who... Well, who do you think is going to win at this point, guys? As the head judge is coming over.
All right, let's see what happens here. Oh, it's come to us. That's the what signal we were just getting. So I'm not entirely sure what the appeal is. I think it's to do with the Kaiser Coliseum and the Monarchs on 4th, but
Yeah.
we'll see.
As to whether he can use it at all.
Because if he resolves it, it will actually be legal. The number of monsters will be legal, but he can't attempt to put a monster into play at that time.
Yeah.
It's actually really difficult to explain, and a ruling's nightmare, honestly. You see this with Goes a Match and Rivalry, for example, being able to summon something from your hand, but if it matches your type, and then actually not summoning that. These kind of cards are really, really tricky for judges. So the players have appealed because they want to make sure that they're getting the correct information.
Yep. And you may see me thumbs upping there. I was just noticed that the head judge was walking past us again, so we were resuming play. Okay, so he's setting a card there. The only card he actually has to set is Max C. So I do believe that he's just set the Max C.
Well, if he can buy himself out of these turns, he can win the game just on a life point deficit in the match, since this is still game 1.
Of course. Monarchs just takes so long to play. I mean, it reminds me of some previous formats that we've actually had.
Yeah, WCQ formats being notoriously long games when we look back to the Dragon Ruler format. A fan-beloved format. Our judges, perhaps not so much when we left here at 2 a.m. On Frankfurt.
Yeah.
WCQ. And Spellbooks as well, because more searching.
I remember I was doing written coverage during that format.
How do you find it?
Yeah, there was a lot of the same cards over and over again, but you get used to it.
Yeah, it's like, he's going to go get Jaugen.
Okay, so it looks like the OS Strength Souls was flipped, bringing out the Dark Destroyer to pop that face down card, which we all know is the Max C. I think the judge has just gone off for another appeal. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Now, Alexander does have a card in hand, but again, it's not been entered into our app.
He just reshuffled back the tin can.
Mm-hmm.
He paid another 100 life points to do so. It's a very small deck. He's looking for a monster. He's going to add back the Wicked Witch. Wicked Witch. And that's game.
Yep, that's game.
Alexander going to be able to win right there in the very last part of time. Getting through Jared's tricky plays with Brilliant Fusion and Omega, Cyframe Omega. Extremely long game.
Yeah, absolutely. Jared had some very strong plays there, but at the end of the day, it was just a case of, even though as much as he was grinding down that Cosmo deck, it had so many answers, and Dark Destroyer just kept coming back and just disrupting the plays.
Yeah, well, we saw how many Call of the Haunteds was there. That was just crazy.
Well, there was 4 Call of the Haunted plays in Oasis of Dragonsoul play. So
plus any number of Cosmo Town activations as well. So that was just like a big tar pit to try and crawl through of this untargetable monster that just disrupts so much. But fair play to Alexander. He wins the match.
He does win the match, yeah.
2-0 in the WCQ in Berlin.
He does, and we're in round 2 at the moment, so it's still all to play for. I will have a quick look at the deck breakdown that we've currently got. I'm just going to bring that up now. If it would come up.
This is actually the first time we've worked with this part of the app, so expect some technical problem on our end, user problems. Do you want an interview?
I'm not quite sure whether we have time for an interview at the moment, because that match went on for quite a long time.
I think we do.
We do have time? Yeah, we can do an interview then.
All right, let's get Alexander over, and you can ask him a bit about that extensive match.
Yeah, definitely. I'll have a quick chat with him.
Give us just a minute. We'll be right back, guys.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Duel King and teach me. Exodia, the one, it's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to reach you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played of both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle line and the string rod scaling the key. Who will make the final stand? Make the move, the answer lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with each one you choose. Time to duel. There's a presence deep within. Search your soul, take control, you will win. Two forces intertwine. Just need the guidance of an open mind. There's a power that's all around. It descends when the friends won't let you down. And when you come undone, they stand by your side till the duel is won. Trust in the heart. The heart of the coward battles belong. Remember to trust in the heart of the coward.
And we're back. Now I'm here with Alexander.
Hi.
Hi. You've just played a massively huge game that just took a very, very long time and ended on game 1 even. Absolutely.
Yes.
Now, you were playing Cosmo,
Yes.
and that was Monarchs. Now, Monarchs is meant to be one of the huge contenders for this weekend. I mean, what did you come up against last round?
First round.
Yes.
I played against Burning Abyss.
Against Burning Abyss. Now, they're also a huge contender as well. Actually, one
Yes.
of the biggest amount of decks we've got is actually Burning Abyss, Phantom Knights. Now, when you come into a Monarch match, what kind of plays are you looking at? How are you going to beat it?
I have a few tech choices in my deck. For example, Kaiser Colosseum, I play 2 of them.
Yeah.
So he can't use Stormforth to tribute my monster. And I obviously play a lot of trap cards to stop the summon, like Chaos Trap Hole, Solemn Warning, or Solemn Strike.
but Solemn Strike not so good against Monarch, but it's still fine.
Yep.
And I just tried to OTK them after I stopped their summon.
Yeah, I mean, we could see you constantly trying to just get that huge field just to get ready for it, but every time he was just kind of stopping you and stalling it over. Now, I don't know if you know, but, well, you saw, Jared's playing the Zolkin Monarch variant. He's actually the UK national champion. He won with that deck.
Yeah.
Now, your Kaiser Colosseum was just completely stopping that. We really enjoyed your play there, where you went with the Slip Rider. You got rid of your Slip Rider, but then didn't replace it, just to make sure that he wasn't able to get a rank 5 or go into Zolkin or anything.
That was really important to took the game in my favor.
Yeah, definitely. Now, it was you were on solo life points for that entire game. Now, we couldn't actually see how many cards were left in Jared's deck. Could you see how many cards were left in there?
When I counted them, it was 6.
So he was nearly decked out.
Yes.
I mean, if you didn't go to time, he was going to deck out. that was going to be the end of that game. Now, Dark Destroyer, absolutely fantastic card.
Yes.
Is there any reason why you went with Cosmo for this weekend?
I played Cosmo at a lot of events before, and I have a lot of experience with the deck, so I think it was a safe choice for the event because it's a European Championship, so you have to play a deck which you are good with, and yeah, so I picked Cosmo.
Now, we always see people kind of, whenever the NAWCQ is before the European one, we always see everybody in the European Championship kind of pick the opposite to the NAWCQ.
Yeah, to beat those decks, yeah.
It's kind of what we've seen happen again, because we had, I think it was 6 Dracopal in the top, so basically hardly anybody's playing it for this event. So yeah, you've kind of gone in for a really good position that everybody else kind of gone by the same thinking. Now, you come from Germany?
Yes.
Do you live locally or?
Yeah, I don't go to local events because it's far away, like 1 hour. So I just play if I can anywhere else.
So you just you practice as much as you can.
Yes.
So you've done a lot of preparation for this event, I assume.
Little bit, just a little bit, yes.
Just a bit modest. You won your first round, didn't you, as well?
Yes, I won it.
Yeah. So yeah, you're doing absolutely great. You're into round 2 at the moment. Now, is there anything in your deck that you think, this is my tech, I thought of this, practice, and this is what's kind of going to win me all of my games?
Kaiser Colosseum.
Kaiser Colosseum again, definitely, because yeah, it stops Monarchs. When you're going up against anything else, can you think what else it would do to, say, Phantom Knights?
Against Burning Abyss, it's great too, because they can't make Dante. You most of the time only have like a Tin Can or Dark Destroyer, so they can't special summon 2 monsters. And if you go second against Monarch, it's great too, because if they have Stormforth and Aether, and you activate Kaiser Colosseum, summon a monster, they can't use Stormforth and Aether during your turn. So it's a really great card. Yeah, that's the reason why I cited the 3rd copy of it.
Okay, definitely. Now, you were just on stream. Now, I'm not quite sure what the figures are at the moment. It looks like maybe over 500 people watching. I mean, whilst you were up there on that table, were you thinking about that at all? All these people were watching you.
I was a little bit nervous, but after I was in the game, it was okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if people don't really see this. I mean, there's some behind-the-scenes stuff that we've got, but you're basically in a television studio at the moment. So, it's a big high-pressure thing, and especially going up against a national champion. You did absolutely fantastic.
It wasn't easy, I have to say.
Now, I think that's all we've got time for, because that game went on for so long. We went so far into time. So I'm going to thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you too.
Absolutely great. And I hope you for the best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we're going to show you a little bit more pre-recorded content, and then we'll be back with some stats.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! European Championship 2016. I keep mixing it up, I don't know why. Where we just had our round 2 feature match. Very exciting match.
Yeah, absolutely. Went on for a very long time. It was kind of a drag for both of the players. And as I say, we had Alexander over here before saying that it was hard. It was a trek to get through.
I just went outside totally expecting something, because that's the usual picture. You're done with your feature match, you look outside, look at the time left in the round, and it's like 5 minutes or something. I looked at the clock, it was at 29. I'm like, 29 minutes? And then I see that the clock is counting upward.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay, that took a while. Yeah,
it did take a very long time. Now, this app that we've now got to be able to show stats, you said it was first used in Prague.
I think it was first used in Prague. It's all becoming a blur, to be honest.
It may be the second time that we've used it. It may be more of that. But, you know, we do have this app now. So what we want to do is we want to show you a quick deck breakdown from the start of the event. We're actually coming into round 2.
Right.
So if we could bring those stats up.
Yeah.
Okay. So looking at it, huge Phantom Knight Burning Abyss. Now, I expected this, to be honest. I mean, we have both Monarch versions of Monarchs on there as well.
It's easy to say now, to be honest.
Yeah,
just want to throw that in there. Yes. Speaking of the 2 versions of Monarchs, if I can just catch your drift right there. Some of you guys were complaining last time when we had these stats that we took too many decks and put them in one category. And this weekend, Luke went really crazy. And he said, I think there are 20 or 25 or maybe even 30, I don't even know exactly, different decks that are all viable choices. And they are completely different because a Demise Cosmo is different than a normal Cosmo, for example.
Yeah.
And that's why we have them in these separate categories. But yeah, sorry.
We kind of do now have 456 in the other category.
Exactly. That is the downside of this system. I think that's going to change a lot when we're in day 2 and there are only so and so many decks left.
Yeah. We are going to get a lot of people dropping, and we will be showing this up to date as soon as players, it's like round 4, round 5, we'll still be able to see kind of what decks are dropping out of competition as well. So you're not going to get just a full view, then a top 64, then a top 32. We're going to have live round by round what decks are still in competition.
Yeah. Speaking of that, take a very close look. Keep your eyes on the other category, 456 decks, and this is the metagame in round 2. So almost the same. Percentage-wise, of course.
Yeah.
But here you can see some of the numbers have changed slightly. The biggest difference, of course, in the other category with 446 instead of 456. So 10 players dropped after round 1. It's just kind of surprising.
Yeah, it is quite surprising. I'm not quite sure why you'd drop. I mean, there are a few people that go on what we call on tilt, which is a poker term.
Yeah.
So, a lot of people will think, right, I've lost this round. I'm kind of in the mood that if I carry on playing, I'm just going to keep losing. So that's when players kind of drop out of contention really early.
Maybe you weren't happy with your deck choice at the start of the day, and then after the round 1, it just got worse. You're like, okay, this is not the deck for this tournament.
Now, I was talking to Alexander and saying we have this whole thing where when the NAWCQ happens, you have the European Championships, which just completely goes in the opposite direction. So we saw Dragon Slayer Performer Pals being a huge thing at NAWCQ, and then everybody's gone for Monarchs, Cosmo, and Phantom Knights Burning Abyss. Right. So it's a nice little thing to kind of see the trend continuing year after year whenever it comes first.
Well, what is your expectation for these numbers to change throughout the entire weekend? Are we going to see Phantom Knights, Burning Abyss stay at the top?
I think we may very well do. I mean, we have two different versions of Monarchs at the moment, so the more two different versions of Monarchs actually makes up more than the Phantom Knights Burning Abyss.
Right.
But we'll see Monarchs definitely staying up there. The main Monarchs, maybe not as much, because a lot of people learned how to play around them because they were so prevalent when Monarchs first came out.
Right.
So we'll see Xyz Monarch staying up there, Phantom Knights still staying up there. Demise Cosmo will still stay up there quite a bit because Card's Demise such a powerful card.
Right.
But I think that's going to stay up there rather than normal Cosmo.
If I remember correctly, in Prague we had a similar distribution of decks, and Burning Abyss was one of the more popular decks, but not in the top 5, or maybe just barely in the top 5. And then throughout the course of the weekend, Burning Abyss was moving up, basically. In relative numbers, it was going higher and higher, until at some point it was the 3rd most popular deck, and initially it was like the 6th or 7th most popular deck. So is there a deck that you expect to go up in relative numbers this weekend?
In relative numbers, probably Demise Cosmo. Just as we saw there, they've got so many options to be able to just disrupt plays, get out. So we saw somebody play Call of the Haunted 4 times, and then in a way Dragon Souls to keep getting the Dark Destroyer effects off, to keep clearing boards to then make their plays to be able to get through it all.
Yeah. So it's very often, at least Prague suggests that this is the correct way to look at it. The slightly more complicated, but also extremely versatile decks, they go up in relative numbers because few people are playing them, and fewer people are playing them really well.
Yeah.
But those who do, those who have mastered those decks, they are gonna do well, and they are gonna move up in the rankings.
Yeah.
All right. We got a second graph that we can bring up for you guys. That is, of course, our country breakdown. Let's bring that up. Here you go. I would say, unlike, I mean, of course, we could have called that at the beginning of the day, couldn't we?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, we are in Germany. We're in the capital city.
One thing, if you're a math whiz, you can tell that if you add all of these numbers up, this is not going to be 1,300. The reason for that is because we still have to enter the nationalities for some of the players. So the correct way to look at this graph is looking at it in relative numbers.
Kind of percentages. Just this percentage is Germany is way ahead, followed by United Kingdom and then France. Now, I do actually believe
Where's Italy?
Where is Italy? Italy was on there. And actually, it was quite high up. So I think that once they've kind of updated things, it's kind of changed itself around a little bit.
Yeah, so that is definitely not the 100% correct distribution.
Yeah.
Because Italy should be in the second place.
Yeah. We did see Germany, then Italy, then the UK, and our first one that came through to us.
Yeah.
Which is to be expected because it's the 3 of the biggest markets that we've got. I'm surprised that a lot of UK players have travelled over for this. Well, I'm pleasantly surprised, I'll say, because it's nice to have them to come over. But yeah, it's
well, it is a cool city, if you ask me. Of course, I'm of course extremely biased because I live here. So I would never say, hey, I'm unbiased in any way when it comes to cities. Most of the cities I see, my first reaction is I don't like them.
Yeah.
I don't even know why. Like when I come to most cities, I'm like, yeah, this is not as cool as Berlin. I like Seattle a lot. I love Prague. But when it comes to a city where you also want to live, Berlin is my #1 choice, at least so far.
Berlin's a great place. I always enjoy coming here. I always enjoy coming here, hanging around with you, going into the centre, learning a bit about the city.
I was about to say you're always welcome here. The thing is, the city tour, it took, I think, like 9 minutes or something that we cut it down to, and I could have gone on for hours.
There's so much here.
So much, yeah. It's not just the history, it's also the culture, and there's so much going on in Berlin. The only thing we're really bad at, if you ask me, is music. Like, you don't want to. I don't want to listen to musicians from Berlin. There are a couple of them. There are a couple of famous ones. Some of the Germans are really going to hate me now. But like most of the music that comes out of Berlin, I'm not impressed. Let's just say that. All right, that is the country breakdown. Of course, just like the metagame breakdown, this is going to get updated throughout the weekend. So there's a very good chance that at the end of the first day, of course, see a lot less Germans, because if you're the nation that sends the most players, you are bound to be the one that loses the most players.
Yeah. Just the law of averages.
Yeah. I think the last time Italy was going up in relative numbers, in percentages, the whole time, up until the top 8, and then it's anybody's game in a way.
Yeah.
I think 2 Italians had to go up against each other, so automatically less in
You
the
lose
next
one,
round.
yeah.
So, but it's very interesting to look at these numbers, especially when you look at them, how they change from round to round.
Now, we are actually going to have pretty much in-depth player information as we go through as well.
Yes.
So we'll be able to, when we have a player up here, we're interviewing them, we'll actually be able to show them kind of who they played, what the score is, what the record is, what they won, what decks they played against. So
we can give you a bit of a tease if you just bring that up. That's the current standings after round 1, which is not extremely useful, of course, because it is 50%, or not 50%, 45% of the field, 1 win, 10% drew, and 45% lost the first round. So there's not much point showing you the round 1 standings, even though I think we got them on the app. We're going to show those later to you after 5-6 rounds of competition, when the very top of the standings are going to get closer and closer.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, later on, by round 5, round 6, it's going to start really being important to be able to see kind of what's going on.
Yeah, and also looking back at how somebody made it to where he is. Like, if you see he made it into the top 64, and then you look at his match history and realize, oh, he won against a former YCS winner, he won against the national champion. All of that, we're going to bring it to you this weekend. All right, that was our quick introduction of our stats tool. We are, like I said, already deep in overtime. So the break between now and the start of the next round should
be very, very short.
So, all right. And with that, guys, we're signing off for a little bit of, I don't know, just a 5-minute break, I guess. And hopefully we're going to be back with our round 3 feature match.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the European World Championship Qualifier 2016 in Berlin, Germany. I'm joined by Matt Bell.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm not too bad. I'm Rob Hooley, as you may have heard before. Now, what we want to quickly do is have a look at the meta that's currently going on. So Matt has brought with him a few cards. We're going to be looking at Cosmo, Phantom Knights Burning Abyss, Monarch, and Performer Pals.
Yeah, so we're going to talk a little bit about the format. I'm not going to go too in-depth with this one because many of you have been to a national championship or a tournament in the last couple of months, so you actually have a rough idea. But for those of you who are a little bit new to this, we've got ourselves a really interesting format where you have 4 very obvious top decks. You have a couple of outlaying decks like Klee Demise or some of the other Demise variants. But all of these top decks have been quite heavily interchanged with different engines within the decks to actually function. So you've got, in actual fact, a lot more in the top level decks than it actually appears. I mean, there are so many different ways you can build the Monarch deck. So there's actually more decks to consider in the format than you'd initially think. So to start off with, we're looking at Cosmo, where the idea is that you take your smaller psychic monsters, and then you can summon your bigger ships. And one of the key cards that you're looking for in this deck is the Cosmo Dart Destroyer. It's a very, very disruptive card. It gives you the ability to, when it's destroyed, to replace itself, and it has 3,000 attack points. So your opponents, this is kind of like the benchmark in the format that you need to be able to profitably deal with these. If your deck can't, you're going to face a lot of trouble on the competitive scene. While Cosmo has been taking a back seat, based on what was happening in North America, perhaps we're going to see more Cosmo at this event. It's worth keeping in mind, if your deck cannot kill Cosmo Dart Destroyer, which you may see 5 times in a single duel, your deck's going to have some problems. Some ways that players are getting around this is they're using the Kaiju engine. So they're being able to tribute their opponent's Dark Destroyers to prevent them from getting anything from them, and using Interrupted Kaiju Slumber to allow them to clear the field and search for more cards to deal with future problems that the deck puts up.
And, of course, they do have a massive amount of search cards as well.
Oh, yes. Yeah. In Cosmo, one of the key ones, if you bear with me, that we have access to is...
Tin Can.
Cosmo Tin Can. Tin Can is a very, very dangerous card because during the end phase, it can search for you more cards, and you don't really know how the effect is going to resolve. Your opponent. This has led to this card has led to a couple of different variants of Cosmo. For example, we've got Card of Demise. We're seeing variations using Card of Demise to go with all the trap cards. So some people go Cosmo Heavy Traps. Other people go not so much because it lets you play Call of the Haunteds with your tin cans and various other things. And a lot of people we've seen have also considered dropping the Cosmo Farm Girl, which is actually interesting because it's actually because players are so aware of how dangerous this card is. If it hits you, you can lose the game right there. In fact, you should probably expect to lose the game. People are sneaking that into play with their cheeky emergency teleport after they've got you to use your back row cards. Then in the middle of the battle phase, you see Cosmo Farm Girl, and it can end the duel right there. It's why Cosmo, while it hasn't been the biggest one on the scene, is still a big contender for this tournament because the deck can just destroy you completely out of nowhere. Moving on, we'll take a look at the Burning Abyss deck, which has probably the most variations of different decks you can play. So the star of the show, Dante, we've seen him for a couple of years now, since 2014, tearing up the tournament circuit. He's still good. He's still very, very good.
He is still very, very good.
And he's got a new friend, Beatrice, Lady Eternal, which you can now get upgraded into, which then gives you unprecedented access to any card, sending any card in your deck to the graveyard, which obviously Burning Abyss monsters really like, but the newest combination of mixing it up with Phantom Knights has completely reshaped the deck. Now we're seeing the deck very comfortably. It can make multiple special summon attempts in a single turn. So people get caught out using some of their back row cards like Solemn Strike at the wrong time, and all of a sudden you see the Phantom Knight part of the deck coming out, and you see like multiple rank 3 summons that are very, very powerful coming out of nowhere and can clean you up pretty fast.
And the idea of Phantom Knights, of course, being that they're pretty much all level 3, a lot of them are. They bring themselves out, as long as there's another one there, that's Silent Boots. They have graveyard effects that search in different ways, either sending to the graveyard, bringing to hand, by banishing themselves, and all of the trap cards, which I think you're about to talk about.
Yes, although I think only one of them is currently seeing play in the big one, which is the Fogblade. But these trap cards have 2 effects each. They do something when they're in play. Fogblade acting as a Fiendish Chain, and then from the graveyard you can start getting back your monsters for more rank 3 summons, or you can just pull up the monster to defend yourself from a critical attack, or even just pressing through the last bit of damage. All very, very powerful effects. The deck has a lot of steam. Because all the cards self-replace or get you new cards later on, it can drag you out into that long game. And it can, because it puts so many special summons out, clear you out pretty fast as well. Moving on to probably the #1 deck in the format, we're going to talk about Monarchs, which have the most exciting feature match to cast or watch. But the idea of the deck is to play super, super strong monsters that are better. You want to play cards that are better than your opponent's cards. And you are playing to be hopelessly unfair. You're playing cards like the Monarch Stormforth, Domain of the Monarchs, and you do not want to give your opponent any room to maneuver. You go for your early setup of using, ideally, Pantheism to send the first Monarch to the graveyard. Sorry, the Prime Monarch to the graveyard. And then once you get past that, the early turn, you're basically set up for the rest of the duel with Tribute Material, where you're just going to keep summoning these giant monsters like Ether and Erebus to keep you takes cards away from your opponent. And the game pretty much goes on until you run out of ethers, but every time you're putting a 2800 attack monster down, with the potential to get stronger with Domain of the Monarchs, it's got the hardest hands that people call brick hands, which means it's a hand that you can't actually play any of the cards out of. But at the same time, it has some of the most powerful early setups where it just goes, oh, I've got a giant guy, you can't summon from the extra deck, what do you do?
And basically, making your opponent start the game with 1 less card in hand, at least, is kind of ridiculous.
Oh, it gets worse. People started going back to the Festalos. Thestalos. Is that right? Thestalos?
I call him Thestalos.
Yeah, Thestalos. Who can now look at your opponent's hand and take the card out. Well, I say now, he's always been able to do that. But
He didn't suddenly gain the ability to do that. But he does also do damage. I believe it's times the level of the card that he gets rid of.
It's 200 times the level, and if you tribute a fighter monster, which is incredibly possible if you're playing the red layer to deal an extra 1,000, the burn damage isn't really what you're going for with this card. You look at your opponent's hand, you take the key combo card out of their hand, and you gain full perfect information of what your opponent's doing. On turn 1, that is brutal.
Salt in the wound.
When you can start looking at other cards that are maybe less popular, you can even consider Escalation in the Monarchs, Erebus as your follow-up. It can get really, really nasty very quickly with Monarchs, and this is the #1 deck to beat. And there are so many different variations. You've got a Synchro version of the Monarchs. You've got a XE version of the Monarchs.
We'll be seeing all of them.
or just even just the main build, which I believe was the winning deck from the North American WCQ
Yes, it was.
this weekend. Sometimes just sticking to the basics is enough. This deck has so many different lines that it deserves its spot on the top tables. This is a very, very strong deck, and a very good call for anybody who just wants to show up and say, hey, you know what, I'm serious about winning. Start with the best deck. That'll be the advice. If you don't want to push it out too much, start with Monarchs.
So next we've got Performer Pal, or basically the Pendulum archetype.
It's actually really difficult to classify this deck now because the Pendulum as a mechanic, all of the the strategy for all the Pendulum decks that we've released have generally all been around filling up your extra deck very quickly. Then you make that that Super Pendulum summon, where then you use your extra deck monsters to clear out your opponent's remaining defenses, and then you swing for the fences. As long as this is a legal card, you're going to be seeing Performer Pals. Performer Pal Sorcerer is going to allow you to search for some of the questionably the best top deck in the format, Performer Pal Monkey board, which if you bear with me, I've got him here, which represents a single card scale. You can lose the game at any time if your opponent just randomly pulls this off the top of their deck and then just summons their entire extra deck back at you. If you go extremely late against a Pendulum deck, you are in a very bad position because every draw they get deeper into their deck, they've got the opportunity for these one-card scales that can completely swing the game, no pun intended, back into their favor. And you're starting to see this mixed up with the Drago Lord engine or the Draco Slayers because they give you access to these Synchro monsters, Fusion monsters, Exi monsters, and you can generally just play these hyper-powerful monsters, and you get all the best removal options in the game as well. Sorry, we'll just flick through. You got Ignister, the Draco Slayer, who has the ability to take cards away from your opponent without targeting. He can also use your opponent's Pendulum Zones in the mirror match. Incredibly powerful card. The deck recently getting access to number 38, ability to negate spells, which can be critical against Monarchs to stopping them getting their initial setup. Making your opponent's bad hand worse because you take an additional card away from them that they'd have access to.
And also, its second effect makes it become absolutely huge. I've seen people swing for, 12,000.
No, this one redirects attacks.
Does it?
I think you're thinking of the other big Galaxy card.
You can target one face-up monster you control that gains attack equal to one of the destroyed monster's original attack.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking of something
You're
else.
thinking of the other card.
Yeah, the other giant dragon. But yeah, this is a very, very strong deck. The Pendulum deck we saw in Germany, a version playing Magic Spectres, hit the top tables and was the winner of that event. Germany being a very, very strong contender for the European title this year. We are in Berlin, so we're going to see a large number of German players playing, and they actually have some of the strongest player base. Arguably, the next country you'd argue to have the best, sorry for the rest of Europe, would be Italy, and Germany would be the two countries you associate with the best players in the game in Europe. Although saying that, Ido Marcus from Israel.
Yeah, he did win last year.
He did win last year, but
he did do that.
But pretty much every year when we talk about who's going to the Worlds, I think we've had a German and Italian representatives.
Pretty much, yeah.
But so these are some of the decks. You're going to see a lot more than this, but that's just a quick run through for everything. You'll see the players playing this out so much better than I can ever explain it to you. So stay tuned, enjoy the show. Hopefully you learn something new.
Thank you very much, Matt. Back to the games.
We all took a little walk down memory lane, and it sometimes it sounds to people like we used to have more fun back in the days. Would you say that is true, or is it just different, or how would you describe that?
I think it's a different kind of fun, because being a player out there and being able to go behind the scenes and actually kind of being able to influence what's going on is so much nicer than back then. Because back then I enjoyed playing, it was great, and I was trying to win, I was trying to get to be the best that I could be. But now I think what I'm more interested in is helping everybody else have a good time that I used to have. And that brings a lot of enjoyment to me.
I think we just missed an opportunity to bring in the theme song after you said I wanted to be the best. And then
yeah, no, just a little bit of this. And something else that I wanted to actually mention before when we were talking about when we kind of first got into everything, your first tournament that you just brought was actually the first tournament that I ever did coverage as well.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah, me and Luke got a little bit of a link there. Just, yeah, sorted, definitely.
What about you, Matt?
Well, nowadays I just usually get known as that guy who banned my cards. So times have changed. For me now, it's actually something we get a lot of feedback for. A lot of people think that like the Konami is just out there to take your money away from you and stuff. And actually, that's not true. We put a lot of time and effort into the creation of cards because I had such a great experience with that game. It's such a huge part of my life. I want people when they open their booster packs to have that experience. And I face lots of different problems where you go through all the testing and you're trying to find infinite loops and you catch things that you weren't expecting. And of course, in an ever-growing card pool like 7,000 cards, it is a massive headache when you go through the development cycle. Because even on the very first day of release of a booster, players will play like 1 million hours of that set immediately, and we just don't have that time in development. So a lot of my challenges are very different from what they used to be, which is trying to win the tournament and eventually go to the World Championships. Now I get to go to the World Championships, and I just have all the stresses of making your cards for it. So yeah, different things, but I still love it. I still absolutely love working on the brand. I think I had that moment where I was reminded again how invested I was when I saw the movie earlier this year in Japan, and I came out of the cinema, I sat down and went, no, that was actually fantastic. This was totally worth it. Everything was worth it, and that's kind of where I am now, and leading the team back home as well, which is fun. Dom's never short of energy. I'll give him that.
To say the least. What about you, Luke?
Yeah, I think it's a very different kind of fun of how it used to be. I always kind of enjoyed that, doing the organizing, and really enjoyed judging. I guess I never really got most of my enjoyment out of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I really enjoyed really understanding all the rules, and obviously I enjoyed playing, but I really liked to understand the rules and all the complex gameplay that happens and all the combos and things like that. I enjoyed that kind of studying research part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Rather than the actual winning and doing well at tournaments. I guess some people might say just because I couldn't do well at tournaments, you know. I enjoyed the different things. I really enjoyed judging. I mean, and now, you know, as Rob said, I've got to the point now. I'm recently started working for Konami, and it's a real privilege to be able to make a difference to all those.
It's a good way to
different
look
players.
at it.
It really is. I mean, there's you know, various projects that I'm working on at the moment that just, I think to myself, I would love to have this as a player, and really trying to think and put myself back in my shoes of me being a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, and think people would love this, and you know, really trying hard and working on those projects to just make it better for everyone. That's my one goal.
Since you're kind of new in the job, is it any way like what you expected, or is it totally different?
Totally different. Totally different. It was just, I knew that it didn't matter what I would be doing on a day-to-day basis, that I was doing it for the love of the game, and it didn't really matter, and that's really what's happened. It doesn't matter what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis. I know at the end of the day that I'm really trying my best to make it better and just contribute, and that's the way that I see it.
Right.
And I just didn't realize how, you know, it wasn't through lack of you know, kind of appreciation, just that I didn't until now get to see just how much work goes into all the different things that go on. Events like this, you know, this beautiful venue that we're sat in, there's just so much work that goes into it. Matt you know, spends hours and hours and hours working on the Forbidden Limited lists or the various cards that come out, and you know, we've got Dom who, you know, all the beautiful artwork that we see.
Kind of weird when you spend hours and hours on the list, it comes out and within seconds people are tearing it apart.
Yeah, and it's just really funny that, you know, everyone in the office, I could go on forever about everyone's different jobs they do, but everyone's just so passionate, and you know, it's Dom who really led me to that privileged state. I really do feel it's a privilege to work on all this stuff, because, you know, getting to see the people being happy about it at the end of the day, that really just keeps me going.
It's kind of hard for me to say, because a lot of things have happened kind of accidentally. Like I played, and I loved playing at the time, and then I started translating the rulings, and I liked that as well. I was like, oh, this is cool. There's like a logic to it, and it's a world of its own. And then I started judging, and after a very short time, like after 1 year or so, because I was answering so many questions on message boards, and I could answer any question back in the day, I thought, okay, this needs to be like all you need to know to be like the best judge in the world. And then only like in the next tournament, there was a small kid crying, and I had literally no idea what to do and how to handle it. And then it like dawned on me, oh, there's so much more to this. It's not just the rules. If you want to be a good judge, you also need to be able to do, well, manage people for the most part. And then I got into that, and that was interesting. And then I wanted to judge because I really enjoyed that. And then at the first tournament in Germany, the first larger tournament, the Faro Tour, we had a coverage. And back then, the OP manager just said, okay, we don't have a coverage team, so we just have a judge who's going to type up everything. And we're going to take turns because we don't have like an assigned coverage team. So the first 2 rounds, there was a judge sitting down with a notebook, and he writes everything down on his notepad with a pen, like not a notebook as in computer. And then after that, he put it into the computer, and that took like an hour. And so the tournament was like 2 rounds advanced or something, and then the article went live. And then it was my turn in round 3, and I was like, where's my laptop? And they're like, no, you have to write it down on your notepad. I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I need a laptop. They're like, you can't type that fast. I was just like, watch me. And after that, they said, okay, you're going to be the coverage team from now on. And this is how I ended up in that. And then I ended up in translations after that, after I worked. So like a lot of things happened kind of by accident, but also the stream moderation as well. I was like, I saw this, I liked it. I was like, this is cool. I want to do this. And okay, let's try it out. And it worked. And so it keeps surprising me, the game. Even after 10 years, there's still new things happening in the game, and that's what I really love about it, even though we've been involved in it for so long. All right, guys, I hope you didn't mind this little trip down memory lane and getting to know a little bit more about the guys that put in so much work into the game and make sure that the end product is what you guys can enjoy, hopefully. Is there anything else that we forgot to cover?
I hope you guys like the spiral cards. We're going to show you those off a little part over the weekend. I know it's requested, very highly requested. It'll be the very first time anywhere in the world gets to see these, so we really hope you look forward to that. I really hope. I spent a lot of time on this. I really hope you like it.
Give you 5 seconds until somebody starts complaining.
Absolutely, it'll be Bodan. Absolutely.
Yeah, so everybody complains all the time. You've got no respite from it. That's just what it is. You just have to deal with it. You have to deal with it. I think people should start looking more into becoming a judge, simply because people may not think about it because they think, well, I want to play, I want to get everything out of it. But if you really want to get something out of this game, playing and judging and seeing every side of the game is the way to go forward, definitely.
Yeah, just on that note about getting everything out of it, I never ever thought that one time, you know, so going back to that first event that I traveled overseas in Frankfurt, I thought to myself, oh, it's going to be really weird just going to another country to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I feel it's the #1 thing whenever I see my local players or, you know, just people online, and they say, oh yeah, I travel all about, and I'm saying, oh, where have you been? Oh, I went to this regional. It's like, oh right, okay, that's not what I meant. I think until you really, you know, get a group of friends together and travel to a YCS, that's really the kind of experience for me.
Right.
Being able to do that is really amazing. It was one of the best things that really just rocketed my love for Yu-Gi-Oh! Again after I finished university.
All right.
I advise that.
Just end on that high note, and we're going to see you guys in just a second when we resume with the live coverage of the European Championship 2016. Welcome back to the coverage of the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Qualifier, European Championship. Way too many words, right?
Yeah.
We should just call it Euros. Euros. That's all we have to say about it, and everybody knows what we're talking about.
Yeah, we were doing some pre-recorded content yesterday, and I took like 3 takes to get the whole
Well, no,
World Championship qualifier.
The thing
Europe
is,
something else.
I always kind of get it right, but the thing is, you can do it in different ways. in my
Yeah.
opinion. Yeah. All right. Well, in this round, we got a real treat for you guys. And not just if you're a fan of Frenchmen, or if you're a fan of Germans, or if you're a fan of really good Yu-Gi-Oh! Either of these 3 will do. We got Eugen Heid, the former European champion 2014, when we streamed for the first time, going up against the French national champion Kevin Semlali. Let's take a quick look at Kevin's road to this round 3. It's a very short road, of course, but still, we can see here he went up against Anwar Romero in the first round, who played Fire King Cosmo, and then he played against Matthew Mills, a player we have had on the stream, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think we have. I think he's from the UK.
Yeah.
We're missing a few of the nationalities that are slowly being inputted.
Yeah, well, as you can see, we got those two guys. Let's take a quick look at Eugen, on the other hand, who he went up against. So, got his history. There we go. That is Kempe Weibenga in the first round from the Netherlands, playing Cosmo. Then we had Cedar Pollard in the second round, Solkin Monarchs, and now it is him against Kevin Semlali. The round has already started 5 minutes ago, so we're a little bit behind the main round, and we don't want to lose too much time, so we can keep the time in between rounds as short as possible. So off we go with our round 3 feature match. There's a lot more things we can say about that. Let's take a quick look at those decks. You can see it below the names. Kevin playing Draco Performer Power and Eugen Pendulum.
Yep. So, I did the which decks we were going to kind of split them up and the different splits and things like that. And the reason that Eugen didn't get put into one of these already predefined pendulum categories is because he's playing a lot of the different pendulum cards. He's playing Magispectors. He's playing a bit of Magicians. No pendulum calls, just Magicians and Skyres. And then he's also playing some Performer Pals with Eccentric Archfiend thrown in there as well, just for fun. The one big card I want to talk about is Mist Valley Apex Avian. Now, that we were talking about that with Ido earlier, actually. I was speaking with him. He said, oh, I don't really like it. And we see here, right from the start, that Eugen has opened up with double Apex Avian. That's the full 2 copies that he's playing. Now, if he is able to complete a scale and get both of these Avians on the field, then his opponents are not going to be able to play any Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh. Let's see if he can do that.
Yep. So I think he can, because he has Bunbuku, which is going to search that remaining scale.
Yes,
actually,
that is already on the field.
Yep.
Just searched for Kirin.
Yeah.
And
he's going to play Terraforming, probably to get a Skyrus. Yes, actually, yeah, this is the lineup plays. He's going to play Terraforming, get Skyrus. Then he's going to play Skyrus on the Bunbuku, destroy the Bunbuku, go search for the final scale.
That's even better, right?
Yeah, even better. And then he's just going to Pendulum Summon all of the cards, and then his opponent's going to be very sad.
He's going to Pendulum Summon all of the cards.
All of the monsters.
Yes. Sometimes it's not so much what you say, it's how you say it.
Yeah, so I think he's probably going to Sky Iris. Oh, so first Magical Abductor, you know, because he doesn't need any more monsters to summon.
Yeah.
He's going to just add one more with Magical Abductor.
So
this deck makes me feel like a big flashback to the LLDS season last year.
Yeah, what this reminds me of is we've had so many interviews and people say, I don't want to break, I don't want to break. What they mean is that I want to have 5 cards that don't do anything on my opening end. This is the polar opposite, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Eugen... I played a very similar build to this deck.
That doesn't mean it's a good deck. Just point.
No, no.
No,
it
just kidding, just kidding.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't at all. I should have been playing the deck which made Naturia Beast and then just hoped. Instead, I didn't play that deck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the reason these cards are so good is because they just can negate anything.
Right.
And he's going to slowly but surely just place all of these cards on the field. About now is when Kevin's feeling really sad.
Yeah.
Because 2 of his cards are now useless.
Wow. Yeah, speaking of his cards, let's take a look. That is his opening. It's a bit lackluster, and I'm not saying that because he's playing Luster Pendulum. He is missing a few answers here, isn't he?
Yeah, well, it's not that he's missing the answers, it's just that...
Not going first is the problem?
Yeah, Eugen is going to be able to resummon these Apex Avians, which can negate anything.
Yeah.
Over and over again.
Well, what is the exact... What do you need to do to negate anything?
I'll cut down the text a little bit.
Yeah.
The idea is that you return a Mist Valley monster from your field to your hand to be able to negate any effect.
Okay.
So you return itself.
Right.
To protect it so that it can't be having its effect negated.
And you can bring it back to the field a couple of more times.
Just keep pendulum summoning it every turn. So every turn he's going to have 2 negations.
Yeah. Okay. Here's an easy question. How do you get over this? Like, how do you get out of this lock?
he's got to be able to play through those 2 negations or some kind of board wipe.
Okay.
I don't know how he's going to do that.
That's a lot you're asking for.
Yeah, he's going to have to play through the 2 negations, break the scales of Eugen here, and then do his own Pendulum Summon and make some kind of unbreakable board.
All right. It's just a very quick 1-2-3 combo that he needs. Yeah, but let's see if he can get that. Do you see anything in his opening hand? Is there any suggestion that he can go all the way and get rid of this field?
I don't think so. I'm looking here. He's got quite a few. He's got quite a few options. Like if this was him going first, he has quite a few options. I mean, he's even making a Biz Dweller just in case.
Yeah,
just
for the lols.
And just one more thing to note: these avians are actually my favorite rarity of all time.
Oh,
they are between Dual Terminal 1 and 4, the spot rarity. So just for the quick note about me, that's my favorite rarity of all time.
In the corner of my eye, I can see Matt Bell starting to sweat a little bit because he's trying to get all the highlights, and just that first turn with all those cards hitting the table, that can...
It's about a minute long.
Yeah, can negate, like you said, pretty much anything that your opponent...
Wow, and now Effect Veiler.
Yeah, Eugen also drew into an Effect Veiler. That's, I don't know, 3 answers?
I think Kevin just says, yeah, it's time for game 2.
3 answers plus Dweller plus an impressive board. Yeah. So, riddle me this, Kevin Semlali. How do you get out of this situation?
I think double Dark Hole Regeki would be pretty good. Be pretty good. Double Dark Hole Regeki, Twin Twisters, discarding Graph. That would be...
I'm still waiting for a card that he actually has in his hand.
Yeah, which is none of them.
Okay. No, it's...
The cogs are turning right now in Kevin's brain.
Well, I know that winning the French National Championship was not an easy piece of work. You actually had to really bring your A game.
Yeah.
Alpay Engen was there, for example. I think he made it to the finals, but he lost in the finals to Kevin. So
Magical Abductor's scary. I don't think he's going to negate the first card. Generally, you don't. But
you could.
Yeah, you could. In all honesty, I would be happy to negate a Magical Abductor because it's provides long-term profit.
Right. So there we see a second
that's
eccentric.
Ashvin eccentric.
Yeah, Ashvin eccentric.
So that's giving him a full scale range of 3 to 7. So that's probably gonna get negated, or maybe not. I mean, let's be honest. Eugen, even if he keeps this field, he has a field of 2 sets of 2/7 monsters, a monster that can't be destroyed by card effects, and an Abyss Dweller, just to boot.
So if you're saying he's probably still going to wait and say...
He could even wait, yeah.
I think he is. I think
it seems like it's resolved, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think Kevin's kind of sat there going, rats, I was expecting you to use some of your effects.
Yeah.
So now this is going to be one to negate. I'm
the Bunbuku.
Yeah, I'm almost sure of it. You want to try and limit your opponent's options here, but then again, Eugen might just leave it and think that's not gonna make me lose the game.
Still not good enough.
Yeah, it's still not good enough for my 2 Apex Avians.
I want to see your best shot.
Yeah, and then I'll negate it.
Yeah, reminds you of this movie reference. I want you to hit me as hard as you can.
Yeah. Yeah. So
but
there we go.
No, here is actual negation.
I honestly, I'm sorry to say it, but I think Kevin should have just not bothered. He should have just
not give away what you're playing.
Yeah, not give away what you're playing. Be like, oh damn, all of my BA monsters would have been negated, and then take your cards.
It's basically, what is your win option in this game? Well, if my opponent falls asleep, I got a really good shot.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he needed that Millennium Puzzle that's not around his neck to suddenly start glowing and draw some serious cards.
All right, so.
Okay, here's a Pendulum Summon.
Here's a Pendulum Summon, okay.
I think, I don't know, I want to say that Eugen's kind of left it. He's left it a little much. He's going to be able to get a Dynastar here. Oh, sorry, he's going to go for Ignister. Still, Ignister's going to be able to run over the Apex Avian. So I think Kevin's actually played this really well.
Okay.
I don't think it's like I don't think it's a winning position, but he's certainly in an okay spot right now.
Which is interesting because we didn't see that at first. We didn't expect him to end up in such a spot in the first place.
It's one of those things where I feel like he's fighting a losing battle. I feel like
he still thinks, even though this doesn't look too bad, it's not good enough.
Yeah, so he took the risk of, okay, let's just hope that I can make this play and get through it, because if I can, then I can win this game. But if not, then he kind of took that risk of showing his opponent his deck.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, Eugen has effect for there as well, so it's not like he's going to be able to use that effect.
Yeah. All right, there's
the effect of Ignis, I mean.
Yeah, there's the Dweller activation.
He's going to negate his own Abyss Dweller.
That's interesting.
That's a good move. That's a really good move.
I'm not saying it's a bad move. I'm just saying it's an interesting move.
Yeah, so he gets to keep a hold of those Avians. And what's probably going to happen is the Ignis is going to get failed.
So it's pretty interesting. Like, Eugen takes the damage, really doesn't mind taking the damage here.
No, it doesn't matter his setup.
He's saying, okay, I've seen all your cards, basically. You only have one more card in hand. That is an effect Veiler. So that's fine by me. There we see main phase 2, getting rid of the Sky Iris. And off we go with Eugen's second turn.
So he didn't even use his effect Veiler. He's kept it.
Eugen?
Yeah.
He had to drop it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
I didn't see
the Iris is on top of it.
How did he destroy the Sky? Oh, he's destroyed it with eccentric, my bad, yeah.
Exactly, yes.
But, yeah.
But that is it anyway. So
this is what I'm saying.
Like you said, it was...
That's frustrating. Why would you... I felt like he was that one man on the battlefield instead of just running away and going, okay, I'll fight another day.
Yeah.
He ran into a...
He said, well, if you go down with style. That's probably what he must have thought. Okay. That is the first game.
Yeah. Oh, well, so let's see what we got in our side decks here.
Yeah. We got that game took 11 minutes, just in case you're wondering.
Yeah,
So
not quite Edo standards.
Nope, but plenty of time left in the round.
Yeah. So Kevin is playing the card which I believe. Now it's a shame that Eugen's not playing it, otherwise that would have validated my point a little more. But I believe that people are a little bit naive if they don't play this card this weekend, which is Typhoon.
Okay.
It's a really good card. It's stopping a lot of floodgates. If Secret Village is there, it stops that as well.
Right.
Because, it stops Secret Village. That's it.
That's a good reason to play it.
It's a good reason to play it, if only for that reason. Because you can't play spell cards. There's no other way to get rid of Secret Village other than monster effects or trap effects. And Typhoon is a trap effect. So I think it's naive not to play that. It's good against almost all of the decks in the meta.
Okay.
Even if it's just hitting your opponent's Brilliant Fusion, it's still really good.
Yeah.
So we see that from Kevin. That's really good.
Just Dark Hole and Raigeki.
Yeah, so if he had all three of those in his opening hand in the game one, he might have gone somewhere.
Yeah, but that's also highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely. His deck's really standard. He's playing 3 Typhoons, 3 Mystical Space Typhoons. He's playing a few strange kind of one-of Pendulum Monsters, Odd Ice Pendulum Dragon, Eccentric Archfiend, 1 Space-Time Trap Hole. That's not a card we've seen for a while. And then Triple Maxi.
This is a shuffling technique that Eugen is displaying that you can only have if you've been in the feature match area for too many times. And the judge was constantly telling you, please don't look at the bottom of your deck. And
I always shuffle.
Yeah, you shuffle sideways,
really far away from my face.
Yeah. I'm not saying he did look under the bottom of his deck, but he just holds it in a weird way.
Yeah, to make sure he can't possibly.
Yeah.
Okay, so over to Eugen's. He's playing the ever so popular Denko Sekka.
Right. I've heard about this card.
Oh.
It is pretty good.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a lot of friends.
No,
but,
no. Denko, it's a little bit like Mario Kart.
Yeah, it's the blue shell basically.
It's the blue shell.
It really is. Yeah, I think that's a very good comparison, to be honest, because your opponent is far ahead, and I'm not talking about the Burning Abyss card, with 4 face down sets and then a monster or something.
At me.
Yeah, and you're just like, yeah, I do. Here's my blue shell, aka Denko Sekka.
Yeah. He's really good. I like Denko Sekka a lot. He for those who don't know what Denko Sekka's effect does,
basically says your opponent isn't allowed to play any of their face down cards.
It's a cold wave with legs.
It is a cold wave with legs and
And
arms and a sword.
on steroids.
Yeah, it's so good.
It's one of these cards that when you're operating the highlight machine and you see it hit the field, you're like, ah,
Highlight.
press
highlight.
that button, press that button. Yeah.
As well as Secret Village. So again, I think Eugen has taken the same attitude as Edo, where just terraforming. Terraforming is a big toolbox. You can go get Necro Valley. You can go get Secret Village with the spellcaster. You can get Skyris. Skyris solves a lot of really unplayable hands in Pendulum.
Yeah.
Even when there was multiple Jokers and Monkey boards, still Skyris was being seen played because it just solved a few of those really unplayable hands.
Right.
And you can play 3 Skyris and 3 Terraforming, so essentially you're playing 6.
So Eugen is now done with the card game yoga, aka weird shuffling.
Yeah. He's also playing Spell Shattering Arrow, which is another one to talk about. He can shatter his opponent's pendulum scales.
Right.
It's definitely going to be one to go in.
Okay, so both players drew their opening 5. Our helpful guys behind the players, in case you're wondering, those two are not typing up like a live ticker of the game. They are actually typing up what cards they have in their hands. Ryan tends to be a little bit more experienced, that's why he's a little bit faster. And, well, 2 copies of Eccentric.
Yeah.
Kirin, Oath Dragon Magician, and Magical Abductor. Not quite as good as the opening hand in game 1. Whereas Kevin, we do see some of the sideboarded cards. Among them, a Typhoon.
Yeah, so exactly. That's a great card to have in this opening hand. I think Kevin probably chose to go first. Yes, he did. He chose to go first. When you know your opponent's playing the build with Apex Avians, there's no choice but to go first.
All right.
Even with those Typhoons in.
Even with those cards where you normally need the 6 card in hand, you're saying, no, I don't need it that much. Because
you got to go first.
Yeah.
Because this exact move. So Bomboku increases, that's a +1. Because Muku's, even at this stage, it's going to go to the extra deck and come back and continue to gain card advantage here. Eugen seems to be yawning.
Yeah, Eugen is not impressed yet. That's definitely a highlight.
That's definitely a highlight.
Right.
Eugen having a quick yawn. And then we see, I think that is...
we got Painful Decision at first. That was activated.
I'm singing my Draco Slayer song that makes me remember what all of them do. Lust, Electa, Vector, and that was Master. So we played Painful Decision to send Master to the graveyard and then place Master on the field. Immediately with the Archune Eccentric, creating that pendulum scale, and then we see a Kirin going to swing into action onto the field.
Ooh. And a second Typhoon in hand for Kevin?
A couple of
well, he set those just
double,
now.
Yeah,
of course. He just basically put all his cards on the table. He said, the days when cards in your hand mattered in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are over.
Yeah.
And with that, over to you. So that is Eugen's turn now.
Yeah, so I saw a couple of people in the Twitch chat there saying, oh, I would side out the Apex Avians. I agree there. I completely agree that the Apex Avians probably should have come out.
You only like them for the surprise effect?
I think for the turn 1, game 1.
Right. And then after that they come out?
Probably, yeah. And maybe even go back in game 3 if you're taking a risk.
Right, right.
If you're taking a risk.
Depends on how lucky you're feeling then.
Yeah, exactly. So we see Eugen here is going to want to try and play 3 spell cards to get this Magical Abductor up and running. So for those who don't know what Magical Abductor does, each time a spell card, this is both of the effects when it's a monster and when it's a pendulum card, it does roughly the same thing. You place 1 spell counter on each time a spell resolves, and then you can remove 3 counters once per turn to add a pendulum monster from your deck. And when it's a monster form, you get to add a spellcaster type monster from your deck to your hand. So it's got the same kind of counters removal effect, but the add is a different card.
It's a bit like Skilled Dark Magician or Skilled White Magician.
Yeah, Skilled Dark Magician, yeah.
Just playing with a bit like the modern version.
The modern version, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like, oh yeah, I'm going to get this very old Dark Magician out of the cupboard or something. Nope.
This hand is actually really crazy. He's got double Magical Abductor counting up here. He's counting up to double Magical Abductor. So the first one will have hit the second one, and
Right,
then,
right.
then both of them get the one from Eccentric.
Trigger for the third, yep.
And then Eccentric's going to probably use its effect to try and take out one of those back rows. And then they're just going to keep counting up.
So that's going to be a flood of cards, a stream of cards that Eugen is going to see here.
Yeah, so I think that's the pendulum summon. So he's probably going to, yeah, he wants to save the Eccentric until he's pendulum summoned, because he doesn't know whether he's going to be able to keep a level 7, a rank 7, scale 7. That's the word I was looking for. I'd used every word, but the right one.
It gets
scale
more,
7.
Gets more complicated with every new card type.
Yeah, level, rank, synchro tuners, what? But we see a Typhoon.
And that's why it's a good card.
Yeah, so he just leaves the Typhoon there. And now I'm sure that... I think that Kevin probably played that quite well. He thought to himself, I'm just gonna wait until my opponent tries to use one of these good pendulum effects.
Right.
So I think that other Typhoon's probably gonna come into play before the other Magical Abductor gets used. So let's see what I can go searching for here. He's gonna search for a level 3 spellcaster monster.
Here we go. And he just needs another spell activation to trigger
the third counter.
Pendulum. He's got an effect Veiler added to his hand.
Yeah, so that's what he went and got with Magical Abductor.
It's probably not as good as an Avian, but it does get the job done.
Yeah. Yeah, so his hand's nowhere near as strong as last game. So I think Eugen here, he's got an Oath Dragon Magician as well. Not really much use without being able to, combo that with the other Magician cards. With the odd eyes, odd Wisdom Eye Magician, that's what it's called. Wisdom Eye Magician and the Dragon Pit Magician as well. Those are the they all combo together, the Magician trio.
Yeah.
Alongside the Performer Pal cards and the odd eyes cards. So Oath Dragon being the small scale. So we still see the Archer and Eccentric here. So what happened was Kevin decided, okay, I need to try and get rid of that Magical Abductor sooner rather than later.
Yeah, like you said, definitely not as good an opening as it was in the first game.
No, I think both players kind of had a reasonable amount here, but also their opponent had a reasonable amount. They kind of even power levels here.
Balance things out between them. And fair play to them.
Yeah. So let's see where Kevin decides to go. Yeah, it's tough to talk about the plays that a Pendulum deck can make, because they're usually a lot of different plays.
Yeah.
I think both players right now, they both have Kirin. They both have completed Pendulum scales. They're just going to be able to kind of deal with stuff, Kirin over and over again. So for those who don't know what Kirin does, you can bounce a Pendulum monster from your side of the field to... actually, I think it's a win monster to return that monster you targeted on your side of the field and one monster on your opponent's side of the field. So that's very disruptive.
All right. So Kevin has both of his scales, of course. Thinking about what to do next. Another Kirin in hand. What will you be doing? What's the best move in this situation?
There's not. I think he's not really got much choice. He's just got to Pendulum summon that other Kirin and kind of sit on them and hope that he can draw some even better cards.
Right.
He's probably going to take out that Magical Abductor on Eugen's side of the field at the very least. That's what he's going to do, because he doesn't want that counting up for free. He wants to make it so that Eugen has to Pendulum summon before that starts counting up.
Yeah. All right. Now suddenly just a few cards left. Not like at the very beginning.
Yeah. So
still more things are happening.
Yeah. Both players have kind of converted their hand to the field now, and then they're just...
There's an effect Veiler from Eugen.
No, he didn't play effect Veiler. He hit the Archfiend Eccentric with his opponents. So Kevin played Archfiend Eccentric on...
Yeah, my bad,
on Eugen's. And there's the Upstart Goblin from Eugen. The one copy of Upstart Goblin.
The first card in his graveyard.
Yeah, there's a Turbo Pack one as well. Okay, so Eugen's the one who's got some traction here. The first person to be able to get some traction in this game. As long as this Sky Iris manages to stick around, but as we know, Kevin's got a Typhoon face down. I don't know about Kevin, but I certainly wouldn't want that Sky Iris sticking around for too long.
And He kind of seems to agree.
Yeah, he's kind of
Just
looking at it
double
here.
checking.
I think he's checking to see whether Sky Iris can target the Kirin, which you can target your own Magic Spectre monsters, but your opponent's not allowed to.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know, honesty, that was one of those moments where I would have immediately just gone, no, I don't want Sky Iris. Let's not keep Sky Iris
Right.
around.
And that concludes the turn for Eugen. So not.
Yeah, he's just going to pass.
Kevin is definitely in the driver's seat here.
Definitely.
For the time being, he just needs something that can help him to drive it home.
Yeah, I think both players are kind of waiting for a traction card, and
I think we got it now.
the Sky Iris was one. He just needed a bit. Okay, so Kevin has Draco face off here. That's going to be able to complete a pendulum scale, but again, he's not got a full extra deck. His extra deck's not really, full to the brim. Let's say there's not much in there. I'm not, it's not the kind of time where we think to ourselves, yeah, he's just going to play all the pendulum cards from his extra deck and then be able to win. It's not really completely full. But he does have an Archfiend Eccentric in there. With that being level 3, though, it's kind of it's unsummonable with the Draco Slayer cards because the lowest rank they go down, the lowest scale they go down to is 3.
3, yeah.
I just really like Kirin. I played Kirin in my build of Pendulum when I played it in the LLDS series, and it's just really good. It's so disruptive. It's so disruptive. Your opponent can't actually remove it very easily.
Yeah, it tends to stick around for that reason.
Yeah. And even when it gets dealt with, you can just continually destroy it. Actually, that's a really, really clever play. Oh, maybe not. I thought that Lecter, if that's Lecter.
Yeah, it is. You get Master. You get a little bit of everything here, to be honest. Master, Lecter, Luster, and the 2 Kirins on Kevin's side of the field.
I think I'm misremembering what Lecter actually does.
All right, so here's a Pendulum Summon, bringing something back. Looking good for Kevin. Like Eugen without a field, draws for his turn. Now has 4 cards in hand. One of them, Effect Veiler, not really strong when you're trying to push. Only good when you're trying to protect.
Yeah, and Dynasty here, he's going to be able to just sit there and protect his scales, which is nice. Yeah, I misremembered what Lecter did. I thought it was negating even cards, even just any pendulum effect on the field, but it's not. It's only the face-up monsters.
So what can Eugen do here?
I think he's got to complete a scale and try and start building up some field presence. I mean, we can open our eyes and look and see that Kevin, he's got a full scale. He's got 3 monsters on the field, one of them being Kirin, which is disruptive. So Eugen at this point just has to start making some moves. He needs to get some pendulum summoning on the go and actually just get some board presence back. Now, this set of pendulum scales that Eugen has here is actually really, really good because it allows him to summon Archfiend Eccentrics. That's going to slowly but surely take away the monsters.
How so?
Because of the effect of Archfiend Eccentric, you can tribute it to destroy a monster on your opponent's side of the field.
Right.
Now, that again gets around Lecter.
Yeah.
Like Lecter only negates face-up monsters, so because it's tributed, it doesn't get negated because it's no longer on the field. Oh, even better, Eugen decides to tribute summon the Kirin.
But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. And he's probably going to attack into the Master just for a little bit of damage. There's no reason not to attack into it, really. Eugen's actually got the perfect pendulum scale here.
And how likely is it that you draw into that?
Well, I guess he already had the Oath Dragon Magician. He just needed a big scale. So he kind of had the good one already. He just needed a big scale.
Yeah. Okay. That is it. That is it. Looks a lot like it is it.
Yeah, that looks like it is it. I don't know how that game ended.
Well, Kevin won according to the information below the names.
Okay, so Kevin, I think Kevin had a reasonable sized pendulum summon next turn.
Yeah, and
So-
Eugen was be able to tell what was coming.
Yeah, I think. You remember last game we were talking all about, oh, you don't want to just give your opponent the information and all that kinds of stuff. I think Eugen was able to make that much more rash decision of just, I'm done here. I need more time in game 3. Let's just go.
Speaking of time in game 3, we now got 30 minutes on the clock, so just 10 minutes remaining for those two guys in their last game.
Yeah.
Anything else we didn't cover last time when talking about the side decks?
No, I think that overall both players have a reasonable amount of spell destruction here, so it's just a matter of who can get that field presence, fill up their extra deck more quickly, and Eugen might even decide to put the Kirans back in and try for the the Apex Avians back in, and take a chance.
Basically, won him the first game.
Yeah, exactly. I remember back in the format, the Avian was kind of really widespread. It was seen as if you have Avian plus Kirin, that's just it. That's 2 disruptions. Generally in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like 1 disruption you can play through, but anything more than about 1 disruption, so 2 is kind of that's still mildly playable if I have a good hand. 3 is into the territory of just
no longer doable.
Let's pick up my cards and go home.
Unless you just have the best opening hand ever. That is that's pretty much it.
I think so. We talk about this a lot with the various players. They kind of some of them take that opportunity of, oh, I'm going to build my deck in such a way where I might just absolutely destroy people every now and again, but some games I might not get a very good hand.
Yeah.
And I think Eugen. So, I was saying, 2 disruptions does this, 3 does this. I think Eugen, if he manages to pendulum summon Kirin and double Avian during turn 1, that's just it. There's just not much. The fat lady would be singing away at that point.
All right.
So let's have a look at what Eugen. So Kenny opens the Avian.
He did side it back in case he sided it out. That's one of the questions we might want to ask him after the match.
Yeah.
Any other surprises in your opinion?
Just Eugen here, just having the cards again.
I feel like we're sending the wrong message. We've earlier had Ido Marcus, and we were like, wow, this is one of the best hands. Now we got Eugen, and we're like, wow, this is an amazing hand. It gives people a feeling of, oh, you want to be a European champion? You need to draw really, really well.
Yeah, well, I just think the Pendulum deck it's been completely off people's radar for a while now. It's not like it's gone away completely, but it's not been seeing many tops. And I think that it's actually a really, really consistent version of this deck, and we're seeing it in the shape of Eugen's deck and Ido's deck. And yeah, it seems to be it's not a joke when I say that Eugen is one of the best players in Europe. Same with Ido. They're the best players, and they're the ones playing this deck.
Yeah,
they could pick. It's not like, oh, I had this one lying around. Let me play this one. They spent time building these decks.
Yeah, but it's always very interesting when you see that, because we do have some people winning the bigger competition who haven't really won anything before that.
Yeah,
and sometimes, unfortunately, won't win again. Sometimes it has something to do with the format, that somebody's just really comfortable in one format but not in the other format.
That's true.
Because I've had this conversation this morning with Yuri Lanzmann, who we've got a couple of times on the stream, always playing creative decks. And I asked him what's up, and he said, it's just not my format. Like, I know what I know what the popular decks are, I know how to play them, but I'm not making the correct moves for the most part. If I'm closing my eyes and just playing what I want to play, I'm not making the right moves, because that's not what this format is asking for. You need to play differently.
Yeah.
And so he said, I picked a fun deck, I just decided yesterday on a deck, and that's what I'm going to play for the sole reason that I want to have fun, because I know I'm not going to be that successful.
Yeah. I mean, earlier we had Ida say, "Oh, I like playing Pendulum. That's why I played Pendulum."
Yeah.
But that's just Ito.
I was about to say,
Ito does that.
Ito is a very special case.
Yeah. I guess Eugen here must have taken the same approach. I wanted to play this deck, so that's what I played.
He never struck me as a I'm feeling lucky kind of guy.
I don't think this deck's lucky by any means. I just think that this build, you know, I've not tested this exact build here, and I just think that they've got to the point now where they have a build that's really consistent and really strong. The problem with the Pendulum deck used to be that you couldn't complete the hands very well. The scales.
Yeah.
And if I did mean complete your hands, like you might have kind of 5 pieces of a really amazing 6-piece hand. All it would take was one draw to make that hand from nothing into absolutely everything you could ever want.
Yeah, it's true. We have seen that. Yeah.
So here's very standard play here. This he's got Apex Avian and he's got Kirin and he's got Monkey Board in hand. Even if his opponent just removed everything, like
he's just
from
coming
this board,
back.
He could come back.
Yeah, that Monkey Board is a really good card.
Monkey Board is pretty good.
That's a pretty big understatement, but yeah, we've seen that in the first round with Ido Marcus, where he basically apologized for having that card.
Yeah, sorry for having Joker Monkey Board.
Yeah, it's no longer just kidding.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what Kevin is up to here.
So Kevin's got a lot of Pendulum monsters. He can complete quite a few scales in that hand. He's Kirin's a 5, Master's a 3. I think Bumbuku is small as well. I can't remember Flash Knight. I think Flash Knight's big.
7.
Yeah, so he's got a reasonable amount of pendulum scale. Like he can build a pendulum scale.
Yeah, and where does he go from there?
I think he's just got a pendulum summon everything. Okay, so he's gone with Unicorn, which is a big scale. It's 8, and Kirin, which I think it's Kirin.
Yeah, it is.
Which is a 5, so he can do between 5 and 8. That seems strange. Why he didn't do a 3?
The Kirin is a 2.
Oh, sorry. Ah, okay. Yeah, completely mixed that up. Completely mixed that up.
No problem.
Yeah, so
I know you like to play with these little comic horses, so it's easy to mix them up.
yeah, there's quite a few unicorns in this deck, and it's just really strange. So yeah, that's a big scale. I've changed my mind. Why did I think Kirin was 5? I'm just going crazy. So 2 and 8. He can summon everything in his deck.
That's normally a pretty good attempt.
Yeah, so there we go. Don't think he negated. I don't even know what he negated. I just now see that Avian's gone. I think he might have negated Bumbuku's effect.
I'm trying to figure that out, but...
Yeah, anyway, he negated something, and now the field looks exactly the same.
Yeah,
so
Avian is back on his hand.
Yeah, so... Kirin's just a problem. Kirin is a problem for Eugen, for Kevin right now, because he, like, in an ideal world, you would overlay it into like Castell or something and deal with the Odd Eyes Unicorn. Again, it doesn't matter. Eugen's already set up. I don't know why we're talking about this. Eugen is already set up. He's got a Monkey Board in hand. He can do whatever he wants.
If it goes off, but there's nothing that Kevin can do to stop him.
Nah, there's no reactive cards here.
At least not yet. Is there something that he could bring out that would stop him?
Even like, okay, put it this way: his only choice is monsters, and his opponent has a Kirin on the field. So whatever okay, so Magister, yeah, that's going to activate its effect and be able to search Joker or Monkey Board in the end phase, but he's probably going to use Kirin and get rid of it.
Right.
So that's the problem. Any Xseed monster versus Kirin always wins because it just gets sent away.
Yeah, pretty good card.
Yeah, Kirin is really, really good.
It doesn't really seem like a big problem to get out of such a sticky situation if you have the right cards. But
it looks pretty fabulous as well, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Look at it. Got a nice little red gown going on. It's all like, look at my unicorn.
It's like Super Horse.
Yeah. Yeah, Eugen's all like, look at my horse. My horse is amazing.
All right. So it's still Kevin's turn, right? I'm not.
Yeah, Kevin's holding on here.
Yeah.
I think he used the Kieran against Dynaster because Dynaster's gone. I mean, Dynaster's pretty big, so there's not a chance of Eugen just randomly attacking over that.
Yeah.
I still think Eugen has Monkey Board, and Monkey Board's pretty good. So
he's gonna get another card when it's his turn.
yeah. Okay.
He's already
So he gets Joker in M phase. As I said, he's gonna get Joker in M phase.
He's using this very special question to the opponent. Are you done?
You done?
Yeah. Let me show you how it's.
It's like Eugen's got Sky Iris as well. Well, we're going over things. But he's got everything. You can Sky Iris the Kieran. He can go search for whatever scale he wants. His extra deck's full of stuff. He's got Apex Avian in hand still. Just Eugen just has so many things.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, so he went and searched for Odd Eyes Fusion from the Sky Iris. He's fused from the extra deck. When your opponent has a monster that's been summoned from the extra deck, you can fuse with Odd Eyes Fusion with monsters from your extra deck. So you put 2 Exceed monsters in your extra deck that can make the Odd Eyes monster. So I think he sent Odd Eyes, the Odd Eyes Pendulum Exceed monster, and I can't see what the other one is. Yeah, I can't see what the other one is. I think it vaguely looks like number 38, but I don't know. Anyway, so Monkey Board's probably going to go get Joker or something.
A Vortex Dragon on the field and the Unicorn, of course.
Yeah, so the Vortex Dragon.
Vortex Dragon, always Vortex Dragon.
Yeah, so the Vortex Dragon can negate things by sending face-up extra deck monsters back to the deck. Or is it to the graveyard? I can't remember which one it is. Anyway, just look at the field from Eugen here.
Yeah.
This is just crazy.
Screenshot this.
Yeah.
And
Eugen's
pointing it out. Yeah,
Eugen's just like, come on.
It's quick maths for Yu-Gi-Oh players.
Yeah.
Point, you're dead.
Yeah.
This is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
And wow, like it didn't at first look like it's going to be a convincing 2-0 victory.
No.
But I didn't have a feeling like Eugen was ever in fear of winning this game, to be honest.
No, I don't think he ever. He knew where he was going. He planned for the future.
Yeah.
He made some really good investments. In that game.
I mean, you said that earlier. How big is it going first in these matches? It seemed to be playing a pretty big role here.
Yeah. So just being able to produce a puzzle on the field that your opponent has to try and resolve this puzzle. They have to try and solve this puzzle of how do I get past one negation plus 1 Kieran. That's the puzzle, and you got to work it out.
Yeah. That's a bit much.
That's a tough puzzle.
So you said earlier that they have found a very consistent version of this deck.
Yeah.
What are the exact changes when you compare it to the previous versions of this deck?
Yeah. So I think the big changes for me. So Magical Abductor wasn't very. I'm talking quite a while ago.
Yeah.
Now, by the way.
Okay.
Quite a while ago. So Magical Abductor wasn't really used. People kind of toyed with Sky Iris. They didn't really, a lot of people will be like, oh, I was using Sky Iris for ages, but people kind of toyed with it for a while. No one kind of absolutely said, this is the one, this is the card.
Yeah.
It was all about toying with Sky Iris, and now it's got to this point where people are just like, yeah, I got to play 3 terraforming. I have to play 3 terraforming. I got to put Secret Village in the side deck. Like, I bet that came in. It must have come in by Eugen here. And yeah, so we see 2 very different builds
of
in
theory
decks.
the same deck, of a similar archetype.
Same with Edo. If you compare Edo's deck to either of these, because Edo was playing more Magispectors, he was playing a lot more Magispectors than both of these guys. Very different decks.
Yeah,
very very different decks.
What is your favorite version of the deck?
I love Apex Avian. So I'm a little biased.
Yeah, okay.
I really really love Apex Avian. Apex Avian and Kieran are just. They're just a problem. If you're facing down an Apex Avian and a Kieran, it's really sad.
It didn't do much in the third game just now, did it?
Well, I think so. It was
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm comparing it to the first
Oh,
game.
to the first game. No,
yeah,
no, no.
but generally speaking,
Generally
yes,
speaking,
it's still put in some work.
Yeah, but it's like instead of being able to just play my cards, I've got to really think about. Okay, well, I get to rip this one up and throw it away because it's getting negated. Oh, this monster's going to get bounced away. I can't exceed summon because of that. Like
It's
in a kind of in
it's
a
just
way,
too much. Yeah.
in a way, that's what Kirin does. It says you can't exceed summon because immediately it's just going to get bounced away back to the extra deck.
And how do you recover from a defeat in the third round? I mean, it was
it's
an
pretty-
okay start. Like both
Yeah.
of these players were 2-0 at the beginning of the match. Now Eugen is well on course with a 3-0, whereas Kevin is now at a 2-1.
Yeah, I think it's all about mentality of the players. So Jared, for example, last round, who lost last round very, very closely.
Yeah.
I went and spoke to him while the interview was going on with our winner, and I was just saying to him, like, oh, there was some really cool plays. He made some really great plays with those with the Sulkin combos, and he was telling me all about Mega Zabog before the tournament. He's like, this is the one. And I was like, that seems a bit weird. That's a little strange. He's like, oh no, look, showing me kind of how that worked.
I can do things.
Yeah, look at all this cool stuff, and I was like, oh, okay, that seems interesting. And I was waiting to be able to watch the match. I got to watch the match. It's really cool. And when we'd finished talking, he went, don't worry about it. I've lost my match, but I'm gonna go and win the rest. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
And I'll see you later. And
Big,
I was like,
big words.
I was like, nice one. And but that's just kind of how Jared is. He's quite confident.
Yeah.
Whereas we sometimes see people leaving the feature match area thinking, oh, I've just lost on stream. Oh, my life is over, and I need to go and.
I've actually seen
drop
that.
and
There are people
it's
that hold us personally responsible for that.
Yeah.
Like, you picked the feature match. I'm coming after you. And I'm like,
Yeah.
just do my job, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, interesting match.
Yeah.
Another one-sided affair, I would say. Even
Yeah.
though
both matches we've watched today have been quite one-sided.
yeah, although Kevin did win the second game.
Yeah,
Gotta give him
Yeah,
that.
we gotta give him that, definitely.
So yeah, it was a little bit more contested than the other matches before that.
Yeah, and we got to see Typhoon as well.
And yes,
Typhoon's probably going to be my favorite card in this tournament.
What? Let's talk about that a little bit later. Let's take first a short break, and then we're gonna try and get a hold of Eugen, so we can interview him real quick and ask him a couple of questions about his deck choice for this weekend. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played of old spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle line and a twin rod scaling the key. Who will make the final stand and make the move begins to lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with these cards you choose. Time to duel. There's a presence deep within, search your soul, take control, you will win. Two forces intertwine, just need the guidance of an open mind. There's a power that's all around, it's the sense from the friends who won't let you down. And when you come undone, they stand by your side till the duel is won. Trust in the heart, the heart of the card that'll do. Remember to trust in the heart of the card.
And we're back. And poof, a wild Eugen appears. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Great performance in our feature match just now.
Yeah, thank you.
It seemed a little one-sided. The first game was extremely like you opened and we were like, this game is over, I guess.
Yeah, I just hope that he reveals his deck
Yeah. So
instead of just scooping.
exactly. What do you think about him actually playing instead of just immediately saying, no, I'm not going to win this? Do you agree with his play?
I don't think so.
You would
I
have
mean,
just. You would have.
Maybe he hoped that I make a mistake and then he can just destroy the board.
Speaking of that, he plays the first pendulum spell. When do you decide to negate, or why did you decide to negate a little bit later instead of like write the first card or the second
You
card?
mean in the first game?
In the first game, yes.
I just negated the Babuku, right?
Yeah, yeah. I
and
think.
then and then he tried to attack the second one. Yeah, the thing is that, I mean, he can pendulum sum, but then he can't do anything else.
Right.
He has the small monsters, then he has to make exceed sums or synchro sums, and
you're
yeah.
fine with that. You're
Yeah,
like,
he can't negate if he can't activate effects because otherwise I negate it.
Right.
So he just has to attack, and the only monster is Ignister,
yeah,
and then he needs Luster.
right.
And Kirin is also good. That's why I negated the Bumbuku, because otherwise he would have searched Kirin special sum, and he would have got the Kirin in the game.
So basically, when we said that his only win option is that you are now falling asleep or making a mistake, that's basically what's been the case after your first turn.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. So after the first game, you probably sided out the Avian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said out the Avian, one Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, and what was the third card?
Well, that's
the fourth.
3. Yeah, okay, the fourth card.
I think one Eccentric, maybe.
Okay.
And I sided in double Ghost Ogre, and or don't you want to start?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm thinking of the next question. Is like, is that your general strategy? Is it always the same strategy, or does it really depend on the opponent?
Siding out one Odd Eyes Pendulum is fine. Siding out Epic Avians when the opponent starts is also good if he's not playing Monarchs, because against them it's pretty good.
Okay.
You just negate the Aether, and yeah, they can't do anything in your turn.
Okay.
And yeah, then you have to look.
All right, all right. And then the third game, you bring them back in.
Yeah, because I started the game.
Yeah. And is that the only criteria, really? It's just like he starts or I start? Or is it also a little bit of a mind game that your opponent doesn't know if you're playing them in the third game?
Well, he can't do much against it if I start.
Right. So there's no reason to not side them in.
Yeah.
Okay. Luke talked a little bit about the evolution of this deck, because it didn't always have this reputation of being an extremely consistent deck.
Yeah.
And now it seems like you guys, I'm guessing that you're not the only one who's playing this version of the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys came to the conclusion this is the best version of this deck. Can you run me through the changes and why you guys are thinking this is the best version of the deck?
Through the months?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Well, when Pendulum, Perform Opal first got released, I think everyone was playing with Epic's Avian, and some people were playing Kirin. Yeah, but it wasn't that consistent because I don't know, it just didn't work.
Yeah, okay.
It's probably
fair enough.
It's probably because later, I think like 1 month ago, we got Lightning Phoenix and Unicorn, which are both searchable by Sky Iris.
Right.
So that's a high scale and a low scale, and they are not even bad. I mean, Lightning Phoenix is not great, but Unicorn is good. The buffing effect, you just buff your Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon and make double damage. Like you can OTK your opponent just with one attack.
It is a good card, okay?
Yeah, like then we got Plushfire, Triple Monkey Board, and you only played on level 4 monsters with Luster Pendulum. Then the big destroying band list came, where Monkey Board on 1, Joker on 1, Lizard Draw on 1, no Lizard Draw, Luster Pendulum.
That was the adjusted list.
The adjusted band list.
The ban hammer, really, that came down, yeah.
Yeah, and then you couldn't play the deck that great like before, but it was still good.
And why is it now, in your opinion, the best choice for this event?
Yeah, because of Lightning Phoenix and Unicorn.
Yeah,
because Sky Iris is like the best card in the deck, probably. That's why I played 3 Terraforming 3 Sky Iris.
Is it also a particularly good choice against the decks that you're expecting this weekend?
Yeah, in Nationals from America, many people played Burning Abyss and Domain Monarchs. And Burning Abyss is like a free win because of Kirin.
Yeah.
You just have Kirin, they can't do anything. 1 Dante bounce, and then they lost 2 cards and have to make a new Dante.
Right.
Same against Beatrice. And against Domain Monarch is also fine. We play 2 Eccentric and 2 MST for that.
Right. Okay. It certainly sounds like you came prepared. And I also guess you put in a lot of hours prior to the event testing with your friends?
Yeah. Not that much like before, but still okay.
Okay, well, we have seen you win the European Championship 2 years ago when we streamed for the first time in 2014. And then right after that, you were showing everybody, I'm not a one-hit wonder. It wasn't a fluke. You came into the top 8 of YCS Madrid.
Third place.
Third place even. Excuse me.
No problem.
But after that, what was your best result after that?
In YCS Bochum, second place.
Second place. Okay, yeah. So you've been since then. You've pretty consistent, I would say. What is your expectation or your goal for this weekend?
Well, the goal is, of course, to qualify for the World Championship.
Okay. We're stapling low.
That's the goal.
We're not. I'm going to win the title again. All right.
Well, winning is the
semi-finals. Semi-finals is the goal. Okay. Yeah. All right. Because I was just asking because when you sat down, you're like, oh, did these trophies get smaller? And then you realize, oh no, that's just third and fourth place. This is my trophy, of course. Yeah. No, everything is fine. All right, let's talk just for a second about your first round 1 and round 2 opponents. In the first round, you went up against Kempe Weibenga from the Netherlands with Cosmo. How did that go?
Yeah, the first round was good. I think I started pretty good in the first game. So he scooped instantly. Or it was the second match. So yeah, he made a small mistake.
Oh, okay. And did you talk to him about that after the match?
Yeah. I had like Maxi active, and he thought I wanted to OTK him, so he activated emergency teleport to give me 2 more cards.
Right.
And
then yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be that he would for sure win the game if he wouldn't make the mistake, but
yeah, it increases his chances.
Yeah, the mistake kind of decided the game.
Okay. Second round, we had Sida Pollard, also from Germany.
Yeah.
Playing Solkeen Monarchs. How was that?
First game, I started like now with, I think, 1 Apex and Dweller and Vela in hand. And he scooped instantly. I didn't know what he's playing. I just sided, I think, 2 MSTs. No, 1 MST, 1 Twin Twister or something like that.
Right.
Then he started nuts with Solkeen, Crystal Wing, Stormford 2 sets and Aether in hand.
Yeah.
And Beatrice in defense position.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I was afraid of Twin Twisters, so I kind of made worse plays. And he didn't have the Twin Twisters, sadly. And then he destroyed me with Escalation.
Oh, okay.
Just summoning Erebus.
Yeah.
And then I won the third game with... I bricked a bit, but he just summoned Idea. I wailered. He couldn't do much. Then I top-decked. And
yeah. That can happen against winning Monarch. Okay. Well, Eugen, thank you so much. For being here and answering all my questions, all my silly questions. Good luck for the rest of the day. We would love to see you in day 2.
Yep.
And maybe at the end of the day, you're going to lift one of these trophies again. All right.
Fully.
With that, let's go on another short break. And we're going to try and be back as fast as possible. You don't have to ask. We're trying our best to be back as fast as possible.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the European Championship. We are here looking at the prizes that these players will be receiving, and I'm here with Matt Bell.
Hey guys, how you doing? So what we've got here is just a very small amount of the actual prizing that will be given out at this WCQ. We have the current YCS prize card, Minerva, the super rare edition, and the trophies. With all the other stuff that we're giving away for the top performing players, I think the most coveted prize from this event is one of those seats at the World Championship table.
Yeah, yeah.
Only 4 players from Europe will go to represent
the entire of our territory.
Well, we also have the Dragon Duelist that we also send. So yeah, but we have these players that are going to represent us on the world stage later this year in Florida, and that's not an easy position to be in. The entire world watching. And that's where you want to be. And then you've got probably the 2 most difficult matches that you have to play in your Yu-Gi-Oh career will be the top 8 of the WCQ, to decide whether or not you are going to Worlds and get your trophy. And the second most difficult match will be the top 8 of the World Championship.
Yeah.
Because obviously if you're going to Worlds, you're confident you're going to win, right?
Yeah.
And then that decides whether or not you get one of the prize cards in the top 4 slot. But this is going to be a great weekend. This is just, as we said, a small amount of the prizing we're giving away. And if you're interested in the Super Rare Minerva, I can point out for European territories that the LLDS will be awarding Minerva prize cards, so that you will have a second chance to get hold of these in your territories a little later this year, starting August.
Yeah. So I mean, it's one of the most prestigious things that can happen in Europe is gaining this ability to go to the World Championships. We've not had a UK one for a while.
UK player, no.
Yeah.
No, we talked about this a little bit earlier. The last UK player we have, I don't remember his name. The only thing I remember is we can't all be a master, and I don't remember who the player was. But
Yeah.
that was the last UK player. There was a joke about something, and that's why I remember that. But
Yeah.
we haven't had a UK player attend the event, but this is so much bigger than just the UK. This is the entirety of the Europe territory.
Exactly.
And honestly, we see some of the strongest competition coming out of Germany and Italy. Ido Marcus coming from Israel, which is relatively small territory, yet
Yep.
he won the European Championship last year. He finished he finished second place in his nationals this year.
Yep.
He's going to be defending his title. He should put up a very strong performance. He was 5th place at the World Championships.
Yeah.
Playing things like Mystic Tomato and Kinetic Soldier.
Yeah, heroes.
This is just the legend of Ido Marcus.
He's very off the wall player.
Yeah, he's just a great guy as well. I fully expect to see him perform quite well tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll see if it carries on. I mean, I tell you what, that you got to be brave to take Mystic Tomato and Kinetic Soldier to the World Championships.
Yeah. Yeah. Worked out for him though.
Yeah,
Up to a point.
Yeah, it did. It was like we were watching it and we're like, is he actually playing Kinetic Soldier? And it was to beat up the Colossalus in the hero matchup. And yeah, the other guys from Europe also did very well. Jorg daring it with Harpies. You know, I think that was overly ambitious, but Jorg, he is a national champion of Poland this year as well, so he's also back competing for one of these top slots. And it's going to be a great weekend, and I can't wait to see who we're sending to Worlds this year.
No, neither can I. So that's all from us for now. Stay tuned for even more live coverage of the European Championships 2016.
Joining me now is Tobias from beautiful Stockholm in beautiful Sweden. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You were another national champion from, well, your country, of course, from Sweden. How hard was it to win the tournament?
I feel like the tournament was pretty hard. I ended up losing one game and drawing one game and then winning the rest. But I felt like I sort of had to work for my matches. But I feel like that was mostly because I didn't know my deck very well.
You have a couple of experienced players in Sweden, right?
Yeah, we have a few people who've like top YCS and stuff.
Yeah. All right. When you say you didn't know your deck, why is that?
Because I switched deck the night before.
I heard that's not the best strategy. I mean, it's obviously you can prove me wrong right now, but generally speaking.
Usually it probably isn't the best strategy, but I got tired of losing in playtesting, so I just switched to extra deck Monarchs, and I ended up working fine.
Okay, okay. What about this weekend? Are you're firmly set with your deck, or are you going to switch it overnight?
I have not registered, and I have no idea what I'm playing.
Okay, this is going to be one of the stories this weekend. I can tell. All right, so you got a couple of decks. I guess you narrowed it down.
I'm pretty much thinking about like a couple different variants of Monarchs, and then maybe PK Fire.
Okay, but you didn't just say that because this interview is running at some point while the event is underway. You're
I'm actually running those decks.
Okay, okay.
I'm kidding. I'm actually running barrier statues. They're really good.
Yeah, that's the right way to mislead your opponent. Yeah. All right. Why is it so hard to decide on a deck?
Because I feel like everything is like equally strong, and because of that,
that should be a good thing.
I mean, I sort of want to call them equally bad, because I feel like not a deck isn't really consistent and good at the same time. But I feel like Exotic Monarch is like the most consistent and good deck.
Yeah,
so I'm probably playing that.
So you gotta make a few choices and take some risks, I guess. Yeah. So what is the one thing that you're hoping for this weekend? Like, is it I want to go against this deck every round, or I want to draw a good opening hand every round?
Well, if I play Monarchs, I just pray not to brick. That is we don't want to live the brick life.
Okay.
But I want to play a lot of Monarch Mirror because I feel pretty confident in that matchup.
Okay. It's interesting because most of the Monarch players that I've interviewed so far, they always said, I'm fine with everything, just don't give me mirror matches because it's very hard to play them. What's your approach, generally speaking? Do you like the mental challenge going up against somebody with the same deck, or why do you prefer the mirror match?
I just feel like because the games go longer, there's a lot more room to mess up. And if I can constantly make the better choice than my opponent, then I will end up winning the match.
Okay. That's a good strategy. Yeah, it's a good way to look at it. All right. What is your goal for the weekend?
My goal is to go to Worlds. I topped Euros last year, so I want to do...
It's not out of the question. Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, and like we said, you need some good opening hands for that, and then everything is on the table. All right. Well, did you have any time to check out Berlin so far?
We were planning to do that Wednesday, but one of the guys I'm flying with isn't very smart, so he decided to drink the night before. So he was drunk when we came in.
Maybe he's afraid of flying, so he wanted to make sure he came.
That is not the reason, but let's pretend that is the reason.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were planning to check it out Wednesday, but we didn't.
Are we okay, we're talking about last Wednesday, of course.
Yeah.
So you've been here until Wednesday. What about Thursday then?
Thursday, we just met up with the other people. They were flying a day later, and we checked out a little bit of the city, but we didn't catch too much.
All right. Well, you definitely should. Like, it's a cool city, and I'm just saying that because I live here. All right. All right. Thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend. Yeah. Maybe we're going to see you in the tops again, and then we would love to have you on the stream, of course.
Thank you.
And with that, we're going to be right back, continuing our coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship.
Welcome to the 2016 World Championship Qualifier, everyone. My name is Yuya Sakaki, and I'm an entertainment duelist. I hope you all find this tournament exciting, and I hope you're all having a great time.
Oh, I'm having an incredible time. I've seen lots of cool new cards and strategies that I can't wait to test out.
That's great, but who are you?
My name is Yusei Fudo, and I'm a turbo duelist. Perhaps you've seen my red motorcycle outside. I love the fast pace and speed of a duel.
Turbo duelist? Dueling is best when it's done for the entertainment of an audience. Don't you agree?
I don't see why a duel can't be fast-paced and exciting, and with really loud music played behind it. That's better. While also entertaining the crowd. How about you and I duel, Yuya? That way I can test out some new strategies and we can put on a show for this great audience of 16 and thousands out there.
That is a fantastic idea.
Watch out, Yuya. I'm not pulling any punches. Let's rev it up!
It's showtime!
There's something strange about this Yuya character. I can't underestimate his abilities. I better be careful. I set 2 cards face down and end my turn.
Is that all you got? I'll start things off by summoning Performapal Skull Crobat Joker to my field. Yeah. My Skull Crobat Joker's effects lets me add a Performapal, Magician, or Odd Eyes monster from my deck to my hand. I'll activate its effect to do just that.
Whoa! That's a lot of searching abilities attached to just one monster. I can tell that you're relying on your Skull Crobat Joker to unite the different monsters in your deck. That's why I'm activating a powerful effect of my own. I discard Effect Vealer from my hand to negate the effect of your Performapal Skull Crobat Joker.
As nice as it would have been to search for any card I want, I have plenty more cards already in my hand. Let's swing into action! Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to put the pendulum scales in place.
Pendulum scales? What in the name of red motorcycles are you talking about?
Oh, I will tell you, Yusei. Don't you know what pendulum scales are? You can't pendulum summon without them.
I can't what? What in the hell are you talking about?
Oh, I'll show you. And the crowd. I activate Performapal Odd Eyes Light Phoenix and Performapal Odd Eyes Unicorn in my pendulum zones.
Wait, what's a pendulum zone?
Pendulum zones are where pendulums go.
What on earth are you talking about, man?
I will tell you. Pendulum monsters are unique cards that are spells and monsters. They can be placed in a pendulum zone as a spell card or summoned in the monster zone as a monster card.
Okay, and what do they do?
Each pendulum card has a separate effect depending on whether it's in the pendulum zone or the monster card zone. But most importantly, each pendulum card placed in one of my 2 pendulum zones gives me a pendulum scale. Performapal Odd Eyes Light Phoenix gives me a pendulum scale of 3, while Performapal Odd Eyes Unicorn gives me a pendulum scale of 8. Now I can perform a pendulum summon.
This isn't good.
Oh, no it isn't. Since the cards in my 2 pendulum zones have scales of 3 and 8, I can special summon any number of monsters with levels 3 and 8. I'll special summon my level 6 Performapal Bubble Bow Wow with 2,300 attack points and my level 7 Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon with 2,500 attack points to the field.
Just like that, you're able to summon 2 high-level monsters at once? This is insane!
Yeah, that's the power of the pendulum summon. Now it's time to attack. I'm gonna wipe you out with one single attack.
What?
Yes, sir. I attack with Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon and activate the effect of the Performapal Odd Eyes Unicorn in the pendulum zone. While my Performapal Odd Eyes Unicorn is face up in my pendulum zone, I can increase the attack points of an attacking Odd Eyes monster by the attack points of one of my Performapal monsters. I'll increase my Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon's attack points by the attack points of Performapal Bubble Bow Wow, giving it a grand total of 4,800 attack points. You're finished, you say. It looks like the entertainment isn't going to last as long as I hoped.
Hold it right there, Yuya. I activate Defense Draw. This card defends me from your attack and lets me draw 1 card from my deck. My life points are safe.
You're still in trouble. Performapal Skullcrabat Joker, attack Yusei directly.
Oh no.
Now it's my Bubble Bow Wow's turn to attack. Bubble Bow Wow, finish Yusei off.
I activate Scrap Iron Scarecrow. This card negates your monster's attack and then goes back face down so I can use it again later.
Oh, since you didn't even know what a pendulum summon was, I thought this was going to be a quick and easy duel. But it looks like I was wrong. You made it through one of my strongest opening plays. It's your move.
My turn. I draw. First, I special summon Unknown Synchron from my hand. As long as you control a monster and I don't, I can special summon this monster to the field. Next, I activate 1 for 1. This spell card lets me send a monster from my hand to my graveyard to special summon a level 1 monster from my deck. I send Quillbolt Hedgehog to my graveyard to special summon Tuningware. Next, I summon Synchron Carrier. This card lets me normal summon an additional Synchron monster this turn. Now I'll tune my level 1 Unknown Synchron, and my level 1 Tuningware, and my level 2 Synchron Carrier. Come forth, Armory Arm!
A Synchro summon?
That's right, Yuya. Whenever my Tuningware is used in a Synchro summon, I get to draw a card. Next, I activate this spell card, Tuning. This card lets me add a Synchron Tuner monster from my deck to my hand, and then send the top card of my deck to my graveyard. I'll add Junk Synchron to my hand and then discard the top card of my deck. Are you still with me?
I sure am.
Now I'll use the extra summon granted to me by my Synchron Carrier to normal summon Junk Synchron. I activate Junk Synchron's effect to special summon Tuningware back from my graveyard. Welcome back, Tuningware. It's been too long. Next, I activate the effect of my Quillbolt Hedgehog. While I control a tuner like Junk Synchron, I can special summon Quillbolt Hedgehog from my graveyard.
I see you have your own ways of summoning multiple monsters to the field.
That's right, but it doesn't stop there. Now it's time for a second Synchro Summon. I tune my level 3 Junk Synchron with my level 1 tuning ware and level 2 Quillbolt Hedgehog. I Synchro Summon Stardust Charge Warrior. When Stardust Charge Warrior is summoned, I get to draw a card. Plus, I get to draw an additional card for using tuning ware and its Synchro Summon. That means I draw a total of 2 cards from my deck.
My Performapal Bubble Bow Wow and Odd Ice Pendulum Dragon are both stronger than your Stardust Charge Warrior and your Armory Arm.
Well, they won't be for long, my new friend. I activate Armory Arm's effect. I equip my Armory Arm to Stardust Charge Warrior to increase my Stardust Charge Warrior's attack points by 1,000 to a grand total of 3,000. Whenever my Stardust Charge Warrior destroys one of your monsters and sends it to the graveyard while equipped with Armory Arm, you lose life points equal to your monster's attack points. My Stardust Charge Warrior also has a special ability that lets it attack all of your monsters. You're finished, Yuya! Stardust Charge Warrior, attack and destroy Yuya's Performapal Skullcrobat Joker! Since my Stardust Charge Warrior has 3,000 attack points, and your Skullcrobat Joker only has 1,800 attack points, let's do the math. You lose 1,200 life points. Then, thanks to my Armory Arm's effect, you'll lose another 1,800 life points when your Skullcrobat Joker goes to the graveyard. Wait, what is happening? What's going on? Why isn't your Skullcrobat Joker in your graveyard? And why didn't you lose 1,800 life points?
Let me teach you a little lesson, you say. Because my Performapal Skullcrobat Joker, like each of the other monsters on my field, is a pendulum monster. And when pendulum cards are destroyed, or would have otherwise be sent from the field to the graveyard, they go to the extra deck instead of the graveyard. Since my Skullcrobat Joker doesn't go to the graveyard, Armory Arm's effect doesn't reduce my life points.
Wait, a group of monsters that start out in the main deck but move into the extra deck over the course of the duel? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Either way, my Stardust Charge Warrior isn't finished with you. Stardust Charge Warrior, attack and destroy. Performapal Bubble Bow Wow.
I lose 700 life points and my Bubble Bow Wow goes face up to my extra deck.
Now, attack Yuya's Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon.
I lose another 500 life points and send my Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon to my extra deck.
You may have survived the turn, but now your field is empty, and you've fallen way behind. I said 2 cards face down and end my turn. It's your move.
My field was empty, but I'm about to fill it back up.
How? You only have 2 cards in your hand.
You'll see soon enough. First, I activate Pot of Greed. This card lets me draw. Thank you. This card lets me draw 2 cards. Next, I summon Performapal's second donkey to my field.
What?
Yes, sir. Since I have 2 cards in my pendulum zones, second donkey's effect lets me add any Performapal monster from my deck to my hand. And I'll add Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer to my hand. Next, I pendulum summon Performapal Bubble Bow Wow, Performapal Skullcrobat Joker, and Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon from my extra deck, and Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer from my hand.
No way! You can pendulum summon monsters from your hand and extra deck?
That's right.
Oh!
Now, I have 5 monsters on my field. Next, I activate the effect of my Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer. By destroying the 2 cards in my pendulum zones, I get to add 2 Performapal monsters from my deck to my hand. I'll destroy Performapal Odd Eyes Unicorn and Performapal Odd Eyes Light Phoenix, sending them to my extra deck, and then add Performapal Spring Goose and Performapal Sleight Hand Magician to my hand. Next, I tribute Performapal Second Donkey to special summon Performapal Sleight Hand Magician from my hand. I can special summon my Performapal Sleight Hand Magician simply by tributing any Performapal that isn't a pendulum monster. Now I activate my Sleight Hand Magician's effect. By discarding a card from my hand, I destroy your Stardust Charge Warrior.
Oh no!
Now your life points are wide open. Performapal Sleight Hand Magician, use your 2,500 attack points to finish Yusei off.
I activate Stardust Respark. Since your Performapal Sleight Hand Magician's attack points are greater than my life points, this card negates your attack and lets me draw a card. Then, I special summon Stardust Dragon from my extra deck. Come forth, Stardust Dragon! That's right, Stardust Dragon.
Your Stardust Dragon is the only thing standing between me and victory, and my Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon is just as strong as it is. Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, attack and destroy Yusei's Stardust Dragon!
Hold it right there, Yuya. I'll activate my Scrap Iron Scarecrow. That's right. Just like it did it last turn, my Scrap Iron Scarecrow negates your monster's attack and then returns face down. Your Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer, Performapal Skullcrabat Joker, and Performapal Bubble Bow Wow are all weaker than my Stardust Dragon, which means that my Stardust Dragon and my life points have survived your Pendulum Summon.
I set one card before ending my turn.
You may have 5 monsters on your field, but as long as I have Stardust Dragon on mine, I'm still in this duel. I activate my face down card, Graceful Revival. I bet you remember my old friend Tuningware. It can be used as a level 1 or level 2 monster in a synchro summon and lets me draw a card when it's set to the graveyard as a synchro material. Graceful Revival summons it back to the field. Next, I activate the effect of Jet Synchron in my graveyard. By discarding a card from my hand, I can special summon Jet Synchron back to the field. I discard Rush Warrior to special summon Jet Synchron. But that's not all, Yuya. I activate the effect of my Rush Warrior. By banishing it from my graveyard, I can return any Synchron monster from my graveyard to my hand. I banish Rush Warrior from my graveyard to return Synchron Carrier to my hand. Now I summon Synchron Carrier. I tune my level 1 Jet Synchron with my level 2 Synchron Carrier and my Tuningware to synchro summon the level 5 Tuner Synchro Excel Synchron.
So it's a tuner and a synchro. That is fascinating.
Indeed. Now I draw 1 card thanks to the effect of Tuningware. I activate the effect of my Excel Synchron. By sending Turbo Synchron from my deck to my graveyard, I reduce my Excel Synchron's level by 1. Now, Stardust Dragon, attack and destroy Yuya's Performapal Skullcrabat Joker! You lose 700 life points.
I'll return my Skullcrabat Joker to my extra deck.
It's over, Yuya. I activate Limit Overdrive. This quick play spell card lets me combine a Synchro Tuner and Synchro Non-Tuner to summon a Synchro monster whose level is equal to the sum of my 2 monsters' levels. I combine my level 8 Stardust Dragon and level 4 Excel Synchron to summon my ultimate monster, Stardust Seifer Divine Dragon! My Stardust Seifer Divine Dragon stands strong with 4,000 attack and defense points. And since I'm still in my battle phase, it can still attack. Stardust Seifer Divine Dragon, attack Performapal Bubble Bow Wow and end this duel!
I activate my trap card, Command Performance. As long as I control a Performapal monster, this card stops your attack and switches your Stardust Seifer Divine Dragon into defense mode.
Good move, Yuya, but even in defense mode, you'll still need to overcome my dragon's 4,000 defense points. It's your turn.
I can still win this duel. I draw. First, I activate Pot of Riches. This card lets me send 3 of the Pendulum monsters in my extra deck back to my main hand and draw 2 cards. What an awesome draw! I activate Performapal Monkey Board in my Pendulum Zone. That's right. This card's pendulum effect lets me search my deck for any level 4 or lower Performapal monster and add it to my hand. I'll use its effect to grab Performapal Camelump from my deck. Next, I activate Performapal Camelump in my Pendulum Zone. Once per turn, I can use my Camelump's effect to decrease one of your monster's defense points by 800 and let one of my monsters inflict piercing damage. I'll use Camelump's effect to reduce your Stardust Sea for Divine Dragon's defense points to 3,200 and allow my Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon to pierce through it.
My Stardust Sea for Divine Dragon is still way stronger than your monsters.
For now.
Ho ho!
I activate the effect of the Performapal Spring Goose I discarded earlier. By banishing Spring Goose from my graveyard, I get to return 2 of my Performapals from my field to my hand. I use my Spring Goose's effect to return Performapal Monkey Board and Performapal Camelump to my hand. Next, I activate the effect of my Performapal Sleight Hand Magician. By discarding Monkey Board from my hand, I get to destroy your Stardust Sea for Divine Dragon.
You didn't think my Stardust Sea for Divine Dragon was going down that easily, did you? I activate my Divine Dragon's special ability. Once per turn, I can negate the effect of one of your monsters and then destroy a card on your field. I'll negate your Performapal Sleight Hand Magician's effect and destroy your Sleight Hand Magician.
What a show! Now I can reactivate Performapal Camelump in my Pendulum Zone. This time, I'll activate its effect to allow my Bubble Bow Wow to inflict piercing damage and reduce your Stardust Sea for Divine Dragon's defense points by another 800. Now it's down to just 2,400 defense points.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, uh-oh is right, you say. Now I'm inviting one more pal to the party. I summon Performapal Elefhammer.
What?
I can normal summon my Elefhammer without tribute whenever I have 2 or more Performapals on my field. My Elefhammer has 2,600 attack points. Now I switch my Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer into attack mode. Finally, I activate this spell card, Performapal Dramatic Theater. This card increases the attack points of each of my monsters by 200 for each type of monster on my field. Since I have a Beast, Spellcaster, and Dragon on my field, each of my 4 monsters gains 600 attack points. Elefhammer, attack and destroy Yusei Stardust Sea for Divine Dragon.
Let me play an old friend once again. I activate Scrap Iron Scarecrow to negate your attack.
I still have 3 monsters that can attack. Bubble Bow Wow, use your 2,900 attack points to attack and destroy Yusei's monster.
Well, thanks to my Stardust Sea for Divine Dragon's effect, the first time any of my cards would be destroyed each turn, it's not destroyed.
What?
That means my Stardust Sea for Divine Dragon isn't going anywhere.
Even so, since my Camelump's ability let my Bubble Bow Wow deal piercing damage, you lose life points equal to the difference between my monster's attack points and your monster's defense points. That means you lose 500 life points. And now that your Stardust Sea for Divine Dragon has already protected itself once, it's vulnerable to my next attack. Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, attack and destroy Yusei Stardust Sea for Divine Dragon.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Your Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon has 3,100 attack points, but my dragon only has 2,400 defense points. Since your Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon inflicts piercing damage, I'm going to lose 700 life points and my dragon will be destroyed.
Actually, Yusei, hate to break it to you, you're gonna lose 1,400 life points. Whenever my Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon attacks a level 5 or higher monster, any battle damage that it inflicts is doubled.
This isn't good.
No, it sure isn't. You have no cards on your field that you can use, and only 300 life points left. It's over, Yusei. Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer, end this duel with a direct attack.
Hold it right there. Are you guys ready for this move? I discard Swift Scarecrow from my hand to stop your attack and end your battle phase!
Good save. But with no cards left in your hand and only a scrap iron Scarecrow on your field, this duel is as good as over.
I don't know about that, Yuya. Let's see how it plays out, new friend. As long as I'm still fighting, this duel isn't over. I draw. I activate Pot of Desires. Now, by banishing the top 10 cards of my deck face down, I draw 2 cards from my deck. Ho ho! Just what I wanted. I activate the effect of my fallen Stardust Seafer Divine Dragon. By banishing it from the duel, I get the special summon any Stardust monster from my graveyard. I banish Stardust Seaver Divine Dragon from my graveyard to special summon Stardust Charged Warrior back to the field. Now I equip my Stardust Charged Warrior with Fighting Spirit, and united we stand. Pause for effect. Fighting Spirit increases my Stardust Charged Warrior's attack points by 300 for each monster on your field, for a total of 1,200. United We Stand increases my monster's attack points by 800 for each monster on my field. Even though my Stardust Charged Warrior is by itself on my field, it's never alone. Its friends are all here in spirit, granting it a total of 800 attack points. Now, my Stardust Charged Warrior has 4,000 attack points!
No way!
Yes, way! Stardust Charged Warrior, attack and destroy Performa Pal Elefhammer. Since Elefhammer has 3,200 attack points, you lose 800 life points. And don't forget, my Stardust Charged Warrior can now attack all of the special summon monsters on your field. It's over. Stardust Charged Warrior, attack Yuya's remaining monsters and end this duel!
I can't believe I lost.
Believe it.
I really could have used some action cards, but I couldn't find any.
Oh, that was a tough duel, Yuya. And I'd bet it was as entertaining as a high-speed turbo duel.
You're right, you say. All that matters is that the audience enjoyed it. I'm going to keep practicing my dueling skills so I can master all sorts of new strategies. And then, I want a rematch.
I'm looking forward to it. Now, let's get back to the 2016 North American World Championship qualifier.
We're back with one of the youngest competitors at the European Championship 2016. Next to me is Blake from Manchester, who won his Dragon Duel Championship in the UK. Blake, congrats.
Thank you very much.
What was it like to win your national championship?
I was very pleased that I won because I knew I could get to Europeans, and if I didn't do that well, it wasn't that bad because the money, I didn't have to pay for the flights, and I was really happy with what I've got. The prize support's quite generous considering it didn't get on plenty players.
Right,
so
right.
I'm really happy with what I did.
Okay. Was it tough to win the championship, or?
Yeah, there was 1 or 2 rounds where I did a little. I made a few mistakes, and sometimes I didn't deserve to win, but I pulled it back. So.
Okay. Well, it's a very fair statement. I mean, I've seen players who did get lucky, and they're like, no, I deserved it. So it's nice to see somebody who's a little bit more modest about it. All right. You were allowed to take somebody with you for this event, right?
Yeah.
Who did you take?
I took my brother, who's competing in the main event of Euros, and my parents, my father, and my brother's friend who's coming. They got their separate flight.
Oh, okay.
They were on the same plane as us. So
Right.
They're coming as well, and my mum and dad are staying in the hotel, which is massive, and my brother's friend is also competing.
Yeah.
So.
Right. So you're traveling as a group, and that's of course lots of fun, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. When did you arrive here?
I arrived, I believe, about 12 actually. Yeah,
Okay.
about 12 in this
But
morning.
just just this morning.
Yeah.
All right. So you didn't have any time to check out the city yet, I guess.
Not yet, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Okay. How long are you gonna stay?
I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay until after Sunday. I'm probably gonna leave on about 12 at Monday.
Okay.
About
Yeah.
that.
So you got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Sounds not too bad. Okay. So after you have won the Dragon Duel in your country, you want to win the Dragon Duel at the European Championship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you prepare for the event?
My brother's quite. He was talking very with the UK national champion in the main event. He was talking to Jared about card choices and why he played this, and my brother told Jared a little bit, and Jared told my brother a little bit, and they kind of just like swapped knowledge.
Yeah.
And my brother kind of just told me why I should play certain cards, and I learned a lot by him telling me what to do.
Okay, so he's a little bit like your manager.
Yeah.
In a way. Okay, but it's working out well, I guess, for both of you if he can take advantage of the free flight then.
Yeah.
All right. So what is your expectation for the weekend?
I expect loads of Monarch and potentially a bit of PK Fire and Cosmo, but I don't expect that much Demise or anything like that.
Yeah, okay. And is that something you feel comfortable with, or is that decks you don't want to go? Like you don't like the current metagame?
I feel comfortable, but against PK Fire. I mean against Monarchs, but not PK Fire, because if I don't draw my cards, like my cards that I play for them,
right,
then I'll be in a very bad position.
Okay, right. So it's a bit of a coin flip, I guess. But you seem to be well prepared for the event, so that sounds good. So I wish you the best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully you're going to be able to go to Worlds in Orlando, Florida.
Hopefully.
Yeah, and then you can probably take your brother again. All right, with that, that's it for now. We're going to be right back with another feature match, guys. So just don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Welcome back to the finals of YCS Prague 2016. After 7 rounds of Swiss yesterday, 3 rounds of Swiss this morning, then top 32, top 16, top 8, semi-finals. There's 4 more rounds. We're finally there in the finals.
Yes, we are here. We played 14 rounds in total. This is the final match. There is only 1 match slip remaining.
Yes.
That is it.
That is...
Out of the almost 1,000 players, we have 2 duelists remaining. Who is going to be on top?
Right. It might look a little bit like it happened exactly like we were expecting it. With on the one side, we got Cosmo. On the other side, we got Draco, Performer Power.
Yep.
However, this weekend has been quite crazy when we look at the top decks.
Yeah, a bit of a roller coaster.
In the top 4, we had 4 different decks, in fact. Let's show you how these guys made it to the finals, and you haven't even heard the name yet, but I think you've been watching for a little while. This is how Marvin Weber made it to the finals. We can look a little bit at his history here. Whenever he's white, he won. Whenever somebody's gray, they lost. So he had quite a few strong opponents right there.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, Jay Quincy, James Broderick, both of these we had on the stream, and they were really showing what they can do.
Yeah.
So not too bad. And then before that, we see him in the top 32 again. He kicked out Patrick Reeder in the last round of Swiss. Also, nothing to flinch at.
Yeah, you remember that actually we had a deck profile with Martin Weber in that first day on Friday. We sat and talked to him a bit about some of his cards that he played, and he really thought that Cosmo was the best deck.
Yeah. He did lose in round 3 against Simone Falanga. who is playing Draco Performapal, did have a good start. This good start is really, really important. If you win the first 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds, your tiebreaker is going to be a lot better. We had some players that went X2, but they lost in rounds 3 and 4, and then their tiebreaker was just not carrying them there. Let's take a quick look at the match history of Ur, how he did end up in the finals. I just need another second. There we go. Here we go. So he mentioned this when we had him in the interview in the last round in our semifinals after he won against Valon Letertre. He was on the bubble this morning. In fact, we did feature him this morning, and ever since he's going undefeated. So all of his losses were kind of earlier in the tournament.
First few rounds.
Here he lost against that's Giorgio Quintavalle with Draco Performapal. And then there should be another loss because he was X2. That is not here, even earlier.
I think he had a draw there.
Okay.
Semari.
Right.
Semerari, sorry.
So that Lucas Semerari with Cosmo drawing with him, that's almost like a loss at this point.
Yeah.
All right.
That early on.
Let's just bring you the deck breakdown real quick. This is the initial breakdown at the start of the day. There you see Draco Performapal, Cosmo in third. After day 1, which would be round 8, this is what it looked like. The other category lost a lot of steam. Rogue decks, not the best choice for this weekend. Burning Abyss, on the other hand, really, really good choice. Lots of them ending up.
Numbers, really fantastic.
Lots of them ending up in day 2. This is then the top 32 breakdown. And
more of the same, really.
More of the same, pretty much the same thing we've seen before. And top 8 maybe, just real quick. We have those 4 decks. One of those Monarch decks is not a Monarch deck. There was a Magical Explosion deck. And well, now
here we see the simplest graph of them all.
Yes.
The finals, Draco Performapal against Cosmo.
Again, this is how they ended up here. You can just quickly glance over that list. There are a number of players that made it to the top cut a couple of times before. Lots and lots of veterans, but these 2 remain. All right. With that, we've looked at those deck lists a couple of times.
We have.
I think you guys know what these guys are playing. Marvin Weber, even, we had him on Friday in our little feature about Cosmo. He was explaining to us how the Cosmo deck worked exactly. And Ur Kovacic, we featured him twice, and he was telling us a lot about his take on the Draco Performapal. So also no need to go into any more detail. Yes. This is what's on the line, the little trophy right here. If I take that back, I don't know, actually you can never really see it because it's so
shiny.
It's just too shiny. You can see through it.
It looks really cool.
Really nice trophy.
From all the different angles, you can like see each of the parts of the trophy that are engraved. It looks really cool.
And then we got 5 copies of Minerva, the Exalted Light Zone. The winner is going to walk away with the ultra rare version. That is the super shiny version. And then the runner-up, as well as the 3rd place finisher, is going to get a super rare version. And the other 2, you might ask, they are for the coverage. No, I'm just kidding. The other 2 are for the winners of the public events finals. We got 1 public events finals where everybody who played in the public events this weekend is just going to randomly draw. And if they get lucky, they're going to be picked for this public events final. The other is for the 4 most successful public events players. So either you play a lot of events or you just get really lucky. Either way, you also get a chance to win a Minerva. I'm not going to go into any more detail about the public events. Let's take you guys to the table. Let's get it on.
Let's do it.
All right, guys. You see them there. Marvin Weber on the left. Ur Kovacic on the right. Germany versus Slovenia. Cosmo versus Draco Performapal. This is it, the finals of YCS Prague 2016.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. We see the duck, it's back.
Yeah, the duck is back.
These guys, really good handshake. And we see Ryan and Bozzy as well. Quick handshake. That's the last, this is the last match. Here we go. We wouldn't be able to do it without our app users.
We almost lost them earlier. Ryan was quickly going outside, talking to some players. Then he saw a couple of them playing GOAT format, and he was like, I really want to play some goats. And he's like, I want to goat for the rest of the day. I didn't know it was a verb at this point, but apparently it is.
Yep.
All right. Do we know who goes first? We will know in a second.
We'll soon find out. So has opened with one of his 2 trap cards.
Okay.
He's opened with one of his bottom
Marvin
trappers.
is kicking things
So
off.
Martin's kicking it off. He's starting with 1 Solemn Strike. He's starting straight out with a teleport. Tin Can.
That's a good
no
start.
question.
That is a really good
So
start.
I think Marvin actually is going to be sneaky here and retain that reasoning. So yes, he is. So he's gone straight to the end phase. He's just going to decide. Yep. So you can maybe overhear our head judge Hector announcing that the finals have started.
Yeah.
So we see here, Dark Destroyer, Forerunner, and DOG Fighter, and Forerunner gets added to the hand, and those other 2 go to the graveyard. Now, Cosmo Joe, Solemn Strike, Cosmo Tin Can, that's all that's remaining on the field. Immediately, Forerunner's coming down to the field here.
That's a good start.
Great start.
That is
solid. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the best possible start, but
yeah,
it is absolutely rock solid.
All right, on the other side of the field, Ur just had a horrible hand in his game against Valor Letertre. 6 monsters in hand, Valor in the game too. Valor then passes, leaves him the field, and he's just like, oh, well,
Drops everything.
In that case, suddenly my hand is amazing, because he could just pendulum scale,
Drop
put
it
everything
all.
on the table,
Yeah.
and Valor immediately conceded. He saw the writing on the wall. He
Yeah.
knew exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And that concluded our semifinals.
Yeah. So here's he upside into instant fusion. This just extends his plays even more, so he can do way more with this. He's got Luster in hand, Draco face off. That's a bit unfortunate that Luster is in hand. That means he has to be able to normal summon that, or at least get it to graveyard somehow, and then use Norden to get it back. We'll see how he decides to go about this here. So he reinforcements the army into Armageddon Knight. Let's see if he decides to use the normal summon for Armageddon Knight or for the Luster Pendulum.
Right.
I think he's gonna, he's gonna go
Armageddon
ahead
Knight?
and use the Armageddon Knight, and then try and perform a pendulum summon to get Luster out onto the field instead of just the normal summon.
But there, of course, is the Solemn Strike by Marvin. You agree with that?
Yep. I think just shut him down, don't let him do any plays. It's fantastic. So we can see that there's not actually much else to go on here other than if he plays Draco face off and gets the right scale, then he can play a Guitartle. Or he's just going to go ahead. I think he's probably going to go into Norden and King of the Feral Imps here.
All right. Well, Norden is very likely with that instant fusion.
That's going to be the best maneuver.
Yeah,
Norden get back Armageddon Knight into King of the Feral Imps, and then detach, go get a Lizard Draw, and then Guitartle and Lizard Draw. I think that's probably going to be the line of plays that we see come out here.
So kind of bad news for Marvin that
he can just keep on playing.
So yeah, Solemn Strike didn't really help that much.
Yep. Or he may just clear that back row using Diamond Direwolf. We'll see.
So there are again a couple of options. Yeah, Diamond Direwolf. This is an interesting choice in my opinion when you see that players playing a card and it takes some effort to get it out, and all it does is destroy another card. It feels like you're putting yourself a little bit behind, but sometimes that's really, really crucial.
So he doesn't have anything as extra. This is why I was thinking more the risky play, but you know we can still see Draco face off. So I think Ur's going to play every card in his hand in this turn, depending on what he gets. Yeah, so he can just pick 2 of the low scales, so he definitely has a low scale. So it doesn't matter which one.
Right.
So he's going to have Vector. He's going to put that in one of his pendulum scales, hopefully. And then he can play the Guitartle along. Oh, he's just going to summon it. Yeah, I'm trying to see where he's going to go with this. Okay, yeah, he can just synchro these guys into Ignister and then use the Guitartle to use Ignister's effect, or potentially one of the Draco Slayers that he special summons off Ignister's effect. We'll see how he decides to go. There's a few ways to get to it, but in the end, he needs to get an Ignister to clear out that Forerunner.
Yeah.
What's really good, Martin Weaver actually saved that reasoning, which is going to be really powerful next turn.
And he also has a Regeki.
Yeah. So we might see a big push from Marvin next turn.
Yeah.
But let's first see what Ur is going to do here. Does have the one back row, and it's a bottomless drop hole. So.
Oh, he just passes.
Yeah, that's not what you expected, because
No,
you said there's going to be an Ignister, right?
Yeah, I thought that he was going to at least try and get rid of that Forerunner. He was going to have to waste quite a few resources to do it, but I think he's going to do some maths now. No, that's just him gaining 1,000 life points.
Yeah, that's just the life points. All right, Marvin did draw into a Cosmos Strawman. How helpful is that card going to be? That's the reasoning.
Yeah, so this is important now. He's going to do the maths in his head and see what's the most likely.
Yeah, or what's the most hurtful. Half the time it's also that. It's
Yes, usually if you've got quite a lot of board control, then you can generally be like, right, I don't want to see 8 Dark Destroyer. I definitely don't want to see Dark Destroyer. He's already got one of those in the graveyard. Okay, so we can't actually see what he's milled from these.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! European World Championship qualifier. We're in round 4.
Yeah.
We are definitely in round 4.
We are
before I get that
definitely
wrong.
in round 4.
And I'm joined by Luke Withington.
Hello guys.
If you've been watching, you will know him. I'm Rob Hooley. And now we have Stefan Fleck and Long Dao.
Yeah.
Now, Long Dao is a pro player. Lots of people will know his name. Stefan Fleck actually came up to me yesterday and said, "How do I get a feature match?" So I asked him what deck he was playing, and it just happened that he was playing Kaiju Mermails, and he's actually doing quite well with it. So I thought, let's give him a shot. Let's see exactly what he's got going on for him.
Yeah, and he just happened to be facing Long Dao as well.
Yeah, so that was really helpful.
Why not?
Definitely. So as I say, Long Dao is playing Perform Power, Magispector, Magicians, pretty much all of the mix that you could get there, really, isn't it?
Yeah, he's playing the interesting part about it is he's playing the Magispector Trap. So he's playing all of the Magispectors: Toad, Fox, Raccoon, Unicorn, the full package.
And pretty much exactly what you'd expect with the Pendulum Sorcerer, Monkey Board, Joker.
Yeah, full Performer Power package.
Oh, there isn't any Guitar Tool.
No, there isn't. He's going with the build you would expect. He's not doing anything crazy. He's just going with the build you would expect. He's playing one of each Magician, double Dragon Pit, couple of eccentrics, 2 Odd-Eyes Pendulums, and then the Magispector kit, and then a load of Performer Pals.
Yeah, so it's
like 26 monsters.
He's not playing anything too exciting, except he is playing the Magispector Tempest over the top of what you would usually expect.
Yep.
I think that our players are actually quite ready. They've been ready for quite a while now.
Yeah, so we might as well...
yeah, we'll go straight over to the table.
There you go.
Oh, they're getting ready there with the Magispector Unicorn Kirin just left over from the last game. They're just loading in the hands now. So, won't be too long and you'll see exactly what's in there. See Long Dao already. Handful of Pendulums. Pretty much sure I can see his Eccentric in there. Just from the top of my head. I see a Fox. And that looks like a Raccoon. But we're looking at Stefan Fleck's hand first, as it's coming in first. Now, I basically stopped playing for a very long time professionally. And during that time was actually the Mermail format. I kind of came back into the Mermail format just at the end, starting to do coverage.
So I got a... I, personally, being the entire of the Mermail deck, speaking on behalf of the Mermails, they got Neptibus, which was the kind of the big swing for them that brought them back into the meta. Neptibus is so very powerful.
And of course the Kaiju engine just added that little bit more to it, I assume.
Yeah, it's still water. It's all water at the end of the day, isn't it? So he's got the Kaiju Slumber. I mean, it's actually pretty good here for Stefan. He's got to really hope that Long Dao doesn't open with a bunch of the Magispectors. He's playing a lot of them, so the chances are he's going to. So let's have a look at Long Dao's hand here and see.
It's Long Dao's hand.
Okay, so he's got a lot of the Magispectors. So the reason I'm saying this is because the board wipe card for Stefan is the uninterrupted Kaiju Slumber, which is, that's going to be his kind of wipe the board, do some Mermail things, and then try and attack his opponent's life points.
Yeah. So the Sorcerer and the Wisdom Eye came down. Wisdom Eye has gone and got him. I think that's That's not Oath Dragon, is it? It could be Oath Dragon.
No, Dragon Pit. He's got Dragon Pit.
Dragon Pit.
So Dragon Pit being a 7, and then Pendulum Sorcerer is a 2, if I remember correctly. The one that I'm usually quite good at remembering all the cards, but the one thing I struggle to remember is the scales.
Yeah.
So Longdow here just dropping his hand on the field on purpose, I assume, and getting all of those Magispector effects. He's gone and got Magispector Tempest, big interrupt card. So remember, the viewers will remember, obviously you were watching from the sidelines, I was speaking to Oliver earlier about the kind of, the interrupts that you have between the games. And so Longdow here has 2 interrupts. He's got the Magispector Tempest and he has Kieran. That's quite a big deal, really.
Yeah.
2 interrupts, you can still be, kind of play through, but yeah, it's going to be a struggle.
Now, what we didn't mention there, Stefan dropped the Max Seed just to get a little bit more card draw. Absolutely huge field he's looking at coming out, but let's have a look and see what he's got.
Yeah, against a Pendulum deck, generally, if you think to yourself, oh, my hand's not so great, you'll just drop the Max C when you see the Pendulum Scales completed.
Now, he actually drew into to that instant fusion that's there. He has 2 Neptibus in hand.
Oh,
but he's going.
I don't think he realizes. Okay, he must realize. He surely realized that was only going to destroy 1 monster.
Yeah,
I thought that suddenly I'd forgotten what interrupted Kaiju Slumber had done, but no, it doesn't destroy those Magispector monsters.
No.
So he gets Gamma Seal on to Longdow's side of the field and Radian. The multi-dimensional Kaiju. That's a pretty cool name, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's not in just one dimension.
Yeah, if you're going to be a Kaiju, you want to be in every dimension.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's just how.
Oh, no. Sorry, Rob. I'm just going to correct you now. He's not in all the dimensions. He's just in a few of the dimensions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just to be sure about that. We don't want people getting confused with the all-dimensional Kaiju.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I can't remember that card's name. The all-dimensional Kaiju. So there's Kieran. Going to send Raiden back to the hand. Still, he's going to be able to special summon that Kaiju if he wants to later, because his opponent controls the Kaiju. I'm sure of it anyway. So there's Neptibus, the card we were talking about earlier. Really added a lot to the Mermail Atlantean deck, which I'll probably just refer to it as water. It is just the water deck.
Yeah, it is the water deck.
It's Mermails, Atlanteans, and now with the addition of the Kaijus. Yes, we've got a couple of people in chat saying, well, surely 4 Pendulum engines are better than 1.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, well, if my Magispector engine doesn't work, at least I got my Performer Pal engine. And if my Performer Pal engine doesn't work, at least I got my Magicians. And if my Magicians don't work, at least I got an Odd-Eyes Pendulum Dragon, just in case.
Yep. So what's going on here?
So Neptibus's effect, as a cost, sends one of the Atlanteans to the graveyard, and then he's going to use that Atlantean. I think it looks really strange. I think that's Dragoons. Like generally, you would get Dragoons. Yeah, it's an ultimate Dragoons. So it sends the Dragoons to the graveyard, and then with Neptibus's effect, allowed you to add another Atlantean from your deck to your hand. It looked like he had a heavy infantry, and then the effect of Dragoons going to the graveyard gets the Mermail Abyss Megalo. So he's going to use the Mermail Abyss Megalo here. He's going to discard 1 heavy infantry and another Dragoons. This is a pretty good hand here, actually.
Yeah, he is.
So Dragoons is not once per turn. You can use as many Dragoons as you can fit into a turn. So we're going to see heavy infantry go off. I wonder what he's going to target with that.
Just reading a few cards there.
Yeah, he's just reading Megalo. So Megalo, you discard 2 water monsters to summon it, and then the way that the Mermail deck works is a lot of the Atlantean monsters, when they get used as a cost for a water monster, they activate their effect. So Megalo's going to drop onto the field here, unless he wants to play Tempest. I think that's the big thing here, whether Longdow wants to play Tempest on Megalo. I think it will stop his plays here if he plays Tempest on Megalo. That's what else has he got in his hand?
Chalice, Instant Fusion, Neptibus, and Radian.
So yeah, he can still make a play.
So he's let it happen. Or is Longdao still just looking? I think he's just considering his options. I mean, we know a lot of people know Longdao. He's quite a famous Yu-Gi-Oh player, and he's just taking his time. He's thinking, if there's going to be some time I spend thinking about this, it's going to be this decision here. So in the end, he does decide to play the Magispector Tempest. So you have to tribute one of your Magispectors, which obviously goes to the extra deck. I think it's just a wind monster, doesn't have to be a Magispector, and then you can negate that summon effect. So Heavy Infantry is going to pop the Pendulum Sorcerer, and then the Dragoon's effect is going to activate. Now he can still actually trigger Dragoons once more by playing Instant Fusion on Lord and going into Abyss Dweller and going down that route. But we'll see whether he decides to do that or not. Has he already added? I think he might have added Neptibus.
No, he had 2 Neptibus's in hand.
Oh, did he? Oh, I don't know what he's... Oh, he's going to look now. Sorry, I thought he'd already looked. So he's going to get another Megalo.
Yep.
Now, actually, I can't remember whether Megalo is use or activate. So let's have a look at that. Because the difference between use and activate, if it's activate once per turn, then if its activation gets negated, you can still use it. Whereas if it says use and then it gets negated, you're not allowed to try and use it anymore.
It looks like he's doing exactly what you said there. Down comes Norden.
Yeah, Norden's probably going to get Dragoons overlay into a rank 4 water monster so that you can try and trigger that Dragoons again.
You can pretty much say that Mermails is a very, very kind of telling deck. You know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah. So actually, Megalo's not once per turn, but I can only assume that he's not got very much in his... He's not got enough in his hand. No, he doesn't. He's not got enough. With Radiant being a dark monster.
Down comes the Abyss Dweller.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Why is Ollie not here when I managed to get my fortune telling right? The entire of YCS Prague was me saying how amazing this play was going to be, and then him going, Dark Hole?
It's just not happening.
Yeah, just not happening. Well, there we go. Here's this big play. Here's this big play I managed to predict. Not that it was reasonably impressive. I mean, it's a standard play.
Yeah, it's pretty much what you do.
Yeah, it's what you do in war. So he gets another search. He's triggered Dragoons 3 times this turn.
Yeah.
3 times. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Given he had to use two of the Dragoons, which is the maximum amount you're allowed to play in the deck. And what was his final search? Another heavy... Yeah, that's obvious. So what he's going to do now, he's probably going to try and play another Megalo, in all honesty. He's probably going to play Megalo. Is he playing Sphere at all?
Yeah, and he's just done it.
He doesn't play Sphere.
He's just played it, dropped the heavy inventory.
Yeah. Ooh, so the problem we're having here is that his deck list is in German. So I think he's playing Mikazuchi. Yeah, he's playing Mikazuchi.
Yeah,
so he can go and search Mikazuchi. Okay, the Memo player is actually really far ahead here. He can go get Mikazuchi. So that was Neptibus's effect, summons back the Dragoons. I guess he just didn't search with Megalo.
Hey, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, maybe... Again, he might have got into a train of thought and just forgot about it. In all honesty, he can use Dragoon's effect again by tributing it for Megalo's effect.
Yep. He's got so many options.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, really, what he's managed to do with this. And Longdao has got 2 cards in hand. Given they will create a scale, that's unfortunate that they're going to create a scale for Longdao here, because Stefan's not going to be too happy about that.
Longdao still has the opportunity to be able to come back, though.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. He is not out yet. Well, he might be. We'll see exactly how far Stefan goes here.
Yeah.
So I think he's just counting up.
I think he did search for Megalo, so that's what he's doing there, Mikazuchi. I don't know what that took a while.
Yeah, it did.
Took a while. But off he goes. Gets the Mikazuchi. So Mikazuchi, I can't remember which exact one. I can never get them the right way around, but there's one that stops spell cards and one that stops effects monsters.
It's just up there on the screen for you in a moment. There it is.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's the spell one. So he's actually going to, I think, let's have a look at Longdao's hand. He's going to be able to stop Longdao completing a scale here.
Yes.
Yeah, and then, if not, as I said at the start of the turn, he's going to be able to drop Raiden because his opponent's got Garmasil on the field. Garmasil's not the strongest of Kaiju monsters. He's only got 2,200 attack points, whereas Raiden has a much bigger number.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
think it's a whole 200 more.
He's just sent Kieran back to hand and
bounced the Megalo. That was to deal with the Mikazuchi. There's Eccentric to deal with the back row. Yeah, back row's a Chalice. So he's just going to Chalice up the Neptibus just to try and reduce some damage.
Here's where Long Dow's going to turn it around.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's got look at what he's bringing out. He's basically going to have a field full.
Going to drop the extra deck on the table.
Yeah, there is no... I can't see any way of him stopping this.
No. There's not much to be done here. Just making sure. That's one of my pet peeves is when people rearrange things that they shouldn't do, and the face-up extra deck being one of them. So our judge just there saying, "Can you please put that in the right order?" That's fine. Here's all my dudes.
That is
so
all
he's
of his
got
dudes.
Kyubi, Eccentric Archfiend, Pendulum Sorcerer, and Kieran, of course. So he's going to target both those magicians with the Pendulum Sorcerer. Probably going to go and search for a monkey board or some kind of Skullcrabat Joker. Not Skullcrabat Joker, I'm not talking about. You can't get that with... Can you? Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'm going crazy. Yeah, you can.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
Yeah, it's still only round 4.
I thought it was... we were speaking about this before the round. It was 4:30, and I thought it was about 12 o'clock. I thought it was just coming up to lunchtime.
Yeah, I said exactly the same thing. Like, if we have 4 more rounds to go after this one today.
Yeah. It's because we got the sun. We've got our own sun inside the building here.
So there's sun outside as well. But
there is sun outside as well. But we've got our own sun that we have for the lighting for the studio. And obviously, when you've got the sun there from 8 o'clock in the morning, you can kind of lose track of time. There's
also no windows.
Yeah, there's no windows.
Basically, we're in a small airless, windowless box. Please send help.
Yeah, please send help.
Now, what's going on here? Because we kind of lost track of the match here.
Well, Long Dow's just summoning loads of monsters. There's not much more to be said. I think it's a matter of just a bit of calculation to go on with the two players here to decide where exactly Long Dow can go with his field to try and produce the most amount of damage. So that probably involves, what's that thing called? The Trapeze Magician, that's the one. Probably a Trapeze Magician, probably Castell maybe, a bit of Diamond Direwolf. Can't go wrong with a bit of Diamond Direwolf.
Well, you can.
Oh, yeah, you can. So let's see what he decides to go for. I mean, the only kind of redemption that Steven's managed to do here is that Garmasil sat there, stopping him from doing even more Exceed plays.
Yep. But it's still to play for. I mean, everybody's still on basically full life points.
Yeah.
Like, we're still... this is like turn 3.
Yeah, I think the problem is that Stefan, only has Megalo in hand. So he's going to have to draw some kind of miracle to be able to do anything with it. And Garmasil... does Garmasil have... Ah, yeah, of course. Yeah, Abyssal has 22 because he had an odd underneath it.
Yes.
I got confused because I thought I had 23, but that's not the case. It's 22. So that's really perfect for him because he manages to...
I don't know what was happening there.
He was just kind of...
rubbing his cards.
All around the table.
Like a DJ.
Wicca, wicca.
A DJ of Yu-Gi-Oh!
DJ Yu-Gi-Oh! In the house.
And here comes down the Abyss Dweller to stop any great effects happening.
It's not happening, is it?
And
that is...
Yeah, he's just drawn into...
Lind.
Lind.
It looks like... Well, it looked like Lind. I don't know whether it is or not.
We'll find out in a moment.
It was super shiny. Oh, Marksman, okay. Yeah, it's either Marksman or Lind.
Yep, and he's given up the game 1 there.
Yeah.
So absolutely huge kind of game for both of these players. I mean, if Longdow wasn't able to get out of that, if Longdow didn't have the Kirin to be able to get rid of the cards to stop his scales...
Yeah, so let's go straight into the side decks here. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
What are we doing at?
So Longdow is playing 3 Magical Spring.
Oh. Yes.
3 Magical Spring. So that was a secret rare from... I'm going to try to remember what set it is.
Goodness me.
I feel like Matt will remember what set it is. Magical Spring.
No, Matt doesn't remember.
Matt doesn't remember what it's from either. Okay, so Magical Spring is... do you know what's even worse? I know exactly what it looks like. I know it's a quick play spell. I know mostly what it does, but I don't know what set it's from.
I remember it coming out around the same time as Turin. That was the 125
that's
YCS.
That's the Mega Pack one. I'm not accepting that. What is it from? Duelist Alliance. Of course it's from Duelist Alliance.
Oh, of course it is.
I saved up about 300 judge points before Duelist Alliance and just cashed them all in of Duelist Alliance.
Duelist Alliance was a great set.
It was a great set.
Yeah, I mean, it introduced really kind of powerful archetypes that people started to get a bit annoyed at because they were so powerful.
Yeah.
But it was great. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I ended up with only 2 construct in that many booster packs.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a rough time.
I kept pulling ulti ones.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, I just thought I'd rub it in.
Thanks. Right, back to the Magical Spring. So the reason Magical Spring's so interesting is because people immediately saw it and went, "Oh, that's really amazing," and then they read it.
And then they went,
this is awful.
Yeah.
So Magical Spring says, draw a number of cards equal to the number of face-up spell or trap cards your opponent controls. Then discard a number of cards equal to the number of face-up spell trap cards you control. So if you control no face-up cards and they control a lot, then you're drawing a lot and not discarding very many. And then your opponent's spell and trap cards can't be destroyed by card effects. Now, and their activation can't be negated. Now, sometimes that's a good thing.
Yes,
so
especially when your opponent's basically locking the scales in. So thinking, oh, well, I could just destroy this, so I don't care. If you're then saying, no, you're not allowed to destroy it, it's absolutely brilliant.
So things like Wisdom Eye Magician, things like Pendulum Sorcerer, those 2 main ones, Sky Iris as well. You know, they're all things that use that to the advantage, as well as Archfiend Eccentric.
I wouldn't necessarily be siding it in for this particular matchup, I assume.
Oh, no, not for this matchup. Just it's a very interesting card.
Yeah, but it is an interesting card. I mean, what else are we looking at that he'd probably be siding in at this point?
He's probably going to put in the Double Dark Hole Regeki.
Yeah, he wants to clear field.
Yeah.
Maybe even an extra... Oh, Magispector Tornado. Which one is that?
That's the one where you tribute a wind and you banish a card. I think that's right.
So it's kind of a
Cosmojo
Icarus attack, but with a banish.
Yeah, like Cosmojo.
Yeah.
And then Stefan's deck is in German.
Which is fine, because that's the system down. A Twin Twisters. That is Effect Veiler. Anti-magic, anti-spell fragrance.
That's inspiration.
So he'd
probably going to put in those.
Yep.
I was going to try and pronounce it in German, but I'll not do that.
While they're just finishing up shuffling there, have we got anything from the Twitch chat?
Few people condolences about my constructs. Speaking about Flying Sea.
There is actually Flying Sea there in his side deck, so it's very, very likely that Stefan is putting that in there.
Yeah.
We have the hands coming in. We have, so not really the place you want them straight up, but
Yeah. Oh, Sacred Sword of 7 stars. That's a good card to play. I forgot about that card. That card was heavily used in Dragon Wheel format, used by the world champion himself.
okay.
Can't remember his name.
Long Tao is making his move.
So he did, yeah, he started in the tornado. Oh, because he already has Tempest in hand. If he manages to produce a decent Pendulum Summon here, he's going to have a lot of disruption.
He is.
Okay, so he's set both, but he's just summoned a QB. And he's searching Monkey Board with the Odd Eyes.
Yeah.
Monkey Board is so good.
Oh, Monkey Board is one of the best cards in the game at the moment.
Yeah.
If you've got a Monkey Board, then you're getting a full Pendulum Summon off of it at least.
Yeah. Did he just draw a second Sacred Sword?
I don't believe he did.
I think it's an Instant Fusion.
Yep, Instant Fusion.
Oh,
he's drawn into something else. It's Interrupted Kaiju Slumber.
Yeah, so loads of super spell cards, so it was kind of hard to guess which one. He's probably going to start with quick Kaiju Summon, and then a Slumber.
Ooh, so he's getting rid of that Radiant to be able to get out his own from the deck.
Yeah,
so
he's going to go for him, or he might go for Cumongus.
He has.
Yeah, he's going to go for Cumongus.
So actually, not too bad to start off with.
Yeah.
I mean, he still has that Gameciel in hand.
Yeah, also, Longdow's trap cards are now basically just completely dead. Like, they can't be played because he has no monsters to tribute.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that. He's going to get rid of his own Kaiju monster to draw some cards. To try and craft that kind of really good water hand.
Yeah.
And he's got Instant Fusion, so that's all geared up, ready for Neptibus to send away that... I didn't even see he had Neptibus yet. I was just thinking of the best play in my head.
And it happened.
Yeah, so Neptibus is going to send Dragoons. He's going to play Instant Fusion to go and get the Abyss Dweller via the Norden and Dragoons. Just search and search with Dragoons.
Have you ever played the lottery?
No.
You should start.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah.
I'll play Exodia. I should play Exodia at YCS.
Exodia on the lottery?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's going to work. 5 limbs, 5 numbers.
It could be you.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So yeah, he's making his plays. Was that a Dragoons to get a Dragoons to get...
He searches Dragoons with... search Dragoons with...
Neptibus?
And Dragoons gets Marksman.
There we go.
And then tribute, discard Marksman and... yeah, all 3 effects. He wants Megalo, he wants the Marksman, he wants the Dragoons. 1, 2, 3.
Do we think he could win this turn?
Possibly. Possibly.
He does have... he has a very high
Does he have his own Gameciel? He has his own
yeah,
Gameciel.
he has his own Gameciel
so
as well.
he can summon that, can't he? Pretty sure he can summon that.
Believe he's already...
Yeah, he's just done
normal
it.
summoned this turn.
Yeah, just to be clear, you can play Slumber when there's a Kaiju monster existing on the field.
And there is the second Abyss Megalo.
Yep. What else has he got in his hand? So he's got Instant Fusion. He's probably going to play that at some point this turn.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Oh, wow, he has enough to...
Yes, because he's got the Gameciel.
The Gameciel, okay, yeah, that's really good. Yeah, okay, yeah, he's won. I like how
no, he's just giving it him. I don't think he's actually... He's scooping. Is he scooping? Yeah, he's scooping. But yeah, that's what Wormel do. That's what we were kind of waiting for with it.
Yeah, wow. That just shows you how explosive the water deck is. So we can actually see Longdow's entire side deck here. He's just looking and thinking, I wasn't expecting to play water.
Yeah. I mean, looking at his side deck there, you can see that he didn't put the Dark Hole in for one.
Yeah, so I kind of think like the Dark Hole and Regeki would be an alright move here. Is Longdow reading his Mystical Space Typhoons?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Did he actually just do that?
Yeah. I think Longdow definitely knows that they don't negate.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Matt doesn't know that.
Matt doesn't know that, yeah.
He was trying to tell us. He was all like, oh, MST, it's so good.
You know, your opponent plays Mirror Force on you, and you MST it, and your monsters don't get destroyed.
Oh, it works out so good. It doesn't even matter what Mirror Force it is.
He's making faces at us.
Yeah, he's making a lot of faces at us. But at least he can't shout at us because he's got a sore throat.
Yes, that's right.
That's a positive. That's a positive. He's so disapprovingly shaking his head right now. Okay, so. Ooh, Longdow's taking the trap cards out.
Oh.
He's left Tornado in?
I thought that the trap cards were kind of a big help to him at this point.
Yeah, they were.
I wonder what he's siding in then.
I honestly don't know.
Maybe it's that Dark Hole Regeki.
Dark Hole Regekis, yeah.
Would Master Restrict not help him in this situation? I mean, it wouldn't help with the Slumber, but it'd help with just summons, I guess.
That's not worth it.
It's not worth it. No, it's not worth putting a slot in your deck just for that.
Unless well, to be fair, now that you've said it, actually, Longdow has seen nothing but kaijus in both games. He might think that his opponent's playing a lot more kaijus than he actually is.
Well, he's looking at
like obviously, you know, this is the thing. Sometimes you get a little caught up about what we're seeing and what they're seeing.
Yeah.
I think, you know, we've got the deck list right here. We can see that he's playing that very small kaiju engine. There's only 5 kaiju monsters. The 5 kaijus plus the 3 slumbers. Now, Longdow has seen nothing but kaiju monsters, really messing up his game plan here. So,
I mean, if we look at Stefan's record so far, obviously he's actually 2-1 at the moment, same as Longdow. Let's see what else he's gone up against so far. He's gone up against Cosmo, Draco, Performapal, and Cosmo. So he's pretty ready for Pendulum decks.
Yeah.
By the look of it, he's already kind of got up against them to get here. Although that was the one that he lost last time, so I think he's ready to try and bring it back on that.
Against the Pendulum, it was a Pendulum matchup, was it?
Yeah, Pendulum matchup. It was Draco Performapal.
Yeah.
In which he did actually lose. So I think this time he's kind of gone, okay, well, I know how these decks work now. Let's see what we can do.
Just very, very interesting thing here that I don't know whether it's me over-interpreting this here, but Stefan really seems like he doesn't seem too comfortable sat in that feature match area. Doesn't seem too comfortable, whereas Longdow looks really relaxed. Well, kind of tense, but also like he's a little bit relaxed, but not too relaxed.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think this is Stefan's first time in that seat.
Yeah,
and he actually asked for it, which was so it's nice that he was able to get into here as well.
Wasn't expecting that to happen.
Yeah, basically. Like it's not actually as often that we get people asking to actually be on the stream these days. But I don't know whether that's because you kind of look in there and it's massive, massive pressure. I don't know what the view count's like on Twitch at the moment, but you got to remember all those people are staring at you. Okay, so hands loaded in. We have Atlantean Dragoons, Heavy Infantry, Marksman, Fusion, and Humongous, the Sticky String Kaiju. He has set the Dragoons, because there isn't a massive amount that he can do now, and passed over. There's over 1,000 players at the moment, all watching Stefan and Longdow. Skyrus.
So yeah, we were talking about this. Skyrus is so good.
Yeah, it's a really good card.
Just nearly fell out my chair then, Rob.
You did nearly fall out of your chair.
Not gonna lie. I know you can't see us guys, but I thought I'd just keep you up to date. Just nearly fell out my chair. Just getting too excited about this Skyrus, obviously. So He's at least got another field spell to go search with that terraforming, because he's got a terraforming in hand as well. He's got the Majesty's Pegasus.
Mm-hmm.
I said that all epic as if I was going to tell you what it did and how cool it was and
didn't.
stuff, and I didn't because I forgot what the text was. I'm pretty sure it's something along the lines of you can destroy a Magispector monster to go search for another one. It's a lot like Sky Iris, but for just Magispector monsters. Let me go and look it up. Yeah, so you get a small attack boost to all your Magispector monsters. It's only 300. And you contribute a Magispector monster to special summon another Magispector monster from your deck. So it's pretty much, it's like a Sky Iris, but just for the Magispector monsters.
Yeah.
The only difference being that Sky Iris can obviously destroy stuff in the Pendulum Scale. So you can get those effects that you get from activating the Pendulum Scales and then use Sky Iris. So you don't really get that advantage with Majesty's Pegasus, but Majesty's Pegasus really does allow for the quick using of the Magispector effects. So he's going to use Pendulum Call.
Yeah, Longdow's got an absolutely fantastic hand here.
Yeah, and
search.
Pendulum Call here. That stops. So initially, that stops all of your Pendulum Scales from being destroyed for the next turn. So including your turn and then your opponent's turn. So that stops you from being able to use Wisdom Eye Magician's effect straight away. That's why that restriction's on that card. And then, so the idea is that you've got to make that choice as to whether you invest in kind of a long-term plan of not searching out Oath Dragon to begin with, get Wisdom Eye, and then wait for a turn before you decide to use Wisdom Eye's effect. That's kind of it's a bit of an investment as to you can make a choice with Pendulum Call. But the cool thing with Pendulum Call is that you can really choose what scales you want, because the magicians have the full range of 2 to 7 or 5 to 7 or 4 to 7. I can't remember which one Wisdom Eye Magician is, but definitely 2 is all the way at the bottom with Oath Dragon, and Dragon Pit is a 7. So I think he gets Wisdom Eye here. So I think Longdow is looking to invest here. He's looking to invest in the future. He's gonna put Dragon Pit down, and he's probably gonna put Wisdom Eye down as well. Or did he already have Oath Dragon? Did I just not see that?
I believe that's what he got.
Okay, so did he just not search for Wisdom Eye and I'm going crazy?
He didn't search for Wisdom Eye.
Okay, I think he might have shown it to begin with and then didn't, and then totally didn't.
He went for Dragon Pit and Oath Dragon.
All right, okay, so there you go. So he wanted the full range of monsters. Okay, yeah. So I think he's probably trying to see if he can make a big push here. Longdow is playing Photon Papal Operative.
I've not seen that in a very long time.
I'm trying to remember exactly what Photon Papal Operative does.
It's Book of Moon. That's its effect. It flips a monster face down.
I thought it flipped it face up and then.
And then it loses attack. Puts it into attack position and it loses attack.
Yeah, I thought it was like Black Rose Dragon.
Yeah, because I always used to play Papal Operative and the what are they called? Maestro. That flips things face down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he might just lose here, if that's the line of plays he decides to go with. Because Odd Eyes provides
double damage.
Yeah. I don't know what happened with Longdow there. He kind of took a card out of his deck and then changed his mind afterwards.
Oh, he's got the calculator out. Okay, time on the round's been called in the main event. We'll see. I think we've got a few more minutes over on our side there. Whilst we're waiting for the calculations to happen, we got anything from the Twitch chat?
Let's have a look. Yeah, so there's a really important comment there. So yeah, Utopia the Lightning is not legal in Europe. Just something to note.
Yeah.
About these pendulum decks that we're seeing. So obviously they that's a key thing for this.
Is he going for? He's gone for the Papal Operative.
Yeah, I figured that was he was going to
start playing the lottery.
So he's going to flip it up. It's going to lose a lot of attack points. Then he's going to do double damage with
the odd eyes. And then attack for game.
Yeah, unless it's Cyberjar, that'd be hilarious.
Wow, Cyberjar. Another name I've not heard in a long time. I've not heard that name in a long time. Or however that quote goes. And swing for Gameroni, I believe.
Yeah, I think it must have been enough. Otherwise, yeah, because it's 5,000. Actually, no, I think it only removes 800 attack points. So that'll be 3,048, and then Photon Papal Operative has 2,100, so that's 79.
So he's on 100 left.
I think I probably did my math wrong. I can't remember what Papal Operative's attack is.
I believe it's. I don't know whether it's 21 or 18. We could find out.
It's 21, yeah. Oh, it's 21. Okay. I can't remember its effect. I can't remember how many attack points Papal Operatives makes it lose. Oh, 600, not 800. Okay, that makes sense.
And interrupted Kaiju Slumber.
Yep. Big Kaiju Slumber.
Okay, so Stefan's got to try and battle this back from basically the end of nowhere.
Yeah.
Now, we do also know that Longdow has a Wisdom Eye Magician and a Monkey Board in hand, so if he's not going to win this turn, he's...
Certainly going to win next turn.
Stefan Flex's heart surely racing.
Yeah. He's just trying to decide here what's going on. Whether he can make enough damage on the board here to clean up Longdow. Because again, when he's on such low life points, like 1-5 is really low. Even just leaving a reasonably small monster on the field, he's got odd eyes in the extra deck. He can just place that on the field, do double damage over something, and that's it.
We've got an infantry and a marksman, so he's going to be able to get rid of one of those pendulum zones.
Yeah, so Stefan's just going to be like, hey, can I borrow your calculator so I can calculate whether I'm going to be able to win the game? Oh, thanks, bro. Thanks for that calculator, bro. He's just going to hand it back to him. You know, like you used to write text on it using the numbers. He's going to write it upside down and it's just going to say, you dead, bro, on it. And he's going to hand it back to Longdow. That's what's going to happen.
Oh.
No, he didn't.
No, it says 0.
Thanks, Stefan. Yeah, that's actually some serious mind games going on with Stefan here. He's like, calculate it all, and he just passed it over to Longdow, and it just says 0 on it. Longdow's just like, what? Really?
He could probably do this.
Show me your moves.
Well, think about it. Because he's dropping an Abyss Dweller on there. He's dropping Dragoons into the graveyard to make another search.
Yeah, well, he's going to go at
this.
it. Yeah, he can.
He could also get rid of one of the scales.
Yeah.
And rid of the monster, because he's got a heavy infantry and a marksman in hand.
Yeah.
And that's Deep Sea. Yeah,
wow, okay, yeah. Diva just...
Oh, he's just picked up.
Cards.
There was no way. I think he's just the fact that he gave it him. It's like, yep, you've got no life points left.
Yeah.
And accepting the handshake as well.
Yeah.
So a relatively kind of a player that we've not really heard of before coming out of just completely and totally decimating Longdow in 2 games. I mean, his record has been 2-1 for every single game this entire tournament, if we can look over there.
Yeah, wow, that was pretty special.
Yeah. Wow. So, Mermail doing what Mermail do.
Yeah.
Is how I like to say it. But now it's just got the Kaijus to be able to turn around and just go, you know
just
what?
deal with problems.
Yeah.
It just deals with problems that your opponent puts in there. Earlier I was talking about the kind of the way that Yu-Gi-Oh's played a lot nowadays is that you kind of present your opponent with a
you present your opponent with a puzzle they have to solve. And that puzzle usually includes either trying to produce some kind of board wipe combo or just remove all your opponent's life points as well as that board wipe. And I think Mermail just, they were very happy to do the removing the life points part.
Yeah.
But they never had the ability to just kind of deal with problems.
Yeah,
before.
deal with the board before doing it.
Yeah.
But now with just a couple of extra cards, they've just got it.
Kaiju Slumber.
Yeah.
Kaiju Slumber puts a 2/4 guy on your side of the board and leaves them with a 2/2 guy, which you usually deal with like heavy infantry or something.
Yeah.
It's really strong.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
So that puts Stefan Fleck onto a 3-1 record.
Yes, on a 3-1 record and Long Down onto a 2-2 record.
Yeah, so 2-2 is feeling not so great.
No, well, it's not bubble worthy yet, is it?
No, maybe actually. Maybe it is. Like X3 is. Yeah, that's struggling.
So he's on the bubble basically.
Yeah, he's on that kind of. I really don't want to lose another one now. And then when you get to X3, it's like I absolutely can't lose another one.
Yeah, definitely. But Stefan must feel absolutely fantastic coming out of that feature match to have won after asking for a feature as well.
Yeah, can I have a feature match, please?
Yeah.
That's why he was.
He did really, really well, and it was an interesting game.
Yeah.
We got through all 3 games before the end of time.
Yeah. That's the first time today.
Yeah, it actually is. It actually is. So I believe that we're going to have an interview with him.
Yep.
So we will be back with that very, very soon. Anything you want to end on there for that match?
No, that's it. See you guys very soon.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played of both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle-eyed and twin rod scaling the key. Who will make the final stand? Make the move begin to lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with each one you choose. Time to duel. There's a presence deep within. Search your soul, take control, you will win. 2 forces intertwine. Just be the guides of an open mind. There's a power that's all around. It descends from the friends who won't let you down. And when you come undone, they stand by your side till the duel is won. Trust in the heart. The heart of the card. Remember to trust in the heart of the card.
Hello, everybody, and we're back. And I'm here with Stefan, who just absolutely completely decimated in that last round.
Yeah, that's right.
So you were playing Mermails.
Yeah, right.
And
with splash of kaiju.
With a splash of kaiju, yeah. So why Mermail? Why did you think I'm going to bring this back?
I play Mermail since not since the start, but after the first hit of Mermail on the banlist gets, then I start Mermail because I love the play style. You discard, you search, and the most time in the later things, you play the most time in the opponent's set, not in your own. You play the setup, and that's why I love it. And it's all water monster.
Yeah, of course. They all did really, really well. And obviously, you actually came up and asked me for a feature match yesterday, didn't you?
Right.
I mean, what was it like? You had over 1,000 people watching you play that game then.
I was a little bit nervous for making gameplay misplays or something, but it works.
Yeah.
At the end, it was the mistake, or maybe a mistake of the opponent that I win the match.
Now, you actually asked to borrow his calculator right at the end.
Yeah, right. Because I wasn't sure. Because he asked me if I can finish him, and I'm wait a second. Maybe I can write it on the sheet, but then I take the calculator and I made a mistake at the end. But it still works.
Now we were like we were actually joking that you were going to hand back the calculator and like wrote in numbers you lose or something.
Yeah.
But it was even better because you just left it on the number 0 and then handed it back to him.
I think it was his calculator. And I said, okay, if he saw how much he lost, then maybe he played different style, and so I make it back to 0.
No, it was absolutely great. It was fun to kind of see you come back because that opening hand, from what I saw, wasn't absolutely fantastic. So it was really nice for you to kind of come straight back.
Yeah,
from that.
the last match, last game was it can be worse, but still it works. And then after I saw his field and he think about the Dueller, he said it after the match, and then he made the Photon agent.
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, maybe you do something more to make game, but then he gave to my side, and then okay, and then I draw the slumber, and then. Okay, yeah, it can be game.
Yeah, just completely and totally worked its field. But that's what we were saying whilst you were playing, is that since Mermail was always very good at just getting rid of life points, but not really dealing with problems. So as soon as interrupted Kaiju Slumbers come out, you have a way of just clearing the field and then being able to go straight for it. So no, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, you're from Germany, aren't you?
Right.
Yeah. Are you local at all? Or?
No, I drive with my friends together with the bus for 6.5 hours.
Wow. So yeah, you've come quite a trek.
We arrived at Friday in the morning. And then we go Saturday evening.
I'm pretty sure that you travelled longer than I have to get here.
Yeah, I think that's going to be possible.
Now, so you did you do a lot of testing with your friends?
I saw some different deck, and it works like this. And then I tested at my locals, and I saw some things that's not like my playstyle, and I changed it because I found a similar list with only 2 Gamma Seals, and after I tested it, the most times I play when I tribute the opponent's wonderful Gamma Seal, and later I draw a Slumber. Okay, it's fine, but then after that the other Slumbers are still deaf because it was missing one target because only one Kaiju you cannot summon. You need 2 and 2 difference.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
Okay, so yeah, testing definitely helped you out. Now I do actually have what you were playing against over the last few rounds.
Yeah.
So can you possibly tell us how your Cosmo matches went up?
Normally, Cosmo match up is some kinds different. If you have the instant fusion and the Prince, it's mostly game as they don't have a Dark Lady or Cosmocho to interrupt you, and you can still, because if you have Dweller and the damage, you won because the ships are deaf in a.
Okay.
So yeah.
So yeah, you just basically shut down Cosmo because I can see that you played against 2 Cosmo and you just beat both of them.
The funny thing was in round 1 that it was not that easy because in one game I break the first time, and the other games it was like Gamma Seal, I won. Game 3, Gamma Seal, I won. not more to say.
Now, you did actually play against Pendulums earlier on in the day as well. That's the round that you lost.
Yeah, it was a Magician Match Spectre.
Yeah.
And I made, and in game 2, I made a board failure, I think, because I played Chalice. Forbidden Chalice 2 in the main, and I board what I think out and inside, and then after I draw my starting hand, I draw a Chalice, and I think, okay, I have a Chalice against non-targetable monster. Yeah, great.
So yeah, but you've done absolutely fantastic so far. I mean, you're only 1 round down, and you're into round 4. You've just come out of round 4 now. So you know what? You've got a very good chance of kind of getting in through to day 2.
I hope so.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I mean, absolutely fantastic. I mean, is there anything that you'd like to say about that match at all? Anything that you think was a fun play to make?
Yeah, it fun play. I'm not sure, but at the end, as I played a Slumber, I had to play. I can make more damage because I choose the wrong Kaijus. I have to choose. I have to give the Dark One, the Raiden, to my opponent and take the Gamma Seal to tribute the Gamma Seal for Megalo, and then I can the Kamushumo special from my hand. That's maybe more. This would be game, but I don't need it. His scoop.
Wow. So yeah, you definitely had that game. Just 100%.
Yeah, that's right.
You ripped that Interrupted Kaiju Slumber, and that was it. It was just your game. Now, Absolutely fantastic having you on stream.
Thanks, yeah.
Please do ask again at another event.
Okay,
definitely.
we would
Definitely.
see.
So, wish you all the best luck in the rest of your games.
I need it.
Now, we're going to be back very soon with, we'll be with the Britpop Ball pre-recorded content. I believe me and Matt may be back with a very special announcement.
I'm now joined by Emilian from Bulgaria, who also won his national championship. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How hard was it to win your national championship?
It was really not that easy, but not that hard either.
Okay. Okay. What deck did you play?
Please?
What deck did you play?
Extra Deck Monarchs.
Extra Deck Monarchs. Well, why did you choose this deck?
It was like the best choice for the event because it has toolbox for like every other deck. It can like out destroyers and stuff like the Cosmo ships.
What is the weakest part of the deck?
Breaking.
Breaking. So basically, you're only losing to yourself.
Yeah, and the Mask of Restricts.
Right. If you don't want to say, that's okay. But what deck are you playing this weekend?
The same.
The same. Okay. 100% the same deck?
Yeah.
All right. So you feel extremely confident in the choice. You're saying like this is the best deck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I love the confidence. The confidence level is really high here. But it's only like I said, only if you beat yourself. That's the only way you can lose your game.
Yeah, basically, and like some floodgates can also beat you.
Okay.
But like the most part, if you don't brick, you have really high ceiling, and like the deck is really fast. And
okay. What can you do to improve your chances to, like you say, not brick this weekend?
Like probably the brick is like the problem, but if you manage to make a deck like consistent with stuff like there are a lot of cards which help the deck, but I cannot say it in particular. It's just a feeling which you have with your deck.
Okay. I've actually seen some players that don't really take the time after a match to shuffle their deck properly. And they're just like separating the extra deck from the side deck from the main deck, and then they just go into the next round, and they're wondering why they got not the best opening hand. So I've seen players lose because they didn't shuffle. Is that something that you like put into take into consideration, for example?
Not really. Like the shuffle is not that big.
Okay.
Like it's normal. Like you shuffle and that's it.
All right. Well, okay. And is there any other advice that you could give somebody who just picked up the game? How do you become a national champion? What do you need to do?
I started to play the game like a year and a half. And
okay. It's not so long, yeah.
Yeah, and I had a lot of friends which played already, so they gave me a lot of advices. I played with them a lot, and like that's how I get it. You should have people to make you better. Like
yeah. So you also want to play against better players because that's the only guys you can learn from.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do your friends feel about the fact that you started after them, but then you became the national champion?
They're all right. Some of them like they already won it, so.
Okay.
It's not that big.
All right.
for some of them.
Yeah, it seems like a very friendly community the way you make it sound.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is.
How large is the community way from?
In Bulgaria, in particular, there are not a lot of people, but in general, there are about 300 people which play.
Oh,
but probably the competitive scene is like 100.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's not too bad. Maybe we're going to see. I think we've never had a YCS champion or a European champion from Bulgaria.
Yeah, we don't go to YCS often, so.
What is the easiest to get to for you guys? Prague. YCS Prague, I guess, or.
Like I think nobody went to Prague.
Yeah, I know, but like, what is the easiest for you to get to?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, here's my suggestion this year. You're just going to do your summer vacation in Italy and go to YCS Rimini. How about that?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea. All right, guys. That's also what you should be doing because you got really no excuse to not be here and not be in Rimini, of course, later this year. With that, we're going to take another short break and then we're going to be right back. And the coverage for the European Championship 2016 is going to resume.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the European World Championship qualifier. I'm here with the UK National Championship winner, Jared Stone. Hi Jared, how's it going?
Hi Luke,
Hi. That was really timid. You've known me for ages.
Yeah, but it's all professional now.
It's all professional now, right? Okay, well, yeah. So we interviewed you at the UK National Championships because you won, and you did really well with the deck that I went on about throughout the entire weekend.
I know. I heard.
Did you actually watch the stream back?
Yeah,
when
I watched it all.
Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. So it was all about Ultimaya Zolkin.
Yeah,
So-
definitely.
So it's the way that I see it. I don't know whether it's going to be a good chance for you to tell me I'm wrong. That it was all about it being a much higher ceiling than the regular Exceed Monarch decks.
No, that's definitely correct. At Nationals, like, going into it, I noticed everyone would go for consistency. So I felt having cards like Brilliant Fusion and Quick Draw, they might not be consistent, but if I draw like any blowout card in the mirror match, then I'm pretty much just gonna like power through whatever they throw at me. And it's really important in mirror to have the cards that allow you to get lucky and win, rather than just play for consistency and hope that they don't draw the better card.
Yep. So yeah, we've heard Patrick Hoban say this before, that it's kind of and a lot of the US players, in all honesty, not just Patrick Hoban, kind of they take that attitude of I'm gonna take the attitude of, do I want to go to get to the top cut and do really well in Swiss and have a really consistent deck, or do I want to just go and just win the whole thing?
Yeah, definitely. I think that depends on what a player wants. Do they want the credentials of consistently topping, or do they want to just risk it and go for gold, win the best prize? And for me, at Nationals, I literally couldn't make it here if I didn't win the prize to get here. I needed the flight, so for me, I was like, I have to go all the way and risk it, and it completely paid off.
Yeah, it was such a cool story hearing you talk about that at the UK Nationals, actually. That you just tell us a little about your training regime. That's the one that goes along with the story.
Well, for probably about 2 weeks prior to the event, I decided that I'd only have like 3 or 4 hours sleep every day, and in the other time during like midnight to 6 a.m. I just playtest. It was so like, when I feel tired, I'll be playtesting enough to play perfectly and not misplay at all. And then for the bigger event like Nationals, it definitely paid off because my opponents were getting fatigued, and I felt
you felt fine.
I felt like I just woke up in a bed of daisies.
Yeah. So I mean, and when you weren't tired, so at the start of the event, you were probably playing amazingly,
on fire.
Yeah, because you were like, wait, why do I have so much energy?
It was just a complete, because I didn't have the sleep until before the event. Waking up after that sleep was, I felt like I slept for 1,000 years. It was perfect.
So it's not necessarily a strategy that I would advise or condone.
In case you oversleep and miss the event.
Well, yeah. It's a dangerous strategy, but
It is,
obviously you looked after yourself during the time that you did it, and that's what it's about.
Well, I grew a beard. That wasn't the best.
I don't think I've ever seen you with a beard.
I shaved it before I came.
Right.
So.
Well, there you go. So you obviously got the flights and the accommodation here. How do you like the venue?
Oh my God, it's the best venue I've ever seen. Everything, like there's restaurants inside the hotel, which is also the venue. It is perfect. I walked in and I was like, "Are we at the right place?"
Yeah. I must admit, I got out of the taxi from the airport, and I just got here. We had loads of delays getting out of the country. I don't know if you had the same problem. And I walked in and I was just like, whoa. As soon as you walk in the door, there's like 5 restaurants just laying out. And
the
all
fountain
different
in the
stuff.
middle.
Yeah, the big fountain. Big like water feature thing going on. Like you just get really confused because there's just so much going on.
It just hits you.
Yeah, exactly. And I couldn't even find the reception desk. I tried about 3 or 4 times just asking various people.
I was confused.
I couldn't find it. And I mean, with the venue being in the hotel, if you really want to, you can go out to your room and have some rest between rounds.
Yeah, it's so convenient.
Yeah, I mean, so not for you so much. We've got the VIP area that our national champions get, so you're going to be able to go inside there throughout the day. Get some food and snacks and whatever. So that's quite good. Did you do any crazy training regimes for this event, or was it just standard kind of play with your friends and test a lot of different decks?
I actually chose not to play test at all. I just chose to theory and watch every coverage from past events leading up to this event, especially the American Nationals. I stayed up just to watch it, and I found not playing and just taking in what other people are using works better a lot of the time, because when you test with something, if you made the theory perfect, but then in testing you get biases,
Yeah,
when
I
you see
agree.
something doesn't work, you think it doesn't work at all. You like notice it more than you would normally.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely helped, and no, I feel more than ready for it.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, you probably got sick of seeing me watching all the coverage.
I watched it multiple times actually.
Wow. Okay. Really sick of seeing me. I mean, yeah. Well, I was watching the North American WCQ, and I was really weirded out. It was really late at night, and suddenly I appeared on the screen. I was like, I'm not in America. What's happening?
Yeah, I saw.
They were showing some of the replays on there of the UK nationals.
Yeah.
Actually. No, it was a good event. I enjoyed
Definitely.
it. So, you know, which deck did you decide to play?
Monarch.
You're playing your Monarch
without
deck.
a doubt.
Are you playing the same Monarch deck?
Still with Quick Draw, still with Brilliant. It's very similar.
With Zolkin as well?
Yeah, with Zolkin, and I'm using Mega Zaborg in the main deck for Burning Abyss and
Okay.
Pendulum. And in Mirror Match, if you hit the Seraphim Knight with it going first, because you get to choose what you send, then they have dead Brilliant Fusions, and if they're playing
Yeah.
Quick Draw, they've got dead Quick Draws because there's no Sulking.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you hit all of those.
Yeah, and like this Pendulum, you can hit face-up extra deck.
Yep.
So if you're going to get OTK'd, you just send them all. And I send Omega with Zaborg because it recycles your own cards. So I only play one Lazuli now because when you dump 2 Omegas off Zaborg, you use one to put back Seraphim Knight and one to put back Lazuli. So then you don't risk drawing a second Lazuli.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me get my head around this. So you put your own Omega in the graveyard.
Yeah, from the extra deck
From
with
the
Zaborg.
extra deck, so then you can recycle all of your banished.
No, Omega, when it's in the graveyard, you return itself and the card in
Oh, the
either
card-
player's grave.
Yeah, to the deck.
Yeah, so putting back the Seraphim Knight and
Wow,
Lazuli
wow.
makes
That's
Brilliant
really
live
cool.
again.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, and it's good to put back the Pantheisms in Mirror, put back the Erebus from grave,
Yeah.
if they don't have a card to add back. But
Yeah. So again, you've kind of chosen something that, you know, people might think, well, that's just never going to happen. But you're kind of catering for these crazy situations that might win you the game real easily.
if I resolve it first turn against any of the meta decks, I know what they're playing, and I'm probably going to win because I've just taken their resources away.
Yeah, I mean, people underestimate how much information can get you.
It's the
sometimes.
best.
Yeah, it's really good. Right, thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you, Luke.
And we'll be right back with more live coverage of the European Championships.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! European World Championship Qualifiers 2016. I'm Rob Hooley and joining me is Matthew Bell.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm not too bad. You're quite ill still.
Yeah, so there's a bit in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime where Yugi's doing his mind shuffle thing with Pegasus to stop Pegasus reading his mind. And then there's that bit where Yugi plays his last card because he's about to pass out. That's me. Except I'm not going to play just one card. I'm going to play 4 for you guys. We're going to go do our Spiral preview right now.
Shh, it's a secret.
Well, I can't talk any louder than this, so that's about as close as you're going to get for it. I'm going to do something a little bit different to the way Jerome showed you the Subterra cards. I'm going to show you all of the cards, but there's a price. I'm not going to show you any of the text.
That's it. That's the price.
Well, everything comes with a price. But I will give you hints onto what the cards do, so you guys can take a bit of time to figure it out. So if we go ahead and put the first image on the screen. So this guy is kind of the main hero of the deck. He rewards you for using information correctly. He'd beat Stratos up in a bar fight. A lot of the cards will revolve around... some of your other cards will revolve around this particular card. If we go on to the next card... Just a second. This one. I'll give you something a bit more firm here. Machine duplication is bananas with this card. There's an omission of once per turn on this card on purpose.
Okay.
It works very well, making sure that your agent never goes unprepared into the field. Absolutely fantastic card. And if you're playing Spiral, you're going to want multiples of this card.
This particular one. Is this the card you need the multiples of? And the main guy, obviously.
Yeah. Well, you got since there's only 4 in the first set, you're going to want multiples of all of them. But this card is very, very, very strong, and it's not a secret rare because I know that's going to be the first thing you guys say in chat. If we go to the next card, so this is this card works very well with your agent from what we saw in the beginning. It gives you information and lets you manipulate that information, limited amounts, and also can give you some surprise bonuses that catch your opponent off guard. You'll want to get into a habit of considering playing this card before you play your agent, because it will make your agent significantly better if you know what's coming up.
Right.
And the last card I'm going to show you is this one. So it's a car. So every time you've watched a spy movie, there's always been that moment when there's a big explosion. You're like, did he get out? Did he not? And then you get the theme music, and the guy just like survives. That's what this is. It's extremely. I think this is a very, very powerful card.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting because it doesn't just work with the agent that you saw. It does work with the other spiral cards you saw. I can't tell you more, but there is a forbidden card with a similar effect.
Can't or won't?
Either.
Oh.
And those are your 4 spiral cards. We have got more coming up, coming back up in Invasion of Venom. There'll be some more cards. But the spiral theme is a lot of fun. I actually built a deck out of this, which I call Casino Royale.
I've been told that you've been playing this pretty much constantly.
Yeah, because it's kind of difficult to predict how it works out. The last clue I'll give you to what you could build some information out of is there's a particular number monster that has a random outcome in Dragons of Legend 3. That was from the OCG set.
Okay.
And it is very possible to summon it and just see what happens, and you end up changing your game plan based on the outcome. I appreciate that's not actually giving you firm card text, but from those clues, you could probably try and figure out what some of these cards do. And by all means, please talk about it, try and figure it out between you. There's quite a few clues in there. And you'll see the articles for this in the near future on the strategy website. So there you have it, guys, some new spiral cards.
We will be back with the next round very, very soon. I believe we're quite far into time at the moment, so we will definitely, hopefully maybe in the next 5 minutes, be back with the next round. See you soon.
See you soon.
We got another national champion winner. In your case, you're wondering, wait a second, I saw this guy before. You're absolutely correct. That is Kaan from Turkey, who won last year, and he's on a roll because he won 2 years in a row. Congrats again.
Thanks.
It's nice to see you again.
Yes.
How does it feel to win the second national championship? Better or worse than the first time?
It's like awesome.
It's the same? Oh, sorry?
Awesome.
Awesome. Okay, yeah. So, what is your new goal now? I mean, since you basically got the national title twice, what is your next goal? You want to be a 3-time national champion, European champion, world champion?
I would like to be European champion.
Okay. That's your goal for the weekend. How did it go last year at the European Championship?
Like my last year was I chose Ritual Beast for European champion, like same deck as my national, and like it was really wrong choice.
Okay, didn't work out so well. This year you're probably not going to play Ritual Beast.
Yeah, but same deck. I think I played at nationals.
All right,
but a different
build of it.
Yeah,
right. And do you feel like it's the right choice this week?
The deck seems too bricky. Like I tried to make my brick ratio. I tried to reduce the brick ratio to playing cards like Upstart Reasoning.
Yeah.
Or something like another cards.
Increase the consistency.
Yeah. But consistency is not enough. Like we need power too.
Yeah. What is missing in the deck? Can you give away which deck type it is, or you don't? Or you want to keep it a secret?
Monarch.
Okay. So you're playing Monarchs. What is the deck missing, in your opinion, to be super consistent?
It's like the deck still needs Searcher. Like the deck has Searcher is okay. Like doing return.
Right.
But you need early Searchers to build the game.
You need something like rivalry of the not rivalry. Reinforcement of the army.
Yeah, like
something like that.
Yeah.
Reinforcement of the Monarchs. And then, okay. Yes. But I guess the deck would be too strong if you had a card like that.
Actually, like, it could be limited later, but, like, it will be strong. The deck is still strong. Like, the Stormfort and pantheism is like every turn you open pantheism every time, so like it will be super good.
Yeah, yeah.
It carries you
All right.
to a good position.
It is a very powerful deck. Okay, so what are you hoping for this weekend? Is there like you want to play against one particular deck each round, or are you just gonna be like, I don't care as long as I got a good starting hand? What is most important this weekend?
Like I would like to play Burning Abyss and Cosmo. I wouldn't like to play mirror match because in my national I played mirror match all day.
Okay.
It's like mirror match is a cancer.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
So it's very tough on your concentration, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, to play. Okay, and you're saying these other two matchups, they are a little bit easier.
Yeah, cause like Burning Abyss matchup is like I main 3 Maxi.
Yeah.
And Island Cosmo, I main also 3 Maxi. It would be helpful.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so you do definitely come prepared. All right. Let's imagine yourself winning the European Championship. What would that be like?
It will be like crazy. It's
Yeah.
super.
Yeah. And are you excited to play at the World Championship? Did you ever consider that, what that is like?
Like,
because it's so different. I mean, like we got maybe 700 players this weekend. The World Championship is a very small field, but only the best of the best.
World Championship is like 30 people. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, less.
The different ban list.
Mm.
We have time to test attacks, cards to make the deck stronger and that break that meta. 'Cause
Yeah.
breaking the meta is like incredible.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, if you come prepared with the one deck that nobody has on the radar, that is the way to go. All right. Did you try and find such a deck, like a rogue deck, for this weekend?
I tried like a lot of decks. Tried Demise Ritual Beast. It worked, but like you need to go first.
Yeah.
Which you can't go first.
You
every
can't
time.
rely on it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for these insights. Best of luck this weekend. So let's hope to see you in day 2 maybe, or even in the top 64, something like that for this tournament. With that, we're going to take you back to our next coverage segment.
Feel the power. Hello and welcome back.
So we have 3 powerful Dragon Duelists who
Yep.
made it into, who qualified for the World Championship this year, and they are about to be honored in the award ceremony, where I believe the voice actors will present them with awards.
Yep. So we'll go see that, and it's going to be a good time.
2016 North American Dragon Duel Champion. I'm going to repeat that. Right now, we are going to announce the new 2016 North American Dragon Duel Champion. That's right, give it up.
But before that, let's congratulate the top 8 Dragon Duelists of North America.
Okay, top 8, you ready? Here we go. In 8th place, Jaden Wiseman. Yes, nice work, Jaden.
In 7th place, Brian Evil Sizer III.
Yes, excellent name.
Excellent name.
Very intimidating. In 6th place, Eddie Strom III. Yes, nice work, Eddie.
In 5th place, Charlie Futch III.
All right, Charlie. Nice
Yeah,
job, Charlie.
Charlie.
Looking strong. In 4th place, we have Connor Parada.
All right, Connor. And the top 3 Dragon Duelists of North America are Ian Parrish in number 3.
Yeah, Ian.
Yeah.
Down to the final 2. You can feel the excitement growing. In second place, John Wilkin. Woo! Good job, John.
And the new Dragon Duelist Champion of North America is Aiden Tiemann.
Let's give it up for Aiden and all these guys. They played great. Congratulations to all our competitors.
Great dueling, everybody.
So yeah, congratulations to all of the Dragon Duels who have managed to qualify for this year's World Championship in Orlando.
And congratulations to the entire top 8 who managed to qualify for this tournament, which was not easy to earn an invitation into.
No, definitely not.
And receive their trophies in the award ceremony that we just watched.
Yep. So we had, was Pendulums the first place deck, right?
Yes,
took it down?
so Perform Pals took down the Dragon Duel tournament.
So you got your pick, right? That was your guess for the weekend?
Yes.
You can take this victory. We'll see how it goes for top 64.
Yes. Yes, Perform Pals won the tournament. Second place was a Monarch deck. And then third place, I believe, was Burning Abyss. And third and fourth were both Burning Abyss decks.
True.
So it's the Dragon Duel scene seemed extremely representative of the scene that we're looking at on the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that the most powerful cards and decks that we see in the main event would also show themselves with like in the side. So
yes, equally successful in the hands of a younger player.
Yeah.
So again, great job to everyone who top 8'd.
This time I got Matija from Croatia, who won his country's Dragon Duel Championship. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You mentioned earlier it was a little bit of a smaller tournament.
Yes.
Yes. How many players did we have?
8 players.
8 players,
Really
all right.
small.
But I guess that's the cool thing about the Dragon Duel event. It's a bit easier to win the tournament. All right. Can you tell me, what was the event like?
Wasn't really challenging, and the players didn't really have the best decks. Only one player had the domain Monarchs, and we were in finals, and that was the only challenging match. Really.
All right. So it sounds like a walk in the park for you almost.
Yes.
All right. So then you won the free trip to Berlin. Did you arrive today?
Yes, I did. The flight was very nice.
Yeah, it's not that long from Croatia, right?
No, it's like 1 hour and 10 minutes. 1 hour and 10 minutes.
That's like nothing. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, in a European flight. Right. So you didn't check out the city yet, I guess?
No, I'm gonna do that on Sunday.
On Sunday. What if you're playing on Sunday? Are you not playing?
I'm gonna go play, but later.
Later during the day.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Since it's a little bit of a different tournament, the Dragon Duel, I'm going to ask a little bit of a different question when you're comparing it to the other national championships. How hard is it to find a rogue deck that nobody has on the radar, something like a completely new deck? Like when you remember at one point there were 3 players playing Gravekeepers as the only guys, and they finished first, second and third. Is there a possibility that we're going to see a deck like that this weekend?
I really don't think this weekend. We talked about it earlier there with other national champions that Monarchs is probably gonna win a variation. If not that, then Cosmos or Pendulums. And I really have a strong feeling about that. That no rogue decks is gonna pop out with Demise.
Why is it that none of the decks that used to be really competitive at one point earlier in the game are not coming back at some point later in the game? Let's say Lightsworn. Lightsworn was really good at one point, then there was a banned list.
And it came back.
It came back. So
it was in the finals of the 2 years ago.
Right, yeah. Yes. But why is it not a tier 1 deck?
Well, Monarchs was also from a GX era deck.
Okay,
and you did give it support. So
it's a fair point, yeah.
Yeah. So it can come back if you give it the right support.
Okay, so you're saying it's still missing some of the key pieces.
Yes.
All right. And that is true for all of these decks that used to be good. Like, I keep joking that at some point Gladiator Beast needs to be back, but it's not going to happen.
I don't know, really. I didn't see the format of Gladiator's Beast, so I don't know its full power, how it was then.
It was good back then.
I know the Dragon Ruler format, and I don't want to come back.
Okay, that's news, because normally what I see is when players play the format, they dislike it. But as soon as the new format is there, like, last format was the best I've ever played. I've seen this so many times.
No, I really like the format that has a lot of varieties.
All right.
And the decks, that you can play to there is like five different decks. Decks.
Yeah, decks. Yeah.
That are competitive, and a lot of them have different variants like Cosmos and Monarchs.
All right. Okay. Good. What is your expectation for this weekend?
The Dragon Duel event, I really don't know which is gonna win. And on the main event, PK5 and Monarchs.
What do you think the competition in the Dragon Duel is going to be like? Players from the other countries, probably a little bit more prepared.
Yeah, because how can I say this? They have more competitive decks, and everybody's gonna be competitive, not like in Croatia where only one player other than me was playing like really competitive. Okay. And yeah, that's the only thing I think it's gonna be luck sack. If you don't brick, you win.
Okay. What is your expectation then? What do you think how are you gonna finish?
I really don't know.
You really
I hope for the best.
Okay, you're taking it one match at a time. All right. Thank you very much, Mitja. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
If you guys want to see the GOAT format come back or something like that, one of the old decks, leave a comment. Let us know in the Twitch chat. I'm sure it's going to be entertaining. With that, we're going to take another short break, and then we're going to be right back with the coverage of the European Championship 2016.
One more thing, my friend told me to shout them out. My friend name is Mihe, and he would really like this.
All right, we appreciate it.
Dueling action so far. I'm Jerome, he's Robbie, and unfortunately for a lot of the duelists here, this WCQ is going to be the end of their 2015-2016 dueling season. Everybody but the 6 people going to the championship.
Indeed.
But the new dueling season is just around the corner, and that's going to start off with the release of the Dark Illusion in just a few weeks. So there's been speculation for some time now about what the new world premiere cards in this are going to be. You already know that there's a thing called Spiral, and there's a thing called Subterror.
Yep.
And today we're going to take a look at a couple of the cards from the Subterror theme for the first time ever. Now this first card you might have already seen the art for. Our friends over in Europe have this tournament series called the Local Legend Dueling Series, and one of the prize mats for that series uses the art of the first card we're going to look at, which is the Hidden City. So let's go ahead and bring up the first card, the Hidden City. There it is. It's a field spell. Now take a look at that, Robbie. Robbie hasn't seen these cards either, so this is a first for everybody involved, except for me. So take a look at that. When you activate this card and resolve it, you get to add a Subterror monster from your deck to your hand, and you can also change a face-down defense position Subterror monster you control to face-up attack or defense position. And also, once per turn, if your opponent's monster declares an attack, you can flip one of your face-down Subterror monsters face-up to negate the attack. You can only use one the Hidden City per turn, so you can use all 3 effects if you need to. So, it seems like a pretty good bit of text there. What kind of monsters do you think would take advantage of this card?
Well, I know rocks have to do usually with a lot of flip effects. Is that right? Yeah,
rocks
so that's
do
the
a lot of
first
flipping.
place that would go, especially with the Subterror theme. Makes sense. Other than that, I don't even know. It seems like pretty open-ended what the cards could be.
This is
a
we
lot
see
of flip
this-
effects.
Yeah.
That's what I assume. So like Shadal-esque, but not quite.
That seems kind of close.
Okay.
There are flip effect monsters indeed. We see this card as something of an Oracle of Zephyra for the Subterror theme, where it's incredibly advantageous if you do draw it, but you're not completely sunk.
If you don't?
If you don't.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a strong card on the surface. Like,
Yes.
it does a lot, yeah.
Yes, this is definitely a card that you want to see as early and often as possible. So keep those terraformings ready. So, flip effects, rock guys.
Yeah.
I've got a flip effect rock guy for you.
Ooh,
if
okay.
You're ready for that.
Yeah, I'm so ready.
So let's go ahead and bring out our second card. This is Subterror Behemoth Stalagmo. He is, in fact, a big rock dude. There he is.
Oh, he's a huge rock
He's huge. He's a level 10 flip effect monster. Rock, of course. 2,800 attack points, 2,100 defense points. And his flip effect is you can discard a Subterror monster, and if you do, it's not a cost, it's an and if you do, draw 2 cards.
Anytime there's drawing cards involved, I'm usually pretty stoked.
Yep.
So eager to find out what the rest of it does.
So flip effect that is Destiny Draw-esque.
Mm-hmm.
You can only use that effect once per turn, though, so don't get too crazy with your flip-flopping shenanigans. Though, it's once during each player's turn. So if you flip it during your opponent's turn, such as with the effect of the Hidden City that lets you negate attacks, you can Destiny Draw again. And his other effect lets you get him out of your hand a lot easier, because you might be thinking, this level 10 flip effect guy, kind of hard to play. Well, when a face-up monster you control is flipped face down, if you have no face-up monsters at that point, you can special summon this guy from your hand in face-up defense position. And he can also flip himself face down.
Yeah,
like all those old school cards.
Yeah, just like Gear Armor. That's the first one that comes to mind. But I know there's older ones. There's all the like the Swarm of Locust and Deslakuta, those kinds of cards.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is kind of a hybrid of all those things together, packed onto a giant level 10 rock dude.
Yeah, I mean, this deck has a powerful field spell that lets me search for cards and enable all my monsters. And a monster that just straight up says, discard a card, draw 2 cards. I can use that once during my turn, once during my opponent's turn. And he's huge, very easy to get into play. I'm really excited to eventually see the rest of these cards, because these are 2 huge ones.
Yep. So actually, just with these 2 cards, there's a couple things we can talk about. Easier ways to get these guys into play. So these are flip effect monsters, and you discard a lot of them to the graveyard. So things like
Shallow Grave. Ooh, that is a good
work
one.
out. But one that I'm kind of excited for, this is a level 10 monster, right?
Mound of the Bound Creator? Is that what we're talking about? Or
not quite.
Okay.
So there's a card in Shining Victories that is extremely popular right now, but nobody has quite found a deck to put it in yet. That card is Pre-Preparation of Rites.
Okay.
It lets you get a ritual spell and the monster whose name is printed on it. And I would use it in this case to get Prediction Princess Tarot Ray along with Prediction Ritual. Because you can immediately tribute this card to special summon out Tarot Ray, then use Tarot Ray to summon this card back, and then flip it back down.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Right in the same turn.
That's super cool.
And it also means you get to use Pre-Preparation of Rites, which is really good to begin with.
Yeah, very powerful card.
And you can throw in your Manjus and all that stuff as well. But that's not even the only Subterror card in the set. There are a couple more. There's 2 more. There is another one of these gigantic rock dudes. And if you read the product page, you'll know that these rock dudes are actually attacking the city. So the remaining card is the guy who's trying to defend it.
Okay.
And you'll be able to see all of that on the strategy site at yu-gi-oh-card.com in the coming weeks. We'll be sure to get to that. But for now, Subterrors. First look at it. Overall thoughts? Good? Excited to see more?
Yeah, I'm super excited. That field spell is really strong. It has large monsters that come into play easily. Draws cards. I like the interaction of being able to do things during my opponent's turn, too. I can flip them up and down. So that means, like, if I have a monster that has like a more trap-like effect, right, that might destroy a monster, do something to an opposing monster, I can trigger that during my opponent's turn, which means like anytime my monsters can interact with my opponents, that's always just
that's one of the keys
huge,
to this whole theme, is that when you think flip effects, you don't really think being able to play during your opponent's turn, but having them here is really nice.
Yeah.
So that is going to do it for our first look at the Subterror theme. We hope you enjoy the rest of the World Championship qualifiers, so stay tuned. More dueling is coming up next.
We're here with Ricardo Loggia, the one person missing from our little report on last year's World Championship competitors. That's because he's a little bit of a special guy. First of all, let's talk about last year, and then we're going to talk about this year, which is when you're going to find out why he's so special. Ricardo, congratulations again to last year's result in the top 4. You won a trip to the World Championship in Japan, in Kyoto. What was that like?
It was beautiful because Japan is a wonderful country, and I'm happy to win the travel in that country because
it's like the only way to get Japan in easily.
Yes.
How long did it take to get there?
1 week.
Oh, no. How long did the flight take to Japan?
Oh, the flight. 13 hours.
Oh, wow. Yeah, half a day, yeah.
Yes.
But you stayed for a whole week, so
yes,
you made the most out of it.
Yes. I preferred 2 or 3 weeks, but 1 week.
Well, you take what you take what you get, yeah. And what was the tournament like, the World Championship?
It was not good because my score was 2-3 and
not enough for the top
I
8.
did not test so much and I brought a bad deck.
Okay, how is it possible that you don't test so much for the World Championship?
Because I finished the European Championship on 15 July, and the World Championship was 10 August or something like this, and I had only 20 days to test and.
Normally you test a lot longer?
I think I could test better than this, but I didn't have much time.
Right. Well, it's interesting that you say 20 days is not long enough, that you really like to test for an event. Okay, so I guess for the European Championship last year, how long did you prepare for that tournament?
Honestly, I 10 days before, because I didn't know if I had to judge or play, so I decided to play, and I changed the deck two days before the event, because I wanted to play Clifford, and after I saw that Burning Abyss was better, but the most powerful deck was Necrots. Burning Abyss can win against Necrots only if I start with broken cards like Mistake or Majestic Fiend, because Necrots cannot play
around those cards. Okay, so this year you decided to not play at the European Championship, even though you made it to Worlds last year, and instead judge. Why do you judge this year?
Because I prefer to judge in each event, and I judged to every premier events like CEST, European Championship, and our Championship.
Right.
And I play when they don't take me as
okay, yeah, right. If they say we got enough people for this event, and then you play instead.
Yes.
But you're still a very successful player. Yeah. What do you like so much about judging?
Yeah, I think that it is an important role, and I love to resolve resolve the situation.
Right, help the players.
Yeah, help the players, and my preferred role is deck check.
Okay.
And probably in each event that I judge, I did deck check.
Right.
I was in deck check team.
Well, it is an important job, of course. You're ensuring the integrity of the event, making sure that everybody's playing by the rules. So, yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for this short interview, and best of luck with judging this weekend. It was nice to hear from you. With that, we're going to be back in just a second. Just a short break, and then the coverage for the World Championship qualifier, European Championship 2016 will resume. Welcome back to the coverage of the World Championship qualifier, Yu-Gi-Oh! European Championship 2016. Easy.
Good job.
Yeah, piece of cake. My name is Oliver Gerben. I'm your host for this round, and I'm joined by Luke.
Hey, Ollie, how's it going?
Well, very well, in fact. Like the last round, I heard you guys had a great feature match.
Yeah, it was really good.
And we actually made use of the time instead of taking a break. We were taking a look around and looking at the other things that are going on here, because there are quite a few things that are taking place this weekend.
Yeah.
And we've never seen so many players at the carnival activities. And we took a look at that. I played 2 games of this Kuribo game.
Oh, I like the Kuribo game.
It's something with Dash. Monster
Kuribo Dash.
Kuribo Dash, yeah. I'm undefeated in the game.
How many games did you play?
2 of them.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, I started sweating after 2, so I said, okay, let's call it a day.
Let's call it a day. Did you play in the cannon shooter?
No, I didn't play.
No?
I did an interview there. So you guys can look forward to that. That's going to be fun. Speaking of fun, that's what we're going to have right now, because in this new round, we looked at... There's a story to this round. Earlier, our programming guru, Victor, came up with a deck list because we had to enter some data again, because we had some technical difficulties. And he brings us deck list.
This one here.
This one right here, yes. Spoiler alert. All right. He brings the deck list and he says, guys, what kind of deck is this? And then looks at it and he's like, okay, so Speedroids, Clifford, Magispector, Performer
Magicians, Mist Valley.
He's like, yeah, it's in the other category. So Victor turns around, wants to run away with the deck list, and I'm like, wait a second, maybe we want to feature this guy. And then immediately 2 guys who both looked at this deck list were like, nah, he's not going to do well. So round 5, we look at the top tables. Let's bring those up for you guys. There you can see the pairings for this round. And we picked table 22 because that is the first table after the fixed seatings, which are the first 19 tables, where we have a player. So obviously he's undefeated because he's playing at the very top of the field. And he is playing the other category. So we're like, okay, let's take one of the creative decks. We've never had these 2 guys. Somebody asked earlier, hey, I want to see 2 guys that we've never had in the feature match before. So we got Chaskaran Oberoi, which is not some sort of Game of Thrones reference. And his opponent is Devon Amat Dakoin.
Wow, that was impressive. Good job, that.
I hope so. It was playing Demise Cosmo. And so we get this deck list and we look at it and we're like, wait a second, I've seen this one before.
Yeah.
So now you're eating your words.
Yeah, I apologize to Victor.
And of course to the player.
And of course to the player. Well, he didn't hear my insult, so kind of cancels itself out.
That's true.
I don't want to walk over to him, insult him, and then apologize immediately. That wouldn't work. But we'll see how this works out. So he's playing Cliffords. He's playing Speedroids. He's playing Magicians. He's playing Mist Valley. He's playing Magispectors.
I'm running out of fingers.
He's playing Performer Pals.
Okay.
And he's got some kaijus in the side deck.
All right, guys. I hope you're pumped for this match. Let's take you to the table where these 2 guys are ready. We've got to talk a little bit more about the decks, about the side deck cards, of course. And with that, I think we can start this round. His opponent, Devon. Devon. He is playing, like I said before, Demise Cosmo. So that is the Cosmo deck with cards. Card of Demise. How much of a difference does this make?
Card of Demise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's really. I think this version of Cosmo is the best version.
Okay.
It just really improves consistency. But I'm just kind of. I don't want to say anything at all because I might be wrong about this deck and it might be genius.
You gotta have a little bit of faith.
Yeah. So I now that I'm more thinking about this, I've heard about this this combo, the Clifford combo. Actually, what they do is they play Scout, go search Monolith, pop Scout with Sky Iris, and then Pendulum Summon Monolith and Scout, and then overlay into Cyber Dragon Nova, then go up into Infinity. And it's
to Infinity and beyond.
Exactly. So that's that one. But he's also playing Speedroid, Magician, one random Apex Avian, as well as Magispectors, Perform Pals. It's just everything.
Yeah, you go Scout, search Monolith, pop with Iris, make Infinity. That's a short Twitch chat version and probably correct.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting deck.
Yeah, very interesting.
I mean, let's see if it goes off, but in theory, that sounds quite cool.
Yeah.
So there we see a Pot of Duality after this.
Oh, wow. Okay, so 3 cards that all do the same job.
Well,
but obviously he's going to take the one that's the best.
Yeah.
the non-specific one.
That's interesting. That looks almost like anti-stacking. It's like the worst 3 cards in a row you can have, I guess.
Yeah.
Unless you establish the feeling, all you have to do now is make sure your opponent cannot summon something.
Yeah, so he's just going to set all his cards.
Right, so he's one of these players that doesn't like to hold cards in his hands?
No, okay, so he's going to shuffle back the... I figured he would at least keep the Dark Destroyer, but no, he's just going to throw it away and hope to get a tin can or a teleport.
Is that too greedy?
No, I think it's fine. It's just a decision to make.
It doesn't hurt.
No.
Okay.
It looks like he drew Card of Demise. It's quite funny, really. So
yeah, you're one of these people that looks at somebody who just broke their leg. You walk past, you're like, it's quite funny.
yeah, so he's going to draw 3 cards, 2 cards even, and then hope that that's got a monster in it, because he got a Call of the Haunted, so he can just set that straight down. He's probably got he's got one more space for a trap card. Let's see if he sets one. What's he got in his hand? Oh, okay, he didn't actually get a monster.
He's got Cosmojo, Call of the Haunted.
This is actually awful.
Yeah.
He's got no monster.
I think that was one of the worst cards of Demise we've ever seen, right?
Yeah, pretty bad. I mean, he just can't go anywhere.
Do you just set the next card of Demise? Hope for the next turn?
Yeah, I think you got to set the next card of Demise.
I think that's what he did, right?
Yeah, he did,
yeah.
You have to, because then if you draw a terrible card next turn, then you can at least
but still
put it back with Cosmotown and then try and get some traction there.
Right. Yeah. It's funny that we're just, with lots of quotation marks, in round 5. See, I'm even losing track of that, to be honest. Because it's been quite a long day, to be honest. I mean, it's already 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. German time, European time, Central European time, whatever you want to call it. So that means we've been at this for 7 hours already. But it's been worth it. Like, if you ask me, it's been a great day.
Yeah, it's been good so far.
I've seen some cool, exciting duels, some good interviews. And let's see how this one goes. Pendulum scales set up. Outplayed. Regarding the cards of Demise.
I love this. Oh, wow! Oh, wow! That's amazing! He just blind hit the warning with Dragon Pit Magician. He's got nothing. Oh, no, he doesn't have strike. He's got a strike. Okay. I thought that was his early solemn card.
But
Wait, no. I think it was just wrong in the app. He doesn't have strike. He actually blind shot.
No,
he does. Okay, he does have strike. I thought it was just wrong in the app.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, that was some unnecessary excitement. I had a really bad heart attack just. I thought he sniped the warning and then was just like, oh, I'll just punch these guys and win now. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine with this.
Could have worked. Didn't quite. No.
No.
All right.
Wow.
Hold your horses. Everything is still fine. We still got another turn.
Hold your unicorns, even.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that was an exciting turn for not a lot of action. Okay, so he draws into Dark Destroyer, and he's probably gonna put that back with Cosmotown. Try and get a card that he can set instead, and then he's gonna flip over that Cards of Demise, and then set some more cards, and then pass his turn.
Or maybe he goes big.
Nah, there's no big to go. If he's got to play Cards of Demise, he can't special summon. So, there we go. Oh, okay, so he decides to... Yeah, I think it's a good move to keep the Dark Destroyer and only draw 2, because he's only got 3 slots in the back row anyway, and he really, really needs to put a monster in his graveyard at this point. Like, really, really badly. Even if he can't use Dark Destroyer's effect on Kirin, he still needs to just get a monster on the field.
Right.
So he draws... Oh, wow. He drew the 3rd Card of Demise.
Oof. That's
good. That's a good thing.
Yeah, but still, that's so odd. Like, he's had the 3 trap cards next to each other in his deck, and now he's throwing into the 3 cards of Demise.
Yeah.
Some odd draws.
Yeah. So, yeah, okay. I think that's probably what he should have done in the first turn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not shuffle it back.
Not shuffle it back, let it get to the graveyard. And now he's got Call and Oasis. He's got 2 calls, essentially.
Yeah.
There's the random speed ride, because, yeah.
Because, yeah. Also, there's a monkey board waiting for Cheskaran.
Wow, okay, just in case he didn't want to complete his pendulum scales. Thing is, I don't think, is he playing... He's not even playing, what's that guy called? Pendulum Magician. He's not even playing Pendulum Magician.
Obviously no space in this deck. You can't just fit like...
Can't just start putting random cards in there. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Ollie, there's no space for the best pendulum card. Come on.
Clearly.
Well, it's probably not the best pendulum card. It's pretty good. Overlay into our boy Dante. No, it's not going to be Dante. That's a lie. That's a totem bird. Oh, wait a minute. Is he playing Cattle Call? No, he's not playing Cattle Call. Okay, that would have been weird. That'd have been weird, but funny.
Yeah, well, that would have been the only weird thing about this deck here.
Yeah, a bit of Cattle Call, bit of Ultimate Falcon. That happened to the UK National Championship. We had a guy who went into Totem Bird and then played Cattle Call into the Ultimate Falcon and then banished it with Far. It was pretty funny. So he tries the Call of the Haunted. That gets stopped immediately, and then...
And the other way around.
Oasis first.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but yeah.
Yeah, well, no, it does matter, because it's not a worm. It's not a worm if it was summoned by Call of the Haunted. So, I guess there's no interaction here, really. Okay.
So basically you're saying you agree?
I agree, yeah. There is a difference, though.
Yeah, I know. It's still the same. Oh, look at that. That was some body language right there. Cheskaran just said, okay, this is going to go my way now.
My way or the highway?
Yeah, I think there's no highway in his plans.
Autobahn. Is that what it's called in German? Or did I just completely butcher it?
Sorry, what?
Autobahn or something?
Autobahn, yeah.
Yeah. Is that the same as a highway?
Nope. It's better.
It's better?
It is.
Why is it better?
Because we don't have a speed limit.
Really?
I mean, it depends. People think there's no speed limit, and for the most part, on many areas there isn't, but in some areas there is a speed limit. So,
okay.
Yeah, but for the most part, if there's no sign or nothing else, it just advises you to not go faster than 130 kilometers per hour, which is not bad.
For our UK users, how fast is that in miles?
I think like 70.
70?
Or 80, I'm not sure.
All of our motorways are 70 in the UK.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it could be more. But it just advises you. That doesn't mean you cannot go faster. You can go as fast as you want.
Yeah.
As long as you,
Just like the spiral car that we saw earlier.
Exactly. It's just like this Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel. You can play as fast as you want, but rarely ever wants to go really fast. Unless you're looking at the Dragon Duelists. They, for some reason, they like to go really fast.
Yep. Okay, so we see Devon trying to craft his hand here. Bit of Potter Duality. Can't remember what he got off it, but it looks like he shuffled a load away with Cosmotown.
Yeah. This is going to get updated.
He got Kaiser Colosseum.
It's not bad still.
No, Kaiser Colosseum is good. He needs to start clearing out his opponent's monsters.
Yeah, I was about to say it's a little late for that, but no, it is not. It's not one of those cards that prevents you from summoning any more. It can also work if there's already something on the field.
Yeah. So he's going to have to just kind of eat through those monsters.
There we go. 1 down, 2 to go.
Yep, and he's got rid of the levels so they can't overlay.
Yeah. And then again, this guy is one of the comeback artists.
Yep, so here's the Kaiser Colosseum. So far, this deck is actually running pretty well.
Yeah, but super odd at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, how... This is nothing... this is not a game that anybody could have predicted in that way, with 3 times Card of Demise and some of the really weird moves. When you do the... he hit the 1 out of 5 that could really hinder him, although there was a second one.
Yeah.
But yeah, some surprises in this match, or in this game.
Okay, he's just switched everything to defense mode.
And that's interesting, because it looked like Cheskaran had the upper hand up until that point, but he couldn't really find a way to get rid of the Dark Destroyer. Very fitting name in that case.
Yeah.
You multiply by 1.6 to get from kilometers to miles. There we go. Thank you very much. So it should be 70 miles per hour, something like that. Maybe 80.
Okay, we got an appeal about Kaiser Coliseum, the second one for today.
About the same card?
Yeah, Kaiser Coliseum.
So that happened in the last round?
It was...
well, it didn't happen when I was on. Let's
no,
just
it
put
was...
this way.
So it was round 2.
Second round or fourth round, okay.
Yeah, round 2.
It's one of the older cards. It's sometimes people are really familiar with those, and sometimes they kind of forget what the card was doing. What was the earlier appeal about? Do you know?
It was Stormforth versus Kaiser Coliseum.
Ah.
Yeah. So, well, okay, while we're having this appeal, let me clear things up for people.
Exactly.
So, let's say me and you are having a game, and I've got Kaiser Coliseum, and I have one monster, and you wish to play Stormforth against me and tribute my monster for one of your monsters.
Right.
So, the general rule about Kaiser Coliseum is, so perform the summon in your head, pretend like the summon's been performed. So you tribute my monster, it goes to the graveyard, and you summon your monster.
Mhm.
At that point, do you have more monsters than I do? The answer is yes. Many people then immediately...
Undoubtedly.
Yes, because you have one and I have none. And many people think, oh, well, that's correct, because Kaiser Coliseum means that because I've got none, it's no longer in effect. That's not the case. You check beforehand if the entire summon would leave me with less monsters, even if that number is 0.
Okay.
So in that case, you can't play Stormforth to then...
Interesting.
To then tribute my only monster.
Right. In the meantime, we've seen a little bit more of what we saw before, with Devon trying to dismantle his opponent's field. Now we got a Pendulum Call and Secret Village of the Spellcasters for Jaskaran, and he just played both of those cards. Or, well, get rid of them, in a way. There is the Pendulum Call.
Yep, so he's going to be able to discard whatever other card he has in his hand here.
Yeah, that was the Secret Village of the Spellcasters.
To be able to go and search for a monster that he can use the Dragon Pit Magician to get rid of that Kaiser Coliseum.
Yeah, not a card he likes, apparently.
No. He wants to get rid of that as soon as possible.
He's almost out of cards. I mean, he does have something, but he's only got the 2 Pendulum spells on the field, 1 monster, and then now the Dragon Pulse Magician and the Xianke Magician in his hand.
Yep.
Doesn't sound like much.
Well, if he can get rid of that Kaiser Coliseum and make a big Pendulum Summon, then it's a reasonable amount. Still dealing with Dark Destroyer, again for our US viewers who are just crying out, "Make Utopia the Lightning!" It's not legal in Europe, so that's not an option here for our young duelist.
Would have been a good option otherwise.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. He just Pendulum Summons 2 level 4 monsters, goes into the Lightning, and then attacks over the Dark Destroyer, and yeah, finished.
It's quite interesting that there are so many. One card can make all the difference.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen this a couple of times in the past, and
yeah, with start of Spark Dragon.
Right,
was a big one.
I was naturally thinking like even earlier.
Oh right, okay. Which one?
There was a time when what's the name? You pay 5,000 life points, you bring something from the extra deck.
Stein.
Stein, yeah, it was not legal in Europe.
Yeah.
Because it was a Shonen Jump price card.
Yes.
And then we had a time when Shrink wasn't legal for the same reason.
Yeah. Ah, there's the strike.
This is such a weird game. And he has so many answers to summons.
Yeah.
I think 3 out of 3, basically. And he's a 3 out of 3 card of Demise.
Yeah, I think Devon's just had, like, everything here.
Right, and it's still continuing to be Cheskaran is forced into extremely defensive position. And it's so weird that there's just one monster on the other side of the field with that Dark Destroyer. But I don't know, he's netted like a 3-card advantage or something for Devon already. And also, on top of that, by battle. That's not something we see every day anymore. Most of the time it's like, I play my monster, I use its effect, then I'm dealing damage.
Yeah.
And this is a little bit more old school in the way that I'm attacking over your monsters to generate an advantage.
Yep.
We really haven't seen that in a little while.
Well, it doesn't really generate advantage when they go into the extra deck and getting resummoned every turn.
Yeah, I know. I'm still playing by the antique rules. Where there was such things.
What's a tuna monster?
Yeah, yeah, a catfish monster.
You would get it. I'll see you next round, Ollie.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Did you just find the second Kaiser Colosseum? Did you just draw into this?
Yeah, I think you did.
So what is this deck, seriously? So we
What a poor guy.
Yeah, we can predict that his next draw is going to be another Call of the Haunted. After that, probably another Cosmo Town.
Yeah.
Like, he just seems to be drawing the same cards over and over and over again. And for the weirdest reason, it's not a bad thing. Normally, you do want to have some like versatility, but here you don't for some reason.
I think I must be confused about what Oath Dragon Magician does, because I don't know why he's not just getting back his Magician cards from the graveyard over and over again.
I think we haven't seen a less interactive game
Of
so
course,
far.
yeah, it's only from the extra deck. It's not from the from the graveyard. That's only when it's summoned.
Yeah, when it's summoned.
Yeah, my bad.
No problem.
So yeah, at least we got the. Yeah, this is actually the least kind of interactive game we've seen.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it is. It is extremely one-sided. It's a bit slow-paced, I would say. The second Kaiser Colosseum also left the field. I'm not. Yeah. So.
Yeah, they got hit by Dragon Pit again.
Yeah. So the one really big floodgate, as you like to call them these days. Oh, there's a monster. He does play them.
Yeah. Just one Dark Destroyer.
No, I mean the Forerunner in his hand.
Ah, right. Yeah. So he's gonna play Cosmojo. Probably gonna go get Farm Girl if he plays it. I'm saying if he plays it, we can just check. Does he play Farm Girl?
Yes.
Yeah, a couple of Farm Girls.
Yes.
No, he doesn't have game. He doesn't have game yet.
Yeah, but it seems like he's now going on the offensive.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to do like another 4,500. Or he can go with 43 and then have Forerunner instead, which is probably a good option if he needs to recover some life points here.
But suddenly this deck seems to shift gears.
Oh, Cosmo is just kind of shifts into turbo whenever it
just
needs
waits
to.
for the right moment. And so basically, it looks a little bit like Cheskaran was giving his opponent too much time there.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it was through a fault of his own. I think Devon kind of had those cards to stop him for a little while, and then instead of him drawing another kind of stunning card, he just drew a really quick card that he could then go ahead with.
All right, so now he's able to net some advantage, finally. Is there going to be another attack? Getting rid of the Farm Girl or something?
Yeah, he's probably going to banish Farm Girl and attack with something. He's got a choice here. He can either go with Forerunner. Actually, can he still win? Can he still win? No, he can't. Obviously not. He's going to go with that. So he's just going to get a tin can. Tin can in the end phase. Going to use its effects.
When you say he's just going to go with a tin can, what you really mean is he's going to perform a really good move, actually, and pull farther ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what remaining back row have we got here? We've got one Chaos Trapo and one Call Hunter's face up. What's the other? I think it's a Terraforming. He's got a Terraforming bluff set. It's really hard to keep track of all these back row that he was playing when he just kept drawing 3 cards every turn.
Yeah. Well, what about Cheskaran? Is there some way for him to come back in this game? Because
oh, yeah, if he draws some, like, Joker into something and then make a big Pendulum Summon, it's entirely possible. I think he's going to struggle with any monster that is, you know, big and untargetable.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how he's going to deal too well with those.
All right. There's another face down card. And that concludes the turn.
Yeah, well, he's going to use tin can.
Yeah, with the tin can, yeah.
Yeah,
so
Dark Lady, Slippy.
Some bad things ahead.
Yeah.
For Jaskaran, I think
Dark Lady.
He needs something now.
Yeah, so he takes Dark Lady. It doesn't really matter. He's got Call the Haunted set. Oh no, he doesn't. No, I keep saying he's got Call set. No, he hasn't.
He did have the Oasis and the Call, but yeah. There's a draw for Jaskaran.
I got a Teleport set.
Not bad either.
No, but it's not that useful.
Okay.
Okay, so this could be a change of pace here with this Sky Iris. Still, he's got Chaos Trap all.
Getting rid of the tin can.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to go get Slip Rider here. Does he play a second Slip Rider?
Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Slip Rider to hit the Sky Iris.
So I think now he's basically knocked out Jaskaran cold, right?
Yes, there's not much to be done here. He can Pendulum Summon and wall up again, but he's only on like 5/5, which isn't much.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's enough in any case.
No.
So, well, yes, there is that option, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. But let's see. Maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves.
So he's going to, yeah. He's going to attack Dark Lady instead. Yeah, I don't think Devon thought that through too much.
You think he was feeling too confident already?
Well, he just kind of went. He was just kind of like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna casually banish my guy to summon my Dark Lady. Yeah, that'll learn
Stop
you.
my opponent. Yeah.
And then,
nope.
But Dark Lady's not got enough attack points. I don't know. It just seemed like he did it so quickly that he didn't really think about it.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to protect the farm girl and banish it so he can get it back with Cosmo Town. That's entirely possible. Just at the moment, yeah, this Pendulum Dragon's actually the biggest force on the field.
It's not something you see every day.
Nope.
Now is the question, is he going to get it back? Or get her back, rather?
It would make sense to get one of the big ships and then just kind of wall up with Slip Rider and then say, okay, you got to attack me now. And then get a pilot and then banish for like some big untargetable dude. Or not. So he's going to take that risk. Okay, so he drew a Forerunner. His natural draw was a Forerunner. Looks like he's about to play the Farm Girl. He's thinking about playing Farm Girl, going up into Forerunner, and then just attacking over.
What's the best move in your opinion?
What's that face down that Jaskaran has? Does he know? No, he doesn't know where it is. Yeah, I think there's no reason to not do that. Just kind of clear my opponent's board. I've got big enough field to keep board presence for a while. He's got a teleport as well, just in case. So he can actually attack with that, banish for Forerunner, then teleport in the second Farm Girl if he's got a second Farm Girl. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got a second Farm Girl.
Yep.
Still not enough, though.
But still, yeah, field is completely clear. Jaskaran left with pretty much nothing now.
Yeah, he's going to be able to Pendulum Summon everything back, but still, it's
not looking good.
No, it's not looking great. I think he's probably going to want to... I don't know. I don't know whether I would teleport in the Farm Girl here, because it's going to leave him on 100 life. Now, you can't do that. He's got no life points. He's got like 600 life points.
Right, yeah.
He just can't...
It's something you got to keep in mind in these situations.
Yeah, he's got.
We've seen players forget about that, where they just go all in, so to speak, and then they lose because they leave a card in face-up attack position that can just attack over. He makes the right choice. Terraforming.
Even here, like he can pendulum summon the Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, and it does double battle damage. He can do double battle damage over the over the Slip Rider, and that puts him down to under 500.
All right. So terraforming for Sky Ares.
That was a pretty good draw. Let's be honest.
Well, it's a 2-player game. It can't be only one player having all the good draws all the time. It also makes for a more interactive experience.
Yeah, it does. So he uses Oath Dragon and adds Pendulum Dragon back to his hand. He's probably just going to Pendulum Summon it anyway, so...
Top deck Okazi for game. Oh my, if that ever happens on the stream. Wow. Although we did see a Battle Fader win a game. That was quite crazy as well.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I remember that quite vividly.
Yeah.
I was just questioning what year it was.
It was, yeah. That made Jay Quincy almost one of the most famous people in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! In a way.
Yeah. People genuinely started playing Battle Fader for a little while after that.
Really?
Yeah.
Just getting on the hype train.
Yeah. Everybody on the Battle Fader train. And then everyone stopped playing Cosmos. It just wasn't very good anymore.
All right. It's still the same game. Still game 1. We are...
Yeah, actually, is he playing Cowboy?
We're at 28 minutes in. Still game 1. It's a bit of a...
Yeah, there's no Cowboy in his extra deck.
And suddenly, there are things happening for Chuskarun.
There's a Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon there.
And the question is also, is a player able to identify such a play? Because sometimes you really are like, yeah, okay, he could do this, and then he's gonna win, but it's really hard to spot that because it's once in a lifetime opportunity.
Hold the phone. Odd Eyes Unicorn boosts the attack points of a Odd Eyes monster somehow. Let me have a look at this card here. I'm pretty sure it boosts the attack somehow. Okay, it's not appearing in that card up. I'm just gonna go and look it up.
Yep. How much of a boost are we talking about? How much
I think it's enough. I think it's like 200, 300, but it's enough.
That's the Unicorn. Can bring that up on the right-hand side.
Yeah, once while this card is in your Pendulum Zone, when an Odd Eyes monster attacks, you can target one of the Performer Power monsters you control, and then the attacking monster gains attack equal to the attack of the monster that you targeted.
Okay, so
he needs another Performer Power monster. Actually, yeah, he attacked over here, so he's left him on 200. Okay, that's not exactly what I was thinking.
Not quite enough, but
you know, at least he's I thought he was going to be able to somehow get another Performer Power monster on the field.
It's interesting that this game is so close. Like at first, it didn't
seemed one-sided.
Yeah,
didn't
exactly. So yeah, what was I trying to say and failed to say?
Pretty sure that he can't pay for that. Oh, he gained 1,000 life points from Forerunner.
Oh, that's good news.
That's
for
good.
him.
That's very good news. That's incredibly good news for our Cosmo player, because as far as gaining life points in magnitude is concerned, that was quite a lot. That was a lot of life points.
Right, is this going to give Devon enough room? This looks like a game-breaking or game-ending attack.
Yeah, it definitely does. Now that he's got enough to pay for Farm Girl.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, this is it.
So in the end, the final result was basically what we have been thinking.
Getting
was
towards.
Going to yeah, it just was a little bit.
Jaskaran managed to.
Yeah, it was just a little bit closer thanks to that life gap. Just 200 left for Devon.
Wow!
So really a comeback, really. It's
who'd have thought that Forerunner gaining 1,000 life points in the standby phase was going to win you a game?
Yeah, it's you would have gotten a pretty good betting average for that. Somebody would have thought, yeah, okay, if that decides the game, I'm going to give you this. Maybe a super rare
There's the
card.
Landwalker. Yeah,
There is
okay.
it.
There we go. So
Woo.
that is one game for depth. That was a long game.
Yes, it is. It was.
How long was it?
More than 30 minutes. 31 minutes and a half.
Only 8 minutes remaining.
Yes. Wow. Wow. That was quite the marathon. And but at the same time, we didn't really see anything from Cheskaran, did we? I mean, it looked...
No.
It looked like he had some cards, of course, but it was never like, oh, okay, I'm going to do this and this and this and this. I've never seen any sort of combo like that, which is very typical for the current format.
Yeah. I like how Devon has got his 2 tokens and put it on the field while he's side decking.
Oh, by the way, there must have been one line of play at least where Cheskaran could have won. At least is what our fans in the Twitch chat are describing. Could have added the Phoenix off of Iris.
Ah, Light Phoenix.
Yeah. Tributed the Abductor to summon it, tributed to make the auto ice 3.5 and attacked for game. I don't think that's super easy to spot. But
No, that's not easy to spot.
Definitely well done.
You very, very rarely play the monster effect.
There was Chemo Wave.
Indeed you can. Congratulations. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Because I myself don't even know what that card does when it's a monster. I just know that it's a small scale.
Yeah.
Because it was when I think it was the starter deck. Was it the starter deck? Oh no, it was Shining Victories that added the Light Phoenix. I'm pretty sure it was Shining Victories, yeah. That added the 2 extra Performer Pal Odd-Eyes. We've never had that combination. Added those 2 to the plethora of Performer Pal Odd-Eyes cards.
How many Light Phoenix is he playing?
Just 1, I think.
Because is he playing it in the first place? It's another of those cards that he couldn't fit in his deck, I guess.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Uncongratulations to the person in chat who said that. I forgot that we were watching this crazy mashup of pendulum decks. He didn't have a Light Phoenix.
Yeah.
So uncongratulations to you, sir. However, that would have been a very exciting play, I must admit.
Yeah. What are we going to see in the second game? Is there something in the side decks where you're like, this is definitely going to come in?
Bit of the old full house for the Cosmo player here. Full house, anti-spell fragrance, couple of a twin of twin twisters for him, and Jaskaran has a couple of mystical space typhoons for a lot of those back row. We could see now. I'm not promising anything, Ollie. I'm not promising anything. Does it sound like I'm promising something? I'm not promising anything, okay?
Yeah.
We may just see a Denko Sekka come down here.
Ooh, that's the first time this weekend.
Yeah, on a deck. So he's playing against a deck that plays a lot of trap cards. We may just see this massive Denko Sekka snipe.
Snipe. All right, let's see.
Let's see what happens.
We could definitely need a moment like that.
We could do.
That,
we could do it.
First match was a little bit tough.
Yeah.
It wasn't a sprint, it was a marathon.
Yeah.
And we're not good at marathoning.
Well, a triathlon looking at the amount of archetypes that he has in his deck here.
Fair enough, yeah. All right. Let's see. Well, what is the body language given away? Cheskaran seems to be somewhat nonplussed.
Yeah, not a lot. They're both just thinking, come on, put my cards into the system. So Jaskaran is going first. He opens up Joker, pretty strong. Double Space Typhoon, now that's pretty strong.
Xianke Magician already on the field.
No, it's the Skullcrab Joker.
Yeah, oh yeah, the app is... Well, I'm confused, the app is confused. We're all a bit confused. Here we go.
So the famous Skullcrabat Joker. He's going to go look for his monkey board. He's going to play as a quick tune of monkey board, which is going to go and get him another scale.
That's a good opening.
Yeah, it's Joker.
Yeah.
It's Joker. It's pretty strong. So he uses the monkey board to get the odd eyes unicorn. Now that provides him the full range of levels, all the way from 1. I'm pretty sure it's 1. Monkey board says 1. From 1 all the way to 8. And now monkey board's got a weird condition on it that it changes its scale if it's not got a performer pal in the other pendulum scale, but obviously the unicorn is a performer pal monster, so it is 1 to 8.
Yep.
So he summons Monolith and the Yankee Magician, and then he's got that Joker there as well. So Jaskaran is keeping a hold of these mystical space typhoons. In all honesty, I would be doing the same. He's holding on for dear life for these mystical space typhoons.
Yeah.
Now we see Devon's hand. He's got the anti-spell fragrance. Obviously, it's a bit late. He didn't get to go first in the game. Anti-spell fragrance didn't manage to get set up.
Right.
I think he's only playing one. Is he playing just one copy of that?
Well, there is no such thing as space in this deck. Oh, wait a second. This is, of course, the Cosmo deck. He's playing one copy of...
so he drew his one copy of anti-spell fragrance, which is pretty impressive. So he's just going to... Yeah, see,
do you bring the card in when you go second in the first place?
I think you would. No, you would.
You
would.
Okay.
Because, well, the reason
if your opponent doesn't have the start, then...
Well, yeah, it's just... I mean, come on. He's one up. He's one up already. He can take the risk. If he's got the trap card and his opponent didn't start well, then he can just take full advantage. You know, flip up a spell fragrance, just be like, yeah, I'm done now. You can just... That's the end of the round.
Right. Let's take a look at Devon's hand here. ASF, like we said, Solemn Strike, Cosmojo, and Cosmo Tin Can.
You're just going to set everything. Right, I'm trying to remember what Yankee Magician does. Should we have a look?
Let's try and bring it up.
Pretty sure it's something like if it gets targeted with a light monster effect or something.
Yeah, once per turn, during either player's turn, you can target one light monster on the field, negate that face-up monster's effects until the end of this turn, when it's a monster. And when it's a spell card, pendulum spell, once per turn you can target one face-up Exceed monster you control. This turn you can use it as an Exceed material for an Exceed summon, using its rank as if it were a level. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
But what do you use most often? Which effect?
I think the monster effect is most relevant, but the I've seen the scale effect used once or twice on Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon. When you summoned Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon from Odd Eyes Meteor Burst Dragon, and then you use it to convert the scale of Rebellion.
Right.
You convert the rank of Rebellion into a level, and then overlay into the other Odd Eyes Exceed monster. I can't remember what it's called now. There's so many Odd Eyes monsters.
Yeah. By the way, we are hitting 40 minutes. It's just 20 more seconds according to my stopwatch. So any moment now we might be ending up in time.
Yep. So let's see. So he decides to Cosmojo away the monkey board. Probably going to go get a Slip Rider from this Cosmojo of the Forerunner. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you can just get rid of both the scales. His opponent only has 3 cards in hand. I mean, you know, if those 3 cards were Pendulum monsters, then he probably could have extended his play last turn a little more. So he knows they're not necessarily, you know, they're not necessarily cards that are going to stop him doing that. So we see the Mystical Space Typhoon here straight away as soon as that anti-spell fragrance gets flipped.
Not super surprising.
Yeah, let's not be having any of that. He has actually got a full pendulum scale here. He can play the Oath Dragon Magician and then get back a card from his extra deck, thinking the Odd Eyes Unicorn, and then that would produce a scale of 2 to 8. However, I don't know how much is left in that extra deck of Jaskaran. Okay, so he just goes and wastes a Tin Can there. I think both players are aware that they're getting quite close to time.
Yeah.
You wouldn't just waste a tin can
exactly.
like that.
You want to protect your life points at all costs.
He needed to block it somehow.
Especially if you're leading. You don't want to lose just because of life point difference.
No, exactly.
There is a die in the center of the table. So
here we go. Here are our turn counters.
Very nice.
So that is the first turn of time.
Oh, judge. Just quickly.
Saying, please use my carefully crafted time counting procedure.
We use one of the table number shields for that, so...
No. Ollie, it's a carefully constructed time counting procedure.
Okay.
Don't take it away from them.
Okay. I won't.
They made it. They made it from scratch. Okay, so he's using Cosmotown here, paying some life points in time. That's brave. Considering he's ahead. So he just has to shuffle away that Slip Rider. Okay, it makes sense to take it and try and find a card that he can actually play.
I'm glad you agree with this line of play.
Yeah, I agree. There's quite a few turns. I mean, like 6 turns in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! That's the entire of Ido Marcus's collective feature matches.
It's what we pretty much. Yeah, it's what we expect to see when he's on the stream.
Yeah, so it's plenty of time.
Choices.
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
What did he draw? Solemn Strike. Not exactly what you want to see in time.
Nope.
He's got a Tin Can and a Landwalker. That can stop his opponent for a little while.
There's the Tin Can.
Key thing to note here. This is where Devon drops below Jaskaran's life points. If he decided to pay with Tin Can. He decided not to. So, yeah. I think Landwalker has 2,400 attack points. So does Monolith. Or am I making that up?
Let's just double check.
Yeah, it does.
That is correct.
What? So, I don't understand. No? Okay. So he's... it just seemed like he was holding on to it when...
Yeah. It looked like it. It looked like it had an effect that says if this card battles another card with the same attack, it cannot be destroyed in battle. There are actually cards with that effect, if you believe it. Because it seems such a rare occasion. All right, is it strong?
Okay, so again, he's still going to drop his life points below that magical threshold. Ah, okay, that's cool. So the Yankee Magician targeted the Strawman to try and get its effects as Light Monster, and then he striked it. So Yankee Magician's gonna get destroyed and sent to the extra deck.
But now he's dropping, like you said before.
Yeah, so he's below that magical threshold. However,
he can now attack freely, basically.
Yeah, but he's already attacked this turn.
Yeah.
And we know that Jaskaran is only... I'm pretty sure if I remember Oath Dragon's effect correctly, he can play Oath Dragon and then get back Odd Eyes Unicorn from the extra deck.
Right, there's a little bit of a wall, so to speak.
So he's getting Tin Can back. I think, yeah, he's... hold on. Yeah, he got another Solemn Strike set. It's pretty dangerous.
Yeah. It's not exactly what you want to see, generally speaking. But I guess it could be worse, though. I mean, if something comes that really threatens to steal the game, he can just strike it.
Yeah.
And if not, he has enough monsters to sport a comeback.
Yeah.
There's a die roll on a 2. I'm not sure why the die roll was there. Oh, it's to decide on the effect. Okay. Yeah, I'm so used to people just like drawing one face down or something. All right, here we go.
That's the first turn of time.
So what do we have here? We got a Mystical Space Typhoon, Oath Dragon, Magician, and just fresh in Cleaford Scout. There's an MST for the strike.
I definitely There's no point not doing that now. Now he has complete freedom over playing some cards. He knows what his opponent's got in hand. I didn't see what he got off Tin Can, and our app's not updating, but he got a monster off Tin Can. Okay, now we're going to see it, Slip Rider. Oh, that's, yeah, okay. That's not good. Ah, because Monolith's already gone as well.
Yeah.
So Scout's useless.
Oof.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's a pretty bad beating.
What's he got in hand?
Does it really matter, is my question for you. Cosmojo.
He can't win now.
No, but he's going to pull ahead again.
He can do 51. Oh, you do more than 51. No, 51. Yeah, you can do 51. If he summons back the Forerunner attacks, or he can add back Forerunner, banish Strawman attack. Both, you know, 2 ways to Sunday. Ah, okay. Oh, hold on. No, he can do it. Can he do it? Yes, yes, he can. Yes, he can. Change mind.
Yeah, you're a bit on this one of these flip-flop stations today.
Yeah, so he can Strawman back a dude, and then banish Strawman for another guy from his hand that he just got back off Cosmotown, and that should be 7,000. You can do 21, 24, that's 55, plus 28. Yeah. Yeah, he's got it. Yeah.
Yeah, he figured it out?
Yeah, pip Strawman, and then banish Strawman for a guy, whatever guy that is, doesn't really matter. He's just got to pay for Cosmotown to get Landwalker back. Why didn't he pay for Cosmotown to get Landwalker back? I don't understand. I guess he paid 100 for getting Tinker. I just don't get it. I don't understand. The chat's probably going to be yelling at me and telling me why that's wrong, but I don't understand. He can definitely win here.
Well, in any case, he's putting a gigantic gap between his life points and his opponent's life points.
Yeah, but in a pendulum format, that doesn't matter. You can just... all it takes is his opponent to do something crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, draw another pendulum scale that's reasonable. Well, to be fair, Scout doesn't work because you can only summon Cliff Hop monsters under Scout, now that I think about it. He needs to draw a miracle here.
Yeah. Or maybe not.
It's game over because he just goes into infinity.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait a second.
Yeah, he just goes infinity. Yeah.
Okay, so it would have been weird if he missed that because it seemed like he knew... Oh, wait.
He's not going into infinity?
Why would you do that?
I have got no idea.
But it doesn't matter, right?
I'm going to stop predicting here because
it's a Scout and the Trap card, and that is definitely not enough.
Yeah.
It was a Solemn Warning, I think. Exactly not the card you want to see here. It's like an anti-miracle. So both games, interestingly enough, it didn't feel like we saw anything from Cheskaron.
No.
No. Like we never saw why this deck was doing well. We just saw that it's extremely flexible.
Yeah, it was quite flexible.
Playing a lot of different decks, but it never came together here.
No, it didn't. That seems really strange. I feel like that first game was really bad for him because he struggled against every turn cards of demise.
Yeah,
every turn.
Yeah, 3 times in a row.
So.
And then you also have so many cards that stop you from playing the game. A Solemn Strike and a Solemn Warning.
Yeah,
so
Strike, Chaos Trap Hole, warning, and Calls and Oasis. He just had all of the trap cards, so and Cosmojo as well.
It seemed like a really good draw.
Yeah.
Like it didn't look absolutely amazing. No. I guess if we would have in the first turn got rid of his monster so he could bring it back with Call of the Haunted, I think that could have been even stronger.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that was the more consistent line of play. I think he took a risk.
Yeah. All right. We are 50 minutes into the round. The other guys started a little bit earlier than us, but speaking from experience, we have 40 minutes in between rounds, sometimes even more. So that gives us 20 minutes to conduct an interview. I guess that's enough time. Yep.
Yeah, it's enough.
So we're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to be back with the winner of this round, Devin Amatdakoin. And we're back with the winner of our round 5 feature match, Devon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. That was one of the weirdest matches. It certainly wasn't a sprint. It felt more like a marathon. It was extremely long.
I know.
And what was it like for you?
I was just really nervous. I'm glad I can say this on the interview right now because I knew I played bad.
Oh.
And I knew I had game and that stuff, and I.
Why is it? What's the reason why you didn't see it in that when you were sitting on the table?
It's my first big international event.
Okay.
And
you're doing quite well for that.
Yeah, true. But I was talking to my friends, and every time I was saying, I want to play feature match. That's so cool. I want to play it. It's my first international event.
Yeah.
And now I'm here, and
you're like, you don't want to play feature match anymore?
I would, but I'm just going to take my time next time and think a lot more.
That is pretty good advice. Yes, that is pretty good advice. So tell us, what did it feel like for you playing against a deck that seemed like it was such a mix of different archetypes?
Yeah.
Were you able to figure out what the strategy was?
Well, it's a bit weird because he has, as you said, a different mix of different cards, different archetypes, but it's just pendulum summoning, and he had like Klee, Performapod, Magicians, like everything. And I thought this is gonna be just a normal pendulum deck with sorcerer and
far
stuff.
Far from it.
And I just played my game and just negated things.
Yeah, I was about to say it wasn't a very interactive game. You had 3 of the Card of Demise.
Yeah,
that was really awkward.
True.
And then you had all the counter cards with the Solemn Strikes, the Solemn Warning.
Yeah.
Not a very typical draw for your deck, is it?
Sorry?
It's not a very typical draw. Like it was. You only saw 1 monster in the first 15 cards.
Normally you want normal summon Tinkan, set some cards, activate Demise, set more cards, activate Town. Never happened today.
Exactly, we never saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I had to just improvise, and because of that I was tilting a bit.
Yeah.
And I was shit, I'm gonna lose.
Oh, okay. Well, it does happen, but you pull through in the end, so that's fine. After the first game, you've seen a lot of his deck because the game lasted very long, or 32 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
What are you citing then? Because you still don't know exactly what he's playing, right?
No. I knew I was playing pendulums, of course. So I'm gonna play 1 anti-spell fragrance. I knew he was gonna go first, but I still wanted it. I just side in 1 and double twin twister, just to get the skills out. Maybe if I didn't know if he would play Ariadne or Luster.
Yeah.
So I just played those to get rid of spell and traps.
It was anybody's guess at this point.
And that was just the 3 cards I sided because I think my matchup against Pendulum is really good with strikes and stuff.
Right. Okay, and then the second game, a little bit faster than the first game, but you're of course in this weird situation where you're going to time.
Yeah.
Did that affect the way that you were sideboarding before? Because you kept everything in, you kept Solemn Strike in. So
Yeah, but like I said, my deck should be winning from this deck.
Okay.
As the list is already, that's main deck.
So you're not afraid of the timeout?
So no, not really. Just the Chaos Trap holes are just useless, I think, because not a lot of pendulums are light and dark.
Right.
And that's all.
All right. Okay, so after your first feature match, you said it feels pretty cool?
It's pretty cool.
You want to come back at
sure.
some point. What was your expectation going into this weekend?
Going into this weekend, I bragged a lot about talking to my friends that I would win this tournament.
Oh!
Then I realized I'm just a really bad player playing a really easy deck. That's why I chose this deck. I played this deck quite a long time.
Well, I mean, as long as it's working.
True. Yes.
Yeah,
and it works for me.
Right. And you test a lot with your friends, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what is it like? You're from the Netherlands?
True.
And what is the community like there?
Community is great. Just all players coming to this event. Just a small bunch of Dutch people. Everyone knows a bit, knows each other, and we're all testing. And yeah, it's just a great community, really. Yeah.
All right.
Helping a lot.
That's definitely great. All right. Well, congratulations again.
Thank you.
We'd love to see you again, maybe tomorrow, maybe in the finals. Who knows, when you're really going to take it all down.
Yes.
We are going to take another very short break. You wanted to greet somebody.
Yes. Shout outs to my team Kappa Kappa, all the people there, and some people of Dutch Elite, which taught me a lot by just playing against them, not really like they're not like the. Always I ask them for advice, they just give me a fight because they are like the best players.
They're not like I want to make sure that I keep winning against you. They're giving
They're like putting the expectations really high. So you just have to beat them, and then you're be a good player.
They couldn't have done it without them. So that's pretty cool. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Shout out to the guys from the Netherlands that helped Devin win his first feature match. That's the way to go. Team spirit. And with that, we're taking a very short break, and then we're going to be right back with our live coverage.
The 2016 North American World Championship qualifier is now in the top 8. And of these 8 duelists, 6 will represent North America at the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship in Orlando, Florida.
And for those duelists that didn't earn an invite, there will be public events at the World Championship, so come cheer on your fellow duelists.
That's right. The top 8 duelists remaining in the North American World Championship qualifier are, in 8th place, Eric Christensen.
In 7th place, Jimmy Nguyen.
In 6th place, Travis Smith.
In 5th place, Michael State.
In 4th place, Adam Hutchins.
In 3rd place, Jesse Cotton.
In 2nd place, Thomas Rowe.
And in 1st place, Admasu Williams Adim. Good luck to the remaining duelists, and bring back the World Championship title this year.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Welcome back to the 2016 North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship Qualifier. I'm Jerome McHale here with Robbie Boyajian, a bona fide survivor of the redemption round.
Yep, not fun.
So we are going to follow Jesse Cotton on from his loss during the last match.
Yeah.
He has one last chance to make it to the World Championship. But to get there, he has to go through former World Championship competitor Jimmy Nguyen.
Yeah, Jimmy Nguyen qualified the year it was in Italy. So I guess that's 2014, right?
2 years ago, yeah.
Yep. And he's one match away from making it back. I'm pretty sure he actually won in the redemption round last year, or in 2014 when he made it the first time.
Well, let's see if that experience helps him out, because the most stressful 60 minutes in dueling starts right now.
Definitely, especially in the Burning Abyss Phantom Nightmare. It's known for how grindy it is. And just whoever can more efficiently manage all their resources
can have the advantage.
Yeah.
So Seer is special summoned, and then Fiendish Rhino Warrior is normal summoned.
Yeah.
It stops the Malabranch from destroying itself with its own effect, and Dante is Xyz summoned.
Indeed. First time I've actually seen Fiendish Rhino Warrior this weekend.
Yeah, it's not been a particularly common pick as far as I can tell.
Yeah. It's obviously a very powerful card. It basically just additional copies of the good Burning Abyss monsters, right? Because it can send whatever you need.
Sends not a lot of help from Dante, but he does get to detach Fiendish Rhino Warrior, which will allow him to send Skarm to the graveyard as well. Remaining in Nguyen's hand, Farfa, Twin Twister, Solemn Strike. Farfa is pitched to place Beatrice on the field. Sets one card, that's the Solemn Strike.
And now we get to see how good Cotton's hand is.
In the end phase, Tour Guide is added to the hand. Cotton is up. He's got a Max C. That appears to have been his draw for the turn.
Yep, the 6th card hand trap.
It's
bane of most duels.
It's rough. That took out Andrew Fridella.
Yep.
In top 64 this morning.
Definitely did.
Starts with Terror Top and had drawn the Takena board.
Yeah, but what it does mean is that if he can kind of clean up the field, right, and reestablish dominance or establish dominance over Nguyen, that Maxi is going to be great.
Absolutely. Dante gets eaten by a Solemn Strike, though.
Yeah, that's rough, especially because he used the Speedroids to summon it, so the Dante can't even add back a Burning Abyss.
And that leaves Beatrice there to Farfo away something if need be. Foolish Burial's activated over on Cotton's side.
See what he chooses here.
He
Graph.
sends Graph.
Assume Graph's going to get Sir. Yes. Unless there's something. Okay.
It's got to keep in mind, though, that that Dante is now verboten. It cannot be special summoned back from the graveyard.
Yes.
Normal summon Scarm.
Now no one's going to think for a minute, but it seems like he's just going to snap this off.
Question is, does he detach Dante or Seer?
Yeah.
Quick
Checks his
check the
grave.
graveyard.
I mean, you usually want that. I guess the Sir, if you detach it right, you get back Scarm, and the Scarm will destroy itself because of the Beatrice, so you get an additional search. But just the upside of putting Dante in the grave so the Seer can get back that instead is huge.
Right.
Because it just lets you so easily set up an additional Beatrice.
There's Farfa. It's taken all weekend, but I've finally been able to discern the difference between Scarm and Farfa.
Yeah. The only two that are really bad for me are Alec and Calcab. And I think it's more so just their names rather than
the picture?
Yeah, because their pictures don't look very much alike at all. But I could understand Farfa and Scarm, maybe.
So, Farfa sent to the graveyard.
Yeah. No one's choosing what to banish. Oh, no, he just banished and then just returned.
Well, that works too.
Sorry, America, we cut you short. Instead, we're going to look at some of our numbers because we're that kind of guys. Joining me is Rob.
I'm still here.
It's always a
This
pleasure.
is Oliver Gurman as well. He doesn't introduce himself anymore, but that's because you all know who he is.
Yeah, it's if more than 3 people ask me when I'm walking through the venue for a selfie, I just assume that the rest of the guy know me. So
Yeah.
I thought that makes sense.
I remember that happening.
All right, you put it perfectly when you said the Italians arrived.
Yes, the Italians did arrive. As I don't know if people were watching earlier, but we did go through our stats kind of program that we got at the moment. And the Italians weren't in there because we didn't have full stats for the country breakdown, but now we do.
Let's bring up the country breakdown for you guys. So some of the Italian friends from us they either took a plane or a car. Takes a little bit longer to go to Berlin, to be honest. And they are in second place, like we predicted, although I was expecting them to be a little bit farther ahead of the UK. No offense to the UK players, but
it's a good turnout. To be honest with you, the UK players do tend to travel, but not for every single event. I didn't expect them to be so many, but then again, we did have the largest ever UK nationals this year as well. So
what I also find interesting is that we have 229 players from other nations. So assuming that not too many of these guys weren't able to fill out their little deck list where it says where they're coming from, that means we have a lot of countries in this tournament, like big spread. And so
which is fantastic.
Yes,
really
of course.
Good. Well, we've got to remember that we do have all of the newer territories that have come in over the last year or so. We've got the Middle East and everyone like that. I'm not sure whether they had a nationals, but especially if any of them qualified or were able to, they'll be over here.
But good spread, good distribution, I would say.
Yeah.
Let's now compare these numbers. Try to memorize these numbers and now take a look at round 5. So Germany went from 484 down to 381, 100 players less than before. Italy, on the other hand, only dropped 13 players. So this is what we talked about earlier when I was mentioning this tool in Prague. Relatively speaking, Italy is moving up the ranks.
Yes, Italy always has a huge kind of strong player base. Whenever they come to a pro event, they tend to stick it to the end.
Yes. France just lost 10 players, basically almost like Italy. So relatively speaking, also going up a little bit. Switzerland now suddenly in fifth place, excuse me. They were in 5th place before. They were 64 players initially. Now they have 50 players. So Switzerland is moving up the ranks. Good for them.
And the Netherlands going down there from 72 to 49. So they've lost quite a few players.
That's true, yeah. But it's a head-to-head. Switzerland and the Netherlands fighting for the 5th place. Then Belgium, Austria, Sweden, that is the exact same 3 countries that we saw before. So no change there. It's not like there's another country that had 30 players and all 30 players stayed in competition.
Yeah. It's, but as you said earlier in the last segment, Germany is losing the most at the moment only because there is the most of them here.
Yeah. Which is also a nicer way of saying that there might be some not less experienced players from Germany here, which is bound to be the case, basically, because if you have a very short road traveling journey to the event, you're just going to take it.
Yeah.
Whereas when you're coming from farther away, you only really want to do the trip when you know it's going to pay out. All right. Let's take another look at the deck breakdown. And this is, I guess, even more interesting for you guys because I know you love to talk strategy. And Rob, you predicted a couple of things.
Yes, this was in round 1. I was saying that Phantom Knight Burning Abyss was going to kind of stay around the top. I actually thought the Domain Monarchs would drop down just a little bit, simply because it's the first type of Monarchs that came out. Everybody was prepared for it, and that Xyz Monarchs was going to stay strong. I also said that Demise Cosmo was going to do very well, simply just because Cosmo is great, and then giving them so much draw power to be able to get into all of the answers that they need to be able to use. Absolutely fantastic. I also said that Draco Slayer Performer Pals may drop down a little bit, simply because they were used in the WCQ.
Yes.
So everybody is already aware of what they do and how to stop them.
All right, and now let's see if any of these predictions came true. We have the head-to-head in front of us. You guys don't have that, but we can, of course, narrate you through this. We just saw Exceed Monarchs in 2nd place in round 1 and Domain Monarchs in 3rd place. Those 2 switched seats.
Yes,
so
it's still very, very close. There was only three between them before.
Yeah.
And just again, we're up sitting on 9 in between them at this point.
But the places are reversed.
Yeah.
Because the Domain used to be so yeah. It's good for Domain Monarchs, of course. Phantom Knights 172 down from 198. Not too bad.
But still staying at the majority. As I did say there. Demise Cosmo still massively strong. We did lose from 108 to 91, so quite a few have been knocked out of contention. But as I say, still going strong.
Yeah, it seemed like a good choice for the event. Pendulum seemed to be a slightly better choice for the event because it was originally in the 6th place and now they are in 5th place. So whenever a deck is suddenly going up in relative numbers, that means it's basically been a good choice for the event.
Yeah, they have moved past just the vanilla Cosmo, just pure Cosmo.
Right.
Now, Pendulum, of course, does take into account essentially any Pendulum mechanic that you're using that isn't Dracoslayer Performer Pals specifically. So that would be your Magicians and your Magispectors.
Right. Speaking of Dracoslayer Performer Pals, those also lost 1 seed, so to speak, and Burning Abyss was able to overcome them. Now in the 7th place, and Dracoslayer Performer Pals in the 8th place. So we see the exact same decks in our top 9 breakdown, so to speak. The only thing is they have been shuffling a little bit around. Of course, this will be even more interesting when we go take another look at the end of the day or at the start of the 2nd day, something like that. And of course, in the top 64.
Now, we've gone through to round 5 as well, so that other section where all those little road decks were sat there, you can see basically what happens with those road decks. The dream killers, they call them, because it's one of those decks that you're not expecting, and it's essentially going to take out some of these higher ones out of contention.
Yeah.
This is where they start to drop off, simply just because they aren't going to make it to the finals. Sometimes will.
Sometimes, yeah.
Like the time that we got Mecha Phantom Beast.
But it is always the exception rather than the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they lost, of course, the most decks from 460 to 360. Although not all of these are rogue decks. Sometimes it's another build of the Monarchs or Cosmo or something like that. Yeah. All right. Let's take a quick look at our pairings. These are, let me see, let's start from table 1. Although we have to say, because you see all of these VIP signs, those are national champions and they have fixed seatings, which is really nice.
Yes.
You never have to look for your opponent, really. He's coming to you.
Now, if we actually go past the VIPs, we'll be able to see essentially what people are having just in general through the tiebreakers where they're going to be sitting, because they go down to around table 13 is what we got our VIPs down to.
Yeah, so
15.
Right, the center, the one in the center that is fixed is table 11, and then after those 11 players that have fixed seatings, table 12 is basically table.
Oh no,
sorry,
it's even further. Apologies.
More VIPs even. Yeah, sorry.
There is a lot of VIPs at this
My
event
mistake.
simply because there's a lot of nationals winners. Now it looks like they actually go all the way down to table 20.
There we go. Table 20 is the first table without a VIP player. Table 20, in case you don't have the table number there, that is Giorgio Dascal versus Maximilian Weiss. Those guys, the second from the top, this is basically our table 1 in the event.
So what we're looking at the moment is Xyz Monarchs versus Monarchs, Cosmo, Dracopal, Phantom Knights, and other, which could be...
That what we just saw. That was
which
our
we actually
feature.
just saw, didn't we?
Yeah.
That was some weird amalgamation of Klee, Magispector, Magician.
And it didn't really work out, to be honest.
But it's interesting to see that they got all the way up to that table.
Yeah.
That was nice.
That is the next few tables. That is table 23 until 27. And there we see more of the popular decks. Solkin Monarchs and Odd Ice Magician, Fire King Cosmo. So some other decks, and Fabio Dessi from Italy also playing other, so we don't know exactly what he's playing.
But again, we're seeing Cosmo, and Fire King Burning Abyss, if we look there, they've actually crept back up simply because we've gone down a few more tables. But it does look like prevalent at the moment. We've got a couple of Monarchs, a few Pendulums, and then it's Cosmo and Phantom Knights Burning Abyss is what's kind of coming up the rear.
Lucas Lancelot, I remember this player. We've definitely featured him before at one point. Patrick Hoffmann, that is Phantom Knights Burning Abyss versus Draco Performapal. And we have Marcel Leuke from Germany going up against Dorian Chaudier from France. Valerio Bellu from Italy going up against Mees Nijnhuis from the Netherlands. And then we have very popular Michael Chiplak from Austria, almost always playing a super interesting deck. He went up against Ido Marcus. And I think if we hadn't featured Ido Marcus in our first round already, that would have been our feature match for the round.
Of course. Now, should we actually see how Ido's doing at the moment?
Let's take a quick look. I think he's undefeated if he's that close to the top. Just a second. I think we have to first go to show all players, then try that again.
Just give us a moment. Just getting to grips with the app here.
Here we are. So you can see his name is always not grayed out. No lower opacity setting.
So he is basically undefeated at the moment. But looking what he's gone up against, he's gone up against Domain Monarchs, Xyz Monarchs, and then Felgrand, which we saw in the start. So he's essentially gone up against complete Monarchs, apart from a Cosmo and Felgrand there, and he's doing extremely well against those Monarchs by the look of it. So he's definitely prepared for what everybody thought was going to be the new big elephant in the room.
Yes, yes. Definitely. So well done to Ido Marcus, who might, in fact, be on his way to defending his title, something we've never seen before. All right. We can take a quick look at the standings, although those are not really telling you that much at this point in time. Lots of players that are undefeated, and that's pretty much all there is to see. Like, we can take a look if we find the first player that is no longer undefeated, but I think we have to scroll quite a bit.
Yep, yeah, just look that way.
This is there we go. There we go. This is the 69 players are undefeated at this point in time. After this round, of course, is going to be 34 would be the maximum. 35 would be the maximum, excuse me. If there's a draw, that of course changes, and it actually changes everything.
Yes.
Speaking of, Aris Samaras is playing Solkin Monarchs, so we got two very good players that are playing this deck with the UK national champion Cherry Stone and Aris Samaras from Greece. It's also a very experienced player, did well quite a couple of times. All right. If you guys saw anybody who you definitely want to see in the feature match, give us a shout out, let us know in the chat, either on YouTube, because we are also live on YouTube in case you didn't know, or on Twitch, of course. Leave us a comment, let us know. We've also had some players in the venue asking us, hey, how can I get a feature match? And then the official reply is always, well, if you're playing an interesting deck, there's a very good chance we're going to feature you.
Yep, that's usually how it works.
And then usually the reply is, yeah, I'm playing Phantom Knights Burning Abyss.
Yeah, that's usually what it is. Now, So one of the things that's kind of come out since Demise came out again is you're getting a lot of Yosenju decks that are bringing things up because they are the anti-meta. If anybody would like to see Yosenju, shout out in the chat because I'd love to see Yosenju just to see how it's doing at the moment.
All right. Cool, guys. That is it. I'm not exactly sure where we are with the time, but I think it's not going to be that long until the next round. So we're going to take another short pause for the course, and then we're going to be back with our round 6 feature match from the European Championship 2016.
Welcome back to the 2016 North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship Qualifier. I'm Jerome McHale here with Robbie Boyajian, a bona fide survivor of the redemption round.
Yep, not fun.
So we are going to follow Jesse Cotton on from his loss during the last match.
Yeah.
He has one last chance to make it to the World Championship. But to get there, he has to go through former World Championship competitor Jimmy Nguyen.
Yeah, Jimmy Nguyen qualified the year it was in Italy. So I guess that's 2014, right?
2 years ago, yeah.
Yep. And he's one match away from making it back. I'm pretty sure he actually won in the redemption round last year, or in 2014 when he made it the first time.
Well, let's see if that experience helps him out, because the most stressful 60 minutes in dueling starts right now.
Definitely, especially in the Burning Abyss Phantom Nightmare. It's known for how grindy it is, and just whoever can more efficiently manage all their resources
can have the advantage.
Yeah.
So Seer is special summoned, and then Fiendish Rhino Warrior is normal summoned. Yeah. It stops the Malabranch from destroying itself with its own effect, and Dante is Xyz summoned.
Indeed. First time I've actually seen Fiendish Rhino Warrior this weekend.
Yeah, it's not been a particularly common pick as far as I can tell.
Yeah. It's obviously a very powerful card. It basically just additional copies of the good Burning Abyss monsters, right? Because it can send whatever you need.
Sends not a lot of help from Dante, but he does get to detach Fiendish Rhino Warrior, which will allow him to send Skarm to the graveyard as well. Remaining in Nguyen's hand, Farfa, Twin Twister, Solemn Strike. Farfa is pitched to place Beatrice on the field. Sets one card, that's the Solemn Strike.
And now we get to see how good Cotton's hand is.
In the end phase, Tour Guide is added to the hand. Cotton is up. He's got a Max C. That appears to have been his draw for the turn.
Yep, the 6th card hand trap.
It's
bane of most duels.
It's rough. That took out Andrew Fridella.
Yep.
In top 64 this morning.
Definitely did.
Starts with Terror Top and had drawn the Takena board.
Yeah, but what it does mean is that if he can kind of clean up the field, right, and reestablish dominance, or establish dominance over Nguyen, that Max C is going to be great.
Absolutely. Dante gets eaten by a Solemn Strike, though.
Yeah, that's rough, especially because he used the Speed Words to summon it, so the Dante can't even add back a Burning Abyss.
And that leaves Beatrice there to Farfa away something if need be. Yes. Foolish Burial's activated over on Cotton's side.
Let's see what he chooses here.
He sends Graf.
Assume Graf's going to get Sir. Yes. Unless there's something. Okay.
It's got to keep in mind, though, that Dante is now verboten. It cannot be special summoned back from the graveyard.
Yes.
Normal summon Skarm.
Now no one's going to think for a minute, but it seems like he's just going to snap this off.
Question is, does he detach Dante or Seer?
Yeah.
Quick check the graveyard.
I mean, you usually want that. I guess the Sir, if you detach it right, you get back Skarm, and the Skarm will destroy itself because of the Beatrice, so you get an additional search. But just the upside of putting Dante in the grave so the Seer can get back that instead is huge.
Right.
Because it just lets you so easily set up an additional Beatrice.
There's Farfa.
It's taken all weekend, but I've finally been able to discern the difference between Skarm and Farfa.
Yeah. The only two that are really bad for me are Alec and Calcab. And I think it's more so just their names rather than
the picture?
Yeah, because their pictures don't look very much alike at all. But I could understand Farfa and Skarm, maybe.
So, Farfa sent to the graveyard.
Yep. No one's choosing what to banish. Oh, no, he just banished and then just returned.
Well, that works too.
Yep.
Wynn picks up a Chaos Trap Hole for his troubles.
Yep, another huge draw.
Good.
Yeah.
Normal summons Tour Guide. And Maxi is played from Cotton's side, so perhaps he could draw something here to help him get past that Beatrice.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, kind of stop Wynn from going too crazy here.
Mm-hmm. It's Skarm.
Skarm in attack mode, 800 points.
I believe Cotton drew a Fogblade off the Maxi.
Skarm mostly known for his defensive prowess.
Yes.
Not so much the attack points. Beatrice has changed to attack position.
Chooses to crash in the Skarms. That's interesting.
And then Seer is destroyed.
Yep.
And I think that leaves him with just Graf.
Yep.
Yes.
Graf
he has to leave
have
Skarm in the graveyard.
Yeah, Graf has 1,000 attack, right? So it can just crash into the guide if he needs to. But that's probably not even that
1,000 or
strong.
15?
I think it's 1,000 attack and 1,500 defense.
Graf. Yes, you are correct. And Seer is the choice during the end phase.
Yeah, makes sense.
Rubik was the choice for Wynn. Cotton's up. And he chooses to normal summon a Seer.
Yep, loses out to Chaos Trap Hole.
2,000 points from Jimmy Wynn.
And he gets to banish the Sir.
Pretty good. It does appear that he already has a Seer in the graveyard, though.
Yep. With Barbara in his hand, he can just special summon that. Yep. Just press forward. But this also gives Nguyen another opportunity to activate that Beatrice and probably banish away something with Farfa again.
Seems likely.
Yep.
Attaches a Seer of its own.
Yeah. Here he can actually just send something. Oh no, he wants the Seer to get back the Dante. I was going to say that he could just use the Seer to get back the Farfa, and then the Farfa is going to destroy itself. But getting back Dante seems
it's a little better
lot stronger
because that is your next Beatrice.
Yep. Oh, the duelists accidentally switched decks when they were shuffling and represented to each other.
That is.
Okay.
I drew the Chaos Trap Hole off of my deck. That's what is my deck.
Okay. So when did the deck swap happen?
So they're trying to figure out when exactly the deck swap happened.
Okay.
So it would have
Nguyen is sure that he drew the Chaos Trap Hole out of his deck, and he is absolutely 100% correct. Cotton doesn't play that card.
What happens is I don't have this card.
But now we have a conundrum.
Yeah, because he doesn't have Barber in his hand because the Barber is Nguyen's.
Right.
That is a lot of information, but I don't think it advantages anyone.
So if it was a stressful 60 minutes for the duelists, it's about to be a very stressful few minutes for the judges as well.
Yeah, because they have to figure out how to dance around this situation.
I don't think I've ever actually encountered this in physical gameplay, though. Like, I've judged quite a bit, and I've seen people take parts of other people's decks and throw them.
I have yet to see that, but
we had people flipping extra decks onto the field and then saying that their opponent just tried to summon all of these monsters for free.
Yeah.
I've seen all sorts of things, but this is just something that I've seen people speculate about.
I was actually a little scared that this had happened because I saw when Cotton pulled back his deck, he had to turn it around.
Yeah.
And I was like, why was it upside down? And then I had just hoped that both duelists, realized. And then he drew a Barbar, and I was like, well, hopefully he knows the rarity of the Barbar on his deck.
Yeah. So if one player was using all gold rares and the other was using all of the original rarities, that could make it a little easier to figure out what happened when.
Yeah.
So now they're checking to see if they were all max rarity cards. Looks like rare Sears all around.
The Barbar. Wait, so is this still your deck? Okay.
Just leave it how it is until they come back.
And we are going to get. Yeah, we're going to get a decision from a higher power here. May get our first appearance of head judge.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. This is a weird thing.
The players are just as mystified as we are.
Yeah.
In terms of strange things to happen in a championship, this goes right up here, right up there with Pro Football Championship game blackouts from a couple years back.
Definitely a crazy situation.
Wow. None of this happened in your match, did it?
No. I just had to face a Spellbook of Judgment for 5. That's what happened in my match.
Okay, yeah, that's normal.
Yeah, completely normal. But yeah, no, luckily nothing like this. I don't know which would have actually stressed me out more in the situation because I was pretty out of it.
Just making a note. That's a good question. Which one would stress me out more? I think I might actually go with the Spellbook of Judgment. Because this isn't even a game thing. This is outside the game. You just have to sit there and let everybody else figure it out.
I guess I would be a little stressed if I was in a Nguyen seat, right? Because I was pretty far ahead in this game, right? And if they make us somehow like, I don't know, like a double penalty, something crazy, right? Because both players did something wrong.
Right.
Then I basically, like, a game got thrown away that was kind of supposed to win, or I felt like I was supposed to win.
Right. So I guess it'll depend on what the actual resolution here is.
Yeah.
Because if they get to a point where they can continue this game, I think Wynn's going to be fine, and Cotton maybe not so much.
Yeah.
Because this just kind of compounds off the strange situation he had in his last duel as well.
Oh, yeah.
Where he managed to go to time, or nearly go to time in one game.
Yes, and then went to sudden death over the course of so many turns, facing 2 flying maxis, had a way to win, kind of just chose to go a little slower. It's so crazy.
We are still awaiting the arrival of our head judge. The situation is likely being explained to him right now. And I can tell you that if I were standing there and Joe Franchino was explaining this to me, I would think he was joking. Because this kind of thing doesn't happen.
Yes. Especially in something as crucial as a redemption round.
That jokester Joe Franchino. Always coming up with the craziest scenarios. It'd be a really interesting thing to ask about.
Yeah. What's interesting is that, like, I think Cotton made a comment about his Barbar, and that, like...
That's what tipped him off?
Yeah, well, it made it seem like that maybe he didn't have a gold Barbar on his deck, and he was just, like, so into the game, right, that he didn't realize at the time, but...
Yeah, because I would totally believe that in a mirror match like this, you wouldn't
this is not an elegant
realize
solution, but it's going to work, and it's going to let
until he searched.
What we're going to do, this is your deck, correct?
Here we go.
Here. This is your deck, correct? Here.
So put this back in his deck and get your
Take a Barbar. Put it there.
So what we're doing is we're swapping the decks back, and they're putting the Barbar that was searched back into the correct deck, and then grabbing the correct Barbar.
Well, not searched, but drawn, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically they're just trying to, yeah, and it's a rare barbar.
That
So
is not an elegant solution. You will usually not see that in a tournament, however we're doing it here.
Due to the circumstances of the event.
So this is not, I don't think this is something that is covered.
No, definitely not. But it makes sense in terms of, like, it repairs it to the, as most it could be, because how many barbars do each player have? I guess that's one thing to consider. We only have one list up.
I think it's probably only about probably just one.
Yeah. I mean, if they both have one barbar, the odds are pretty similar in, you know, drawing the one of, but it's still definitely a little rough.
All right, so now we're back to where we were before, which is Beatrice's effect.
Yep.
And Graf is banished temporarily.
Just so we get a recap, what did you detach with Beatrice? And what did you
You'll get 5 minutes.
Okay.
Do we have the match results?
And we do have a time extension for this match as well. So yeah, they don't teach you that one in the rule book.
Definitely
That's just
don't.
something that you have to figure out an amicable resolution to through experience. And I'm glad that we have a lot of really experienced judges on staff today. Got that straightened out pretty quick.
Yeah.
Only a 5-minute time extension added onto the match. All right, Graf comes back in the end phase, and Cotton has a face-down Speller Trap. Wins up, he's got Rubik, he's got Skarm, he's got Twin Twisters, he's got more, and he discards what appears to be a Libic to take out a Fogblade.
Gets Rubik down.
Special summons Skarm with the effect of Libic. Its effects are
Rubik.
negated. Or yes, Rubik with the effect of Libic.
Yes.
Its effects negated, so he can synchro summon Virgil. First appearance of Virgil, I
Yeah.
believe.
I like the
in our
one,
feature
the
rounds
run
today.
Rubik in all these decks, though. I think just the fact that you can find it so easily with Graf and stuff, and Skarm and Tour Guide, whatever else.
No, Rubik has a lot of value.
Yeah.
Because it's a special summon that you don't feel bad special summoning.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
of that
It's also
graveyard effect.
they play all these random Burning Abyss monsters, like all the random Malin branches, because it's just additional names that they can use. And Rubik's definitely has a lot of upside to it. Just any situation where you Virgil your opponent is pretty big. Oh, this is crazy. So he gets to discard a Graf for Virgil. Spin away Khan's monster, trigger Sir, get back Dante. And if he has another Burning Abyss hand, that's Beatrice.
I think he does, unless he had discarded 2 Twin Twister. I think he still got Skarm.
Yep. Oh,
Yes.
geez, yeah. Firmly in the driver's seat.
Though I do believe he's down a couple thousand life points more from the Chaos Trapple.
Yes.
I believe that was this
yes, I
game.
believe so too.
So firmly in control. Cotton has the Phantom Knights of Ancient Cloak, and I think this one might be just about done.
Yeah.
And so even after all of the drama from the deck switch,
Like a life point update?
in the end it looks like victory is going to be academic for Win. But Cotton is known for pulling off some pretty crazy comebacks, like what we saw in his last round, though he wasn't quite able to make it all the way. And he draws Tour Guide from the Underworld.
That's a big one.
That's probably the best thing you could have picked up there, though.
Yeah. Argument for Terra Top. Just not using normal summon. But Tour Guide's probably better here because it gains you access to whatever Burning Abyss you want.
I don't know if Terra Top helps here because he's already used his Terra Top and Tekenenborg.
Definitely doesn't help.
And he even drew them both together, so he didn't get the search off that.
Awesome.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! European World Championship Qualifier 2016.
Nice one.
It just rolls off the tongue. It rolls off the tongue. Now, I asked in the last segment, would anybody like essentially to look at Yosenju? Because we were looking at kind of fun decks, and there were some that were completely undefeated. Quite a few you said yes. We looked at it, and it just happened to be that we had an undefeated Yosenju going against Marcel Burry, who is playing Perform Pal, Perform Magi Spectre, Magicians. So he's playing Pendulum, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I've just realized that I just told the stream guys that he's playing Draco Pals, but he's not.
Okay, so it will say Draco Pals for a second, but that is incorrect. And
he's not playing Draco Pals.
No,
That's what it was written down as, but it's not.
Okay.
It's actually Magispector Performer Pal.
So there you go. That's it's going well. So we have the players over there. We may as well just head straight over because I think everybody wants to get this started. The main event has already started. So let's head on over to the table.
as previously stated, it says that he's playing Draco Performer Pal.
Ignore
It
that.
is not.
It's just Pendulum. It's basically just Pendulum.
Yeah. So he's playing the same deck as Eugen.
Eugen, there you go. So yes, they are both playing the same deck. Calvin running Yosenju exactly as you would expect it, to be honest with you. He's playing a really very anti-meta build. He understands completely what's going to be coming at him and is playing cards essentially just to counter it.
Magic Drain.
Yeah. All that kind of stuff. So we are loading in hands.
Oh, wow. Marcelo Burry loves all that, doesn't he? That Mist Valley Apex Avian.
And it actually looks like we've got Calvin going first. They have actually started the game. What's happened there is their Pot Duality hit the field, and I believe Solemn Warning just got added to hand there. So absolutely kind of standard hand for the Yosenju. Not a terrible hand because the Fire Formation Tenki is going to start grabbing Yosenjus to hand.
So he decided to play Pot of Duality before going ahead and playing Tenki, which is a strange move. Usually you would play Tenki.
Oh, but he's actually going to set 5.
That's scary.
That is very scary.
What happens if his opponent just sets straight flush and passes? That would be bad.
How often does that happen, though?
Not ever.
Exactly.
But I never thought that I'd see someone playing 5 different archetypes in one deck.
But it didn't work.
But it happened.
It did happen.
Okay, so yeah, he's got enough here to try and make a Pendulum Summon, I think.
Bambuku coming down.
Yeah, so the Raccoon's going to go and search. No, it's not.
Nope.
He's having none of that.
He's already saying no, because that's what Yosenju do at the moment. They just say no.
Yeah, he's having none of that.
What's being played next?
He's going to set some cards.
He's setting
He's
a
going to pass.
Mystic Space Typhoon and passing. Calvin, they're drawing into...
No, he didn't set the Mystic Space Typhoon. He set the Odd Eyes Fusion, which he's now regretting because he's thinking that Mystical Space Typhoon would have stopped that Tenki right off.
Okay, Calvin drew into a Chaos Trap hole there.
Not bad. Not great, but not bad against Marcel Burry's deck.
How many light monsters is he playing? Or dark monsters, for that matter?
There's various kind of, Odd Eyes and Performer Pals that are light and darks. There are a lot of different types, and obviously all the Magic Spectres are wind monsters, but still,
Okay, yeah, that's a
there's
Commentator to hand. Is he going to flip
That seems strange.
It depends whether he flips the second Tenki.
You can only play one per turn.
Of course you can.
I thought that he would go with Karma 3 because that can go search.
Yeah, that's what I would have expected. But he's just attacking directly there.
Okay, I don't know. Marcel seems to be arguing about something. I don't know what that is. Okay, yeah, so the attack going through there. Right, so, yeah, I think we're in a pretty simple game state at the moment. There's not really much to be said about this. The Kama attacked. Marcel Burry took some damage, and then it goes back to his hand in the end phase, and now Marcel has to figure out how am I going to play into these 4 back row cards.
But he may be thinking Blufferoni, as I like to call it.
Yeah, he might be thinking Blufferoni, yeah.
There is a Bluff Pizza on Calvin's side of the field.
You only know what one of the toppings is.
Yes.
It's a Tenki. But it's hot.
Yes, it's hot. Odd Ice.
It's a Fire Formation card. That's why that's funny.
Odd Ice Pendulum Dragon coming down.
People just don't appreciate my humor around here. Yeah, we see the Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. That's not as funny as the Fire Formation joke. Come on. Okay, so here's a monkey board. It's a monkey that's also a keyboard. That's funny as well.
Well, they're all puns.
They are all puns.
Yeah.
Swing Cobra. I like that one as well. Swing Cobra's pretty funny.
Second Donkey.
Second Donkey, yeah.
Friend Donkey.
Friend Donkey. Drummerilla.
There is
There's the MST.
The Spice Typhoon to get rid of that Tenki.
Spice Typhoon. That adds to that pizza, doesn't it?
Oh my, I regret saying anything.
Okay, so he's going to take a hit from that Karma 6. What is going on?
Karma 2.
What is going on? What round is it?
It's round 5? 6. It's round 6.
Okay, right, here we go. So Marcel's just thinking, okay, I might be able to make some plays next turn now.
Okay, so here's what Calvin actually has face down. Some of it isn't actually a bluff. All of it is no longer a bluff.
Yeah, all of it's pretty good, actually.
He's actually got quite a lot of ways to stop anything happening there. Marcel Burry has in hand. All of that there. The Odd Eyes Fusion still set.
Yeah, so now he can monkey board into something. And his opponent doesn't have anything to stop the Pendulum Summon. However, he does... Oh, he's got Bottomless, I guess. All depends on what he decides to Pendulum Summon here. Because if he Pendulum Summons Apex Avian, then he can just negate the Bottomless straight away. But then he might get Drowning Mirror Forced at the same time, which would be really bad.
Not a lot happening. Just kind of searches, getting ready.
Okay, so there's the other card that he searched from Monkey Board, the Unicorn. Now he's going to be able to do a successful Pendulum Summon here. Probably going to get hit by that Bottomless, but you know he's going to have the Apex Avian. It's then all comes down to whether he decides to take the chance to try and attack or not.
Whilst we're waiting for him to decide to do his move there, is there anything in the Twitch chat?
People laughing at the fact that Karma 6 doesn't exist.
It is true. It doesn't exist. Maybe it will one day.
Maybe it will one day.
Yeah, there's Karma 1, 2, and 3. There could be 4, 5, and 6 in a later set. I don't think they will. But, oh, he has flipped Odd Eyes Fusion there.
Seems strange. Oh, maybe he's just reading it. Okay, he's choosing to play it.
Okay, he's letting the fusion go through.
I feel a bit weird about that. I feel like a Pendulum Summon first would have been more effective. I guess he's trying to just get Vortex on the board to try and use his negations. So he's going to have multiple negations now. Yeah, so it's a very good move. He's gonna be able to summon the Apex Avian as well, then have double negations.
Is it Dark or Light?
It wouldn't matter in this case because he used Odd Eyes Fusion to summon it. He can't play Chaos Trap Hole. But he has Kyrian in hand as well, so you know these are the two cards I've been speaking about today. Okay, so he tries to Bottomless it. I think he, yeah. I was gonna say he could just let that go, but he's probably not gonna. He's gonna use Vortex Effect and negate it. So he's just gonna kind of weigh up the pros and cons of putting one of his monsters away for this effect. So he's gonna put Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, which is pretty good. I mean, it's not a bad draw, is it, at any point really? Puts that back in his deck, puts it the right way around. Off he goes. So he's probably just gonna Pendulum Summon everything now, and then the Drowning Mirror Force is gonna stop him right off.
Yeah.
Let's see, he's going to do a big Pendulum Summon here. He's got the full range of Pendulum scales here, 1 all the way up to 8, so he can summon anything from his hand here. Obviously, apart from the Effect Veiler, which you wouldn't want to summon anyway. So okay, so he chooses to just play one. I mean, you know, it's incredibly likely that one of those back rows strike at this point. We know it's not, but
he feels like it might be.
Yeah, it's a decent read to say that's probably strike. So if it was strike, you would definitely play it on this Apex Avian. So, you know,
that says it all. He doesn't have strike. So
but there goes the Drowning Mirror Force.
Yeah, gets negated by Apex Avian, and Marcel Burry is no longer. It's not down about anything. There's no loss of advantage here at all. And if anything, he's got Vortex.
Okay, so down comes a pot of duality.
I think I'd negate that.
I would probably definitely negate that.
I would probably most definitely negate that one. Because you know what his other card is. It can't attack over Vortex Dragon. And the other back row clearly aren't very powerful because they've just been, they've been sat there for such a long time.
He's negating it.
So this next turn, Marcel's probably just going to send in the final attack orders and just push everything to attack mode and see if Calvin can deal with this, because he's got 2 negations.
He can attack directly with Counter 2?
Yeah, but only half the attack.
Yep. Now, is that half the attack plus 100, or is it half the attack plus the 100?
Let's read Karma 2 and find out.
It's a difference of possibly 50 damage, but...
Oh, there's been games closer than 50 damage.
Yeah, this is true.
I remember Castle of Dark Illusions.
But remember, if you're on 1 life point and you use an effect that halves your life points, it's free.
Yeah. But in effect, the battle damage inflicted opponent's attack. Yeah, so it halves the 100 as well.
Okay.
Somebody just made a bold statement that Tenki is indeed a floodgate card. I'm not too sure about that one.
It stops you playing a 5th face down?
Don't know. That it's continuous, I guess. So,
yeah.
I think Marcel's got this here.
Yeah, I can't really see much ways out.
No, I mean, Kirin, none of the monsters that he plans on Pendulum Summoning here are going to be light or dark. So, yeah, it's... I think he drew... Did he draw into Max C?
Archfiend Eccentric.
Oh, is it Eccentric? I couldn't see it. I couldn't see the card.
There's an Effect Veiler in there as well.
Yeah, Effect Veiler, and then he must have drawn into the Eccentric. I think he just summons everything here and just swings in. Like, unless he's probably overthinking it at this point. He probably thinks, oh, Calvin saved the strike for when I Pendulum summoned bigger. Not. I don't think so. You'd want to get rid of that Apex Avian.
Is he going for it?
Okay, he's going to just go 2. I guess he's got a reasonable amount of life points. It's not like there's going to be something. Archfiend Eccentric is dark, so he could chaos it.
Would he want to pay the 2,000 at this point?
I don't think so.
Oh, possibly get it negated, so he's got his Drowning Mirror Force available.
That can't be negated. There's a counter trap.
Of course.
Can't negate that with Apex Avian.
Yeah, I was thinking about the other trap holes.
Yeah, Chaos Trap Hole is quite special in that it's a counter trap. A lot of the other trap holes aren't. Okay, so he's gonna Chaos Trap
go for it.
That seems strange that he would pay 2,000 to get rid of an Archfiend Eccentric.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, and he gets go ahead and gets banished as well because of Chaos Trap Hole. Yeah, it's final attack orders time. He's got 2 negates. Unless that's a negate attack, then that's game over. Okay, so he attacked in a strange order there. Apologies. He doesn't have a monster to put back from his extra deck.
Correct, yeah. There's nothing left in the extra deck. He kind of forced him to use all of those options.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Now, he's just drawn into another Chaos Trap Hole, so he's picking up his cards.
Okay. Yeah, that's a shame.
So it is a shame. I mean, he's gone completely undefeated all the way up so far. I still think there's a lot of potential for the Yosenju to kind of carry on with this. He's got a side deck which could help with this. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think he could have it'd have been better if he'd have just drawn more cards of Demise.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the deck basically does. It plays cards of Demise. Of course, Marcel Burry, extremely strong player. playing one
He
of the
just did what was
best
supposed to be.
decks currently in the tournament.
Yeah.
He did what he was going to do.
Right, so I'm going to hype this up once more. I did this to Ollie earlier. I'm going to hype this up now. Okay, Marcel Burry, in his extra deck, has Denko Seka.
Okay.
So
you mean his side?
Did I say extra deck?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, in his side deck, he's not got any in his extra deck.
Denko Seka.
He's got Denko Seka. I can't do that voice. So we might see a big Denko Seka snipe followed up with quick monkey board into Pendulum Summon 4. That'd be pretty epic.
Yeah, I mean, Denko Seka kind of fell out of favour for a little bit, and then people kind of went, you know what, with all these demise decks that are coming out, this is the card that I need to be playing right now.
Exactly.
But Chaos Trap Hole does deal with it.
Yeah, so I think that's probably the reason why Chaos Trap Hole, I mean, it's pretty good against the Cosmo cards as well, because you just get rid of the pilots, can't really do much.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I guess we'll see. I just want to see it once. It's come back into play, and I used to enjoy just seeing the...
Dropping the Denko.
Yeah.
Set 5 Denko.
Set 5 Denko, yeah. Snipe, snipe, snipe. Yeah. Straight in.
What about you guys? What do you think of the good old Denko Seka?
Yeah. Tell us what you think of Denko Seka. Because it's like, generally... I do this as well, to be honest. So I'm not gonna say, oh, all the other Yu-Gi-Oh players in the world do this, but everyone generally remembers formats and thinks, oh, it was nice back then. I loved that format, and then complains about the current format. That's generally how it works.
Yeah.
And I bet asking about Denko Seka, everyone's like, oh, I loved Denko Seka. It solved so many problems. Oh, I loved Denko Seka. But I remember those days when you were playing like a big back row deck against like Performer Pals, and you're just like, okay, cool. I got some stuff. I got some MSTs. Bam. Here's the Denko Seka. Here's my scales. See you later.
Yeah.
Yeah. XYZ Denko Seka confirmed, by the way.
Yeah. Good job on that.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Shouldn't have announced that yet. XYZ Denko Seka.
Okay.
So, any other options in their side decks here? I mean,
I believe we're actually starting to play.
Yes, actually, let's get over the table while we
loading
start
in the hands. Talk about the side decks here. What have we got?
Yeah, so the Ascension player here isn't playing Anti-Spell Fragrance, which is, I think, a small oversight on his part.
Yeah.
He should have been playing that for this matchup, but he's playing quite a lot for... okay, there's a Denko Seka. Let's talk about that in a second. So let's hope that Calvin's going first. Actually, he probably will be because he lost, so he's going to get to pick. Okay, I'm going to stop talking.
Okay.
I'm going to stop talking, and this
actually
might actually happen.
Okay.
Has he got?
Magic Drain. That's it.
He hasn't got it.
Oh, he has the card. He
wow.
has the card of demise. He has the card of demise.
Okay, let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. This could be it. What we have been looking forward to. Oh, there's Chaos Trap Hole. Oh. Okay, but still, Marcel.
So close.
Okay, but still, Marcel's going to be thinking, here we go, boys. Here's the Denko Seka for 5. He's thinking it. He's thinking it. We should have just ignored that he had Chaos Trap Hole. I could have hyped that up so much more. Okay, but is he gonna choose to keep the Chaos Trap Hole?
He's gonna set it. He has to set it.
Is he gonna set Mystical Space Typhoon and Dark Bribe? Does he need those more? Chaos Trap Hole didn't work out for him in the first game. Is he gonna throw it away?
Oh! Is it going?
What's
going on? Oh, it's just sad.
I mean, he needs that dark. He actually does need that Dark Bribe for the scales. He's trying to decide. Oh wow, this is actually crazy.
Oh, what are you gonna do? Oh! I can still see the. Oh! He's actually keeping it in his hand. What's happening? What's happening? We're holding each other.
We are actually holding.
Oh! He's changed his mind. Come on. What are you doing? What? Did he set the Chaos Trap Hole? I couldn't see. No, he's kept it in his hand.
Oh my god!
He's gonna get Denko for 5. He's actually gonna get Denko for 5.
He kept it in hand. He kept it in the hand. He kept it in the hand.
Calm down.
But he kept it in hand. He chose Marcel Burritos. Oh. He found Marcel Burritos. Okay, wait a minute. Has he got a scale?
Okay.
He has the ability to get one.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh my gosh! I haven't seen this for months. Okay, what does he flip up? He flipped up Cosmos. Okay, that's fine. I'm fine with this.
Look, you're shaking.
That's because this is amazing. Here we go. Denko Seka is setting up the sniper rifle. He's setting it up. He's ready to go. I think he's going to play upstart first. Why is he playing upstart? Okay, he plays upstart first. Okay. Take it down a level.
Calm down.
Take it down. Denko Seka's holding on. He's loading up the bullets. He's loading them up. There's no possible way he doesn't play Denko Seka here. Like, there's no possible way. He had a Karma that was smaller than it as well. Like, come on.
He's thinking about it, but it's going to happen.
He's got to, surely. If not now, it'll be next turn.
He's thinking about it.
If not now, he'll play it next turn. I don't think he's going to play it now. Okay, come on. Marcel Burry is actually just killing me right now. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, nerdgasm is the only way to describe that. Just play the Denko.
Just do it.
Just do it. Oh, come on. He's shuffling his hand. Come on. Just play the Denko Seka. That's getting magic drained.
How? You need to discard... Oh, your opponent discards the spell card.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, come on. Marcel Burry. He's fine. The thumbs up was given. The thumbs up was given. Okay. Marcel Burry, what are you doing? What are you doing? Just play the Denko for 4. Oh. Right, okay. Okay, still. He's got to think now. Simplified game state. It's beatdown time. Surely now. He sees the Chaos Trap Hole in the graveyard. Come on! I'm in suspense here.
Magic Drain.
Yeah, there's the Magic Drain. Okay, so he can discard a spell card to play this here. Why didn't he just play the Denko? He should have played the Denko. Yeah, just do it. Okay, he discarded. Come on. +2 Denko, at least. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh. Okay, so there's the Space Typhoon, and there's the Bribe.
Oh, well, he's going to let him draw a card.
I don't know what's going on.
Me neither. Okay, so he's drawing a card. And it was... Kieran.
That doesn't complete the scales. They're both small scales. It's a 2 and a 2. Just, like, the thing is, Marcel could have played Denko and then done all this stuff.
Yeah.
He could have done all this stuff afterwards.
Calm down, Luke.
Calm down. I feel that was the most anticlimactic moment.
I know. It does. You look close to tears.
I'm pretty sad about that. I was super hyped, ready for the kind of moment, but it just didn't happen.
I think if Marcel does win this match, you may have to do the interview.
Yeah. Just so I can
just
shake
so you
him.
Can shout at him for not playing Denko Seka.
Yeah. Marcel, how do you feel about Denko for 5?
He could have done it.
But he's not. The thing is, he's not used his normal summon yet. For what good reason is he holding back that normal summon?
To annoy you.
But yeah.
Yeah. That's what it is. Right, he's got his monkey board. He's reading his monkey board.
That's end phase. That's it. That turns over. I've got Ollie looking at me, just shaking his head like, what is occurring here?
Yeah.
Okay,
Luke nearly died.
I nearly died, yeah. Wow, okay. So, so he gets to play his pot of duality as well. I just don't get it.
And there's a Kama 2 and a Kama 1 now in hand.
Yeah, and that's, he can now deal with Denko because he's got that. I just don't get it. He could have gained a load of advantage this turn with Denko Sekka on board. Yes, if he'd have... Actually, no, they're both are they both Kama 1s? Yeah, so... Well, no, he's got 2 Kama 1s. I think that has a Kama 2, yeah. So, yes, then he would have been able to deal with the Denko Sekka by flipping it down. But still, he'd have had a turn of unencumbered pendulum plays. I'm just stunned. Like, Calvin here is going to be able to go 1-2. Oh, I think is he taking creep swap? That's a little strange, but okay. He can go 1-2-1 and then hit with them all.
Yep.
And then overlay into something that stops something. Just like.
I think he's thinking about the Mystical Space Typhoon though.
Yeah, I mean, so that's probably more guaranteed. But he's going to Mystical Space Typhoon the Sky Iris because obviously he can't hit the Pendulum Sorcerer because of the Sky Iris. I feel like overlaying into Castel would be better. Like having a monster on board would be better.
Yeah. Camera 1 comes down.
Yes, so that's what he can't go 1-1. He can only just summon one of the Kamas.
Yeah, they have to alternate.
Yeah.
They can't summon themselves.
Yeah, that's the only restriction on the normal summon. So it's got to be your Senju. It's got to be not the same number of Kama. Well, not the same. You can get Sujik as well.
Of course.
Yeah, that's... Wow. Okay.
First Megat also.
So that was a... Yeah, I feel like...
Do you feel betrayed?
There's no... I actually genuinely wish Marcel wins so that we can interview him and just be like, what was the logic?
Okay, there's a Skullcrobat Joker, Monkey Board, and Denko Sekka. Denko Sekka finally coming down.
Yeah.
For the 1.
I got you, bro. You can't play that 1 back row card.
Which, funnily enough, is a Mystical Space Typhoon.
Which is actually pretty good in this scenario.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean,
he knew the whole time.
It was even better before, because he'd set 5. There was nothing that deck can do then. He's locked.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, yeah, because he would have naturally drawn a Kama 1 and they can't get over Denko, so he would have won.
Yeah. He would have won, completely. He wouldn't have been able to play the pot of duality either.
Yeah.
It's all information that Marcel doesn't have, but still.
He dropped the Chaos Trapple in the graveyard.
You can play more than 1.
Well, yeah, okay, so let me try and logic this. I guess the only logic is that he thought to himself, oh, well, he's discarded a Chaos Trapple, surely he has another one. But
you wanted to see it.
You would take the risk. You take the risk to win the game immediately. He's won up already. It's not like he needed to play safe. Anyway, moving on. So we see him complete his scales here. The Denko did actually make a big difference this turn because the Mystical Space Typhoon was stopped. So Pendulum Sorcerer here choosing to destroy the Sky Iris and that other scale. Let's see what he decides to go for. Probably, yeah, so Lizard Draw, so you're going to get a draw card, and then he's going to have probably another one to complete the scale. I don't know what that sound just was. Hopefully the guys on the stream didn't hear it.
It was scary, whatever it was.
Yeah, don't tell them about it. They might get scared. Okay, so, yeah, as I said, Lizard Draw, quick card draw, and then scale completion. That goes to the banish pile. Yeah. I don't think it has to hit the graveyard. It just has to be destroyed, and then you draw a card. A lot of these cards do actually play around the Macrocosmos. So yeah, Marcel's going to go in beatdown mode now.
Castel coming down.
Yep. So he finally gets a chance to deal with that Macrocosmos, which is causing him so many issues. Yeah, I think like a lot of the chat is saying, "Oh, yeah, it was a better play to keep that Denko because of that MST." But
the issue is Denko's not there anymore.
Yeah, so I think like just Denkoing that first turn, you had a guarantee that you were either like you. The point is, people are saying, "Oh, what happens if he has Chaos Trapple? You just lost your Denko." Chaos Trapple is not going to be used against anything else.
Yeah.
Marcel's probably, if he's going to blind removal stuff, then surely he wants to blind removal than not Chaos Trapple, because those are the things that are affecting him more.
Yeah.
It was definitely better to play Denko in that first turn, even to take the risk when he's 1-up.
No, I completely agree. Now, he has a MST and a Drowning Mirror Force on the table, so Mystical Space Typhoon is taking that out.
Yeah, but again, goes to the extra deck now. That Macrocosmos was actually really helping Calvin here, because it was stopping him filling that extra deck. And then we see Joker as well.
Marcel will probably want some sort of negation coming up, or to get rid of that back row.
Yeah, so this is where the Chaos Trapple would have been a big maneuver.
Yep, yep. There is 2 Performer Pilot Odd Eyes Light Phoenixes in hand.
Yeah, so the thing with this deck that kind of changed it to being so consistent was the fact that you had you now have so many different Performer Pals that have all those different scales that are actually quite kind of useful.
Of course. And he's kind of, Marcel can easily come back. Problem is that Drowning Mirror Force, if he doesn't get rid of it, is going to be a big thorn in his side.
Yeah, well, I think he's been playing overly safe the whole game, so you'd think that he'd continue to play that safe.
I don't know. He is kind of just going for as much as he can at the moment.
I just think I get it if he's wanting to play safe here and keep his resources and things like that, but yeah, like if he wanted to be super safe,
Here we go.
He plays Diamond Direwolf.
Yeah, which I think is what. Does he run it?
Yeah. The thing is though, like Diamond Direwolf puts him down, like really down on board presence. Still, it's 4,000 damage, and he puts him on a clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Diamond Direwolf is
Diamond
correct.
Direwolf is the correct play here, because he also, he knows that he's got a Camera 1, and he knows there's another card in his hand that he didn't set. And when you're playing something that sets everything, you've either got that or you've got one of your Camas. And if you can't play the Camera, it means that it's the same one.
Yeah. So there's the Drowning Mirror Force. That was quite clever as well. He instead of using Diamond Direwolf as its own target, he used the Light Phoenix.
Okay, that's time on the round in the main event. We have a little bit of a time left over. So he's just pushed for the damage there. And he drew into the third Camera 1, and I believe he's just kind of giving up there.
Yeah. Wow, that's a real shame. Especially when you're playing 4 different Yosenju monsters.
Yeah.
That's tough.
That is very tough. But you are, I believe, now going to get the opportunity to ask Marcel exactly what he was thinking with that Denko.
Yes, I think. Oh, so they must have just called time as the game ended, which means that it's Marcel's game.
No, it was time during the main event, but not during ours. Basically, he drew into that third camera, and then Calvin just went, nope, because he knew he couldn't do anything at all.
Yeah.
He saw the diamond die come down. I think he then scooped, then looked at his next card.
Yeah.
And then just went, you know what, no, this ain't going any further. Saw the writing on the wall, as our colleague likes to say, and just went, no, I'm just not continuing. This is your game. You've won this. You know what? It's not even a case of he was outplayed in some aspects, but in this case, it was just really bad luck.
Like, yeah, I think that was pretty bad luck. So obviously time's been called on the main event.
Yes.
So we're going to be right back for an interview, aren't we?
We will be right back for an interview. Before that, would you like to talk about anything on these deck lists at all? Because we didn't really get a chance to really talk about it because I think the games were going so quickly.
Yeah, I think it's kind of all of the card-atomized decks doing roughly the same thing. They all have this kind of big Mirror Force trap card. This is obviously the Drowning Mirror Force is much better in Yosenju because they all come back to hand and it's already direct attacks.
Absolutely huge.
Rivalry, again, you can do that with Yosenju. People playing Chaos Trapple, Magic Drain, only 2 Solemn Strikes. Just all of the really good trap cards, basically.
Yeah, that's basically what you want to do with Yosenju. And we've seen exactly what Marcel's playing before, I'll be honest with you. It's pretty much exactly the same pendulum decks you've been seeing all day.
Yeah.
Okay, so we should be coming back with an interview very soon, and you also, I believe, have highlights. If it was all working this round, definitely we will be coming back with those as well, so we can kind of relive those. We will be right back. Here is a little bit of content for you to watch over, and we'll be back with Marcel.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Duel King and teach me. Exodia, the one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Your wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my
Hello guys and welcome back to the European Championship. I'm here with Marcel Burry. I only want to ask him one question, but welcome Marcel.
Hi Luke.
Hello, nice to see you again.
Yeah.
So, the big question, why didn't you summon the Denko Sekka? I was freaking out. I was almost on the floor. What was going through your head? I've got only one explanation, and I wonder if it's the same as yours.
Okay. Yeah, I still think like it was correct to not summon the Denko immediately in the first turn.
Okay.
And the reason is, if you looked at my hand, I had like I think field spell, 2 MSTs, and only one single pendulum monster. That means if I go for Denko, I can use Sky Iris, but only on the pendulum scale, and then search another one, and I couldn't pendulum anything that turn. So I can summon Denko, of course his back row is locked, but I can't do anything that turn, and then if he has a way to kill the Denko next turn, then yeah, I will just not have her anymore. I will have to fight through the whole back row. So my idea for the turn was to just use the Sky Iris to search a Pendulum Dragon and then use that, and in the end phase grab the Monkey Board, and then next turn I could summon Denko, then play Monkey Board, search, destroy with the Sky Iris, and I think that would have been way better. So I get some instant value of the Denko.
Right, okay.
But the Magic Train just ruined pretty much of that idea.
It was just really strange because what was kind of happening, and obviously we knew the back row. We were going crazy when he had 3 cards and he was only able to discard 1 from Cards of Demise, and we were kind of like, is he going to discard the Chaos Trapple? And then he did, and I thought, right, okay, Marcel here must be thinking he's already got a Chaos Trapple. I can't play the Denko. You must have thought he had 2 Chaos Trapples.
Yeah, it was either that or it's just, I mean, he obviously sets the other cards first, so it's either like he has another summon negation, or he just got like cards that he thinks are better. Like, let's say he got, I don't know, like Anti-Spell Fragrance and probably Solemn Strike or whatever. He would maybe value that higher. And the thing is also, Chaos Trap Hole is overall not that good against Pendulum. I mean, you can negate like the Skull Acrobat, that's really good.
Yeah.
And I mean, Denko, of course, but Denko isn't the main deck card. You don't even know if it will be sided. So Chaos Trap Hole, I was even a bit surprised that he kept it in, because I think if there's no Denko, it's quite a bit of a gamble to keep the Chaos Trap Hole.
It was just really weird to watch that whole turn unfold, because you did something, and then he played a back row and thought, oh, he's going to play Denko Sekka now. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. And then you played another thing, and then he used another back row, and I was like, oh, he's definitely going to do it now. And then he got down to 1 back row, I was like, the Denko, why didn't you play the Denko? I just really wanted to see it happen, I guess.
Unfortunately, the Denko still turned out pretty important, because
it actually really did.
Yeah, because when I saw the Pot of Duality and I saw that MST, I was like, oh my god, I can't do anything if he like uses that correctly, because I only had the Monkey Board and the Sorcerer was already in scale, so it blocked at MST, so that was really important.
Yeah, in the end, it definitely kind of it paid off in the long term. I think. So let's imagine that you did play Denko Sekka. What was kind of going through your head that really made you think, oh, he could draw this card? Were you just thinking another one of the Karmas?
Yeah, you mean the first turn?
Yeah, the first turn.
Mostly that, yeah. If he has like 2 Karmas, he can. I mean, one I think has even 1,800 attack, so he can just beat over it, or just. I mean, I think
if he gets any of them,
he would also go into an Exceed for getting rid and unlock his 4 face downs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
It was just the chat was going crazy. I was going crazy.
The other thing was also like you saw game 1 when I didn't set the MST in my first turn, because I thought, like, let's say set Odd Eyes Fusion, my hand was horrible. So if he has a MST, I can maybe bait that out on something bad. So I kept the MST, and then he flipped the Tanky. So in the second game, I was also like, yeah, maybe he did that again. So it would actually make sense, because he could normal summon and take it back to the hand. That's just giving me more information that needed. So I felt like, it's maybe okay like that.
Yeah, well, okay, so now we know. There was some logic behind what we thought was crazy at the time. So tell us a little bit about why did you decide to play this deck?
Yeah.
Is it because Eugen was playing it?
No, that's not really the reason. It's like, I already said at Nationals that I'm not the biggest fan of the current format. So there are a lot of strong decks, and I think that, like, basically every one of them has some really broken combos, and especially broken opening turns. And I didn't have a deck where I felt like, oh, that's the cool deck, I want to play that. I think I will have an edge over like anyone, because we have a lot of meta decks, and you will face them all. And I think you can tech out against all of them in one deck.
Yeah.
And
I've been saying the same. I think there's not one single best deck. Remember Necros format when it was you play Necros.
Exactly. You had
or
like
you
the
play
deck
something.
to beat, and then all the decks, of course, were viable, but in a way, like
everyone was playing
anti-decks,
Necros.
with tech
whereas this time it's kind of all the decks are kind of on a level playing field, and you can choose to make your deck kind of good against one of the matchups.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of how it's going.
Yeah.
But so, other than yourself, obviously, what do you think is going to do really well this weekend?
I personally think that Monarchs and Burning Abyss will be the most successful ones. The thing with the Performer Pal deck, when I started to test it again, there was a time where pretty much nobody played Solemn Strikes anymore. And if nobody plays those counter traps, the deck is like really strong, because then you can like pendulum everything and you don't have to be afraid of anything. And this is like a bit
my two choices for the weekend was either Pendulum or Cosmo. So I thought they were going to do well based on the North American one.
I have to say, Cosmo for me is in a way like a bit of an underdog even.
Yeah,
it feels really weird to say that because it's still very strong, but I think it's just, I don't know, the Demise version is maybe more popular right now, and the other one is just, it's really hard to play. I think the Island version is still very strong.
There's a lot of crazy combos.
Yeah,
like the ceiling is much higher on that deck.
The one game I lost today, the one match, I lost against Cosmo, Island Cosmo, and he had like an amazing combo. That was really cool because he went into triple Stormtrooper, and then you can go into Giga Brilliant Core Batch, and then do another 3 Stormtrooper, then another Giga Brilliant Core Batch, and another 3, then another Core Batch. And then you still have 2 slots, so you can summon a Break Sword, and that's like 8,400, or with Gaia Dragon it's like 9,000.
Wow.
And you can destroy like 1 monster that is in attack and shuffle back up to 3 that are in defense, so the combo will OTK pretty often. That's that
cool.
approach to this deck is really cool, so maybe that's something you could future if you find.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. I think the only thing with that is you're going to get pretty tight on extra deck space, right? you got to like...
Yeah, that's also my first thought, like how do you fit that in? Because Island Cosmo is not like a deck where you have the luxury
tons of space,
where you have space left.
Yeah, unlike Domain Monarchs, you got plenty of space. Right, anyway, thank you very much for the interview. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thanks.
Hopefully we'll be seeing you later. We'll be right back with even more live coverage of the European Championships. See you guys soon.
Welcome back. That was quick.
That was pretty quick.
Kind of exciting as well.
Yeah.
The duel, the first game at least, I guess not so much. Because I was sitting at the highlight machine, and then the whole time I was like, yeah, it's a bit of a back and a forth and a back and a forth, and I was like, it's really, really hard to find a highlight here.
Yeah. It was quite a stable game.
Yeah.
To be
so,
honest.
well, anyway, we're still going to take a look at the highlights of the first game. Let's take you guys straight to highlight number 1. It's a little bit of a longer one, so we can talk a little bit over this. Basically, it's a scene that elaborates what happened in the first game, which was this back and forth. There we see the Odd Eyes Fusion being played. And, yeah, that was like the first real negation of the game, I guess.
Yeah, so obviously Yosenju was made to just sit and try and deal with all of the opponent's cards.
Yeah, trying to bait out something, I guess.
Yeah.
And that was basically the first time this happened. And much of the first game was the same thing, I guess, with a little bit of aggression from one side, a little bit of an answer on the other side, and that was pretty much it.
Yep. So that actually went through in the end, and then it was all about Marcel actually doing the negating rather than the Yosenju player. Kind of Marcel just kept saying, "Oh, you got an answer? No. That's you don't have an answer this time. I'm going to negate that."
And was that what you expected the game to be like?
I think Marcel you don't really ever want Odd Eyes Fusion. You only want it when you want it. You only get it with Sky Iris. You don't want to naturally draw it. So yeah, I guess he got pretty fortunate that he kind of opened. He had a really bad opening hand, but then it turned out quite well because Odd Eyes Fusion ended up negating quite a few things.
Yeah. All right. So that is, in a way, that scene stands for the first game in a nutshell, I would say.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's just kind of backwards and forwards. Generally, the Yosenju player would be the one that goes, "Oh, no, you can't do that." And instead, it was kind of Marcel going, "Oh, attack? Oh, no, you can't do that. No, I can."
Yeah, yeah.
That's kind of how that went.
It's not always like that against Yosenju, but
no.
It's what. Yeah, they don't mind if it happens that way if they have enough negation.
Yeah, but I guess this time round, Marcel managed to come out on top.
All right, let's take a look at our second highlight. It's in a way a bit of more of the same, where we also see a negation happening. But now this is basically the crucial point where Kelvin was running out of negation after that.
Yep. So that's just Apex Avian getting rid. That was the first drowning Mirror Force. He just kind of said, "Okay, so that's fine. I'm going to just take one of your back row away, but I'm going to get my Apex Avian back."
Right. And then the only controversial moment, slightly controversial moment in the first game, I guess, was that Chaos Trapple that was being activated in the first game. Let's bring you guys to the highlight number 3, if we can bring that in.
Yeah.
That was the moment when Marcel was in a very commanding position, of course. He just summons a bunch of monsters to the field. And now the question is, I don't know if he did address this in the interview just now, why the Chaos Trap Hole? Does it make any sense?
Yeah, so I don't think Marcel realized why it made any sense, to be honest. It was kind of...
Yeah, you can actually tell from the language. She's like, yeah, okay, then I'll just put this away.
It doesn't really make sense, because Archfiend Eccentric has 700 points.
Yeah.
So he took 2,000 damage, in essence, for 700 points.
Yeah, it sounds like one of the worst trades you can make.
Yeah, I mean, and Archfiend Eccentric is never going to be able to hurt a Yosenju monster, because it's going to come back to the hand every turn.
Yeah, yeah. So that was basically the first game.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like much of a highlight reel, to be honest.
No.
But it, like you said, it was a slow burn. It went a little bit back, went a little bit forth.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. The second game, on the other hand, was, I would say, a lot more exciting.
Yeah, well,
the second game was a very different story.
Yeah.
And I have to say, this is probably the only time I'm going to say this, but what I really hate is that we don't have the commentators in our highlights when we look back, because we're talking over what happened in those games. There you see that's basically the end of game 1, of course.
Yeah.
And the most exciting thing about that second game, when Kelvin starts with 5 face downs, was your commentary.
It was all about all about what he was going to discard.
Yes, it was all about that.
He had to pick one.
It was a thriller. Let's take you guys to it. Let's take a look at the highlight. It's a little bit a longer one, because it is interesting. He starts, you're like, okay, nothing's happening, but then suddenly he goes crazy, sets 3 face downs, summons a monster, and then we see the card of demise. The one card that turns this deck into a force to be reckoned with, just like many other anti-strategies.
Yeah, so he plays the Karma, plays the card of demise, and this is at the point where we were thinking, is he going to draw a Chaos Trap Hole? He needs this to stop Denko.
Because you saw the card in the opening hand. I think it never was in focus at that moment. So unfortunately, I was just watching the stream, so I didn't see the opening hand. But you, of course, said it. Marcel Buri did have Denko Sekka in his opening hand.
Yeah.
And this is the situation that screams for Denko Sekka.
Yeah, exactly. And it seemed obvious to keep the Mystical Space Typhoon. It was between the Chaos Trap Hole and the Dark Bribe. But at the same time, I guess Dark Bribe in essence was going to do the same job as Mystical Space Typhoon in this particular matchup, because Marcel Buri playing the Pendulum monsters kind of, it was all about getting rid of one of the Pendulum scales.
Yeah.
That's what that was about.
But like in hindsight, don't you agree with him not setting Chaos Trap Hole? Because he mind tricked his opponent into thinking that he has a second one, or that he has something that can stop a Denko Sekka.
Yeah, but it's really strange because it wasn't like Calvin
there you can
knew.
see his inner turmoil, where he's like, which card should I set it? You can see the Chaos Trap Hole was a candidate.
He never went to set it though. He never actually put it on the field, or did he?
I think one time. But
that was Chaos Trap Hole. No, I think that is Chaos Trap Hole. No. Okay, that was when that was when I thought it was Chaos Trap Hole, but then we got the app and it came up and it said it wasn't.
It's hard to see there, but then it wasn't. That was the moment when you went really, really crazy.
Because that was it.
Is it Chaos Trap Hole? Is it Chaos Trap Hole? Yeah, and
then we knew, and at that point it was just like, Marcel's going to play Denko.
He discards, and there is the Chaos Trap Hole. Yes. Yeah. And how surprising. You say you don't agree with the play to not play the Denko Sekka.
I think that there was no reason not to. Like, yes, he could have summoned it, and yes, it could have had its summon negated, but then that would have been one less back row to have to fight through.
Yeah, it's one way to look at it.
He pretty much fought through all the back row and then played Denko Sekka, and it just happened to be really lucky for him because he blocked out the MST, which would have won.
That game turned out completely differently than what you could have expected after that first opening and knowing that there's a Denko Sekka in hand.
If you fight through 4 back rows, you're not looking at a great position. Like, you're probably gonna have like one card left.
Right. Let's take it, guys, to the next highlight. It's a very quick, short one, and it just elaborates on that situation. There we see he plays a card, and it's not Denko Sekka. That's basically the entire statement to be made right here with the Sky Iris, and then.
So that hits that, and then I'm pretty sure he plays another Sky Iris.
Yeah, it just goes on like that. Yeah, he plays down his entire hand instead of just throwing down the Denko Sekka.
Yeah.
Right. And then we see the end of the game as our last highlight, of course. That is when Denko finally does get played.
Yeah, and it was good.
It was good still, which is interesting. I mean, kind of a lot less good. Than if you would have played it on the first turn, but still having some sort of an impact. Still a good card. And, well, wrapping things up for Marcel Burri, the Swiss champion, who came close before. There you see the triplet. Not a good hand at all.
No. I mean, if he'd have drawn any other karma at that, he would have been able to do something.
Yeah.
To just put it straight, yeah.
With that, yeah.
He could have overlaid
doesn't happen too often, of course, but when it happens, it hurts quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was a real struggle for Calvin that last game.
Right.
He kind of did what his deck was supposed to do and used all those back row to stop Marcel. Even though the Denko was there, he didn't play it. And then he just got really unlucky with the cameras that he drew.
There's the card of the match, the girl of the match, Denko Sekka.
Yeah.
We're going to see it at some point this weekend.
I hope so.
And we've been hyping it a couple of times now because it's always cool to see when it comes down and there are 4 face downs, 5 face downs. We did have an opportunity this time around, but didn't happen.
Yeah.
Was it meant to be?
No, it wasn't meant to be. Maybe we'll see it tomorrow.
Maybe that, yeah. All right, guys. We're going to take another short pause and then try to fill you in with what's going on at the tournament because we're nearing the conclusion of day 1. We have 2 more rounds scheduled for today. Considering the time, it's 9:30 p.m. at the moment. There is a certain chance we're going to move 1 more round to tomorrow. It's too early to tell, I don't know, but we're going to check with the scorekeeper, check with the tournament organization. Then we have some exciting updates for you guys, and then we're going to be right back with the coverage of Euros 2016. We're back and now taking a closer look at last year's events because it's been an exciting year. If you look back at last year's European Championship in Dublin, Ireland.
Yeah.
What do you still remember of this event?
The one thing that I remember is that final match with Ido Marcus. It was so built up to be the most epic long match between Ido and York.
Yeah.
And it just ended so quickly.
Yeah. I think we were still hyping the match itself when the first game was basically concluded.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, okay, it's 1-0 now. Well, let's just gather our thoughts, talk a little bit about the side X. That's it.
That's it. It's over.
Wow, that was
Ido Marcus wins.
I think it was the most convincing victory we've ever seen in a final.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was something like 5 turns total. It was
crazy. Super lightning fast. So make sure that you're going to pay close attention when we got our feature matches this year.
Yeah.
All right. Dublin itself, very lovely city. First time we've been for an international event in Ireland, of course.
Yeah, it was really nice. I really liked the venue. I mean, when we did our introduction video, that was really nice. Looking out on the big pane glass.
Yeah. I also enjoyed the city tour, to be honest.
Yeah.
One fun part was when PJ said it's the largest sculpture in Europe. And I didn't really second guess that and just believed it. And then I asked him, is it bigger than the Eiffel Tower? He was like, yeah, of course. And then I looked up everything for this city tour in Berlin, and I realized, no, it's not. It's not even close. But it's there's a difference between a sculpture and a statue, which would be the Statue of Liberty, which is also higher.
Right.
And, of course, a building or a structure, because that would be like the Radio Tower in Berlin or the Eiffel Tower in Paris.
Right, okay.
So take that, Dublin. Right, we had 787 players, if I remember correctly. And after that, we had like actually an increase in players when we went to Rimini for the first time, second time ever, in fact. First time for the YCS. Before that, we had a World Championship qualifier, European Championship. Back then, it was called Rimini. So there was a bit of a confusion going on, but it was actually the same place, just to make sure.
It was. I actually really, really liked Rimini as a place. It's quite tough to get to. You got to fly to an airport that's almost an hour away.
Right.
But it's a lovely kind of beach town.
Yeah.
Really, really nice sights and everything.
It's basically like a town just created for tourists.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So if you want to have a good time, if you want to relax a little bit at the beach and maybe have a drink, non-alcoholic, of course, that is one of the places to be.
Yeah, Rimini was really, really cool.
And I think it was the most dominant showing by one country, in fact, with Italy.
That was
putting up, I think, 8 players out of the top 8, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Or 4 out of the top 4, something like that. It was very, very dominant showing from one of Europe's largest Yu-Gi-Oh! Nations, or the largest they are always taking turns with Germany.
Yeah.
And Lorenzo Santoni from Italy eventually took the title.
Yeah.
Also, a very interesting tournament. What do you remember about the metagame? Necros was a little bit down, but different iterations, right?
Yeah, it was different version of Necros because they got a few hits on the Forbidden Limited list, if I remember correctly.
It was actually... Oh, yeah, it was, yeah.
But then they managed to revive the deck with the clowns, with the clown engine, because the super easy access to the rank 4 Exceed monsters made it just really, really easy to play.
Right.
That was really good. I guess my most distinct memory from all of the games was seeing Batterymen in the feature match area in our first round.
That's true. That was
seeing Batterymen manage to defeat, I think at the time, national champion Alessandro De Patria. That was something special.
Yeah, that was definitely something special.
Batterymen just came and did
Although
what
Alessandro, even though he took this loss very early on, he managed to sneak up into the top 4. Top 8 or top 4 of the tournament.
Yeah, he continued to do very well.
Yeah, exactly. Like a 2-4-2. First at the European Championship in the top 4, and then after that in Rimini.
Yeah.
All right. After that, we had YCS Prague.
Yeah.
It was the second time in Prague, and for some people it was a bit of a surprise because the first YCS in Prague, we didn't have like the largest attendance with roughly 600 players.
Yeah.
But everybody liked Prague so much that they showed, okay, we want to come back to the city. And then on the second try, we had 900 players.
Yeah,
so
I must say, I missed the first Prague, which was a real shame. But I remember so many people saying to me, oh, Prague was amazing. It was so good. And I was like, it was the only one I missed.
Yeah.
I got to go the second time. The city's really nice.
Also, at this event, we had this adjusted list just 2 weeks prior to the event. So the metagame was completely wiped away in a way.
Yeah, exactly. But it didn't stop the pendulum deck doing really well.
Yeah.
So
rising like a zombie from the grave. It wasn't as destroyed as everybody claimed it would be after the adjusted list.
Yeah.
But it seemed a lot more balanced, and we also had some interesting games in that tournament.
Yeah. So obviously, Valon Tertre, who won the previous YCS Prague, brought his BA deck again and got all the way to the finals.
A couple of players said, "Hey man, you're just 1 year late. Burning Abyss is no longer a real contender." And he was showing everybody, no, if you know how to play the deck, you can still make it all the way to the semis.
Yeah.
And he was actually disappointed that he only ended up in the top 4.
Yeah, he never seems very happy while collecting his prizes.
Yeah, well, maybe this time if he wins the European Championship and goes on to the World Championship.
Yeah.
All right,
Let's hope
guys.
so.
I hope you have some fond memories of these events as well. You can always share them in a comment below or in the Twitch chat on the right side if this is live. So let us know. We love to hear from you. And we're going to be right back with another feature match for the next round. Hallo und herzlich willkommen zur Coverage der Europameisterschaft 2016. And I promise you that was the only German we're going to speak on the stream for the entire weekend. Don't worry, it's going to be English this weekend. All right, we're here in Berlin, the capital of Germany, one of the largest cities in Europe, the second largest in fact, and we're in front of the major site of Berlin, the Brandenburg Gate. Which is the one thing that you should really associate with Berlin, and also with a couple of other things, among them the German reunification, when East and West finally came back together. That's one of the things it stands for. The entire city has a rich history, and we're going to walk you through it when we check out some of the sites in Berlin that show you what life was like back in the days with the separation between East and West Berlin. On top of the Brandenburg Gate, we have 4 horses carrying a chariot. Originally, that was supposed to be a symbol of peace. Then Napoleon came, spoiled the party, took over all of Prussia and used it to start his procession when he was celebrating his victory. With that, we're going to take a short break and go to the next site in the city of Berlin.
Time to duel.
We're now at the second stop of our little city tour through Berlin, and it's the second most visited attraction in Berlin. The main reason for that is it's 5 minutes away from Brandenburg Gate, so you can just walk from there over here. And we're not talking about the Irish 5 minutes, we're talking about German 5 minutes, and we're clocking those, it's actually just 5 minutes. These are the houses of parliament where the German politicians are coming together to put law into place and do what politicians do. At the top of the building you can see a gigantic glass spire that is reflecting the light, letting it in from all directions and reflecting it to basically the entire building. The building was not used after the war until the 90s, and only after the reunification we decided to use it again as the place where the politicians are meeting. That's why in 1988 Michael Jackson was actually holding a concert here in front of the Reichstag, part of his Bad World tour, with 50,000 people meeting here and putting up quite the party, of course. You can also walk from here to the Kanzleramt, which is right over there, which is where Angela Merkel is residing. So it's a very nice area, especially for tourists. You can do plenty of things, and that's why I highly recommend it. You should totally check it out. With that, on to the next site.
Time to duel.
In the background you can now see the Funkturm, the radio tower next to Alexanderplatz. One of the main sites in Berlin. You can see it from all over Berlin. You can easily navigate around the city, but just by looking at the Funkturm and you will know, okay, this is where the Eastern Center is. I like to call it the Eastern Center because it's basically the heart of the former East Berlin. We have a couple of centers in Berlin thanks to the rich history of the city. The Western Center would be the Zoo. Right between Alexanderplatz and the Zoo we got the Hauptbahnhof, the main train station, which we're also probably going to see later on today. In the 1960s they restructured the whole thing, turned it into a pedestrian walk zone, and nowadays it's become one of the commercial centers in Berlin with gigantic shopping malls, several of them, surrounding the Alexanderplatz, all next to the radio tower, the Funkturm, which is 368 meters high, the second largest structure in Europe. All right, that's it from this little side. We're going to move on to the next one.
Time to duel.
We're now at the East Side Gallery, also where the Berlin Wall was, or used to be. It's still standing, in fact, one of the few places in Berlin where the Berlin Wall is still standing. But it's been turned into an open-air gallery. That's where the name stems from. 1.3 kilometers long, and more than 100 paintings have been painted on the Berlin Wall after the fall of East Germany, the reunification of Germany, to show that there's a brighter future ahead, that people are coming together. That's why artists from both the East and the West were involved in this great project and created some of the most stunning artworks you've ever seen, especially in an open-air gallery. It's the longest lasting open-air gallery in the world, and also the longest, like I said, 1.3 kilometers. We see art from some of the most renowned artists. The most famous one is probably the kiss between Erich Honecker and Leonid Brezhnev from the former Soviet Union. So there's lots to see. It is free. You should totally check it out when you're in Berlin. You can just come to one of the subway stations that is close by, walk for 5 minutes, you're going to be here, and can check out one of the coolest sites in Berlin that shows the cultural side of this city.
Time to do.
We're now at the checkpoint Charlie, or checkpoint C, one of the few points where we could actually cross from the east to the west when the wall was still there in former divided Berlin, of course. In case you're wondering why was there a wall in the first place, originally when Germany was separated you could easily cross from east to west because there were even subway lines making it easy for you to just get from East Berlin to West Berlin. This is one of the few places where you could actually legally cross the wall if you had the right documentation. Of course, few people had, at least few people from the east, because it was strictly forbidden to go from the east to the west. Other way around, not such a problem. In the background there's also a museum at the checkpoint Charlie and a Kremlin flag, something you don't see every day or anywhere really. That's it for now, let's go on to the next site.
Time to do.
We're now taking a break, but even when we're taking a break, we're working hard for you because we're now in true Berlin style at Curry 36. This is true Berlin cuisine. It's one of the nicest snacks that you can get in Germany. It's a currywurst. It's basically a bratwurst with curry sauce. It was invented in Berlin. It's one of the most popular snacks in Germany, if not the most popular snack. And you should definitely try it out when you're in Berlin. And with that, we're on to our city tour again.
Time to do.
We've now made it to the final stop of our little city tour through Berlin, and we're in front of the venue where the European Championship 2016 is taking place at the Estrell in Berlin-Neukölln. It's the second largest hotel in Germany, more than 1,100 rooms, so you can always find a place to sleep in there. It's also got a convention center right next door with 25,000 square meters. So there's lots of room for different events, not just the European Championship, of course. 1,800 every year. That's almost record-breaking, but I'm not 100% sure. I hope you got a glimpse of what Berlin is like. It's a very diverse city with a very rich history. Got great culture in the city. They say about New York that if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. I'm not sure you can say the same thing about Berlin because it's so affordable, but that's what I like about it. No matter what's your background, no matter what you're into, you can find something in Berlin. That's really the coolest thing about this city. So you should totally check it out. If you're not here, make sure you're coming and take a visit the next time we're in Berlin. With that, without any further ado, let's get our game on and have some exciting duels at the European Championship 2016. And we're back. After our little city tour through Berlin, I could watch it a million times. By the way, if you want to watch it a million times, you can. It's up on YouTube already. Just like our previous feature matches and our previous interviews with the national champions. Speaking of national champions, you see I'm going somewhere with this. Joshua Oosters from the Netherlands.
Yes,
congratulations.
Hello. Thank you.
The big difference is we interviewed the other guys yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm interviewing you today. This is live, in fact, when you're seeing this. So, how's the tournament going?
Well, the tournament result-wise is not very good, but I am having a good time.
Okay, well, that's something. So what is your record at the moment?
I'm currently 3-3.
Oh my. And you guys said when I picked you up in the VIP area where all the national champions are lounging that you're not the only one.
No, I think like a certain amount
Sweden?
of the... Yeah, exactly. And the guy from Portugal, I'm not sure what his name is, so I don't want to... He's also 3-3, I believe.
So, okay, yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty consistent.
It's quite funny, yeah. Tobias from Sweden went as far saying, this is a curse, and he was referring to his little sign that says national champion. Like, this is a curse, you're bricking so hard.
Yes.
Yeah. So, does that mean you don't want to become national champion anymore?
No, never.
Never?
I'd rather top Euros again.
Right.
No, I'm just kidding. Like, I think I'd rather win nationals again.
Okay. Well, I mean, it is something. And you mentioned earlier, your nationals was quite a cool event.
Yes, it was amazing. Like, great turnout, and just the organization was very good. Yeah.
Okay.
And I also won, which was pretty nice.
So
yeah,
hard to complain.
Pretty good.
Yeah, and you mentioned it's more players from year to year.
Yeah.
It seems like the Dutch community is growing.
Yeah, definitely.
What would be the reason for that? What do you think? What are you doing right?
I think the staff which organizes most of the events is just doing a very, very good job.
Okay.
And I also think the Dutch community really tries to actively get more people, more, how do you say it?
Yeah,
actively
become
into the
successful
game.
at the
yeah,
big events.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so you helping each other quite a lot.
Yes.
I think I only don't know a single Dutch player that ever traveled to an event on his own. It's always a group of players. It seems in that way that you're a strong community, that you're always supporting each other.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just my limited knowledge.
No,
of
I
what
think
the community's like.
you're completely right.
All right. So you're saying the tournament itself is not going so well, but you're still having a good time.
Yes.
Why is that? What do you think about the VIP area, for example?
I love the VIP area. Like, I can't stress this enough. Like, free fruit and chocolate bars and water, and we have lockers to put our stuff in.
Yeah.
It's just really great.
Yeah, I would be really surprised if somebody complains about that, to be honest.
I think so as well.
Yeah, it's such a big difference when you don't have to look after your bag the whole time. You can just put it somewhere and focus on your game. And is it also that you ever talk to the other guys, or is it everybody's a little bit to themselves?
Yeah, that's actually one of the things I like the most.
Okay.
Since I think Tobias from Sweden hangs out there a lot, and the guy from South Africa.
Okay. Yeah. It's crazy. We got people from South Africa at the European Championship.
Really cool. Like, some of the other guys were like bonding a bit. We wanted to make a token together. It's really fun.
Oh, that's definitely cool. Yeah. I love the fact that it's bringing people together, not just like from their local communities, but from different countries, in fact. All right. So, well, what is your new goal for the weekend?
I hope to win a giant card tomorrow.
Okay.
That would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, there's always other stuff you can do.
Exactly.
It doesn't need to be the main event, even though it is, of course.
It would have been
would have
better.
been a dream come true. Yeah, but well, you do have a national championship under your belt now, so that definitely something. Maybe you're gonna leave with a giant card. Who knows?
Yeah, I hope so.
Or enroll in some other of the public events that we're offering. All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad you're having a good time, and I hope we're gonna see you again. Maybe a little bit more successful next time, but then again, it's gonna happen. It's gonna be bound to happen at some point. All right. With that, guys, we're going to take another short break, and we're going to be back with our live coverage from Euros 2016. Okay, we're here with all 4 hosts, so this is not a player interview, as you can tell. We're doing something new. We're going to talk about our little background, so you know who's actually moderating the stream. My name, of course, is Oliver Gurman, and here we got...
Matthew Bell. Good to see you guys again.
I'm Robert Hooley.
I'm Luke Withington.
Right. So, guys, a couple of people have been asking me every time I'm doing the Twitch moderation, how did you get into the game? What's your background, and why do you moderate the stream? Can you guys give us a little bit of a glimpse how you got into the game?
Back in 2002, I bought the Forbidden Memories PlayStation 1 game. Got the promos. My father then turned around and said, I kind of like enjoy doing this. He was also called Rob Hooley. You may remember him. He used to be heavily involved in organized
He's still
play.
alive. Just to
he
clarify.
is still alive.
Yeah.
He is still alive. This isn't an epitaph. This is he's still okay.
It's just a walk down memory lane.
And then found my locals, which was in Mansfield. Ended up being one of the largest locals in the country at 270 players a week. This is back in the heyday of. Well, chaos format. I'm not saying it's a heyday because it was very hard to play in. And then from there, kind of just got into kind of doing voluntary work for all of the kind of consumer events, and now I actually run all those consumer events and organise play for the UK, Ireland, Nordics, and Baltics.
It's crazy when you think about it, how long it's been like with you in your life.
Yeah.
And I think that's true for all of us.
Yeah.
Matt, what about you?
For me, I started. I think I was about 14. I know it was a long time ago. I saw the TV show. I was like, wow, this is something I really want to do. So I went into the city center, and I actually found in a Forbidden Planet they had the Japanese boosters. And I remember the very first pack I bought was called Thousand Eyes Bible. It was before the English release was even out. And me and my best friend at the time, we would go on a website. I think there was a guy in Hawaii who used to do translation sheets for all of the cards. So we'd sit with all our printouts telling us what our cards did. So someone would put a card down and be like, what does that do? Okay. Of course, my friend would always lie about his translations. He'd be like, no, it doesn't do this. But we had a lot of fun with it, and then the game got released in Europe, and it became very, very, very big, very, very quickly. Quite a few years later than that, I got involved in the judging side of things. And I got so more and more heavily involved in judging, and I slowly moved away from actually playing. Because every time I turn up to an event, they'd be like, oh, Matt, come on, help us out. We're a man down. And after judging for a long time, I started to finish out my degree. And at that time, I was looking for work. And I've been volunteering directly with Konami for a little while. And I got invited for an interview over in Germany, which was successful, as you could probably guess. And I lived in Germany for a little while. I just celebrated my 5 years with the company this year.
Long time.
Yeah.
5 years.
That's pretty much my entire professional life and my regular life. It's been a lot of fun getting into this. And I remember the first time we did Amsterdam. Yeah. I was super nervous because we were told when we were coming in, we're just going to have the games. We're going to have like a 10-minute delay, and you just need to worry. We're just doing a test for the World Championships. And then it was me and Robert, camera on us.
They didn't tell us we were going to have a camera on us.
I was not prepared.
No, not at all.
There were probably chains around your ankles back then.
We had our the director of our division, Peter Frottier, who'd come up every round going, oh, you can't talk about this, or you need to talk about this. And we were all super panicked because it was like the first time. And it's gotten much more relaxed now, and we've gotten more into the flow of working on the live stream, and it's a lot of fun.
Matt's story was really, really cool, and I feel like mine's not going to be anywhere as cool. So sorry for that. Actually, the beginning of our stories is very similar. Just a couple of friends, we found a really nerdy store in town, and that's what we were in school, and we thought, oh, let's go and see what they do. And then we went along, and they sold the Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and we did exactly the same. We used to print out the translation sheets to be able to play.
So much commitment.
And yeah, I mean, back then, you know, I was a kid. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for over half my life now. I worked out, and it's just been with me the whole time. I didn't really play competitively for a very, very long time. I just played, you know, even back in Heroes and the Chaos formats. And I remember when Cyber Dragon first came out, it just completely changed everything about Yu-Gi-Oh. And then Effect Veil came out, and everything was so different again. And just, you know, big changes I've seen happen in Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's really, really strange. I mean, so I kind of finished university and decided I need to get back into this because I didn't have chance during university. So I finished my degree, and then I got back into kind of judging events as well. Even before university, I liked to be that guy who would show up to regionals and know all the rulings of the meta. That was just how I was, really. And then after university is when I started the judging again and judged my first event in YCS Brussels. You know, it was the first time I'd gone overseas to judge. Just a couple of months before that was when I went to the European Championships in Frankfurt. And that's where I met Matt, actually, in Frankfurt. I remember one of the first things I said to him was, why are we not doing a live stream?
That was a popular question at the time.
Yeah, I was determined that we should have a Yu-Gi-Oh live stream. And look how far we've come. And then,
all because of you.
All because of me. I like to think so. Probably not. And then a year later than that is when the live stream started for the European Championships, the year after Frankfurt, which was the first time we had the iPad thing that I was doing. And then a year after that, I was sat with all you guys.
You moved up the ladder.
Yeah, exactly. And then only a few months ago is when I started with Konami, working with Robert.
Oh yeah, we never actually formally said welcome to the Konami team.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Not on the stream. Yeah.
Not on the stream. No. Never done it now. Yeah. So it was, you know, it's been a really long, strange story. I've seen various people move in and out of the game, but there's always that core community that really kind of sticks in my heart of the people who, you know, I see time and time again, and I love coming to events because I love seeing all those different people.
Right. I'm not sure if I can. We all got different stories, of course. I think the one thing that stands out in my case is you guys seem to ending up accidentally in a job where you make money with Yu-Gi-Oh, basically, where it becomes your living. And the big difference, I would say, is that I moved to Berlin 10 years ago. I know that this exactly because the European Championship, the first ever European Championship, took place in 2006 in Bochum, and I moved 3 days before that tournament to Berlin. Like all the dates in my life that I remember have to do with trading card games. So I know when I met my wife just because there was a tournament like the day before and things like that. And so I moved to Berlin with the sole intention of scoring a job with the back-then distributor of Yu-Gi-Oh! And that worked out, which is one of the reasons why I always keep preaching people. If you just like set your mind to something and you really want to accomplish that goal, you're eventually going to accomplish. Like the only thing that can like go wrong is you're not trying hard enough. If you're trying hard enough, it works. At least that's been true for me. Whenever I fail in my life, it was I didn't try enough. Well, anyway, so I think I started 2003. I was actually playing it first, found it very interesting. I loved the game. We played 2-on-2s. I'm still waiting for that to be like an official format, to be honest, because that was the most fun I've ever had in my life with the game. Which is not saying that the game got worse, but just 2-on-2, when you don't know half the rules, you don't know half the cards, that's the most entertaining thing you can do. Yeah, well, we did tribute summon, but we thought that you could tribute set a monster that didn't even have 5 stars and things like that. So it was a very popular move back in the days. If you wanted to get rid of a monster, you just set an anteater or something, tribute set it. And that worked quite well for us. I don't recommend the strategy for the tournament this weekend. I don't think it's still working these days. Yeah. So I worked a couple of years for the distributor, the back-then distributor in Germany. I originally got into it because I translated all the rulings from English to German. Because I played and I lost a couple of matches because I didn't know the correct rules. I was in the finals of a tournament and lost because of that, because I used creature swap on a Nimble Momonga, attacked into something, and I wanted to search my deck for them. And then the judge was like, you can't search your deck. It's a graveyard effect. It triggers on the other side of the field. And I was like, well, that's not how we played in our little group. And that's why I got so fed up with losing because I didn't know the rules that I just learned all the rules. Guess I'm a bit of an extremist in that way. And then I got into judging, and I ended up head judging a tournament also in Berlin, 2008, the World Championship. So as you can tell, Berlin and Yu-Gi-Oh! Both very special. Well, one is a place and the other is a thing in my life.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the European World Championship Qualifier 2016 in Berlin, Germany. I'm joined by Matt Bell.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm not too bad. I'm Rob Hooley, as you may have heard before. Now what we want to quickly do is have a look at the meta that's currently going on. So Matt has brought with him a few cards. We're going to be looking at Cosmo, Phantom Knight's Burning Abyss, Monarch, and Performer Pals.
Yeah, so we're going to talk a little bit about the format. I'm not going to go too in-depth with this one because many of you have been to a national championship or a tournament in the last couple of months, so you actually have a rough idea. But for those of you who are a little bit new to this, we've got ourselves a really interesting format where you have 4 very obvious top decks. You have a couple of outlaying decks like Klee Demise or some of the other Demise variants. But all of these top decks have been quite heavily interchanged with different engines within the decks to actually function. So you've got, in actual fact, a lot more in the top level decks than it actually appears. I mean, there are so many different ways you can build the Monarch deck. So there's actually more decks to consider in the format than you'd initially think. So to start off with, we're looking at Cosmo, where the idea is that you take your smaller psychic monsters, and then you can summon your bigger ships. And one of the key cards that you're looking for in this deck is the Cosmo Dart Destroyer. It's a very, very disruptive card. It gives you the ability to, when it's destroyed, to replace itself, and it has 3,000 attack points. So your opponents, this is kind of like the benchmark in the format that you need to be able to profitably deal with these. If your deck can't, you're going to face a lot of trouble on the competitive scene. While Cosmo has been taking a back seat, based on what was happening in North America, perhaps we're going to see more Cosmo at this event. It's worth keeping in mind, if your deck cannot kill Cosmo Dart Destroyer, which you may see 5 times in a single duel, your deck's going to have some problems. Some ways that players are getting around this is they're using the Kaiju engine. So they're being able to tribute their opponent's Dark Destroyers to prevent them from getting anything from them, and using Interrupted Kaiju Slumber to allow them to clear the field and search for more cards to deal with future problems that the deck puts up.
And of course, they do have a massive amount of search cards as well.
Oh yes, yeah. In Cosmo, one of the key ones, if you bear with me, that we have access to is
Tin Can.
Cosmo Tin Can. Tin Can is a very, very dangerous card because during the end phase, it can search for you more cards, and you don't really know how the effect is going to resolve. Your opponent. This has led to the this card has led to a couple of different variants of Cosmo. For example, we've got Card of Demise. We're seeing variations using Card of Demise to go with all the trap cards. So some people go Cosmo Heavy Traps. Other people go not so much because it lets you play Call of the Haunteds with your tin cans and various other things. And a lot of people we've seen have also considered dropping the Cosmo Farm Girl, which is actually interesting because it's actually because players are so aware of how dangerous this card is. If it hits you, you can lose the game right there. In fact, you should probably expect to lose the game. People are sneaking that into play with their cheeky emergency teleport after they've got you to use your back row cards. Then in the middle of the battle phase, you see Cosmo Farm Girl, and it can end the duel right there. It's why Cosmo, while it hasn't been the biggest one on the scene, is still a big contender for this tournament because the deck can just destroy you completely out of nowhere. Moving on, we'll take a look at the Burning Abyss deck, which has probably the most variations of different decks you can play. So the star of the show, Dante, we've seen him for a couple of years now, since 2014, tearing up the tournament circuit. He's still good. He's still very, very good.
He is still very, very good.
And he's got a new friend, Beatrice, Lady Eternal, which you can now get upgraded into, which then gives you unprecedented access to any card, sending any card in your deck to the graveyard, which obviously Burning Abyss monsters really like, but the newest combination of mixing it up with Phantom Knights has completely reshaped the deck. Now we're seeing the deck very comfortably. It can make multiple special summon attempts in a single turn. So people get caught out using some of their back row cards like Solemn Strike at the wrong time, and all of a sudden you see the Phantom Knight part of the deck coming out, and you see like multiple rank 3 summons that are very, very powerful coming out of nowhere and can clean you up pretty fast.
And the idea of Phantom Knights, of course, being that they're pretty much all level 3, a lot of them are. They bring themselves out, as long as there's another one there, that's Silent Boots. They have graveyard effects that search in different ways, either sending to the graveyard, bringing to hand, by banishing themselves, and all of the trap cards, which I think you're about to talk about.
Yes, although I think only one of them is currently seeing play in the big one, which is the Fogblade. But these trap cards have 2 effects each. They do something when they're in play. Fogblade acting as a Fiendish Chain, and then from the graveyard you can start getting back your monsters for more rank 3 summons, or you can just pull up the monster to defend yourself from a critical attack, or even just pressing through the last bit of damage. All very, very powerful effects. The deck has a lot of steam. Because all the cards self-replace or get you new cards later on, it can drag you out into that long game. And it can, because it puts so many special summons out, clear you out pretty fast as well. Moving on to probably the #1 deck in the format, we're going to talk about Monarchs, which have the most exciting feature match to cast or watch. But the idea of the deck is to play super, super strong monsters that are better. You want to play cards that are better than your opponent's cards. And you are playing to be hopelessly unfair. You're playing cards like the Monarch Stormforth, Domain of the Monarchs, and you do not want to give your opponent any room to maneuver. You go for your early setup of using, ideally, Pantheism to send the first Monarch to the graveyard. Sorry, the Prime Monarch to the graveyard. And then once you get past that, the early turn, you're basically set up for the rest of the duel with Tribute Material, where you're just going to keep summoning these giant monsters like Ether and Erebus, who takes cards away from your opponent. And the game pretty much goes on until you run out of ethers, but every time you're putting a 2800 attack monster down, with the potential to get stronger with Domain of the Monarchs, it's got the hardest hands that people call brick hands, which means it's a hand that you can't actually play any of the cards out of. But at the same time, it has some of the most powerful early setups where it just goes, oh, I've got a giant guy, you can't summon from the extra deck, what do you do?
And basically, making your opponent start the game with 1 less card in hand, at least, is kind of ridiculous.
Oh, it gets worse. People started going back to the Festalos. Festalus. Is that right? Festalus?
I call him Festalus.
Yeah, Festalus. Who can now look at your opponent's hand and take the card out. Well, I say now, he's always been able to do that.
Yeah, he didn't suddenly gain the ability to do that. But he does also do damage. I believe it's times the level of the card that he gets rid of.
It's 200 times the level, and if you tribute a fighter monster, which is incredibly possible if you're playing the red layer to deal an extra 1,000. The burn damage isn't really what you're going for with this card. You look at your opponent's hand, you take the key combo card out of their hand, and you gain full perfect information of what your opponent's doing. On turn 1, that is brutal.
Salt in the wound.
when you can start looking at other cards that are maybe less popular. You can even consider Escalation in the Monarchs, Error Bust as your follow-up. It can get really, really nasty very quickly with Monarchs, and this is the #1 deck to beat. And there are so many different variations. You've got a Synchro version of the Monarchs. You've got a XE version of the Monarchs.
We'll be seeing all of them.
Or just a domain build, which I believe was the winning deck from the North American WCQ.
Yes, it was.
This weekend. Sometimes just sticking to the basics is enough. This deck has so many different lines that it deserves its spot on the top tables. This is a very, very strong deck, and a very good call for anybody who just wants to show up and say, hey, you know what, I'm serious about winning. Start with the best deck. That'll be the advice. If you don't want to push it out too much, start with Monarchs.
So next we've got Performer Pal, or basically the Pendulum archetype.
It's actually really difficult to classify this deck now because the Pendulum as a mechanic, all of the cards, the strategy for all the Pendulum decks that we've released have generally all been around filling up your extra deck very quickly. Then you make that super Pendulum summon, where then you use your extra deck monsters to clear out your opponent's remaining defenses, and then you swing for the fences. As long as this is a legal card, you're going to be seeing Performer Pals. Performer Pal Sorcerer is going to allow you to search for some of the questionably the best top deck in the format, Performer Pal Monkey Board, which if you bear with me, I've got him here, which represents a single card scale. You can lose the game at any time if your opponent just randomly pulls this off the top of their deck and then just summons their entire extra deck back at you. If you go extremely late against a Pendulum deck, you are in a very bad position because every draw they get deeper into their deck, they've got the opportunity for these one-card scales that can completely swing the game, no pun intended, back into their favor. And you're starting to see this mixed up with the Drago Lord engine or the Draco Slayers because they give you access to these Synchro monsters, Fusion monsters, XE monsters, and you can generally just play these hyper-powerful monsters, and you get all the best removal options in the game as well. Sorry, we'll just flick through. You got Ignister, the Draco Slayer, who has the ability to take cards away from your opponent without targeting. He can also use your opponent's Pendulum Zones in the mirror match. Incredibly powerful card. The deck recently getting access to number 38, ability to negate spells, which can be critical against Monarchs to stopping them getting their initial setup. Making your opponent's bad hand worse because you take an additional card away from them that they'd have access to.
And also, its second effect makes it become absolutely huge. I've seen people swing for, 12,000.
No, this one redirects attacks.
Does it?
I think you're thinking of the other big Galaxy card.
You can target one face-up monster you control. It gains attack equal to one of the destroyed monster's original attack.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking of something else.
You're thinking of the other card.
Yeah, the other giant dragon. But yeah, this is a very, very strong deck. The Pendulum deck we saw in Germany, a version playing Magic Spectres, hit the top tables and was the winner of that event. Germany being a very, very strong contender for the European title this year. We are in Berlin, so we're going to see a large number of German players playing, and they actually have some of the strongest player base. Arguably, the next country you'd argue to have the best, sorry for the rest of Europe, would be Italy, and Germany would be the two countries you associate with the best players in the game in Europe. Although saying that, Ido Marcus from Israel.
Yeah, he did win last year.
He did win last year, but
he did do that.
But pretty much every year when we talk about who's going to the Worlds, I think we've had a German and Italian representatives.
Pretty much, yeah.
But so these are some of the decks. You're going to see a lot more than this, but that's just a quick run through for everything. You'll see the players playing this out so much better than I can ever explain it to you. So stay tuned, enjoy the show. Hopefully you learn something new.
Thank you very much, Matt. Back to the games.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the World Championship Qualifier, European Championship 2016, and somewhere in between there was a Yu-Gi-Oh! That I missed, I think.
Yeah.
So much for opening with a joke. We're now in round 7 out of 8 that we're going to play today. It's been a long day. You wouldn't think it because it's 10 p.m. already.
Only.
So does it feel like 10 p.m.?
No.
No?
I know that my body feels like it's 10 p.m. because it really just wants to sleep, but it doesn't feel like 10 p.m. I feel like it's about 6, and I've just had kind of a difficult day.
All right. Well, if we see any more moves like in the last game where Is he? Is he not? Is he? Is he not? Is he going to play Denko Seka? Is he not? Then I think you're going to stay awake for the
I'll
rest
stay
of the
awake
day.
for that.
Easily,
Yeah.
yeah. Some people are like, Lucas had too much coffee.
Bring me your Denko Sekas over here,
Yeah.
and then we'll take you in the feature match.
Well, for our feature match in this round, we got Alessandro Di Patria from Italy going up against Luka Vulovic from Serbia. Let's take you guys right to the table. Let's not waste any time. What do we have in terms of decks?
We have a Phantom Knight, Burning Abyss mirror match.
In a way. I thought only one of them was playing Phantom Knights. Because Alessandro is only playing Burning Abyss.
Yeah, sorry. Alessandro is playing pure Burning Abyss Speedroids. And Luca is playing Phantom Knights. Oh, okay. Phantom Knights Burning Abyss didn't fit on, so we just went with Phantom Knights Burning. Don't worry about the Phantom Knights, they're not on fire. So, yeah, this matchup is usually really kind of grindy, takes a long time because both players kind of have that infinite loop of play Graf gets Sir gets Dante, Dante gets Sir, etc., 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 with a few Beatrice thrown in there.
If I remember correctly, though, Di Patria was always very successful when he was on the stream.
Yeah, and I remember him being pretty good with Burning Abyss as well.
Yeah, what I remember is definitely he is a very skilled player, without a question.
Yeah, so Luca opens up really lucky here with this Max C. Alessandro, apologies, is going to have to continue his move and just give Luca more cards than he really wants to give him.
Yeah, and Alessandro actually is one of these players that he did have big success last year, of course, at the European Championship. He was one of our top 4 competitors last year.
Yep.
So he knows what it's like to be at Worlds. He also followed that up at YCS Rimini, ending up in the quarterfinals at the very next event, so 2 for 2 basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that is it. Yeah, those are his 2 best results. But
Only.
Good results, of course. Oh, and by the way, on the national level, he is, as far as I'm aware, a national champion. Not this year, but last year. So a few titles. Last year was definitely his year. One of the most successful Italian players last year.
Yep.
Also a very nice player, in fact. Like, always up for a chat. Just not... it would make sense to have somebody else there who speaks both Italian and English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But yeah, that shouldn't hinder you from speaking to him.
No. So there's loads to talk about Alessandro's turn here. He's kind of gone with this really standard play of going into the Dante. He actually got really lucky with his mills. I say lucky. He didn't, mill any monsters. He
built his deck in a way that allowed him to...
Yeah, well, he didn't mill any of the cards that would have allowed him to extend, which is not what he wanted. He wanted to not extend. So he's kind of milled the cards that he didn't want to mill later when he could extend. That's a big sentence.
Trying to make sense of the anti-spell fragrance and spell cut on the other side.
Yeah, so Alessandro
it was set
flipped.
already?
No, Alessandro flipped anti-spell fragrance, and then Luca said, okay, I need to chain.
Right, we're still in response.
Chain against the anti-spell.
Thank you very much. That clears it up, of course.
Alessandro could happily Scalding this.
How? Oh.
Yeah, he's going to Scalding it.
It's pretty good. That is...
It's all right. What's the other spell in Luca's hand that we see here? I think it's a Raigeki. Yeah, so Raigeki
yeah, he
is...
discarded the Raigeki.
Poor.
I was about to ask you how big of a deal is it losing the Raigeki?
He lost the Raigeki and the Twin Twisters, yeah.
Yeah. How big of a deal is that? Like, Raigeki is not that good against Burning Abyss traditionally.
No, not really.
So I guess it didn't really come with too much of a price tag attached. But yeah, now we see Beatrice doing her thing.
Yeah, Luca could have extended his turn with Allure, but that's the only other extension he could have gone with. So yeah, Beatrice's effect here to just craft exactly what he wants in that graveyard. So as I said, Sir gets Dante. Dante's going to sit there, probably going to see Beatrice going over that Dante as well. We'll see where he decides to go with this. I mean, at this point, Alessandro still doesn't know what Luca's playing. He might know from prior that he doesn't know what he's playing because he's only seen Twin Twisters and a Raigeki and then 4 back rows. This could be anything. This could be a Demise deck even.
This could be Burn.
Yeah, it could be anything. Anything that isn't...
Unlikely, though.
Yeah. So I think Alessandro might just go in here. Yeah,
and he does. Correct prediction. One little cookie for Luke.
Yeah.
There we see a little bit of an attack. Asking for the cards in hand. Those are 3.
Yeah, so there's not much he can really do. Like, I guess he could have played Tour Guide and summoned another Dante, but he decided to leave it there. Oof. That's a big one. I bet he wish he would have saved that for a little later. That's a Karma Cut. Now, I need to try and remember exactly where Karma Cut banishes from. Karma Cut.
Well, you mean if it first removes it?
Yeah.
Sorry, if it first banishes it or something?
Yeah, so Karma Cut banishes a monster, and then it also does some extra bit of damage. It also banishes...
You banish all cards with the same name as a monster
from the graveyard.
From your opponent's graveyard.
Yeah, I knew it was banishing all the names. I just couldn't remember exactly where it was from.
But from the graveyard is not that important at this point in time, at least.
Yeah, so...
Karma Card main deck is... It's not the weirdest choice, but we don't see it that often, do we?
No, not really. I guess of all the decks to play it in, it would make sense to play it in Burning Abyss. So,
yeah,
not like if it would have been in a Cosmo deck, then it would have been what's going on?
Weird, yeah.
But yeah, so we see the chain resolves correctly here. The Fogblade will negate the Beatrice's effect. Beatrice's effect will resolve. Then what's going on here? Okay, yeah, Beatrice's effect won't resolve, but then the graph that was detached will resolve. So we're going to see him summon a Burning Abyss monster from his deck. So he goes with Liebig. I'm sure that one's Liebig. We will see coming into the app here. Yeah, Liebig.
Yeah.
I'm sure Liebig is the one that when it is sent to the graveyard, you can summon a level 3 fiend monster from your hand and its effects negated.
This is also one of the most flexible decks that there are in the training card game.
Yeah, it's a lot of searching. This Burning Abyss generally just does what Burning Abyss does.
And I think
every
it
year.
was stronger in the TCG than it is in the OCG, right? Because of a couple of exclusive cards.
Well, I think they get all of the Burning Abyss. Yeah, by now they.
By now, yeah. But at first it was a lot stronger in the TCG, if I remember correctly. I remember this one comment from somebody who said, "Yeah, if I'm deciding which deck to get, I'm always going to go for the deck that has the most TCG onlys, because there's a very high chance that there's going to be more of these cards, and the European office or the European and the American office, they tend to try and make sure that the archetypes that they introduce will be relevant for a little bit of time." Somebody, which is interesting because earlier we had this discussion about the new cards, the Spiral cards. Was it Spiral?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then somebody commented, "Well, I think the other archetypes are going to be stronger." I would not think so. The TCG archetypes very often quite competitive.
Yep. So again, it's very basic Burning Abyss plays here. He's able to, whenever Dante goes to the graveyard, he's able to search that Surback, which continues the loop of getting another Dante back from the graveyard. I think that's why Karma Cut is kind of good here. It allows that special special move really that would get rid of all those Dantes all in one go.
Right.
But he's used the one copy of Karma Cut that he planned on playing. The only other thing that you can use to stop the Dantes in their tracks is Solemn Warning, because then you can't revive them. But he doesn't have that right now. He's only got... Oh, actually, he does... Wait, well, hold on. Yeah, there is the other Solemn Warning. He hasn't got any more.
Let's take a look here.
He's going to go for Super Quantal Mech Beast. I was hoping I'd remember the name. Gramples by the end of the sentence. Super Quantal Mech Beast Gramples.
Yeah, you can work your way there.
Yeah, I was hoping...
Among the way you can find out what the name was.
The worst part is I usually just remember it as Gramples. I don't remember the rest of its name. So, yeah. Yeah, so Gramples here. I think Alessandro De Patria is flying through his extra deck here.
Yeah.
Really flying through his extra deck. Luca...
He
seems
hasn't
to be in
even
a bad
started.
spot. Yeah, he's not even started.
He's got like 4 cards in his graveyard, and that's pretty much it.
So Dante comes back
Whereas
again.
Alessandro is he's trying to get his deck as thin as possible, and he's succeeding so far.
Yeah, so I think Luca could do with... scooping up.
Yeah, Luca could scoop up, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking he could do with like tour guides to start off, something.
Wow, that was an interesting first game. Good luck finding some highlights there, Rob. Yes, he's just chuckling. He's like, yeah.
In honesty, that was way faster than any Bernie
Although
Abyss mirror match.
the opening from Alessandro, the very first turn when he opens with the Beatrice
Oh,
and has the
wow.
anti-spell fragrance.
Here we see a little bit of respect coming out from the players here. Bit of a
face-up sideboarding.
I've not seen this in a while. Yeah, so both players have chosen to not play Ghost
Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
No, it's
Ghost Reaper and Winter
Ghost
Cherries.
Reaper and Winter Cherries.
Sorry,
That's it. Because it would stop the. Yeah,
it basically destroys.
It's an auto win.
Yeah, yeah. I remember that we had a feature match where one guy had only one copy of this card in his side deck. The other player had 3 copies of his of this card in the side deck. The player with the 3 copies, so the guy who should have the upper hand in theory, is offering this gentleman's agreement to the other player. Says, "Hey, shall we side them out? The Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries." The other player says, "No, I'm gonna take my chances."
Yeah.
And then he draws into his 1 copy and ends up winning the game with it. So well done to you.
Yeah, I remember that during Necros format, I played quite a lot during the Necros format before the last European Championships, and yeah, there was a lot of times in which people said to me when I was playing Necros, "Oh, do you want to side out the Djinn?" That was a big one. Signing out the Djinn, and there was something else as well. What was it now? Trying to remember where it was. I think it was just the Djinn. Yeah, so it was the Djinn, and then basically, if I won the first game,
there are a couple of these cards.
Yeah, if you win the first game,
I've
it's
also
better
seen
to take
players
the risk.
deciding not to side into Max C, for example.
Yeah,
which is a bit different because Max C isn't an automatic win or something like that, or
yeah.
Yeah, and of course we're not going to see somebody side in an extra copy of the Ghost Ogre.
No, because all 3 are
you're not
there.
allowed to play more than 3.
Nope.
And if you do have a 4th copy, there's something very, very wrong with the deck list, and you really shouldn't be undefeated.
Oh wow, Alessandro is actually playing Spell Canceller. This is 2013.
But what we can actually do is we can take a quick look at the player match history of these 2 guys and see who they played against in the rounds before. I think they are undefeated. If we just go to there, yeah, and then search for the names and see if we can get a glimpse of what their little journey has been like so far. I also don't have that many Serbian players. If we can just put that on the spot. Yeah, let's see if we can bring that up for you guys. That would be the pairings of the matches of Alessandro Di Patria early in the day. Let's just quickly cut to that if that is possible, guys. There we go. He's undefeated, like I said. Oh, no, he's not undefeated, by the way. In round 4, he lost to Mr. Lancelot.
That's a cool name.
Yeah, it is. He's unfortunately not playing the...
Noble Knights.
The Noble Knights, thank you.
And then...
But yes, what kind of decks do we see? We see Fire King, Cosmo, Exceed Monarchs, Monarch. We lost to that exact deck, Phantom Knights, Burning
So
Abyss.
we lost the mirror match.
And Exceed Monarchs. Okay, if we do that, yes, those are the other rounds after that. 1 against Domain Monarchs, and now he's going up against Luka Vulovic. All right, the guys are ready for game 2, so let's go back to the table, where we can see the opening of both of these guys. We got the cards in for Luka already.
That's a Flying Sea. There's that Karma Cut again.
There is
that wooden copy of Karma Cut.
Yeah, but I think when I said that earlier, people were already like, no, it's a staple. I always play 2 of them. So I stand corrected.
Oh, here, you can have this gift of mine. Oh.
How good would be Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries right now?
No, it would be amazing. That's the thing. It's just an auto win.
Yeah.
But the Flying Sea is pretty good as well.
If you play it, there are people who have a Denko Sekka in hand. The opponent has 5 face downs, and they are like, nope, I'm going to save it.
Now, Luke, you are not having your moment of glory. No Denko Sekkas for you.
All right. Let's see. So this is the opening of Luka Vulovic. Failing Knights, the
Pretty-
Silent Boost, Failing Knights of Ancient Cloak, Flying Sea, and Karma Cut.
Yeah,
Flying Sea's on the table?
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh, that's clever.
See, I totally missed that.
I think he's gonna, if he wants to try and get some damage in, he can far away the Flying Sea so that he can get the damage in directly, and then the Flying Sea is gonna come back. That's kind of cool. That's just a random thought of mine. It might not actually happen, but that's just a random thought. That'd be a pretty cool thing.
I totally missed the Flying Sea, to be honest. I'm not sure if it happened too fast or if I really didn't pay attention.
No, DePatria just kind of, Luca was playing his cards, and DePatria just placed it on his side of the field.
Sneaky.
Yeah, it was kind of sneaky.
In a sneaky way. Okay, maybe that's the reason why then.
Yeah.
It's also kind of mean, right? If you agree with your opponent that you're going to side out Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries, and then you still have Flying Sea, which is worse, but kind of does the same thing. No?
I guess you can, if you have, depends on like a lot of things, the extra deck and things like that, because you can use it as a synchro material. But I guess he's not playing any synchro monsters. No, he's not. Oh, other than
Virgil, but he doesn't count, of course.
He doesn't count.
All right. So good for Alessandro, I would say.
Oh, lovely. He's got a dual terminal Foolish Burial. That's nice. It's not my favorite dual terminal, but it's still pretty good.
He's also got a Maxi, Alich, and Twin Twisters. That is looking really promising, if you ask me.
Yeah, so Maxi is the thing now. Maxi's like, it's not as bad as Reaper, but it's pretty bad because you just play it and then your opponent doesn't get to play cards.
His hand traps, so to speak.
Yeah.
And they're really putting in some work for him here.
Yeah.
All right. What does Luca need here? What is a card that he really wants to see right now?
Well, this Karma Cut's going to deal with this Dante.
So that's a start. The staple is doing its job.
Yep, and then obviously the Tar Guide gets searched in the end phase.
It's interesting because it seems a little like these two guys are running low on resources, which is very untypical for Burning Abyss in general. This is the one deck that can keep going.
Yeah.
It does win most of the marathons. Maybe not all of the sprints, but most of the marathons. And it doesn't seem to be that way for Luca in this match.
Well, Luca's going to start playing some cards now. He's got double Phantom Knight monsters in his grave, so he can start doing a lot of searches with them.
Mm.
So he's going to use Boots. Lets him go search for a monster. Sorry, no, Cloak. Lets him go search for a monster. And then Boots is still in his graveyard. Lets him go search for a trap card.
Right.
I think it says spell or trap card, but I don't think there's any spells yet. There's one... can't remember if there is one.
Flying Sea
so
attacking.
it's just going to beat him down here. I remember what was the one that was used in Necros. I remember once seeing someone get beaten down with one of those confronting the sea or something.
Okay.
Can you remember what it was called?
No, I'm not sure.
The one that was used in Necros against Unicorn that banished all of your it banished your Herald of Arclight. Can't remember what it's called. But yeah, that one I once beat someone down with one of those. I was like, fine, you give me a monster,
yeah,
use it.
We've seen that in a feature match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's gloves.
It's not how it's supposed to work.
No. So there's the gloves.
And back to Alessandro.
I think he's got a great hand here. He's got a Phoenix Rhino Warrior for next turn with one of his Burning Abyss monsters. He's also got Tar Guide for this turn. Alessandro's just really set up here. Yeah, he can just deal with that back row
Yeah.
and then go crazy.
He can play it relaxed.
Yeah, I think he can just go crazy now.
in all honesty. He's got Tour Guide. He's got no back rows, so he can special summon as many Burning Abyss monsters from his hand as he wants. Obviously, once per Burning Abyss monster for this turn, but still, he can kind of put all the stuff on the board. I don't think Luca has... Oh, hold on, no. We're talking about this crazy.
Max C.
Luca actually has a Max C, yeah.
Yep.
So he's going to Tour Guide, and then straight away, he's playing that Max C.
That card makes all the difference right now.
Yeah, definitely. Otherwise, and what's worse is that Alessandro here, although he gets to pick exactly which Burning Abyss monster he wants, he has to play Dante.
Yeah. Is he going to go for the Max C challenge, where he just summons enough monsters to try and finish his opponent in the same turn?
No, I don't think he can win now. I don't think he can win straight away. He keeps on going, though. Yeah, obviously he sees the investment in that Beatrice well worth it.
Yeah, I was about to joke that he's trying to take out his opponent because we've seen that before.
Yeah. Ooh, Gammasil. I just saw Gammasil. That's pretty interesting.
Sorry, what?
Gammasil. The
Gammasil, the sea turtle kaiju.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yeah, so Luca just drew that. Maybe he can somehow be able to just stick that on his opponent's side of the field, and then it's kind of weird. They're both going to end up with a card on their side of the field they don't want. And the thing with Burning Abyss is that that's a bad thing when you've both got a card on your side of the field that you don't want, because all of the Burning Abyss monsters just blow up as soon as they hit the board, and there's no other Burning Abyss monsters. Yeah, so like Sir's effect isn't going to be useful here unless he. Okay, so this would be the kind of really. I was just thinking to myself, maybe this would be the right time to make that cool Fafa play I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
You know, temporarily remove the flying sea and say, okay, well, you've given me a Garmasil. You're not going to be able to get through this Garmasil as well as win, as well as me putting this Dante on the board. You know, maybe that would be the opportunity for that. But he's he's decided against it. He's obviously got just the Dante back. But I think that would have been pretty cool play.
Not too shabby though.
No, definitely not. I just think that would have been quite a nifty little play. I'm sure that must be on his radar of plays to do. Definitely. It must have come up at least once.
It's so interesting how this game has suddenly shifted again, because Lucas, he's got a couple more cards in his hand now, thanks to that Maxi that was really putting in some extra hours. Now with 4 more cards in his hand. And is he finally going to get rid of his Flying Sea? Doesn't look like that.
I mean, he can attack it into the Garmasil, but that's like 1,700 damage.
That's a pretty bad trade, I guess.
Is it 1,700? Yeah, I think it's like 1,700 damage you would take. That's a lot. That's a lot to try and get rid of a Flying Sea. I mean, let's be honest though. There was times during the Necros format where you would see Burning Abyss players attacking that into like a Unicorn, for example.
Okay, he's finally going to get rid of the Flying Sea. That is some big news for him.
Yeah, so that must have been negated by Alec. So that's good. That's what he wants. So, but the thing is, Alessandro had Max C, so he's just going to keep drawing cards now if his opponent tries to make any moves. That's terribly ironic, though, isn't it? Watching a Dante have a Flying Sea underneath it.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, yeah. It's good of you pointing it out. Yeah, it's extremely weird. And well, basically, Alessandro Di Patria is returning the favor with his Maxi.
Yeah.
And yeah, where's Luca going to go from here?
I think, in all honesty, Luca doesn't get hit as hard by Maxi because the Phantom Knight part of his engine kind of says, okay, I'm just going to wait and I'm just going to get a few trap cards and set these trap cards. That helps a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, Fogblade. Oof. Fogblade's pretty good. It's a searchable Fiendish Chain.
Yeah.
That is also a Spell Speed 2 Monster Reborn.
Well, it's one of the main reasons why Phantom Knights are being played.
Yeah.
Yeah. Without it...
Yeah, I mean, when you put it that way, it's pretty good. Spell Speed 2 Monster Reborn. It's almost like I wanted to say Call of the Haunted. Right. You can use it the turn it goes to the graveyard, however.
So again, where do we go from here?
I think this is kind of what
There's
I
a
was
special
talking
summon
about.
and there's a draw. Okay.
Yeah. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is kind of the
yeah.
Both players are established.
I'm aware.
This is now going to grind and grind and grind and grind until one of the players is able to make a big move. Like, where's our very famous Karma Cut? I think that's already been used, hasn't it?
Well.
So I don't think he's going to be able to use that. Let's have a look at these side decks once more.
I kind of miss Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's also fun when you offer your opponent to not side into them. Your opponent agrees, and then his side out. You put one card on the side because you only have one in your side deck. That's of course that is not the case here because both of these guys are going for 3 copies. Just imagine how insulting that would be for your opponent.
Alessandro Di Patria actually has Vanity's Fiend in his side deck, so that would be quite a big blowout card.
Yeah, it's also a good way to get rid of a kaiju if you really have to.
Yeah. Let's have a look here for Luca. He's playing 1 Mischief of the Gnomes. I loved that card. I loved that card during Necros format. It was actually pretty cool. You can banish it to drop all the levels on the field and in the hands. So when you played things like the Unicorn play with Kaleidoscope, or if you tried any of the other level plays, it just wouldn't work because the monsters were the wrong level.
I think I just missed my cue because this is the point in time where I was supposed to say, oh, those were the days. Because now it's no longer the current format, so of course we can all
agree that it was
romanticize
awesome
and be like, oh yeah, it was the best format ever. Oh, Necros every night. I was being so happy. Rob is staring at me like, what? No, but
he didn't like it. I loved Necros. I really liked Necros.
I noticed.
As soon as it came out in Japan, I was straight on it. I was practicing with my friends with that deck.
Nobody's playing it anymore, though.
No, that's because there's no cards left.
Well, it rained 1.5 years. That must do.
What is that? Oh, it's a Giga Brilliant. Okay, he's going for
Number
Corbage. Yeah, he's going for Corbage.
So is that another card for the Maxi? Yes.
Oh.
That's a second Flying Sea?
What?
Whoa. And that's it. He's like, yeah. That is that. I can't do anything after that.
Really? I thought that flying... Yeah, okay, yeah. I thought the Flying Sea could only be... I guess, yeah, you could use it when you did that play as well. That makes sense. Wow, okay. Well, that was a much quicker game than I was expecting.
Yeah. I told you Alessandro Di Patria is pretty competitive in the feature match area.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I was expecting that to be over much sooner. Much
later.
Yeah.
See, we didn't disappoint you guys there.
Yeah,
but these flying seas, plural.
Yeah.
They were putting in some overtime for Alessandro.
Poor
and
guy.
I'm really curious to know who asked, do we not want to side into Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries?
I bet it was Alessandro.
So he tells his opponent, hey, we're going to side out the best anti-card. And then I got a second one. All right. That was quite an interesting game.
Yeah.
Not the way we imagine it to play out.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you want to talk about when it comes to the deck lists of these guys? Is there any super interesting choices here?
I think Spell Canceller was pretty interesting for Alessandro. We saw that was being played a lot at the beginning of the kind of the Pendulum era, not Cliff Odds, but when the kind of the Performer Pal Pendulums started. We just got a note from our technical director that was quite amusing. Spell Canceller, pretty interesting card when the Pendulum deck started around. Luca's side deck was a little all over the place.
The Kaiju didn't really do anything in the end.
No. He's only playing 1 copy of System Down. I don't know. Some people like playing 1 copies of things in their extra deck. I'm not a fan of that.
Well, it's a silver bullet. If you draw it in the right time, can make all the difference. And I mean, we've seen some interesting silver bullets. We've seen a Dark Magician being sided in a feature match. So
did we?
Yeah, we did at one point. Where a player basically told his friends, hey, I have 1 more slot in my extra deck. I'm going to play a Dark Magician, and if I'm going to be on the stream, I'm going to side into it. And he did.
Right. Okay.
And he won with it.
Right.
That was basically we went into overdrive when the opponent was passing, and we saw that there was an opening to summon Dark Magician and win the game with it. I mean, he had one anyway, right? So it's not like, oh, okay, that was like the coolest move ever. It was legendary.
Wow. Yeah. Well,
legend. Wait for it.
I mean, Dark Magician's a legend in his own right.
It is.
He is the ultimate wizard in terms of attack and defense.
Yeah, I know. I know that for a fact. I've translated this card like 25 times, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every time
Then
the card gets, it's going to be in
wizard.
another set, we have to look at the card text again. And there are certain cards where I no longer just look. I'm just like typing it up without thinking about it.
Right. Okay.
Blue Eyes White Dragon would be one of those cards as well.
Okay. Well, quote us the Blue Eyes White Dragon text then. I mean, if you've translated it so many times.
The thing is, I know the German card text.
Oh,
it's an ultimate weapon of destructions. Few have seen him and survived. Something like that. I know the exact German text. Honestly,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe our German audience would like to hear it at some point, but not right now.
Die ultimative Zerstörungsmaschine. It's German is a forceful language, you know that. So it's quite impressive.
That was quite impressive. So Alessandro, again, this strange anti-spell fragrance main deck. That's really weird.
Right.
I guess he must have tested and thought that was good.
Well, I mean, he's X1.
Yeah.
6 wins, 1 loss. Not too bad. Not too bad.
His only loss was to Burning Abyss Phantom Knights. I think this comes back to talking about the North American World Championship qualifier. He's thought to himself, okay, no one's gonna play Burning Abyss because it got beat at the North American World Championship qualifier. It's that whole kind of 1 step or 2 steps ahead.
Yeah.
How far do you want to go? How many steps ahead?
You want to go the right amount.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
question is always, what is the right amount?
Yeah.
Maybe if we can bring up the history of Luca to get a quick glimpse of how he played in the first few rounds. It was Vulovic. We just go, and
let's have a quick look.
That could be interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's have a quick look at who.
Let's take a quick look at
Luca
what decks Luca was going up against. If we can bring up his pairings, that would be great. And then we can see what he. I think he's also got one loss, just like now
against Monarchs.
Now it's 2 losses. But yes, Monarchs in the second round were not perfect for his tiebreaker, but also not the end of the world. With 2 losses, you can still go all the way.
Yeah.
And
then
did win against Phantom Knights.
And then we see him.
Did win against Phantom Knights, Burning Abyss.
He's played a lot of Burning Abyss.
Yeah, actually he did.
Yeah.
If he does his very own personal metagame breakdown of what decks he went up against, it's very different from what you would expect from a tournament as a whole. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We're going to take a very short break, and then we try to bring back Alessandro Di Patria from Italy for a little post-game interview. Ask him a couple of tough questions. He's going to have the right answers, and then we're going to be back with another feature match eventually. And we're back, like I promised, with Alessandro Di Patria from Italy, who just won our Round 7 feature match. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You said earlier you want to have a feature match. You're playing something creative.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a Burning Abyss deck, but you can definitely tell you made some choices of your own.
Okay, so I went to the Euros because I expected a lot of Monarch. So why I play Scolding and Anti-Spell which is basically a gene lock for the Monarch deck.
Right.
So if you draw both of them with Beatrice, is basically game. Like. And also for Pendulum. This deck is not very good in the mirror because of just Scolding and Anti-Spell Fragrance. But I fixed the matchup, with Maxi in the main deck.
Okay, yeah. Speaking of Maxi, hand traps in general were working really well for you this match.
Yeah, I tried Veiler before the event, but Veiler just not as good as Maxi. And I don't need more than just Scolding and Spell, which is also against Monarch, so I had to put Maxi for the mirror match.
Right. So prior to the game, we thought this is going to take a long time. We thought this is going to be a grind game and it's going to be back and
mirror
forth.
match?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it didn't play out that way. The first game was over relatively quickly.
Yeah, he bricked, so...
Yeah. So you would say it's more that his deck let him down rather than you playing in some perfect way or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly. Right. So after the first game, you got this victory. You're going to the side decks, and somebody suggested not siding into the Ghost Reaper Winter Cherries. Who offered that? Was it you? Or was
I did. Because it's just not fair to play. Just you drop Ghost Reaper and you basically in the mirror match is. Fatality. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good word. It's a good word.
Good.
It works in the English language as well. But doesn't it seem a little bit sneaky when you say, let's side it out, and then you got the flying C?
Yeah.
That's quite mean. I mean, I wouldn't say it's unsportsmanlike conduct, but what did he say when you played the first flying C? Did he complain?
Not at all, but he was like, oh my gosh.
You got more good answers. Yeah, okay. Right. So the Flying C is your secret weapon in a way?
Yeah.
It worked really well, this match.
Yeah, it does.
This match was a pretty good proof that Flying C is a really good card.
Good card. Yeah.
Let's talk about your other side deck cards. You got the Spell Cancelers.
Yeah, Spell Cancelers is good against Monarch because they only have the main Monarch has only I think Hidea and Heidos as an out to Spell Canceller.
Yeah.
And the extra deck maybe has more out, but the deck has a lot of spells. And basically, if you have Beatrice and Spell Canceller, which you can make with just 3 cards, which is Terrortop, Burning Abyss, and another one, so you can make Spell Canceller.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, and did this work for you this weekend? Did you play against Monarchs before?
Yeah, I played against 5 Monarchs.
Okay.
I 2-0 everyone.
Okay.
I lost only the mirror match because of Cherry Blossom, Winter Blossom,
Actually,
whatever.
we saw that, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And did you offer him to side them out?
In Swiss on the future match.
Not in the feature match, earlier when you played against the other guy.
No, I did not.
Okay, so you learned something.
I forgot.
It's a good technique. It's a good strategy, if you ask me. All right. What else do we have? We have Vanity's Fiend,
which is for Pendulum and Cosmo.
Right. And you're not playing, except for Raigeki, of course. You're not playing any one-offs. You're always playing 2 or even 3 copies of the cards in your side deck. What is the strategy there? You're 100% certain these are the best cards in your side deck?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
I play only the best card for that mirror matches. So mirror match for that matchup.
Yeah. So you always say, okay, this is the best card in this match.
I play 3. I want to see them early.
What cards? Because this is hard for players that are a little bit new to the game, not as experienced and as successful as you are. What cards do you typically side out of your main deck?
Against mirror or what?
Generally speaking, like against mirror. Let's start there.
Against mirror.
Anti-spell fragrance.
Anti-spell fragrance for sure. Anti-spell. And to Scolding, or even 3 if I have to side in Cherry Blossom. So I take out 7 traps for 3 Fancy and 3 Winter Blossom.
Okay, yeah. And let's go against one of the other popular decks, against Pendulum maybe. What would you do there?
No, I did not play any Pendulum this week.
Yeah, but if you were, like, what would you take out?
So just 3 Vanity's Fiend, maybe Raigeki.
Right.
For
Okay, so you don't come with a boarding plan. You're making it up as it happens.
Yeah.
All right. Is it how much can you prepare prior to the tournament? Because obviously you're not like, okay, I'm always going to take out these cards, put in these cards. So you're deciding from game to game, right?
Yeah, before an event.
Oh, yeah. How much do you do before the event and how much do you do in the event? So you're testing a lot prior to the event?
Yeah, I play completely online because my city has no locals.
Yeah.
And no good players. So online has a lot of good players,
Right,
lot
right.
of play style, different play style. So I prefer to play online.
And then you try to figure out the best strategies.
Yeah, also with friends from another state. So
yeah. Okay, well, it seems to be working really well for you. You are a one-time national champion, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we got top 4 last year's European Championship and top 8 at YCS Rimini.
It was a great year.
Yeah, it was a really good year for you.
It was a great year.
All right, let's see if you can follow it up this year.
Yeah, I hope.
All right, guys. That was it from our little booth. We're going to be right back with another cool highlight segment. I think, I'm not 100% sure if we got enough highlights in this very contested match that was suddenly over kind of unexpectedly. And with that, we're going to sign off and see you guys in just a second. Rob did the impossible. He found a number of highlights in this cool match that we just had.
I found a few. I mean, he was a bit quick, and then you kind of look at it, and it's, oh, but it's Burning Abyss, and they're doing what Burning Abyss does, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So I found a couple of interesting things.
I want to say, just seriously, because people might get the wrong impression, I think for a mirror match where you say this is normally taking forever, it's a grindy match and everything, this was quite entertaining.
Yeah, it was quite entertaining. It was very short.
Yeah, that's
for a change,
the only
for a mirror match like that.
Yeah.
And that kind of tells towards scale. I mean, there was a few things that was in that match that was just kind of, I would say, cheeky. Cheeky is the easiest word to say to describe that. I mean, let's move on to highlight number 1.
All right.
Let's have a quick chat and get straight into it. Okay, highlight number 1. Not quite sure.
We do see the anti-spell fragrance on Alessandro's side.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure this is actually recorded correctly. If it has, it's taking the long route. Essentially, what I was trying to show here, it was just before this, was the fact that he had the Beatrice down, and for the first time we saw some of the Phantom Knight cards coming out. So finally, we saw the idea is that you've got access to cards such as Fogblade, which negated the Beatrice, and then the Beatrice was banished, so he didn't get the Foolish Burial effect.
Right.
But as I say, it doesn't look like it's recorded correctly for this one.
All right. Well, it does happen, but you ran us through it, yeah.
Okay. So let's try for highlight number 2.
Let's try highlight number 2 if we have some. This is actually in between games.
This one is where they decided on a gentleman's agreement, as I believe the players like to call them, is that they would both get rid of the Ghost Winter Cherry. Ghost Reef Winter Cherry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very sweet. It's very short, but still very sweet.
Now,
and just now in the post-game interview, I don't know if you paid attention.
Yeah.
Alessandro said, well, of course I offer that because I still have the flying C.
Yes, and this is one of the reasons why I have always told players, if somebody is offering you a gentleman's agreement, it means don't take it. Because they're saying, oh, well, this card messes up your deck, doesn't it? And it's like, oh, yeah, it messes up mine as well. Should we get rid of this? Yeah. And it's like, cue evil laughter. Yeah, it's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely just don't want to go for it.
It was definitely sneaky, but well within what you're allowed to do.
Yeah, you're allowed
like,
to do it.
It's
not at all.
It's not cheating.
It's not a problem at all.
It's basically your fault if you're falling for it.
Yeah.
And so in that way, great strategy. Just like the game before where we saw somebody discarding his only answer to a Denko Sekka to trick the opponent into believing he has a second answer.
Now, I actually had a chat with him on the way out.
Oh, okay.
I caught him just as I was heading out
We're digressing a bit, yeah.
Yeah. He actually told me he did not see Denko Sekka coming whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
He did not think that it was ever going to hit the field. So.
All right.
So that was just a little bit of insight of what happened earlier.
Well, I guess that's good news because he would have probably turned pale white and we would have had to call the ambulance or something. All right.
Now let's
back
head on
to this.
to highlight number 3.
All right. This is
when Flying C first hits the field.
Right.
So basically what we're seeing there is, it's a very short one just because we had a few technical issues and that's all we could get of it.
We got the message.
Flying C finally hit the field and you kind of saw the deck just shut down.
Yeah.
It wasn't going anywhere
You
further.
can actually also tell, I think, in the body language a little bit. When Alessandro played it in the most casual of ways, it's like, oh, by the way, I got a little something for you.
Yeah.
There you go. And like at first, I didn't even notice it hitting play because he did it like that. And then his opponent, you could tell he was suddenly shuffling his cards faster, getting like, oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
There's nothing I can do.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what Flying C does. It used to be huge, kind of like a long time ago, and now you're still kind of seeing it every so often, but in this format, it's just completely destroying it. Especially because we have so many Burning Abyss, Phantom Knight Burning Abyss that want to XC summon. It also kind of hurts Pendulum decks as well.
Right.
Just because, you know.
It's not a bad card.
It's not a bad card at all.
Not at all, yeah.
Now, if we head over to highlight number 4, this is where he started getting his answers. The Glamour Seal's already basically on the field there, as you can see. But it was essentially, here is a field that my opponent has that I'm kind of struggling with because I have a Flying C. What do I have? I have the Gamma Seal, which is... Basically, what I want to say was, Kaijus are really good. Like, you splash them into any deck, you've got an engine there now that can say, oh, I've got all these impossible things for me to get over, but now I can just get rid of something of my opponents because I have this 2100 attack card, which I'm just going to get over.
Yeah, that's certainly true, and Luke pointed out in that situation, now we have this very unique standoff between two cards that the players themselves did not play. It was always the opponent. Like, we have a Flying C on one side of the table where the guy's like, I don't want this guy in front of me. And his opponent, Alessandro, is like, what is this gigantic turtle doing there? I don't want this card in front of me.
It's going to stop me from playing all of my Burning Abyss cards. So
very funny situation.
Yeah. Now, can we go to highlight number 5? Okay, this was where it's gone a bit further on from where we did actually stop it, but this is basically where he finally got rid of that Flying C.
Right.
Where he finally was able to start his plays just by negating it. I believe he used Alec for that, didn't he?
And that was, he did. It was actually quite a skillful play. Because you don't always realize that you can use a card like Alec on your own cards.
Yeah.
And we got to give him kudos for that. And then he used, like Luke said, it doesn't get more ironic than that, using a Flying C to perform an Exceed summon.
Yeah. I mean, Alec is basically your way around that, because it's not... Flying C isn't a Burning Abyss monster. Alec's going away, so you just negate it, meaning you can overlay, you can start getting where you're going.
Yeah.
But then that's when we kind of started to see the Phantom Knight engine kind of going full force, banishing itself, getting cards, searching, starting to get that engine going.
It was a bit too little too late, I guess.
It was too late. That's where we get to highlight number 6.
All right. There we go.
Here we go. Where the last Flying C came down.
Ah, yeah, the second
one.
Immediately the handshake.
Immediately the handshake.
At first, because Lucas still has so many cards, at the very first moment when the Flying C hits the table, you can't help but be like, did he just win? Because he has 2 monsters and everything, but because it is Luca who is extending the hand, and then afterwards, immediately afterwards, you could see in the body language. You could totally tell. He was like, yeah, this is over.
Yeah. Well, he had those 2 big cards, but his opponent could now carry on making cards, and he can't.
Yeah.
His turn has stopped at that point.
And
he can deck some damage in, but that's all he can do.
And that's such a different concept of, I don't know, 7 years ago or something, when a Cyber Dragon was like the biggest card you could play. It's like, oh, I can play this for free. It has 2,100 attack. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Like nowadays, I got 2 guys, both have more than 2,100 attack.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I can't do anything.
Yeah.
It's your game.
Yeah. That's just how it works these days, because there's so many things, many little combos that will just kick off your turn.
Yeah.
And then you know your opponent's going to get that because the decks are so refined these days.
I don't remember the exact cards in his hand in that situation, but do you agree for the most part with him immediately scooping at that moment?
I think at that point he'd lost. There wasn't much that he could really do. I mean, even if it was a bit of a I give up, I think at that point, after seeing the second Flying Sea come down, I mean, he probably hit his morale a little bit to have been told to get rid of his get rid of his Ghost Reapers, to just suddenly have.
Well, Alessandro also learned his lesson. I mean, we just learned it in the interview. He played against another mirror match, and back then, it's not like it happened well, it did happen hours ago. I was about to say days ago. But yes, back then he forgot to ask his opponent his little trick question as a loaded question. And he lost. And that's, he said, that is why I lost. I lost to this card.
It's his strategy for the mirror match.
So
it's to say, "Sure, we get rid of this card."
It's not a bad strategy at all. Yeah, it's a bit sneaky, but
cheeky. I like the word cheeky.
Cheeky is a better word, I guess. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much for going with us over the match again.
Oh, I will mention that I was going to be looking for max C plays. They were too long for me to be able to really call it a highlight.
Yeah.
I think the most cards that was drawn by max C during that game, there was 2 instances where 3 cards were drawn and 1 where 5 was drawn.
Yeah.
So the max C challenge was taken pretty much every time.
Pretty much, yes. We should totally have a highlight reel that goes in like 4 times the normal speed, and we just see max C and then draw. Yeah. And while we're at it, we should totally take another look at the feature match that we had at the German Nationals, where somebody received the Max C challenge. He was on the receiving end. He's like, okay, I'm going to take your deck out now.
Yeah.
And he did just that. Like on the second attempt. The first time it didn't work, but he made his opponent draw like 20 cards or something. Second time he was 37 cards in, and he was like, you want me to keep going? Because he could. Like,
yeah.
That was one of the craziest things I've ever seen on the stream. But for some reason, it got old really, really quickly. The second time we had the same guy on the stream, people were like, oh, not again, this deck out. Like, I'm like, seriously? This was one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
It's very cool.
And then not 2 rounds later, but like 5 rounds later the next day, people were like, oh, I'm getting tired of this. Like, that happened rather quickly. All right. Don't want to spoil the party. We got one more round today. It's just one more round today, round 8. The last round of Swiss that we're going to play today. And it's time for a little bit of a wrap-up because we might not have the time prior to round 8. Like I said, 8 rounds today, 3 more rounds tomorrow. And then we're going to perform a cut down to the top 64 players.
Yes. And then we will basically be saying who is the best players in all the territories that the European office covers, not just Europe.
Yeah, which is also, of course, Israel, like we learned last year when Aido Marquez said, I'm going to put my country on the map for real, and he became the European champion. We got South African champion here.
Yep.
I don't know if we have any other players from South Africa, probably not.
I'm not sure.
Like the last few years, it was always like the champion is like, yes, I'm going to get the free flight, and his friends were like, yeah, I would like to, but it's a little bit of a longer trip. So, yeah, it's like when you're from Australia and you win the trip to the World Championship. It sounds really amazing, but then you fly for 16 hours, depending on where it is.
Yeah.
Suddenly it's not so fun anymore. But when you're there, everything changes. When you're there, I mean, it's Orlando, Florida. It's Disneyland is close by, so things you can
do. Definitely, definitely.
All right, guys. That's it for now. One more round today. I'm going to take another short break, then we're going to be back with our last feature match of the day.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the European Championship. We are here looking at the prizes that these players will be receiving, and I'm here with Matt Bell.
Hey guys, how you doing? So what we've got here is just a very small amount of the actual prizing that will be given out at this WCQ. We have the current YCS prize card Minerva, the super rare edition, and the trophies.
with all the other stuff that we're giving away for the top performing players, I think the most coveted prize from this event is one of those seats at the World Championship table.
Yeah, yeah.
Only 4 players from Europe will go to represent
the entire of our territory.
Well, we also have the Dragon Duelist that we also send. So, yeah, but we have these players that are going to represent us on the world stage later this year in Florida, and that's not an easy position to be in. The entire world watching. And that's where you want to be. And then you've got probably the 2 most difficult matches that you have to play in your Yu-Gi-Oh career will be the top 8 of the WCQ to decide whether or not you are going to Worlds and get your trophy. And the second most difficult match will be the top 8 of the World Championship.
Yeah.
Because obviously if you're going to Worlds, you're confident you're going to win, right?
Yeah.
And then that decides whether or not you get one of the prize cards in the top 4 slot. But this is going to be a great weekend. This is just, as we said, a small amount of the prizing we're giving away. And if you're interested in the Super Rare Minerva, I can point out for European territories that the LLDS will be awarding Minerva prize cards, so that you will have a second chance to get hold of these in your territories a little later this year, starting August.
Yeah. So I mean, it's one of the most prestigious things that can happen in Europe is gaining this ability to go to the World Championships. We've not had a UK one for a while.
UK player, no.
Yeah.
No, we talked about this a little bit earlier. The last UK player we have, I don't remember his name. The only thing I remember is we can't all be a master, and I don't remember who the player was. But
yeah,
that was the last UK player. There was a joke about something, and that's why I remember that. But
yeah.
We haven't had a UK player attend the event, but this is so much bigger than just the UK. This is the entirety of the Europe territory.
Exactly.
And honestly, we see some of the strongest competition coming out of Germany and Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Ido Marcus coming from Israel, which is relatively small territory, yet he won the European Championship last year. He finished he finished second place in his nationals this year.
Yep.
He's going to be defending his title. He should put up a very strong performance. He was 5th place at the World Championships. Playing things like Mystic Tomato and Kinetic Soldier. This is just the legend of Ido Marcus.
He's very off-the-wall player.
Yeah, he's just a great guy as well. I fully expect to see him perform quite well tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll see if it carries on. I mean, I tell you what, that you got to be brave to take Mystic Tomato and Kinetic Soldier to the World Championships.
Yeah. Worked out for him though.
Yeah.
To a point.
Yeah, it did. It was like we were watching it and we're like, is he actually playing Kinetic Soldier? And it was to beat up the Colossalus in the hero matchup. And yeah, the other guys from Europe also did very well. Jorg daring it with Harpies. You know, I think that was overly ambitious, but Jorg, he is a national champion of Poland this year as well, so he's also back competing for one of these top slots. And it's going to be a great weekend, and I can't wait to see who we're sending to Worlds this year.
No, neither can I. So that's all from us for now. Stay tuned for even more live coverage of the European Championships 2016.
My name is Rob Hooley, and joining me is Luke Withington.
Hey, guys.
Now, you may recognize these players all around me from last year, from the prize ceremony. We'd like to, them to introduce themselves.
Yeah, my name is Jörg Müller. I'm 28 years old. I'm from Berlin, so I had a very short wait to get here. And yeah, I played Necros last year. I finished 2nd place. And yeah, I played Harpies at Worlds, became 20th place, and it was a very great experience.
Hi, I'm Ido Marcus. I'm from Israel, Tel Aviv. I played Shadol's last championship and I won. And during Worlds, I got 5th with Heroes.
Sono Alessandro Di Patria, vivo in Italia e l'anno scorso sono arrivato terzo all'Europeo di Dublino con Burning Abyss e quindi mi sono qualificato per il mondiale e così.
My name is Alessandro Di Patria. I came 3rd last year playing Burning Abyss in the previous European Championship, and that's how I qualified to the World Championship.
Thank you very much. Now, you may notice that we're missing a body. Ricardo Loggia, he is actually judging this weekend. We couldn't find him today, but rest assured we will have a one-on-one with him at some point. just to see kind of what his story is. Luke?
Yeah, so can you guys tell us a little bit about the tournaments that you've played in since we last saw you in Dublin, and how you qualified for this tournament?
Yeah, I played the West Rumini, West Prague, the Poland National Championship, which I won and qualified in additional time, I guess. And yeah, and awards, obviously. Yeah.
I got second in my nationals, and also played a few of the regionals, and plus I'm qualified because of last year.
Alessandro, what tournaments have you been playing since Dublin last year, and how did you qualify for this event?
Alessandro.
Dopo Dublino ho giocato l'ICS di Rimini e ho giocato un mesetto fa il nazionale italiano e così, questo.
After Dublin, I played YCS Rimini and I played the last Italian National Championship.
Thank you very much. Now, the reason we're all sat here is because, well, all of you went to the World Championships in Kyoto, Japan. So we just want to ask a couple of questions about that, your experiences whilst you were there. Now, from what I understand, some of you had to take some crazy routes to actually get there. I think it was you, Jorg. You had a fair few stops that you had to go on to be able to get over to Japan, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was like Berlin to Helsinki, Helsinki to Osaka, I believe, and then with the bus to Kyoto. Yeah.
I took a flight to Turkey, to Istanbul, and then a direct flight to Kyoto, so my trip was kind of easy.
Qual è la tua rotta per andare a Giappone dall'Italia?
Ci sono stati, non ricordo la prima fermata, però comunque siamo arrivati in Giappone, abbiamo preso il pullman che siamo arrivati al mondiale.
I don't remember exactly the first stop, but once we get to Japan and get the bus, everything went smooth from there.
Thank you very much. So let's talk a little bit about how you prepared for the World Championships. It's a very unique event. You know, there was only a few of you that were representing the entire of the European force from the European Championships. How did you actually prepare for that? You know, it's a different Forbidden Limited list, different card pool. You know, how did you prepare for such a special event?
Actually, I made a Facebook group, introduced a lot of people, all I know, and we discussed a few deck choices, and actually came up with Tapius because I predicted a lot of Clifford and Satella Knight decks. But in the end, I played against Necros.
I did a brainstorming with my friends about what is going to be the meta, and we agreed it's going to be probably Taylor Knights and Cliffords, and we didn't took Necros at all as a count. So I chose Heroes to be the best counter to these strategies, because Heroes can use Masked Hero Acid to nuke the entire spell and trap field, and I played the Mystic Tomato to help me get the Dark Law faster.
Ho testato completamente online perché comunque io vivo lontano dai miei amici, quindi non ho potuto testare con gli amici e comunque ho deciso di giocare Hero, però apparentemente è stata una brutta scelta.
I decided to play a lot offline because I couldn't really play a lot with my friends. At the end, I decided to play Hero, and it didn't seem the best choice for the tournament.
So it sounds like you all you didn't just rely on your own brain to sit and think about this. You all took all of your friends and various people you knew and really took all the power that you had within your group of friends to try and make the best deck you could. Was everyone quite receptive? Were they all kind of, you know, quite happy to help, you think? Yeah? Yeah? That's good.
You guys were in Kyoto in Japan which is an absolutely beautiful place to be. I mean, surely you went and saw the sights. I mean, what was your favorite part about being in Kyoto?
I believe it was the bus trip with the, I don't know, the firework, and it was very nice. All the lighting torches and stuff, and yeah, it was very beautiful, I guess.
For me, it wasn't actually in Kyoto because I took the train to Osaka, and it was amazing for me.
Non so dire veramente il miglior posto, cioè la miglior cosa del Giappone, perché io amo il Giappone, quindi qualsiasi cosa era in Giappone a me piaceva.
I really love Japan, so I can't really choose what was my favorite moment, as everything was a blast.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I've never been to Japan personally, so I'm extremely jealous of all of you.
So I am as well.
Yeah. Now, you were being watched by millions of people, basically. I think we got over 1 million watchers for that stream. I mean, knowing that, how did you deal with that pressure? I mean, you had all eyes on you for that weekend.
It was actually very hard. I believe I misplayed 2 times on stream. I forgot to search for hysteric sign and happiest a few times, but yeah, it was I was a bit nervous, I guess, but actually it was kind of nice.
My feature match in Worlds was amazing. It took like 5 minutes, and it was, if I remember correctly, he opened Thunder King with 2 sets, and I had Hero Leaves and Mask Change, so I acid turn 1, and the second duel had like 2 or 3 kinetics on the field, so it was really amazing. Yeah, I remember it. It was very fun.
Per me era ok, perché comunque non sono un ragazzo che va molto spesso sotto pressione, quindi è stato normale.
For me, I usually work under pressure, so for me it was okay, and it did not affect me so much.
I think that's all we've got time for here, Rob.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
well, thank you very much for watching. We will be getting back to the games very, very soon. Enjoy the next round.
We all like took a little walk down memory lane, and it sometimes it sounds to people like we used to have more fun back in the days. Would you say that is true, or is it just different, or how would you describe that?
I think it's a different kind of fun, because being a player out there and being able to go behind the scenes and actually kind of being able to influence what's going on is so much nicer than back then. Because back then I enjoyed playing, it was great, and I was trying to win, I was trying to get to be the best that I could be. But now I think what I'm more interested in is helping everybody else have a good time that I used to have. And that brings a lot of enjoyment to me.
I think we just missed an opportunity to bring in the theme song after you said I wanted to be the best. And then
yeah, no, just a little bit of miss. And something else that I wanted to actually mention before when we were talking about when we kind of first got into everything, your first tournament that you just brought was actually the first tournament that I ever did coverage as well.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah, me and Luke got a little bit of a link there. Yeah, sorted, definitely.
What about you, Matt?
Well, nowadays I just usually get known as that guy who banned my cards. Yeah. So times have changed. For me now, it's actually something we get a lot of feedback for. A lot of people think that like the Konami is just out there to take your money away from you and stuff. And actually, that's not true. We put a lot of time and effort into the creation of cards because I had such a great experience with that game. It's such a huge part of my life. I want people, when they open their booster packs, to have that experience. And I face lots of different problems where you go through all the testing and you're trying to find infinite loops and you catch things that you weren't expecting. And of course, in an ever-growing card pool like 7,000 cards, it is a massive headache when you go through the development cycle. Because even on the very first day of release of a booster, players will play like 1 million hours like of that set immediately. And we just don't have that time in development. So a lot of my challenges are very different from what they used to be, which is trying to win the tournament. and eventually go to the World Championships. Now I get to go to the World Championships, and I just have all the stresses of making your cards for it. So yeah, different things, but I still love it. I still absolutely love working on the brand. I think I had that moment where I was reminded again how invested I was when I saw the movie earlier this year in Japan, and I came out of the cinema, I sat down and went, no, that was actually fantastic. This was totally worth it. Everything was worth it, and that's kind of where I am now, and leading the team back home as well, which is fun. Dom's never short of energy. I'll give him that.
To say the least. What about you, Luke?
Yeah, I think it's a very different kind of fun of how it used to be. I always kind of enjoyed that, doing the organizing, and really enjoyed judging. I guess I never really got most of my enjoyment out of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I really enjoyed understanding all the rules, and obviously I enjoyed playing, but I really liked to understand the rules and all the complex gameplay that happens and all the combos and things like that. I enjoyed that kind of studying research part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Rather than the actual winning and doing well at tournaments. I guess some people might say just because I couldn't do well at tournaments, you know. I enjoyed the different things. I really enjoyed judging. I mean, and now, you know, as Rob said, I've got to the point now. I'm recently started working for Konami, and it's a real privilege to be able to make a difference to all those different players. It's a good way to look at it. It really is. I mean, there's you know, various projects that I'm working on at the moment that just, I think to myself, I would love to have this as a player, and really trying to think and put myself back in my shoes of me being a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, and think people would love this, and you know, really trying hard and working on those projects to just make it better for everyone. That's my one goal.
Since you're kind of new in the job, is it any way like what you expected, or is it totally different?
Totally different. Totally different. It was just, I knew that it didn't matter what I would be doing on a day-to-day basis, that I was doing it for the love of the game, and it didn't really matter, and that's really what's happened. It doesn't matter what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis. I know at the end of the day that I'm really trying my best to make it better and just contribute, and that's the way that I see it.
Right.
And I just didn't realize how, you know, it wasn't through lack of you know, kind of appreciation, just that I didn't until now get to see just how much work goes into all the different things that go on. Events like this, you know, this beautiful venue that we're sat in, there's just so much work that goes into it. Matt you know, spends hours and hours and hours working on the Forbidden Limited lists or the various cards that come out, and you know, we've got Dom who, you know, all the beautiful artwork that we see.
Kind of weird when you spend hours and hours on the list, it comes out and within seconds people are tearing it apart.
Yeah, and it's just really funny that, you know, everyone in the office, I could go on forever about everyone's different jobs they do, but everyone's just so passionate, and you know, it's Dom who really led me to that privilege state. I really do feel it's a privilege to work on all this stuff, because, you know, getting to see the people being happy about it at the end of the day, that really just keeps me going.
It's kind of hard for me to say, because a lot of things have happened kind of accidentally. Like I played, and I loved playing at the time, and then I started translating the rulings, and I liked that as well. I was like, oh, this is cool. There's like a logic to it, and it's a world of its own. And then I started judging, and after a very short time, like after 1 year or so, because I was answering so many questions on message boards, and I could answer any question back in the day, I thought, okay, this needs to be like all you need to know to be like the best judge in the world. And then only like in the next tournament, there was a small kid crying, and I had literally no idea what to do and how to handle it. And then it like dawned on me, oh, there's so much more to this. It's not just the rules. If you want to be a good judge, you also need to be able to do, well, manage people for the most part. And then I got into that, and that was interesting. And then I wanted to judge because I really enjoyed that. And then at the first tournament in Germany, the first larger tournament, the Faro Tour, we had a coverage. And back then, the OP manager just said, okay, we don't have a coverage team, so we just have a judge who's going to type up everything. And we're going to take turns because we don't have like an assigned coverage team. So the first 2 rounds, there was a judge sitting down with a notebook, and he writes everything down on his notepad with a pen, like not a notebook as in computer. And then after that, he put it into the computer, and that took like an hour. And so the tournament was like 2 rounds advanced or something, and then the article went live. And then it was my turn in round 3, and I was like, where's my laptop? And they're like, no, you have to write it down on your notepad. I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I need a laptop. They're like, you can't type that fast. And I was like, watch me. And after that, they said, okay, you're going to be the coverage team from now on. And this is how I ended up in that. And then I ended up in translations after that, after I worked. So like a lot of things happened kind of by accident, but also the stream moderation as well. I was like, I saw this, I liked it. I was like, this is cool. I want to do this. And okay, let's try it out. And it worked. And so it keeps surprising me, the game. Even after 10 years, there's still new things happening in the game, and that's what I really love about it, even though we've been involved in it for so long. All right, guys, I hope you didn't mind this little trip down memory lane and getting to know a little bit more about the guys that put in so much work into the game and make sure that the end product is what you guys can enjoy, hopefully. Is there anything else that we forgot to cover?
I hope you guys like the spiral cards. We're going to show you those off a little part over the weekend. I know it's requested, very highly requested. It'll be the very first time anywhere in the world gets to see these, so we really hope you look forward to that. I really hope. I spent a lot of time on this. I really hope you like it.
Give you 5 seconds until somebody starts complaining.
Absolutely, it'll be Bodan. Absolutely.
Yeah, so everybody complains all the time. You've got no respite from it. That's just what it is. You just have to deal with it. You have to deal with it. I think people should start looking more into becoming a judge, simply because people may not think about it because they think, well, I want to play, I want to get everything out of it. But if you really want to get something out of this game, playing and judging and seeing every side of the game is the way to go forward, definitely.
Yeah, just on that note about getting everything out of it, I never ever thought that one time, you know, so going back to that first event that I traveled overseas in Frankfurt, I thought to myself, oh, this is. It's gonna be really weird just going to another country to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I feel it's the #1 thing whenever I see my